Hello. Two African documentary feature films are up for an Oscar tonight. It is the first time African stories are getting this kind of spotlight. Director of Four Daughters, Kauda Ben Hani, and co-director of Bobby Wine, The People's President, Moses Bawo, hope to highlight African cinema on the big screen at the Oscars. In another brazen kidnapping, almost 10 years after Chibok, dozens of bandits on motorcycles stormed a school morning assembly in Kuriga, Kaduna State, and kidnapped over 280 Nigerian school pupils. The students were between the ages of 8 and 15. The bandits have abducted thousands of people in recent years, but this attack on a school and abduction of children is a first in over a year. While no further information has been heard from the kidnappers, typically those kidnapped are freed after a ransom is paid. The state governor, Uba Sani, told the BBC that 187 students were taken from a secondary school, while 125 were taken from a primary school. Out of that number, 25 had since returned. He vowed that no child would be left behind. One of the kids shot by the gunmen, a 14-year-old boy, died in a local hospital where he was receiving treatment. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed security agencies to rescue the victims. He said his government will punish the perpetrators. According to a teacher who managed to escape, local people tried to rescue the children but were repelled by the gunmen. One person died in the shootout. One boy who escaped reported that the students were in bad shape and lacked food and water, among other necessities. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onuma, is on assignment. On our show today is a veteran actor, lawyer, and media personality. Here is the profile.
He did business administration at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, but the acting bug he got during school plays made him famous. He has appeared in hundreds of Nollywood movies and represented the Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, at the Presidential Election Tribunal. His voice is so distinct, his life so rich, and his interests so vast that he stole many worlds like a colossus. Kenneth Okonkwo is a man of many talents. He has danced on the entertainment stage and waltzed through the halls of politics with equal flair. Following his siblings' footsteps, Kenneth studied international law and diplomacy at the University of Lagos. As a lawyer, he is also carving his name in gold. As an icing on the cake, Kenneth studied theology at the Nigerian Bible School. Starting as a charming actor, Kenneth Okonkwo stole the hearts of many and lit up screens with his infectious charisma and versatility when he played the role of Andy Okeke in what industry experts called Nollywood's first blockbuster, Living in Bondage. The movie was released in 1992 with a sequel the following year. He would star in many more Nollywood classics such as Arusi, Oganigwe, World Apart, and many others. In 2013, the Africa Movie Academy Award honored him with a special recognition of Pillars of Nollywood. The City People Entertainment Awards organizers also honored him for contributing to the growth of entertainment in Nigeria. Kenneth Okonkwo is a member of the Order of the Federal Republic. Kenneth's ambitions didn't stop with being an actor. Driven to make a real difference, he jumped into the political arena, aiming to shake things up and bring much needed change. His journey hit a crescendo in 2018 when he ran for governorship in his Enugu state under the ruling party, the All Progressives Congress, APC, rallying folks with promises of progress and hope. Although he lost to the incumbent, the Nollywood legend solidified his position as a politician. He resigned from the party in 2022, citing the Muslim ticket of the party as his angst. Soon after, he joined the Labour Party and was named a spokesperson for the Obidati presidential campaign. During campaign seasons, Kenneth wasn't just another face in the crowd. He drew applause whenever he hit the podium with his voice and charisma, rallying support with his passion and persuasive charm.
That will take you from a developing nation to a developed nation, from a third-class nation to a first-class nation. Is that not the man you want? Give me Obi! Give me Obi!
Not known to be one to mince words, he is steadily calling out the current government slip-ups whenever he sees them.
Why did you punish all the northern states? This is the most anti-people government I've ever seen in my life. But I have one joy. That we are not brought in by the Nigerian people.
Kenneth Okonkwo is married to Ifeoma, a woman his mother handpicked for him because she possessed the qualities that would bring tranquility to his life. He has 2 boys, one from his previous marriage. Kenneth Okonkwo writes a weekly column for the Sunday Sun newspaper called Global Square. For a man who has spent the last 3 decades performing on the global stage, nothing is more befitting. You don't win when you don't have the zeal or spirit of winning, he said. Kenneth is a winner, not just because he has the zeal, but also because the spirit of winning abides in him.
All right, please join me as we welcome to the show Barrister Kenneth Okonkwo. Dr. Barrister, I forgot to mention doctor. Where is our guest?
Well, yes, it's unfortunate, they just did the Nigerian thing and took our life. Just give me a minute.
All right. We'll get that settled and we'll bring back our guest. In the meantime, let me give you a little bit more of our guest in action.
From the incompetence and dishonesty of leaders, not from the complicity of the people. Now, let me start by saying, so that you do not misinterpret me as ever supporting anything about oil fuel subsidy. If there is anything that irritates me to my bones, is the issue of subsidy. I wouldn't have voted for anybody who said he was going to maintain oil subsidy. And I'm very serious about that. What is the wisdom in an oil producing country paying more than 7-point-something trillion to foreign countries to refine your oil and send it back to you? You paying their shipping line, you building their refineries abroad, when you have your 4 refineries already built.
So you support his move then?
No, listen to me.
Right.
I am saying that I hate everything about oil subsidy.
So our guest is back, Barrister Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I hope it's bright enough.
Yes. It's an honor to have you here, and we appreciate all you've done for the country and your career. So let me start by getting your view on the kidnapping that just happened in Nigeria. Where did you hear about that, and what did you think the first time you heard about the kidnapping of students in Kaduna?
Well, let me first of all commiserate with the families that lost their dear ones in what has become a recurrent decimal of complacency from the ruling class and complicity of some of the undesirable elements in our midst. It is obvious that there is no way such an obnoxious kidnap of such a large scale will operate in any society without the complicity of some undesirable elements amongst us. But then the complacency, the incompetence, the corruption of the ruling class aiding and abetting such complicity. So the issue here is that to go to a school in an environment that is already insecure, to marshal out kids up to hundreds, and there was no confrontation by the security agencies for such number of hours until the marauders just headed the children into their destination is really deplorable. It is a sign of a decayed society and a sign of a failing state. It is obvious that the primary responsibility of government, which is the security and welfare of the people, is not in the agenda of this government and has never been in the agenda of APC government. So it is quite unfortunate. I do not believe by any stretch of imagination that such level of impunity can be done without confrontation of the security agencies, and nobody within 48 hours is called to take responsibility and to be sanctioned for such lapse, obvious lapse. So you can see how the government has failed, because it is their duty. And come to think of it, you have a government that will not allow people to bear arms. You have a government that will not even speedily authorize state police. You have a government that is having monopoly of force, and yet the government cannot use that monopoly of force to defend the people. So what it means is that you're tying the hands of the people at their back, and you're just allowing the bandits, terrorists, kidnappers to be hacking down, taking advantage of innocent people. And when they take them in, you will not bring money to bring them out. You start citing laws that it is illegal to pay money to them. And their people will be compelled in this harsh economic atmosphere to still run around to raise money to bring out their people. In this modern time, you're still purchasing your people, buying and selling them like slaves, while they are burrowing in the forest like animals. And some people are still purporting to be in charge of the government. No, I'm sorry to say it, but this is the greatest display of clownishness in power, because you're seeing your people dying. You're seeing your people being dehumanized, degraded, depraved, and there is nothing that you are doing about it. So it's a shame.
Now, we can agree that the government is failing, but what should the people do, in your view? What should we do?
That is what I said. You have tied the hands of the people to their back. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe said it's only a madman that will confront a man with a gun. The people are helpless. The people are hopeless. They don't have a gun. If you're caught with a gun, they will be fast to take you to court, possession of illegal firearms. Yet they cannot secure your life from the mad people that have the guns. There is nothing the people can do. Why do you think you have a lot of Africans in church? Because they are hopeless. What will you do? Use your bare hands to go and confront people with surface to air missiles that they can even bring down planes? There is nothing the people can do except to pray, and then to wish that one way or the other God give them good leadership, and then to wish that there will never be technical glitch again, that will glitch elections, that will enthrone people who they don't want.
I asked this question yesterday on a different show. If this were happening in Lagos or Enugu or Edo, Benin City, would the reaction be the same? Would people just feel helpless?
So what you're thinking is that it's not happening in those states. It is. The only difference,
kidnapping of school children.
It is. The only difference is that because there are no bushes in Lagos, it will be difficult for you to come to a school and marshal kids to the bushes because you can't find any. So you would have a lot of obstructions. But in terms of individual criminal activities that still disable and disarm people from going about their duties, it is still very high. Criminality is still very high in every part of Nigeria. Haven't you heard about Ikorodu boys? Haven't you heard about this cult group? This and that. Still killing and maiming people, in addition to the people that commit suicide because of hopelessness of the economy.
Now, one of the common narrative out there is that people will say if Peter B were to be the president at this point, that he wouldn't do anything different. Do you agree? What would be the difference Peter would do?
You judge a man by his antecedent. When Peter B was the Anambra State governor, the Inspector General of Police confessed to the whole world that there was not one single successful bank robbery in his state. He inherited the most terrible state in the whole Nigeria. As a matter of fact, the governor before him, Chinwoke Mbadunuju, was the only governor that was denied second term because of maladministration. Anambra State was coming last in WAEC and in JAM. And when Peter Obi came in, within 2 years, they started coming first. Anambra State, children were not going to school. When Peter Obi came in, people started going to school. When Peter Obi came in, kidnappers were building their nests and tents in Anambra State. Before Peter Obi came in. When Peter Obi came in, all the kidnappers ran away, including Evans. Guess where Evans found refuge? In the state of the incumbent president. He doesn't just know anything about security. And he was living among the elites as a billionaire. And he ran away from Anambra State and he confessed that it was because of Obi's security arrangement. Like I told you, it was the Inspector General of Police that certified him the best governor in terms of security. He established vigilante security system that was taking care of the communities and gave innocent Hillock's car to every of the communities vigilante that he established. Look, Peter Obi is incomparable, my friend. When you want to compare him, try to compare him with established countries outside Nigeria. In Nigeria, he's incomparable. Why would you be comparing gold with carrots? It's becoming an insult. Just check the gap. I've always said it. He's not an alternative option. He's the only option. And I stand to be corrected. If a man should take a state from coming last in school and start coming first, look at the gap. The worst secured state to the best secured state. Look at the gap. So if he takes the country, he would take the country from the worst consuming nation on earth to the best producing nation on earth. If he takes the country, he would take the country from the worst secured country to the best secured country. He has done it before, he would do it again. I think it's becoming increasingly insulting to compare Peter Obi with these, do you call them leaders? I don't know the best word to use. No, how can you be an oil producing nation, almost the sixth largest producing nation on earth, and you're importing 100% of your refined crude? Do you want me to call them leaders? I think, honestly, I don't know what to call them, but to call them leaders, I'm sorry. I think they are part of the bandits and part of the terrorists that is terrorizing us. That's just the truth.
Now, some APC members, they've called on opposition members to give them ideas. Yes. That if you have idea that will work for this government, for the country, give us the idea. Let's implement that idea. So if they come to you and say, give us an idea on how to deal with this kidnapping of kids and how to rescue them, what will you give them?
You know, there are certain things I wouldn't say publicly because, you know, I was in APC. Good. I gave them ideas. Even this current government, I'm a columnist. I write my column every week. And I don't just criticize. I recommend solutions. When this government removed ill-advisedly their subsidy, I call them to reverse it that same day. I think you played even some of the clips. Good. Did they reverse it? No, it's a government that even if you tell them what will save them, as long as it's not giving them that money that they will use to be living loose life all over the world, they will not accept it. It's the most anti-people government on earth. I told them, reverse this policy immediately, because you don't have the environment and the foundation that will secure your economy. If you leave, take away the subsidy, I said you will destroy your economy. And you know what? I told people, and I know these people, they will not listen to me. And they did not listen. Do you know the fallout of it? They are paying more in subsidy today than they were paying then. Yet, they have punished the people with paying 600, almost 700 naira per liter of subsidy. And they inherited 195 naira per liter. How is it sustainable? It is not sustainable because the economy did not plan for such a leap. And then you are importing this product 100%. This is the greatest destroyer of your foreign exchange. So why would you want to start giving palliative to people when you have palliative already that will help your economy and help the people, which is the subsidy? Why take it out when you are still buying your 100% crude? Why devalue your naira when the only thing you do is import? Now, advanced countries devalue their naira or currency when they are exporters, so that they will make their own product cheaper and make it more attractive for people abroad to buy. Then you that imports everything, you're devaluing your currency. I don't know the economic textbooks these people read. So why will you devalue it? What is the attraction? You're now making people now, when they have $1, they will buy up everything you have, meaning that oil subsidy you have increased because your currency has become so weak. It will still now be cheaper again in the surrounding countries because their currency is now more powerful than your own. And that thing you said you want to stop, which is smuggling of the goods, will resume. So these leaders, as far as I'm concerned, not just that they are dishing out very funny policies, they are not going to change because they don't know it. They don't have the knowledge. Okay, you said people are doing BDC and you don't like it. And then the best thing is for you to come down to start competing with them. The CBN devalued their own currency from about 700 and something naira or 500 or something like that to 1,500. And now you're chasing the BDC, chasing them all over the place. You know, a bad workman quarrels with his tools. What do you do to show up your currency? Very easy. What is destroying your currency? You are importing more than you're exporting. So change it. Start exporting more than you are importing. And you have all it takes. You have your 4 refineries doing nothing, lying comatose. They told you that your refinery will work by December. And how deceitful this government is. By December, maybe they went to the villages and collected fossil fuel. And they put light in it. And smoke started coming up. And they told Nigerians, you see, it is mechanically finished. That it will be by January they will start. Now we are in March. Has it started? You look, when you have a government that is not performing and is not honest and does not listen to idea, there is nothing that you can do except to know that they will fail. Look at the expatriate employment levy. Can you imagine embarking on such policy without even consulting the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria? Can you imagine? I told them, you don't dictate economic problems out of existence. You have to plan for it. You have to organize for it. You have to direct people to do it. Then you have to control it. You don't sit down and say fuel subsidy is gone. You don't sit down and say sanctions against the Niger Republic. You don't sit down and say dual exchange rate gone. You don't sit down and say expatriate employment levy installed. No. There is what we call multiplier effect. When you are doing such a thing, it has multiplier effect, either positively or negatively, to the economy. Now your economy is distressed. So what you should be doing is incentives for businesses to survive, not disincentive for businesses to die. That's what they're doing. Everything they touch dies. Everything. No. Except Nigeria. Nigeria will not die by the grace of God.
Now, under Jonathan, the same people who are running this administration protested against the removal of subsidy. And they mentioned what will happen if that had happened that period. And those things are happening now under them. Are you saying that they don't know that this will happen? Because they sound that way. They give the people the reason to believe that they were surprised that this was the outcome of what they were doing. Is it that they don't know that people like the central bank governor and the minister for finance, that they are totally ignorant of what is going to happen with these policies, or that they wanted it to happen and they are now promising Nigerians that good days are coming? Do you believe them?
The truth is that they don't know anything. They just don't know anything. So when you say that one, you begin to imagine as if they know some and they don't know some. They don't know anything. Look at the security. They are still taking our citizens in hundreds, children, in a school. It's not a novel thing. It has lasted for more than 10 years. The Boko Haram aspect of terrorism started in Nigeria in 2009. That's 15 years. So these things are predictable. So it's not rocket science anymore. Yet they cannot stop it. So what do they know? That's security. Now, economics. You want to tell me? Then how did I know that when you remove it, your economy will collapse? How did I know? I knew it because when you go to farm to plant a seed, there is a gestation period before it starts yielding fruit. What will you be eating between the time of planting and the time of harvest? It's not rocket science. So if you remove subsidy and the economy is distressed, what will be holding the economy before the benefit that you intended, removing that subsidy? What will be holding it before it starts yielding fruit? Nothing. Nothing. Now, if you have diversified your economy, that you're not depending on oil alone, you will now say, I will use these exports to hold the economy. But you don't have it. So what happened is that the first 2-3 months, like I told them, all the savings Nigerians had, they will use it to invest in oil, saying, okay, let's have patience, let's have patience. Now, after like that 6 months, and they have exhausted their savings, and it's not yielding any fruit. That is why they are running around, ransacking every warehouse, ransacking any truck on their way, because they are hungry. And a hungry man is an angry man. So this government has run out of ideas. If I were in their shoes, and immediately they did not listen to me not to remove subsidy. Immediately they did not listen to me not to damage Naira. I told them to resign because I knew they were not going to survive. Liz Truss of UK resigned after 45 days in office because of love of country. She genuinely thought that her policies was going to be pro-people, reducing tax, this, and that. But when it did not happen, she fired the finance minister, which they call the exchequer. It did not work. And within 45 days, she threw in the towel. The truth is that this government should contemplate and consider throwing in the towel. They have failed. And the only thing they can achieve more is failing more.
But we know they won't resign. And we know that hardship will continue. So what do you expect? What are we expecting in the next few months and weeks?
What you're expecting is that people are going to be more hungry. They are going to be more radical. They are going to be more restless. They are going to be more revolutionary. And when these things do happen, God help us. Because when they are taking 280-something persons into the bush and they're asking for money and the people do not have money to pay, you must have heard about the Nabiha family, a man with lovely girls, beautiful, brilliant girl. The man couldn't pay and they killed the daughter before help started coming from outside. But that girl will never come back again. So these are all signs of a failed state, and it's unfortunate.
What about the political class? What are you, your class, what are they doing? The opposition parties, what are they doing in light of what's going on? Are they waiting for what?
Well, immediately after any election, you and I know that you start talking about policies and not politics. And I do not play politics with policies. So what we're talking now is policies. We all knew what happened in Nigeria in 2023. How the election was technically glitched and how it was unapologetically manipulated to proclaim a preferred candidate. And we are paying the price for it. So the opposition is doing what I'm doing now, constructively criticizing and providing solution to a government that has proved that it doesn't listen. You know what this government is doing? They are using Nigeria as an experimental ground, trial and error. They try this, it doesn't work. They'll try that, it doesn't work. And of course, in a distressed economy, nothing works that is a guesswork. Why do you think that prophets are booming? Because there's nothing that is working by facts, by figures, by statistics, by business forecasting, by business management, by public administration. Nothing. So nature does not exist in a vacuum. So they'll prefer to listen to a prophet. At least do give them hope. I prophesy to you that tomorrow rice will be 1 naira. Amen. They'll tell you to believe. Because there is nothing else that you're seeing. So it may sound foolish, but at least it will give the person hope till tomorrow. And if it doesn't happen, they will tell you the secret things belong to God. Only the things that are revealed belong to man. That God may have changed his mind between today and that tomorrow. You know, it's ridiculous, but that's why when you go to church, you see a lot of people, not because it's because they're hopeless.
Now, I know that Labour Party is a minor party in Nigeria, especially in the National Assembly. But together, the opposition party could push the country in a certain direction. Why is that not happening? We're hearing stories about padding of the budget at the Senate, and the people who are in opposition, what are they doing? How are they fighting back? Even if they don't win, but at least the people to know.
Good. First of all, I quarrel with your assertion that Labour Party is a minor party. We're just coming from an election in 2023, and no presidential candidate won more states than Labour Party. They shared it 12, 12, 12, and 1 for NMP. And I'm talking about the presidential election. So if that is your definition of being minor.
No, I'm talking about the National Assembly, because I talked to Labour Party members, and
now,
they say that
I'll prefer you to use the word opposition.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to use the word minor.
Okay.
Yes, Labour Party is the first political force in Nigeria today. That's why people will prefer to listen to an Obi to listening to any other person, because he is the main political giant in Nigeria and in Africa. If you remember what happened when he went to Ghana. So classifying such a force as minor is false in itself. So Labour Party for now is the main political party in Nigeria. So, but in the National Assembly, we are in the opposition. Have you ever heard in the history of Nigeria where any political party and a political candidate defeated the incumbent in his own state? Labour Party did it. So I would respectfully want you, have you ever heard in Nigeria where an incumbent political party did not make up to 25% in the Federal Capital Territory? Labour Party achieved that. So I would want you to respectfully withdraw that accolade or that that name minor. Sorry.
All right. That's not a problem. What I was trying to
now, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Coming to the National Assembly. Now, even though people come into National Assembly on party basis, but they talk on individual basis. So a party may have a limitation to what it can do with its members. You will agree with me that Labour Party members in the National Assembly, we are marked for extinction. And I give you an example. I remember in the Senate, the minority leader then was a Labour Party person. And I remember how he gave them water, even when they were trying to approve the ministerial list. You remember how he gave the Minister of Aviation solid water. And they went and ambushed him at the Court of Appeal. And from nowhere they said he is not qualified again to be there. So I believe that initially, and I'm not trying to hold brief for them, because personally I wouldn't have told that line. But I understand. I believe that initially some of them, and some of them were actually new in that terrain, especially in the House of Representatives. I think they were trying to be cautious so that all the legal issues will be concluded. So I am not fully in support of certain things that they did, but I understand why they were doing it. Because you have to be a fighter, and if you perish, you perish. You don't have to, because of self-preservation, not come out to fight from the one for what you believe in. So that reminds me, when you were introducing me, you said I contested for the governorship and lost. Sorry, I aspired and eventually did not contest at all. So I did not lose. Then again, you said I have OFR or something.
MF.
Good. No, I don't. I have not collected any honor or any honorary title from any government in Nigeria.
Somewhere in your bio. Okay, someone. Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to, put that, in perspective, But your bio was reasonably, correct.
All right.
Plus or minus. So Labour Party, I want you to assess Labour Party by what the real symbols, which is P2P, which are the spokespersons, the symbols of Labour Party before they are elected into power. Because I know how our elected representatives emerged. Because we didn't have time before we entered the Labour Party, between the time we entered and the election. So National Assembly, some of them are doing their best, but their best is not good enough. So I agree with you. They have to, rise up.
Now, the premise of that question was that I interviewed Senator Baribe months ago, and there was a situation where I said to him, "What is the opposition doing? Why can't the opposition party in the National Assembly come together? Because they share this position, come together and push for that. Even though they are not majority, if they say that nothing will happen until this is addressed, that it will be addressed." So I wanted to know if the Labour Party is working with other political parties in the opposition to be able to have that kind of influence. Otherwise, it would be a free way for the ruling party to do whatever they wanted to do, including padding the budget.
Yes, it is because the opposition party has the unfortunacy of having a party like PDP to be pretending that they are still in opposition when they are in the same bed with the APC. As you can see, there's no difference between APC and PDP. So what they are doing now, the strategy, especially in the Senate, is using those PDP compromised pawns in their hands to pretend that they are the opposition leaders, and all of them are hand in glove. In the House, the minority leader is a known protege of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, who is now an APC minister, but he is still saying he's a PDP member. I don't have any word to describe such a figure. He said he's a PDP member. He's an APC minister. So you can imagine his protege is the minority leader in the House of Rep. And when they removed the Labour Party minority leader in the Senate, they replaced him with another PDP pawn. So the opposition now, the only opposition you see in the House Senate is Labour. Then how many are they? That's why anything they bring, they approve before even reading the words. They approved members of the INEC, even when they were proved card-carrying member of a political party. They approved. Take a bow, take a bow, take a bow. So there is no opposition now in the National Assembly, unfortunately. And like I said, it's not because of Labour. It's because there is a party that is called PDP that in all forms, in all shape, they are APC members in the National Assembly. So there is no opposition in the National Assembly.
Are there some situations where you feel that the Nigerian people can do more to save themselves, but they are not? Because it appears as if the elite can't do anything, the opposition cannot do anything. And what about the people? Do you feel sometimes there are things they could do to help change this story?
Well, the honest truth here is that the people, when they are taken to this extreme, like I said, they hand over to God and anything can happen. Whatever is going to happen might happen impromptu. So the people should and will eventually take destiny into their hands. But there is no human being except God that can ever tell you how it will happen. Because they are not an organized, centralized force, like the NSAS kind of a thing. So it will just evolve, steered up by maybe hunger and anger. But I know that the illegitimacy, the incompetence, and the corruption of a regime cannot last forever. there will be a terminal end to anything that is poisonous. But how it will happen, I don't know. Because it's not going to be an organized thing. There might not be an organized thing in Nigeria that can bring a change. But I know that by nature, things cannot perpetually go bad. So something will happen. But I don't know what will happen.
All right. We are going to go to your career, things you've done in your life. But before that, let me just find out what you think about the situation in the Southeast. How are the political situation in the Southeast? What is your reading?
Well, you see what OT is doing. That's Labour Party. That was what we contemplated on when we were negotiating for power. Southeast is a place that ought to be number one in everything that they are doing, because they are men of craft, they are men of academics, they are men of industry, they are resilient, they have seen suffering. So hunger does not mean anything to them. They can survive in any atmosphere. So they are loaded. So Southeast should be and ought to be number one in everything. So, but Southeast is also bedeviled with the leadership problem, because they are not existing in a vacuum. You can imagine a governor from the Southeast was the person that came out to tell the world that Southeast cannot be president. And the most competent man of capacity and character is from his own state. But he came out to write a letter that this same person trying to contest from his own state is behaving like a paid agent by some people. You can imagine a purported governor campaigning for other people that are less qualified than his own person from his own state. So Southeast also has its own problems politically. The elite class, they are behaving like people who have sold out at times. You will see some of them who will come and tell you their problem. Your problem from Southeast is from outside. I know of one of them that is going around telling people that when Shagari was around, that Shagari told them that his people overthrew him because Ekweme would have been the next president in line. I saw one Southeast man saying that. And the same person saying that was still supporting in that same year, when it was supposed to be a man from Southeast that should be president, was still supporting the same person from the same place. He was telling us that they would rather kill their own brother rather than a man from Southeast becoming president. Is that not funny? But this is the way of some of the leaders in Southeast. Don't even think that some of the Southeast elites are not part of the problem. They are. Some of them are corrupt. They are selfish. They are looking for power and relevance. So what the Southeast people should do, they should look inwards, look among themselves, and look at their best, like they brought out Obi, and continue following their best to show them the way. For the first time in Nigeria, the Southeast was recognized and respected because they brought out their best. They must find a way to shut down the worst and bring out the best. You know what? Forget this issue. There's nothing like tribalism, ethnicity, religious something in Nigeria. When you bring a man that has spirit of excellence, even if he is a slave, he will be needed in the palace, because there will be something he has that no other person has. Joseph was a slave and a prisoner, but Pharaoh had to bring him out from the jail to make him prime minister, because he said, you alone have the secret to what will save my country. I don't believe in all these. Oh, they are maltreating us because we're Igbo. Oh, tribalism. No. What have you done? How much have you cohered among yourself? If you want to acquire power in a democracy, you have to cohere among yourself and then collaborate with others. So if you don't have the cohesion, why would you blame others who will not collaborate with you? What is your bargaining power? I do not simply believe anybody is marginalizing me because of my Igbo. I am unmarginalizable. The first film we did in Nollywood, everybody enjoyed it. Why? Because they said it was good. So whether you're Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba, when you have spirit of excellence and you bring out something excellent, everybody will key into it. I'm asking my Igbo brothers, God has given you the spirit of excellence, the spirit of craft, engineering. Concentrate and be the best wherever you are. P2B is manifesting an uncanny spirit of leadership. And everybody is liking him and following him, irrespective of their religion, irrespective of their tribe and ethnicity and language. And you're there bemoaning, hey, Igbo, Igbo. Who told you? I have friends in the north. I have friends in the west, east. They don't joke with me, man. They just love me because, one, I'm lovable, man.
You are. Now, how do you address the people, young people who are agitating for Biafra in the Southeast? They have opposing view from what you just said. They believe exactly what you disbelieve in, that they are being oppressed and that the elite are not helping the matter. People like you are not helping them, that they have to chart their own way. What do you say to them? If you are facing them now, addressing the Biafrans, what do you say to them?
First of all, what I will say to them is that Nigeria as a country was predominantly the conception of an Igbo man. So I would rather, maybe because I am global in my reasoning, we are travelers, we are traders. And so by nature, we are expansive. I would not contemplate supporting anything that will shrink us. As a matter of fact, I would want Africa to be a country and I would want the whole world to be a country. Why? The world is the only country that is big enough to accommodate the Igbo man. By nature, you are a traveler. By nature, you are a trader. So you must go out. Whether you are in Biafra or Nigeria, if you like, make the Biafra paradise, make Nigeria paradise. You will still go to Ghana in their markets and you find preponderance of Igbo people. You go to Republic of Benin, you go to Taiwan, you go to... So why would you want to shrink yourself when you can fight for a better Nigeria built on equity, justice, and fairness? I do not believe, like I said, in a smaller thing. I would rather go for a bigger thing. Everybody knows that the first Biafra was forced on us. It was not our initiative. Before 1966, the Southeast was the most peaceful place in Nigeria. And so we have no reason being part of any war in Nigeria. It was visited on us. Nzogbu, that carried out the coup, did not do it in the name of Ndibo. He was from Western Nigeria at independence and Midwestern Nigeria at the time the coup was performed. He was never from the Eastern Nigeria. But permit me to admit that his ancestry, because you have Igbos in South, good. His surname is Nzogbu. I have no business denying that his ancestry is not Igbo. He's Igbo, full-fledged. But he's a man who was born in the north. He grew up in the north, was schooled in the north, and his first name is Hausa name, Kaduna. So every part of Nigeria has the responsibility and has a claim in Nzogbu. And he did what he did in the name of Nigeria, a true Nigerian. And he was looking for not an Igbo man to take over leadership. Otherwise, he wouldn't have, it would have been Aguiyi would have supported the coup. But they were the ones who foiled the coup. Nzogu was detained and put in detention and was waiting for everything to cool down for him to be tried. And then, when they killed Aguiyi, they would have stopped at that. Because if you are a military man and you come by coup and you don't know how to defend yourself, that's your problem. I don't have a problem with their killing Aguiyi. I don't have a problem with that. He ought to defend himself because he came by coup. But I have a problem with killing the innocent Igbos who are just trading in your streets, who are innocent people. And the reason you were killing them is because you said you want a separate country. It was not the separate country issue, was not Biafra. When the North did a counter coup, the reason is because they said they wanted to separate from the Southerners. Gowon had to be persuaded to reverse the policy. And Ojukwu never talked about declaring Biafra. They were talking about true federalism. And when they went to Aburi, they reached agreements which would have averted everything and averted the war. It was still Gowon who came back and reneged. And then the Igbo people that have been traumatized because of their being killed in the streets, what Ojukwu simply said is, well, I cannot defend you outside the place I have authority. But if you can come within this authority, I will be able to defend you. And that was how they declared Biafra. So Biafra was actually imposed on us. Now that it did not succeed, let us go back to our original intention, which is building a solid Nigeria. That was what Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe did. That is what I want to do. Building a solid Nigeria that is free of discrimination, that is free of incompetent and corrupt leaders, that will be built on equity, justice, and fairness. Not just because of other people, but because it will benefit us more. Because we are traders and we are travelers.
I have people who say that if we have someone like Oti in the 5 eastern states, that there will be reduction in the agitation for Biafra. Do you think is true?
I want to rather say if we have good leaders in the 5 states. So what Oti is doing in Abia State is fantastic. What if we say if we have people better than Oti? So I am very happy with what he's doing. I remember when he was elected, the text message I sent to him, the first one is, "Sir, you are the only governor of the LP extraction. Whatever you do will reflect on the image of the LP in the whole world. Please, even if it is for that sake alone, try and do well." And he's doing great and should be replicated. I mean, if not that they stole our mandate in Enugu State, open robbery, maybe Enugu State would have still been the same. And look at Edo State is coming. Edo is also an LP state. They should just go Lumidakpata and begin to have the LP experience. This is what Nigeria would have been having.
So are you warming up for what will happen in Anambra State between Soludo and Val?
You know what I think? Anambra State is settled. If not that we're in Nigeria, where election comes from abracadabra, I'll tell you it's settled. Soludo, can sit at this time? I mean, what is that? If you don't believe anything good will come from your state, you should take responsibility for that and give way, because nothing good can ever come from you. So the issue of Soludo's own case, I can tell you, go in Anambra State, meet 100 persons, 99 will tell you they don't want him. As a matter of fact, if it is abroad where people follow the opinion poll, he will not even contest. He will not just go and disgrace himself. He wouldn't even have had won in the first election. But from the propaganda, propaganda, religious, ethno-religious, But this time around,
All right.
Soludo is gone. It's not the solution of Anambra State issue. What has he achieved? What? Tell me.
His supporters, they will point out that the roads that he...
No, he's not his supporter. He don't have any supporter. His workers.
Okay.
Because, being an incumbent government, he will have people working for the government. So I prefer you to use the word, his workers, not supporters. Who is supporting him? Are you supporting him? Your name is Okonkwo. Are you supporting him?
I'm not supporting anybody.
No, thank you for that diplomatic way of saying it. What it means that you're not supporting him. That's just what it means. You're supporting somebody, but let me not expose you. You're supporting OT.
I'm not supporting OT. I recognize he's doing something good.
If you're not supporting OT, don't let me expose you. You're not supporting OT. Why were you praying that he should be replicated?
No.
All this
I said that's what people are telling me.
Okay, that's what people are telling you. Yeah. Good, thank you. Then I put it to you. Now, what people are telling you is that they should not replicate anything in Soludo in any state, not even in his local government.
Right. Let's go to Nollywood. You've been there from the beginning for more than 30 years. How do you assess where Nollywood is today?
Nollywood is in a fantastic place today. When we started this, we were not counted as a force. Today, Nollywood is about the number 2 in the world. And you can see how in Oscars, in everything, we are being reckoned with. Nollywood has gone deeper, both in quantity and in quality. We are now shooting on the best of equipments that can be found anywhere in the world. We're doing collabos. Hollywood is coming for us, like I prayed and like I prophesied when we started Nollywood. So Nollywood is doing great, and I thank God for that.
Yeah, in America here, a lot of people, especially Africans abroad, I'm talking about Africans from the island, from all the way to Brazil, they all watch Nollywood movies. They devour it, they believe in it. What does that do to people like you who are the veterans, who are the actors? Do you feel that you're recognized all over the globe? I believe there's nowhere your face will show and people won't know who you are. Are you getting the reward?
Very well. People always make the mistake of trying to quantify reward in financial terms. Do you know what people pay to have a name recognition around the world? You won't be able to afford it. So even if that is what Nollywood has given to you, you should be grateful to that. But when you come to a level, even in Nollywood, that you are pointing out, I don't want to take this movie, I don't want to take this money, this and that, you will know that Nollywood has been very good to you. If I am looking good, if I am looking beautiful, Nollywood is the foundation. And so Nollywood can make you to have fame and fortune. It is worth it, even if it is only one that you have in these 2. But Nollywood will give you the 2. Nollywood has given me the 2. And I'm grateful to God for that choice of Nollywood that I made. It is worth it. And it will continue to be worth it.
Where do you see Nollywood in another 30 years?
Number 1 in the world. It's as simple as that. With all the paraphernalia of stardom and the crescendo of excellence surrounding it.
What is the profit, the financial model that you are operating on now? I talk to Nollywood actors, young people, young ones who are starting, who are not like you veterans, who kind of complain that even though you have theaters in Nigeria, that most of the movies don't make the money that they expect. How is that working for you?
Well, the only thing that is constant is change. The world has gone digital. The world has gone online. The streets of Ebing Bejo, of Pound Street in Aba, of Opiweka is no longer as profitable as the highways of the Amazon, of the social media apparatus. So you have to change with the time. You have to embrace technology and you have to move with the tide. Otherwise, you will be swept away. So they just have to change their manual way of doing things, analog way of doing things to the digital and to the electronic, and it will be fine.
Okay, let me just play a clip of from one of your old movies, and then I'll ask you a question following that.
Actor Kenneth Okonkwo stole the hearts of many and lit up screens with his infectious charisma and versatility when he played the role of Andy Okeke in what industry experts called Nollywood's first blockbuster, Living in Bondage. The movie was released in 1992 with a sequel the following year.
All right. Paulo Akwas right for my dad is that although Paul did not explain this very well. A lot of people in the comment section, they're asking me to ask you, why did you kill Merritt? But beyond, I believe this is your most famous movie, I believe. But you know, it has a wider interpretation as far as I'm concerned. I'm thinking about when Buhari was in power, during the election he was elected, people said that, oh, we didn't know, they didn't explain to us who Buhari was, and we voted for Buhari. In this government, nobody will say that they did not know who Tinubu was before they voted for him, those that voted for him. I know that people contest whether the election is credible or not, but following the what is announced and what's going on now, is it that we don't explain things well, or that people do not care to listen and understand, like your character, Andy?
First of all, when I heard Merit, my heart skipped because I thought she has appeared again.
Somebody said, why did you kill Merit?
You call us from here that you're going to play that clip. You call us from here, can miss what you know. Anyway, it's one of those beautiful, life-changing, destiny remolding thing that happened to my life. Living in Bondage was a classic that will live around us for a long time to come. I always believe that movie has a signature of God on it, because it's always difficult to do something that everybody will appreciate. Everybody, irrespective of your ethnicity or background. That movie helped to change my perspective about Nigeria. Because when it came out the first time, it was not subtitled. That subtitle that you are seeing in it, the original one that came out first, didn't have it. But the clamor of our brothers, the Hausas, the Igbos, for the movie, they were the ones who insisted we must subtitle it, because they were enjoying it and they wanted to know everything that was said in the movie. If they had anything against an Igbo man, if they had anything against Igbo language, they wouldn't fall in love with that movie. And so we went back and subtitled it. And that was how it kickstarted Nollywood. That is why I believe that the spirit of excellence is the greatest antidote to any primordial sentiment. This country, they do not have any problem against each other. It's the leaders that are formulating all these divisions in order to divide the people so they will continue to rule them irrespective of their incompetence and corruption. So that movie changed my perspective about Nigeria. And you cannot convince me against the Hausa, the Yoruba, the Efik. So when I sit down and say they love me, I am saying it factually because they've demonstrated it. When I sit down and say they don't hate Igbo, I am saying it factually because they have demonstrated it. So that's by the way. So that movie means a lot to me. It was the beginning of a whole lot of things, including changing my perception about my country, about the peoples in my country, and about everything. Then, the truth is this. The issue of this incumbent government is an eye-opener to Nigerians. To be very honest with you, whoever voted for this government owes himself and his generation an apology. A man did not come out to face the interviewers, to be cross-examined on what he wants to do for you, and you went and voted for him. A man came out. You don't know his primary school. You don't know his secondary school. You don't know his university. And you came out and voted for him. A man came out and the only certificate he showed you is, it is my turn. And you came out and voted for him. A man came out, did not subject himself to debate with other candidates. And you came out and voted for him. A man whose history is dogged with controversy, his origin, his academic qualification, his business dealings, everything about him is controversial. And you came out and voted for him. A man who has not shown any success in anything he has ever done. Whatever he has put his hand, he wants to dominate. He wants to put it in his family circle and put it in his hand. And then you voted for him. And then you want to come out to start blaming who? Whoever voted for this government is part of the problem and should apologize to himself and then to his family and to his generation. I did not vote for this government because the truth is that I knew from the one that I don't know this person. I don't know him. I'm telling you the truth. I don't know him. Everything I've ever heard about him is controversial. I don't know him. Who are the classmates? I don't know him. So whoever voted for him, come and tell me who he is. And if you voted for somebody who you do not know, then you should apologize to yourself.
Now, you're also a lawyer. I'm looking at the time. I know you have to go, so I want to give chance for people to join us and have a conversation.
So how many minutes have we spent now?
1 hour, 12 minutes. And
are you like kidding me?
I know. That's what I told you, that you know when the time will fly, and we have a lot of people waiting to talk to you. But let me ask you this. I know your sisters, I hope I'm correct, your sisters are lawyers, and you went to law school and you became a lawyer. Now, what do you, where do you base your practice? Are you practicing law, or are you more or less an actor? And I know that you went to school of theology.
Well, I am a litigation lawyer.
Okay.
And I've represented notable institutions. I've represented the IG of police. I've represented the army. And I've represented my clients. And by the grace of God, God has been helping us. In law, you're not allowed to advertise yourself. So that's why when people start saying certain things, I laugh. But I come from a lawyer-infested family, if you can put it like that. So, I'm sharing the same womb with 4 other lawyers. So you can imagine that. Oh, sure.
I know of 2. Okay.
Yes. I know of 2 because the light is gone again. Oh. And it's unfortunate.
I know.
Just give me, yes. Give me, yes. Just give me a little time.
Okay, let's take a little break and then we'll come back and bring our audience to the conversation.
Agree with anybody who says it's fraudulent, it's criminal, and has no business in the first place in the Nigerian economy. Like I said.
Well, that's why he removed it.
No. We should be as careful in coming out of oil subsidy as we were careless in going into it. with displayed recklessness and carelessness going into it in the first place. So when you are coming out, you wouldn't be as careless as you were going in. So what I'm saying is when you want to remove it, there are two fundamental bases, and I talk now as an economist, that you must fulfill in order to make sure that you don't destroy the economy before building it post-oil subsidy. And the two basic econometrics that you must achieve, you must saturate the system with fuel, and you must ensure there is no monopoly. When you saturate the system with fuel, elementary economics will teach you that when supply is excess, it maintains a cap on the price. However, no matter how supply is entrenched, if there is monopoly, the monopoly through Shylock mentality of making profit can still manipulate the supply in order to make sure that the price gets haywire. I give you an example with OPEC. OPEC can throw its weight around.
When your master bio, Aqua bio, Max, if you have no Panumo, no Fube, Nazo, Olaga, ni Piazigo, Mamulaga, Doni Piazigo, Aqua Wilo Chio, Bico Rapuzo, Conavazia. When your mother because Abamba water the sorry. If you're gonna move, Lagado di Piazigo, Lagado di Piazigo, Abamba will a china, bigger up. Mazi weko Odogu no kwerezu neka Onyoma niga dele mo Mazi ni bazi Ibu go with melody Odogu na chala noka Ezi wande mliga delemo Olaga ni pezigo no Ma olaga ni pezigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzo Anabazi Te Onyama zoro de Sorry, if I were to Panama, Mulaga, don't Piazugo, Nazaboy, Mulaga, don't Piazugo, Avama Wilo Chilo, Bico Rapuzo, Anavazi, Ice. But don't can never be catching for. Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikeja mabele bege Hey, you won! Eku kampu nekene Ama gondin so Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene Ila puli fe nini neme webia Kago sili na nyina gibu nwanne wisdom megaji Kanye gi maiki kogo banya bebu maxi obunetire egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe iyo iyo biko labụ zoro 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 Geduru joy na bugwu Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa na-ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right. Can we
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying and joining.
We can manage it this way.
Yeah.
This is a Sunday. You know, that was why I was reluctant on a Sunday. So my aides all went out.
Okay.
So whoever is going to put on the
I understand. That's okay. Thank you so much for doing this, and we appreciate this. We're talking about being a lawyer and your goal as a lawyer, and how far you want to take it and how you juggle the two things. Also, you're a theologian. What does that mean? Are you preaching? Do you preach? Are you a pastor?
I am not a pastor. I don't like that. I don't like titles that much. I am a teacher of the gospel, and I'm okay with it. I am a teacher of the gospel. Just hold on.
Okay.
So, I am a teacher of the gospel. And whenever you give your life to Christ or you change your position and you are a popular person, people will always want to hear from you why you took the decision. And then it is good for you to have knowledge, abundant knowledge of what you are professing that you are. So anytime you subscribe to anything in life, there's a need for you to learn more about such things so that you will be able to defend your position. I'm one kind of a person that when I subscribe to something, I want to understand it, learn it, and be able to defend it. So you can say, I'm a teacher of the gospel. That's why when people call me evangelist, I overlook it, because evangelist is just a preacher of the gospel. Now, there is a need for you to take stock in your life about who you are and know that the more powerful you are, the higher you go, the humbler you should be. So what sustains you in life is not the abundance of what you have, but your ability to utilize even the little you have for the good of mankind. And such a mind cannot come to you by accident. It has to be guided by the Spirit of the Good One, who is Jesus Christ. who lived his life absolutely for others. So when you imbibe such spirit, it makes you to be able to live sacrificial life and to live a life of advocacy for others. So Jesus was an advocate. He was even a lawyer. Remember when they wanted to stone that woman they accused of adultery? And she stood as a lawyer and defended her. She was guilty, but he just used the lawyer's sense, and she was set free. So you have to be an advocate. And when you really understand the nature of Christianity, you will discover that it aids your advocacy. I used to think that lawyers are liars. So when I now realize that Jesus Christ himself was a lawyer, I said, no, it cannot be possible. Lawyers are advocates. So we don't lie.
So preachers and people who understand the Bible, in Nigeria, there are many of them. We have people like Odumeje. We have people like Apostle Suleiman. We have people like General Overseer Adeboye. So when you see all these people, what does that say to you in terms of where Christianity is in Nigeria?
He says to me that there is only one person that should be a model for Christians, and the person is Jesus Christ. That's just what he says to me.
But how do people, are you saying that people should ignore the pastors and follow Christ?
I'm saying that the people should read the word of God and understand it. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. The truth is the word. You cannot ignore the pastors or anybody that proclaims anything. But whoever tells you anything, you have to subject it to the truth of the word of God. And you have the right to believe or not to believe anybody. So there is nobody you should give a blank check because the person is answering any name. Jesus Christ should be your model. The word of God should be your standard. And then any other human being that tells you anything, subject it to the will of God. You see, what has happened here today has shown you the story of Nigeria. There is no power, there is no light, there is no fuel, there is no security, there is no food. Nigeria for you.
We have some of our people here. We call on each of you to have an opportunity to ask a question or to make a comment, but please leave it at one question. Find the best question you have for our guest, Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo. Just the best question, one. And he has to leave. We agreed on max 2 hours, and we've done 1.5 hours. All right, let me start with you, Kolola. You are first. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Damages, Rudolph Okonkwo, and thank you, Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo, for coming. You both have the same surname. You could be brothers if we are not mistaken. And good to see Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo. You're not living in bondage. At
No,
least
I
you're
don't know.
you're a free man now. So let me quickly go to my question and give others the space. 287 girls were abducted on Thursday. When Jonathan was the president, 200 girls were abducted, and that made a lot of noise. It actually was part of the things that sent him out of office. And we saw the role of the Americans. Even the wife, the first lady then, took a placard and said, "Bring back our girls." Now, this man that is in power now, whoever he is, has tried to invade Niger, which he had no business doing, and is being supported by some Western nations like France and the United States. I mean, they actually sent their Secretary of States to come and give us a lecture. What do you think is the role of the French and the Americans in the 2023 elections? Did they actually pull some strings such that the electoral body, not just by looking at the votes, decided to play to the tune of their masters? Because, like you have said, one man is not that powerful. This man cannot be that powerful. So, what did the Western nations, in these particular ones, the Americans and the French, play in the 2023 elections?
All right, thank you. Dr. Kenneth, I wanted to know, do you want to take one question and then, or you want to do three at a time?
No, let me take it one after the other.
Okay.
The situation in Nigeria now will make you to forget the second one if they don't. So now, I want to ask you a question, or I want to answer your question with another question. If you give the Russians the opportunity to take out American democracy, do you think they would do it or not? Now, do you blame the Americans or do you blame the Russians for what the Russians are doing in America? Now, it's a rhetoric question. And why I'm saying this is that the strategic interest of any country should be their driving force. And it's a sign of failure for any country to be apportioning the blame for its own failure to another country. When you continue to give such an excuse, you will never grow as a country. By the natural order of events, there is a natural struggle for supremacy in the world. If you give the Russians the opportunity to take out Americans in anything, they will do that. And that is why America is guarding itself, guarding its democracy. The former president in America is facing 91 count charge. Yet nobody is called to account in Nigeria for all the malaise they are doing. You know what? It's not the French, it's not the Americans that did anything in 2023 election. It's Nigerians and the corrupt elite class that bungled that election. If you want to be corrupt, there will be people who will corrupt you to get away with whatever they want to do. So how can you begin to blame external powers for our corruption and for our incompetence? Americans will watch their system, get the collaborators amongst them, deal with them, take them out, and defend their country from external aggression. And an African man will continue to cry, oh, French, oh, when slavery was there, oh, slavery was your problem. When colonization was there, slavery ended. Oh, colonization is your problem. When independence came again, oh, the white neocolonialism. That's how you'll be crying until you die. My friend, let us grow up. We are an independent country and we should take responsibility for whatever we're doing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ikolola.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Maziovier, you're next.
I don't like when Rudolph wear blue and tie. It's always appear very wicked. How can you bring a man of so many life and so many characters? We just ask one question. I'll go ask one and a half. Let me not go into praise and alcohol lady. I know you will receive a lot of that. Now, as a professional actor, if you are to act in Nnamdi Kanu, to play Nnamdi Kanu, what will you portray him as? But now, my question will go to the obedience side. You were making case for Nollywood when Rudolph asked you the question and what do you think of Nollywood? You were full of, from your expression, you were so proud of what you guys achieved in the space of 30 years. But you follow that defense by saying how you guys lost the future, because that's the future, to Amazon, to Netflix and all that. And I could see the disappointment in your face. That's now led me to the obedient question. You guys entered the obedient movement about eight months after losing the major election, which is the presidential election. I don't see any deliberate attempt to institutionalize it in our polytechnics, in our college of university, in our universities, or in our market square. I don't see any deliberate attempt to that. Is it lack of ideology, or it is the lack of what I accuse the Nigerian elite for, to which you belong in two dimensions as a politician and as an actor? Lack of vision and greed. Is that what is playing out again in the obedience space? Like just as you lost the future of the Nollywood industry to the external factor.
All right, thank you.
And the Kano, what would you put Kano as an actor? That's just the
as an actor, I want to use my talent to portray Kenneth Okonkwo in any film I want to do.
That's a political answer. I like that.
Then, then the next question you did, I didn't say we're losing to Amazon. I said we must align with Amazon. I was just using it as a philosophical guide to show that we have to change our tune to the prevailing technological advancement so that we can remain relevant. Because the manual way of distribution is giving way for the technological and the electronic way of distribution. So I was actually saying that we should align. We have our own indigenous, technological, marketing outfits that are coming on online. So I was talking about alignment and changing, not losing it to. Amazon is recruiting some of our movies in its platform, which is commendable. The world is now a global village, and everybody must tune in to that global arena. So that's, by the way, the obedient movement is an organic movement. There is no one person in charge of it. They are in charge of themselves. It came up on its own, and everybody evolved with his own interests. So you cannot dictate to the obedient family worldwide on what they would do. It's not a political party. So because it evolved organically, you have to be patient with it to continue evolving until it is harnessed in a particular way and form a structure. It is a movement you cannot break into. And you talked about ideology. Ideology is what is actually sustaining that movement, not human being. The ideology of a new Nigeria. The idea of a third force has always been muted, but they've not found a compass. So that they saw in P2B, and that is why you saw them now galvanized. In 2019, they wanted that third force on them, but they couldn't find a mentor. In 2023, that mentor emerged in P2B, a man they can relate with, a man that they saw is a man of character, competence, and capacity. So immediately they saw the man, they were able to articulate that ideology around him. So it is not fading. The thing is that I would want you to withdraw the word that we lost election. No. INEC did not declare us winners. Till today, as I'm talking to you, INEC has not produced polling unit by polling unit result of that presidential election as required by law. And I'm talking about section 62 of the Electoral Act. When we went to court in the Court of Appeal, 3 orders were given for them to allow us to inspect those machines. They did not obey any. They rather went to the same court to get an order to reconfigure beavers, giving the excuse that they want to conduct a governor's election. So the issue here is that the honest truth is that whoever tells you this person won that election is a conjecture. because the INEC itself has not produced results to show the world. They just came and announced result. If you were writing a mathematics examination and they ask you a question and you go straight to quote the answer, they will tell you stole it. You must give the formula. Each formula has its own mark before you go to quote answer. So this INEC just woke up by 4:30 a.m. one day and quoted an answer. Till today, I don't know where they got the answer. Tell us now where you got the answer. They say they had technical glitch. If you had technical glitch, then technical glitch has glitched the election. Organize another one. And you just came and just announced a result that will continue to haunt them forever. So that's actually what happened. We did not lose that election, but INEC did not declare us winners.
All right, thank you, Maaziovi. You reminded me of a question that I asked the party chairman, the party chairman, when he came here. Dr. Kenneth, we asked him about your own agents' results, the ones that your agents submitted to the party. And he said that you got about 60% of agents returning their polling units results. And we said, can we see that? Did you tabulate that? Did you make it public? And he said he will make it, let us know, make it public. We haven't heard from him. Wanted to know if you know about any effort to put it together.
Well, I was a member of the legal team, and I can tell you categorically that even from the results uploaded in IREF portal, we won Benue State, we won Rivers State. I'm talking about the results INEC uploaded in IREF portal, and we calculated it, and we presented it as part of the things we came to court with. Yet they said any evidence you got through stopping witness is not admissible. That was how they killed it. So even if you have those things, they would have found a way to kill it.
No, I'm not talking about the court now. I'm talking about public opinion.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
Now, most of those results were mutilated. When you talk about the agency something, let me tell you, when they want to give that agency something, they don't write it differently. They carbonate it. And you can imagine about 18 political parties. So at times, before you get the one that is on the bottom, it might be faint. You won't see anything. In any case, the law did not say that the mere fact that agents are allowed to be in the party ground, in the polling unit ground, it did not exonerate INEC from presenting the evidence which the law say they must present. Good. Now, the law recognizes that it's not every party that can or will be able to sponsor agents in 176 polling units. That is why the law did not make it compulsory on political parties to have agents in every polling unit. If you go to the law, they will say may. And if you don't have any agent, it does not nullify the election. Because the law recognizes. So it is INEC that conducts elections. It is the duty of INEC to conduct free, fair, credible, and verifiable elections. They don't have any excuse. And the mere fact that a party has or does not have any agent copy should have nothing to do with free, fair election. In America, I don't even remember whether they talk about parties having copies. So it's ridiculous. I don't even want us to push our electoral system to that side, because like I told you, most of these agents' copies, even by nature, they are faint. So nothing should relieve INEC of the duty to do what they are supposed to do in law.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Alaba, you're next.
Oh, yes. I don't know what I would do with all these Okonkwas all over my life. First, correct me if I'm wrong, Rudolph Okonkwo. Living in bondage, Kenneth Okonkwo. Things for, can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Things fall apart. Baba Okonkwo, no longer Ati's grandson Okonkwo. I tire for this Okonkwo. Mr. Okonkwo, for the purpose of today's question, I would have to give you a background. Please excuse me with my background. And I would address you the same way Reagan addressed Gorbachev. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. So when you hear me go, Mr. Okonkwo, there's a phrase coming behind it. But I got to give you a background first. First of all, I don't like to come here or listen to people who come to regurgitate our problems. We all know our problems. Our problems are worse than apartheid. Our pragmatic reality is that the country is gone and every aspect of our country is rotting. Apartheid is even more stricter than our current policy. But our current problem, impunity, bigmanism, feudalism, animal farm, born to rule, some are even more equal than others. All of these are self-induced, you see. It's like a cancer or the Warren-Barr disease. It's desirable, as deadly as it is desirable by everyone. Everybody wants to be this big man. They want to be a Tinubu. They want to be a Fashola. They want to be a big man. And it is invisible because it is connected to our livelihood. Now, Mr. Okonkwo, shouting will not achieve anything. We are all guilty and fall short of the glory of a nation because we are complicit in this Nigerian crime, whether we agree or not. We cooperate, we appease it, we wrongly diagnose it, and we don't evaluate our pragmatic reality correctly. We have a dead conscience, so we are complicit. Now, to my question, you're saying that, well, first of all, Mr. Okonkwo, party politics has failed Nigeria. Party politics cannot win for two reasons. One, it lacks ideology, and two, the rules of engagement are rigged. So you just said from your speech a few minutes ago, talking to Rudolph, that the people are helpless. The people are hopeless. I agree with you, but it is the job of the elites to give hope to the people and to grant help. So we are not doing that currently. We are wasting a crisis because hope is not a plan. True messages is not the same as propaganda. We cannot connect. We have to connect with stakeholders, invest in the media houses, and then communicate vital information to our people to give them hope and help. We have to recruit. We have to pick the best ideology, and we cannot continue. We have to pick an ideology like we cannot continue like this. We need a new Nigeria and sell this to the people. That way, with the help of technology, we consistently put our numbers of those, a few good men who joined this movement. It should be a movement, not a party thing, where on a day we reach 6 million, we announce it. We raise it to 10 million, we announce it. When we get to 40 million, we have reached a critical number to act. So you speak well, you talk well, you say the right thing, but unless we act right, there's no way we are going in this country. Now, all right. By now, the Labour Party is not an opposition party. It lacks ideology. The party wrangling like the Abures and the Arabambis issues are all distraction to the real cancer that is killing us in that country. Yes, you might point fingers at the Tinumbus, but we are all like the Tinumbus. We are like the Babangidas. And no matter how rich we are, as we have just seen with NEPA taking your light over there, no matter how rich Nigerians are, it's still like pouring perfume on a pig. So we all have to come together on a round table and address this problem. The likes of you, the likes of Ati. I'm going to my question, Rudolph. The likes of Obi, the likes of Mayegu. You take this message to Obi. We have to come together and address this power issue, because you cannot have a revolution unless you have power, and you cannot have a revolution, a power without a revolution of the mind. So what are you people doing in an attempt to recruit to the purpose of regenerating Nigeria? Not all this finger pointing and wriggling, wongling, muzzle speaking and shouting. Mr. Okonkwo, shouting cannot achieve anything. My question is, are we wasting a crisis? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alaba. But next time anybody I called on, you have to care about other people. We are running out of time and our guest has to leave. So we want to give them a chance to get the award in. Go ahead, Dr. Okonkwo.
Well, let me say that I agree substantially with what he's saying. And if he heard me from beginning, I told him that people should stop pointing fingers at others as being part of their problem. Nigerian problem was created and caused by Nigerians, and we should take responsibility. I say we are hopeless and helpless because even if you give these people the advice, they will not take it. I am not the kind of person that comes to shout. I told you, I don't play politics with policies, because if Nigeria is working, we all work. I want any regime to work, whether it is my own support or not. Because, okay, look at this light now. If this regime has made light now 24 hours, I won't be going what I'm going through. I am not enjoying it. I must allow my aides to relax at least, even if it's one day. And Sunday is the best time to do it. But then, when you tell them that, look, without electricity, you're running around spending our dollars saying you want to chase investors, what are they coming to do? You don't have electricity, you have to power it with either diesel or petrol. And then you're selling it to them at almost 1,000 naira per liter and 1,200 per liter of diesel. It's not sustainable. That's why I say we are hopeless and we are helpless. And even when you advise them, they will not take it. So I agree with you. The only thing the opposition does is to shout. Sorry. You don't have the army, you don't have the police, you don't have anything. So you have your say. Your say is the only thing that you have. But it has to be constructive. When you point out the problem, you should be able to recommend solution. When I pointed out the problem that they should not remove subsidy, I told them, go and repair your refineries. Make sure the supply is sufficient. Then make sure there is no monopolist. In other words, break the monopoly of NNPC. License modular refineries. The mere fact that you say you are destroying the refineries of Nigerians show that there are a lot of people that can produce refined crude in Nigeria. Why destroy them? Encourage them to come out. License them. We don't have problem of fake fuel in the market, meaning what they are refining is original. So this country destroys even the little it has when it has none. So what I'm saying is that not just that I will point out the problem, as a trained business administrator, I will proffer solutions. In the issue of the dual foreign exchange, I said no, sustain the value that you want, then make policies to suit it. How? Ban importation of some luxurious items. You know what this government did? Even the one that Buhari banned, they lifted it, including toothpick. You can import toothpick and the government will give you foreign exchange to import it. Is that not shameful? How would you survive by that? So my brother, the truth is that I agree with you that Nigeria has failed. That's just the truth. That's why I told somebody that God has to come to our rescue one way or the other. And that way, I don't know. If we continue like this in the election, 2027 election, there will be no election. They will write the results in the state houses and give to you. It happened in Kogi. It happened in Imo State. They call it pre-filled results. They just sat down, write the results in advance, give it to the polling unit presiding officers, and they transmit it through IREV. And you can see obvious manipulation, even in the IREV. So it has come to a level where hopelessness has set in. What we have now is renewed hopelessness. And when you get to that level, it's only God that can help you. That's the truth.
All right. Thank you. Eagles Air, please go straight to your question. I'm worried about time. There are questions on the comments. We have to make sure we get to a few of them before our guest leaves. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rudolph Okonkwo and Kenneth Okonkwo, the only man that added living in bondage, while Nigeria is living in bondage right now. So I want to ask a question. Yes, he added living in bondage. Right now, Nigeria is living in bondage. So I want to ask a question. The question I want to ask you, first of all, good morning, everyone in the panel from India. I'm all the way from India right now. So I want to ask this question. There is a application that Labour Party created during time of election period. There's an application they created that time that they want to use to organize all the obedient movement and all the rest of them, that they are going to make use of it that period of time. And when I heard about that application, I thought that the Labour Party wanted to use it to make sure that all the polling agents will use it to transmit their result direct to the Labour Party, so that they'll be able to get every information they needed, so that it will be easy for them to make it. But at the end of the day, I don't know how the application dies off. I don't know what happened to the application. Also, what is Labour Party doing concerning the insults they did to Labour Party chairman Julius Abure? What exactly happened to him? What is the movement of Labour Party right now concerning the insult the Labour Party chairman received? And what the PRO of police of Edo State called him a factional leader? Thank you.
Well, as you can see now, the Court of Appeal has ended that controversy. I've always believed that they were political charlatans bought to destabilize Labour Party, and I've been proved right all the way, because they didn't have any legal grounds to even do what they're doing. But when the system gives them the air and the oxygen, they will start breathing, even when they were on life support. So now that the judiciary has come up with the judgment, the life support has been pulled away from their nose, and they have died naturally. They have even acknowledged that they are dead. Now, I do not have any problem. We cannot be talking about rule of law party, and we will be a party that will shield anybody that is involved in any criminal activity. So if Abure is involved in any criminal activity, let the due process of law be meted out against him. But trying to waylay him, to ambush him, just for the sake of getting to Labour Party, is unacceptable. So I've talked on it. The Edo PRO displayed incompetence and he displayed partisanship. And that's not the way police people work. By now, in Senna crimes, he should be somewhere in the backyard, not being seen again as a police officer. Talk more of being a PRO. How can a police officer be talking like that, factional national chairman? From where did he get? Okay, now that the court has settled it, what would he say? Now, why were you waiting for Abure to come to organize an election before you pick him up? Why? When the complaint was given to you months ago, why didn't you arrest him long time ago? So these things, for me, they are politically motivated. And you can see it. If you are in America, you will understand that even close to the election, they suspend all prosecutions so that it doesn't appear as if it is election interference. And this is 2 days to an important election, and you're arresting a national chairman in such a degrading form. They offended Section 34 of the Constitution. They offended Section 35 of the Constitution and did everything wrong. So the PRO displayed a lot of partisanship, and I condemned it, and I'm still condemning it. I believe that it is a political hit job, and it shouldn't repeat itself. But when you're in politics in Nigeria, you just have to know that such a thing, happens. The opposition is always in a very critical situation.
All right. Thank you so much.
What about that application? The application created by Labour Party.
Well, the app, is it not what you receive from INEC that you will feed into it? If INEC does not release, what are you going to feed into it? So it is just like an app meant to help you in order to broadcast what INEC, has uploaded. So INEC is the only institution authorized to upload results. So even if you take your own copy, which may be faint, and upload, and INEC upload another one, they will tell you to go to court. So the issue here is that once INEC does not do the right thing, there is nothing that app can afford you. That app was created when we thought that INEC was actually going to do the right thing. Remember, INEC conducted good election in Edo State that brought Obaseki. In Ondo State that brought Aketi, the late Aketi. So they used it in Anambra State, these 3 states, before the 2023 election. And they used it to make the people to have confidence that they were going to do the right thing. But then they came in and failed. Everybody was taken unawares. So there is nothing the app can do for you if INEC does not do the right thing. That's why I'm telling people that let us focus on INEC. Otherwise, our secondary inventions cannot help us because it is dependent on the primary attitude of INEC.
All right, thank you, Eagles. For the next, we've exhausted the time. This is 2 hours. Whatever time we have is extra time now. I don't know how long our guests will stay. So if you ask more than one question, I will remove you and your question will not be answered. I really care about people who are here, people who are waiting, and I want to give them a chance. So Prince, answer Prince.
Now, is it, are we in extra time or injury time?
Injury time. Injury time. So I'm worried about, I want to be fair to people who are waiting. So one question only.
All right. Let's make it that by 8, we are done.
Okay. All right. We have extra time now. But one question still. Maybe Prince, go ahead.
Dr. Rudolph, good morning. And Barrister Kenneth Okonkwo, good morning. I know whenever it comes to my time, that's when the rule changes. That's when it changes. However, I'm not going to ask any question. I'm only going to praise you, throw encomiums on you. Keep up the good work. I'm a very, very ardent follower of yours. I follow you, on all social media. And all I can say is just keep up the good work. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Right? I surprised you, right?
Thank you so much. Let me use your time to pick a question from the comments before we continue on the people here. There's a question about accounting for the money raised by Labour Party. I know that it's been coming up and it's been an issue. I don't know if you are aware of where that stands. Has there been a published account, audited account?
Yes, there has been a published account, audited.
Okay. All right. Let's go to KJ. KJ, you're next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo, thank you so much. Also, I am one of those who got into the media because of living in bondage. Yes, I became, we had a video camera lying somewhere in the house, and after Kenneth Okonkwo's production of that Living in Bondage, I decided to become a cameraman. So that was what brought me into it, and eventually became, part of the profession I've lived.
Where are you from?
I'm from Abia State.
Okay.
All right. So, so I've listened to you. It was quite educative, entertaining, and every other thing that goes with entertainment, came with all your answers and your in this interview. So I quite enjoyed it. I enjoyed listening to you. And I want to praise you, like just my last speaker. I want to say all that you have done well. Like Igbos have a proverb. When you ask coach, so you do very well. And we like the way you have also come out to defend both the opposition, the Labour Party, the politics. Your presentation so far, because I follow most of your interviews. Now, the only place where me and you may probably disagree a bit is on the issue of Nigeria. One person who I still ask the question: do you think, and that's maybe my question for you today, because I don't really have any question for you based on all that you've said and done. And I like the way you also been able to distinguish yourself. And maybe two questions, just very briefly.
One.
Take him down. He said he doesn't have a question, and
now,
nowhere.
Just one, KJ. All right, nature has helped us, froze him out, not us. KJ, you can come back again and you ask your question. If you try to ask two questions, nature will help us freeze you. To be honest.
Hello, sir. I would like to go straight. I think you've had enough greetings and econyms put out to you. I'm going to come from a different angle from my training, and from what we've seen so far with the APC, with the MO. I do not think the way we're approaching 2027 will work. Number one, let's just call it spade a spade. We don't have a judiciary. These people are even going to surprise us more in 2027. Tinubu obviously is sort of grooming his two boys to take over with the criminal gang, because I call them a criminal organization, APC. He just a total. And if you're dealing with people that are civil and understand the rule of law, is a different thing. But this APC people have shown themselves to be a well-organized criminal organization. My hope is something dynamic, something kinetic happens to unseat them. But then again, let me move my attention to the Labour Party. Do you think the Labour Party, because I believe there are some criminal elements within the Labour Party that is trying to unsettle, it's all the distraction that I see now, it's trying to unsettle the Labour Party and cast aspersion on our principle. I personally, what I'll be saying to Mr. Peter Obi, if I see him, is I will tell him respectfully, sir, if you could consider leaving the Labour Party and start organically a new movement, because the Labour Party is corrupt. Come 2027, they are going to use the people within to destabilize and cause a lot of confusion. That's my observation. So I don't. The other things I want to say, but with time, yeah.
Okay. Well, like I said, we are in Nigeria, and I cannot vouch for any organization within Nigeria to be free from the environmental influence that is called Nigeria. I would not want to accept the fact that Labour Party is corrupt, but I would accept the fact that I cannot exonerate everybody in Labour Party, just as I cannot in any organization in Nigeria. So we've been able to do things right as a party since Peter Obi came in. But whatever individuals do that is criminally culpable, they should take responsibility. So I agree with you. The nation is in a flux. We do not have provision for independent candidates in our constitution. So you must have a political party. So if you can salvage the one you have and make it to be what you want it to be, why not?
Well, surely it's not rocket science to set up one now. 2027 is not too long for us to set up something.
And if that virus reaches that one, then you set another one up. You set another one up. Or are you going to import people from the moon? So what I'm saying is that the first option should not be running to set up parties. The first option should be to identify the virus and the bacteria that infect such ones and neutralize them. Because if you don't, look at what is happening in Nigeria. They set up ICPC. It was not working. They went and set up EFCC. The same virus. Now you have bloated bureaucracy and nothing is still working. They're not talking about shrinking. So you see, my first choice is identify the virus and the bacteria and give them the medication that will destroy them and see whether you can salvage that institution. If it becomes unsalvageable, why not? Just like as human beings die, you allow it to die and then you give birth to a new child. But if you don't destroy that virus and bacteria, it will infect the new one and the whole idea be defeated.
All right, Tone, thank you so much. Let's leave it at that. Let's go to the flagship.
Yes, KJ. Okay, KJ is back.
KJ is back. Okay, KJ. Let me. KJ, go ahead.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Not repeating. Guys,
thank you, Dr. Okonkwo, for saving me from Rudolph. Yes, I wanted to ask. You have done so very well. Is that everything you have done, as an individual, you have been so successful? Because we don't know much of your background, but we know when it came to limelight, everything you have done has turned out to be, it's like a mother's touch. So what is responsible for the mother's touch that you have as an individual? Secondly, I don't like, I have a bit of problem. Do you think Nigeria is redeemable, by your own observation? Thank you. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Good. Well, the Midas touch you're talking about, I did living in bondage at the age of 24. And prior to that, I was in school and still had one of the best grades in the university. University of Nigeria gave me a certificate for academic excellence. And that was before I came in to become an actor. I think it's because from the one, I have a sense of shame and I do not like defeat. And so I built a sense of responsibility. And then I believe in God a lot. And then I believe that you should, as you're praying, you should work hard. So I believe in hard work. I believe in honesty and sincerity. And one thing about honesty and sincerity is that you cannot be telling others the truth and be telling yourself a lie. So when you are doing the wrong thing, you'll be honest with yourself to know this cannot take me anywhere. Because to thine own self be true. You can't give what you don't have. So the way I am honest with you is the way I'm honest with myself. I know my weak points and I run away from it. I tell myself the truth. So when I mess up, I'll tell myself, boy, you messed up. So it's not because I am free from mistakes, but you don't see me making the same mistakes twice. And once you don't repeat your mistakes, people think you don't make at all. So the issue here is that what I believe in life, I'm a perfectionist. I do not believe in coming second. I believe that the only position you should aspire for is first. And I believe every human being has what it takes to be number one, because you don't have two heads. I believe that if you have 30 members in a class, 30 of them can come first. So, when you propel your mind to the propensity of excellence, you can only be successful. Let there be moderation in your life. Even virtue should have its own limits. Do the right thing at the right time. There is time for everything. When you're supposed to be playing and you're reading, you won't come out a successful person. I am telling you, when I became an actor, it was not the spirit of academics, it's the spirit of entertainment in me. But it couldn't have come out the way it came out if there was no academics inside of you. So knowledge is the charisma with which, knowledge is the ingredient with which charisma is built. So you have to work for the knowledge and you have to be charismatic and you have to have grace of God. So I think that the only thing you know about me is what I know about myself, because the first success I hit was public. And once you go that public, there's nothing you will do again that will not be in the public clear. I am not in any way perfect. I'm not in any way a saint. There are still things I would want to change in my life.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, KJ. Flagship.
Yeah. And for what you said about Nigeria, I will be wrong to myself as a preacher of the gospel to say that it is over. And the only reason is because I have seen a dead womb bear a child. So because I still believe in miracle, there is something historically I have seen about Nigeria. And I'm waxing theological this time. Whenever Nigeria comes to a head where it appears that there's no solution, something will happen. Maybe unexpected, maybe expected. We've passed through queues. We survived. We passed through civil war. We survived. We passed through cancellation of June 12th. There was a time after that cancellation, it was as if we can't come out of this. Now we're heading towards disintegration. I was in Nigeria all through. One way, within a space of 30 days, or thereabout, or 40 days, we survived. Something happened. Whether it was contemplated or not, I don't know. So I believe that when every other thing fails, and that, like I said, I'm waxing theological this time, God will come in and do something. And I believe that soon, God will do the one that will make him God. So that's just my belief. I do not think as an Igbo man, I would prefer a smaller territory to a bigger territory, because I have what it takes to compete with any human being in any part of the world. So why would I accept a smaller territory for a bigger territory? Is it because I can't compete? Why? Why would I run away and go back to a smaller territory when they told my forefathers that no, you cannot go to your smaller territory? We are now Nigeria and we are Nigerians, and it will be good for all of us. And in fairness, it is good and better for all of us to be one Nigeria. Nigeria is the only hope for the black man. Look at what's happening in Haiti. Look at what is happening in this and that. If there is no country that is powerful enough to safeguard the interest of the black man, it's going to affect every black man on earth. Nigeria is the hope of Africa, the most populous nation in Black Africa, the largest economy in Africa, the most populous black nation on earth. So Nigeria has a lot. And if you take away the Igbo in Nigeria, I'm sorry, Nigeria will never be the same. The Igbo man is the best gift for Nigeria, and Nigeria is the best land for the Igbo man.
All right. Thank you so much. Flagship, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and good afternoon. Good afternoon to our esteemed guest, in my opinion, Barrister Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo. It's actually a great privilege speaking with you today. I won't want to take time to go back to all that I have to say, but it's pretty encouraging and amazing to me to see someone like you who has reinvented himself over time and has always excelled in everything that you put your hands on to do. It gives me hope about our country, homeland, Nigeria, to know that there is still a chance to make things better. You have touched on my questions briefly from two questions that were asked in the past. And I would come up this way in a few seconds. Nigeria, our great land, has never been blessed with great and good leadership since its inception. And even up until the time when we transitioned into democratic form of government, it's always gone down since then. It seemed like the crop of leaders that we get don't understand what leadership really is. Fast forward to now, we've been blessed and privileged to have someone who seem to have an idea of what true leadership is. 2023 came February, and we all know what happened. He's currently in a party that seemed to lack leadership as well. Thank God for the judgment that was just recently given with reference to Aburi. Here's my question and maybe comment. Peter Obi has demonstrated leadership to a great extent since the election started and even after the election. Isn't it time for him and Dr. Dati to take this leadership quality that they have, which is exceptional, and take it within the Labour Party and try to fish out that virus, like you rightly said, which I agree with. A new party is not the option because it will also be subjected to the infestation of this virus. Can they apply this leadership skill that they have in the Labour Party to fix and restructure the party as soon as possible to get it ready for 2027? Because it's just right around the corner. We may think it's 3 years away, but really there's no time. So can both of them apply this skill that they have that we seem to find rare in Nigeria and get the Labour Party ready for 2027 to give us another fighting chance? Thank you.
Right. They have what it takes to do that. And like I said, if an institution does not want to receive the medication to neutralize the virus and bacteria, then the only choice you have is to allow them to die, to be killed by that. Then you now have a new baby. So at least they have a choice now. So I believe they have what it takes to cure the Labour Party. Then if the sickness or anything becomes terminal, you allow it to die and then you go for a new baby. So, but my own opinion is that Labour Party is still the best amongst all the other parties. And I know that they will harness what they should. I'm not making promises because they came into Labour Party and they met some people. So if they meet too much opposition, they will take the right decision. But I want to believe that the people in Labour Party should be amenable to whatever they want to decide, because their presence or absence is going to affect Labour Party one way or the other.
All right, thank you, Flagship. We'll take 4 more questions. Those are in the studio from Forefathers, Pansat, John Abba, and Man of Presi. Just your question. And let me tell viewers at home, everybody watching, that P2B is coming on this platform in few weeks. Sometime it's and also Aisha Yusufu is coming on next month. So if you can't exhaust all the questions for Labour Party on Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo. So there are more Labour Party people coming here. We are trying to get the PDP people to also come. I don't know about APC. They are not responding to me. But if we get them, they will also come. So don't feel bad if we don't get to you. I know a lot of people trying to ask questions on the comment section. So we just take the 4 people here. Just your questions, please. Forefathers, you're next.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel, and special greetings to Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo. Thank you for joining us here. And,
I'm looking at the Forefathers again. I thought it would be the oldest, but it looks like the youngest. Even Dada head.
Dada, no. So sorry, I'm not at my best. I'm not feeling very well, but I think I wanted to start with the question that Okalala asked, and you said something about us taking responsibility, ultimate responsibility for our own distinct affairs, which is true. But that said, there are multi-dimensional approaches to everything. Multiple things can be true at the same time. If you have a problem, you have to recognize that problem. Otherwise, your people would not recognize it. And if there are forces out there that we are up against, you have to let your people know. If your people are not aware, they walk around like headless chickens and they are vulnerable constantly. Every nation defines themselves according to the threats that they face. And I fear that we as a people, our threat assessment has completely broken. And when you it kind of shut him down for asking a question about the effect that the West had on our elections. In a way, you are doing similar stuff by shutting that avenue down for us to recognize that there are actors here. It doesn't mean we are still not ultimately responsible for our fate, but you have to alert our people to potential dangers that we face out there. And this is one of the biggest problems in what I find in Nigeria. We think we can outsmart people by somehow pretending as if they don't exist. We have to define people according to the danger they pose to us, because even America defines itself against Russia and against other people. China, the same thing. Any people that want to emerge have to recognize the dangers, and everybody has to be signed on to it. And what I fear is that Nigerians are completely asleep. Fela sang about this type of problem a long time ago, saying that they freed us, but we not freed our minds. And for some reason, we seem to feel as if we are afraid to call things for what they truly are. And if we keep doing that, we are passing a kind of greater sacrifice to the next generation to have to make that sacrifice and call these things out for what they truly are before we can truly be free. You talked about this in the religion earlier on. I'm sure you are very much aware. Even Israel, when they left Egypt and they saw the land of the promised land, because of lack of courage, they were sent into the wilderness for 40 years. Sooner or later, you have to confront the challenges that we face. And because of this, our weakness, our people have suffered all over the world, and you spelled it out perfectly well. And what is missing is our ability to decloak ourselves of the final, a kind of charade, to actually call things out for what they are, so that our people can actually deal with these problems. And when they see their leaders betraying them, they can tell. Okay, look at now. You said Tinubu and the government have run out of ideas. I don't think they've run out of ideas. They are doing exactly what they were meant to do. Keep our country strong enough not to collapse and weak enough never to develop. They are completely destroying our future. Every single time I watch them, the pattern remains the same. And everything you describe is exactly what that is meant to do. Now, the question I want to ask is, if you got into office strategically, because strategically we have not changed position since 1960. We are just as weak as we are in 1960 to today. Maybe economy change here and there, but in that our ability to define our destiny, we haven't changed anything. People can come tomorrow and just roll us over and say we should become slave or whatever they want to do with us again. They can decide that. So what is your own strategy to get us out of the position we are in strategically? Like, let me give you an example. Look at what the 3 Sahel nations did. They formed a defense pact to be able to be stronger, and they pull out of ECOWAS, and even ECOWAS had to call them back now with bribing them and all the rest. What is your own strategy to get us from where we are right now to a place where we can actually represent ourselves in the world freely and also secure the black race? Because you said it yourself, we have about 1.3 to 1.4 billion black people in this world, and there is nobody representing them. So do you have any strategy to get us to that position? How do you position Nigeria to get us to a position where we can determine our destiny? Thank you.
All right. You are subscribing to another person's idea because you don't have any idea of your own. So the only reason they are taking the ideas of the West is because they are bereft of their own idea. The West did not come to start taking out our leaders after independence. They used our brothers to take out our leaders. Why I'm saying this is that I understand what you're saying, and I am pointing it out. But once you outsource the problem to them, it will never have solution. I said it is permanent. A nation's interest, strategic interest, is permanent, and they will go to any length to continue to perpetuate it. So it is not the duty of the America to save you. It is the duty of the America to save their own interest. And if their own interest is destabilizing you, you cannot blame them for doing what will be good for their people. That is why I'm saying, why don't you grow up? Nigeria has been independent now for going to more than 60 years. And then you're still saying it's the foreigners that is your problem. Okay, your practice parliamentary system, you failed. You've practiced presidential system, you failed. Because the Second Republic failed. Americans, they are still practicing presidential system. They are the most powerful nation on earth. Britain never wanted America to be independent. They fought for it like any other African country. They declared their independence. They held forth their powers. And the British are now collaborating with them. So when you become powerful and reject slavery and subordination, they will come and collaborate with you because they need you. So I am not wishing it away. I am saying that we must take our destiny in our hand. Look at Saudi Arabia. Look at the way it's going. They are buying every footballer in order to develop their own team. Do you think the West like it? But the West must accept it. Why not you? We were sending aids to UAE. Now, they've even stopped giving us visa to come to their country. So the issue here is, if you don't say I am, nobody will say thou art. We have to stop pointing fingers. Why? It will continue forever. Forget it. It will.
But the Americans point fingers. Everybody, you have to let your people know dangers out there. If you see a snake, you don't tell your child, oh, ignore it.
Good.
You are responsible for it. You have to tell your child that snake is dangerous.
Good. You are the one who is not telling them the problem. I am telling them the problem, but I am also telling them the solution. Good. I started telling you that Russia is a problem to America, but America confronts them every day. Good. I made that analogy. So I said, yes, they are a problem because they are fighting for their strategic interest. It is our duty to confront it and end it. Good. If you are expecting them to bring the solution to you, then you will be in that eternal problem. So that's why I'm telling you that it is your duty to take off their legs on your neck. Because if they need to keep it, is serving their interest, it will be there. So how can you be looking for solution from the hand of your oppressor?
No, I'm not looking for solution from them. I'm saying that we should let our people.
Forefathers, I'm sorry. We really have to care about other people. We're running out of time. I can arrange a different conversation. I'm sorry, forefathers. Let's go to other people.
The people already know. So we are not going to tell them that. I mean, in the Francophone countries, you can see how they take the uranium and they are giving them nothing for it. In Nigeria, most of our solid minerals, they don't even know who come to mine them. Look at our oil. You have your 4 refineries, it's not working. It is helping some people who are outside the country. So how would they come to help you to repair the refineries when they know that you, the corrupt ones, do not want it to be repaired because you, the corrupt ones, are gaining from it? So people are paying subsidy when they are not importing anything. That's corruption. It's because the refineries are not working. If the refineries work and they are no longer importing, that corrupt money will not be paid. So how do you blame the foreigners for taking advantage of that when it is your people that are doing it? These things are there, but accept it that it is not the foreigners, it is us that are the problem.
All right, thank you. Let's go to man of prestige. Jonas.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Okonkwo, for coming to this platform. It's nice to see you. So I'm going to go straight to my question. I think Flagship has asked a little bit of what I was going to ask in reference to leadership. So my question, I'm just going to be direct to what I'm saying. Does P2B has the guardianship to lead Nigeria? Because I'm very much concerned about what's going on in Labour Party right now. The financial wrangling and everything, is very disheartening. So if we can't handle a party like Labour Party, can he lead Nigeria? So, I mean, you are very familiar with P2B. So can you enlighten us a little bit? I'm just concerned, okay? I'm a supporter of P2B, but he seems he's not taking the mantle by the horn and just make a decision and say this is this. So I'm concerned about that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, first of all, there's no wrangling in Labour Party about money. I know of allegation against some people about money, but there's no wrangling. There are no two people in Labour Party that are struggling for any money. But some people are alleging that some people misappropriated. These are two different things. Wrangling about money means that we are struggling for money. I'm not aware of that. But me alleging that a leader took money when he's not supposed to take money does not mean I am contesting the money with him. So that's one. There is no institution in the whole world, including in America, where you don't have allegations against people for corruption. I think last month, a senator was alleged to be piling up gold and money in America for what they believe that it was corrupt enrichment, for which he is going to go to court. And a high senator for that matter, a chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee for that matter. So you can't stop allegation. Ironically, none has been proved against him. And again, this is a party affair. This is not a governmental affair. So bringing P2B is like saying you want a dictator who will sit down in his house and dictate to the party what they should do. So these things evolve. As P2B continues to be the leader of the party, you will see the party transforming to reflect his character. P2B entered Labour Party almost like a month or 2 months before the election. So these things do take time. And we've not spent 1 year. P2B had not been in Labour Party for any convention. No convention has held since he came to Labour Party. So these things, as they keep coming, things will keep falling in shape. For now, Labour Party is the healthiest among the three parties. In Edo State, APC trumped up 3 candidates and they had to cancel the election in Edo, with the godfather in Edo supporting the candidate they declared winner. And the APC as a party had congratulated the winner in that first one, but they cancelled it and had to do another one. PDP, the same thing. You saw the deputy governor, declaring himself winner in one faction and another winner in another faction. Labour Party is still the only party that organized one election and produced one winner. Forget the other people that will sit down in their house and write any letter. So Labour Party is still the best. As a matter of fact, the worst of Labour Party is still the best, and is still better than the best of the other parties. Quote me.
All right. Thank you so much. Jonava, you're next. We're rounding up. Pansat will have the last question.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rudy, and thank you, Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo. We used to meet in Chopstick on Pebia Lane many years ago in that Chinese restaurant, but we are all old now when you used to act. My question to you, I just want to thank you.
I'm sure that time I have not become born again. That time, every nightclub in Ikeja, without no exception, we'll go from this place, we'll end up in Fela's shrine. Can't you thank God for my life?
You are still struggling. You're not perfect yet. Just joking. Yes.
We go to
Thank God for your life. And also thank you.
and they'll be telling us about there is the one was the one street for Lagos. I call her Moju Elegba. Then they never bought my house. All those things, you'll be enjoying it.
Yes. And
You will not
thank
smoke. You will not smoke Igbo, but before you leave Felashrine, you will be behaving like the person that smoked Igbo.
Yes, thank you so very much for what you do and your voice. You have spoke well of everything, and basically you have a knowledge of what is going on in the country and around the world. One of my thing with you is that you are a very forceful man. That is a good thing. I don't mean it in the wrong way. You go for whatever you want to get in life. Do you think Peter Obi should pick another vice if he have to run in 2027?
Now, that's a hypothetical question. A lot of things do happen along the line. And so I would be playing God for me to know what will happen in 2027. And then that is in our constitution. The choice of whoever is your running mate is an exclusive privilege of the presidential candidate. So thank God they say Peter Obi will be coming on this platform, the stand time. I would be a prophet to know what's going on in his mind. So please, when he comes here, remember to ask him that question.
Yeah, but my question to you, I'm not carrying twice. But another thing is that you are a very I think you went to Bible school. You are a clergyman, and you use in your own word many times about Nigerian. They failed church because that is where they get their hope from. Do you think that their religious being gullible is also affecting the way they do things and why the politicians and the elite are holding them hostage?
No, put it this way. Because of the hopelessness they're experiencing from their leaders, they are seeking solace in the church. These are two different things. People always think that it is because of our going to church that is our problem. No, it's because of our problems that is pushing us to the church. Let me tell you, every Nigerian would have had mental problem if not for church or mosque. I'm telling you. Can you imagine abroad if this level of hunger, distress comes upon them? All of them will kill. They will carry gun and kill everybody. Will kill everybody. But when you go to church and they will tell you, have hope, don't kill, don't commit suicide, this and that. You discover that that is the only last hope, because nothing is working. Nothing. No food, no water, no electricity, no fuel. Everything, nothing is working. Insecurity. You're afraid to go out to look for food. Farmers can't go to farm. So hopelessness. Then you come to a place where they're telling you, hoping against hope, still have hope. And they will cite Abraham for you. They will cite Sarah. So you now say, oh, even if all these things, they are not working, even if everything is dead, there can still be birth even from a dead womb. Such impossibilities will make you to at least be able to sleep and see a new day. So while we are thinking that the church is a problem, the church may just be a city of refuge. Things are hopeless in Nigeria. And if you want to take the church or mosque as a mental home, fine. But I'm telling you that Nigerians are not being churches because they want to use it as part of the problem. They are being churches because they want to use it as an escape route because nothing else is working.
All right. Before we go to the last question, I want to ask one question from the comments. That's somebody wanted to know if you are going to serve Enugu State in 2027. That is, if you are going to run for governor. That's my own understanding of that question. Are you going to serve Enugu State in 2027?
Being honest with you, what I want to focus now is securing the ground before looking for the mats. We have to have a Nigeria first before we talk about our own individual opinion and ambition. It's dying. I sleep now to think about
Right. I was happy that I asked that question, and our guest is Ansat. I'm very sorry to say that.
It's unacceptable, so we'll just have to wait till he gets back here.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. I think it's telling us that,
yeah, time
really,
is, yeah,
I know. So I do not sleep and think about my personal ambition now, because Nigeria is dying. If you are genuine that a new Nigeria is what you're looking for, that the interest of your country is what you're looking for, and everything is collapsing, insecurity is not abating, cost of living not abating, you can see how we are in darkness. Good. If this thing had not happened in your eyes, somebody will say the opposition wants to blackmail government. And if you know the billions of dollars that have been invested in electricity, you will know how hopeless our leaders have become. We have no business being close to poverty. So what is aching my mind now is, how can we get competent and men who have character and who have capacity to govern us? And when you distract yourself with your own personal ambition, it may be difficult for you to combine these things. Do you know, if I had been running for any office in 2023, people will say why I'm supporting Obi is because it will help me to win that office. Because the opposition will be there to water down what you want to fight for. So you don't give them too much rooms. I want a new Nigeria. I want men of competence, character, and capacity to be in power. I am in politics. We all should be in politics now, but we all cannot be in power at the same time. So I want us to secure the ground, secure Nigeria. When Nigeria is working, then I'll begin to think about, there is a lot of pressure on me to contest. Let me tell you, in the 2 occasions that I wanted to contest, immediately I saw that what they were doing, I didn't like it. I stepped down. So I've not run any election in Nigeria. Not one. So I have not failed. So let there be a favorable environment. I mean, if you don't want to rig election, and you know that if you go and contest for election, you will either rig or you will lose. If you don't want to lose and you don't want to rig, what will be your best option? To fight for free and fair election first before you go to contest. I am not power hungry. One of the reasons I entered politics is not for self-aggrandizement. God has blessed me enough. You know who I am without my entering politics. I couldn't have been entering politics to make a name. I am comfortable. I've never lobbied for any political office in my life. Not once. I've been in PDP, APC, I'm in Labour Party. I've never lobbied for any political office in my life. What for? That's not why I entered politics. I want to see Nigeria work. So basically, like I said, in 2027, the hands of God. But I would have a preference to see that Nigeria becomes a new Nigeria, to any personal ambition that I may have.
All right. Thank you so much. Last question, we go to Pansat, and he has...
okay, I thought that was the last question. What happened?
Oh, no, Pansat is the last. No, that wasn't the last one. Pansat is the last.
Over here.
Was there any padding? Was there any padding?
was no padding. So he's an elder, and we have to give him. We respect him a lot here, even though.
Okay, during that time there was a technical glitch. Was there anything small?
There was there's no Akpabio is not here. There's no Akpabio here. We didn't pad anything.
Okay.
No, the
let's
question
go.
was from the
on my
the
mood.
chat. I think that's what was confused.
Yeah.
About.
All right.
So welcome to our platform.
Thank you, sir.
I want to say, if you glance over the private session, you see me asking Rudolph, Mr. Okonkwo, the host, for a little bit more time, because we're plagued with some all kinds of stuff when we are on this platform regarding Peter Obi. I just wanted you to, I know you've been here a long time and you have commitments. If you would overrule him and give me like 2 or 3 more minutes so that we could flesh out some of these issues, right? Hold on, Rudolph. I'm asking him, he could overrule that. Can you, sir, give me a couple of more minutes to help things move along here? We have a lot of problems in the country. So I'm a Labour Party supporter and all that stuff, but my questions are going to be based on the facts. Basically, I'm going to be methodical. For those who are not on this platform, on this comment section, and those listening from Nigeria, there are some things that we need to ask you. You are most able to answer these questions, not only because of your eloquence and magniloquence, as a matter of fact, articulacy and all that, and then all the stuff that you laid a foundation for. You're a lawyer, you are an actor, acclaimed actor, and so many things, and a patriot. So please give us 2 or 3 more minutes. For me, 10, I'll begin. I haven't started yet. I'm just trying to, I'm asking for permission to.
So, Dr. Okonkwo, I told him no. I know him. He's one of our most prominent.
No, what I'm saying is, when he's saying 2 minutes, it's only him, isn't it?
Only him. Yeah. Only him.
Yeah, let him. He shouldn't have used the 2 minutes to ask for the 2 minutes. So just go straight.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, let me begin by saying that in Igbo language, we have a proverb that says, "Agwo emeghị nke o ji bụrụ agwọ, ụmụaka chịrị ya hie nkụ," right? It's good to be nice and to be hopeful here, the way you're describing Nigeria. But we have to face reality. There's been no other country where you have this intersection of the 2 traditions, Islamic tradition and the Western tradition. We'll call it Western, what we mean by the jurisprudence, anthropology, and all kinds of things, right? So nobody else has figured it out. In India, with Pakistan, they had a problem. They had to divide, and then India is run off to the races. So it's tantamount to saying to us, now I speak to you as a Biafran, right? As a Nigerian, as a Biafran. You cannot say to Israel, okay, hey, look, get along with Hamas, make a bigger country. It's almost, you cannot do it. Now, part of the problem, obviously, is from even though the Jews, they're no saints, but the problem is from the Islamic tradition. We have an Islamic problem in our country. It's not culture to say it. But when you come here as a lawyer, you know that we have the right to self-determination. Now, it's better if we're a unit. Even Africa as a whole should be one unit, integrate. Okay? But it's not easy to do. But we reserve the right for self-determination, according to the UN Charter and so many other. Even it's a right given to us by God himself. So for 64 years, we're in a country where we're marginalized, our people are getting killed. And their people are getting killed, which also concerns us, Northerners. A couple of days ago, we had almost 500. They go to secondary schools and they load up girls. But more maddening is that we had an election in 2023 that started off all the way back. In 2022, we had a electoral act that everybody worked hard to get this here. Now, I want to rush through this as a preamble so that then when I ask you the question, we'll be satisfied with it. I'm the last panelist here. So what I'm saying to you is that when you look at the election with the Electoral Act, you look at the clause 38 of INEC's own publication, showing how it's supposed to be done. You're supposed to upload it from that unit, from the polling unit right there, so that at least it will be credible, it will be live. I don't think we have to pass through that. In essence, we have to go back to that. You the same actors with Mahmoud as INEC, and you've been quite hostile towards INEC here, calling it the way it is. You're unhappy with it. But then what's supposed to change? If we have another election, as we did in Imo State, it's even worse. So I'm saying that it's futility, fruitless, pointless, worthless, ineffectual, go into another election knowing that the same thing is going to happen. It's credulous. It will be gullible, right? Dupeable. You'll be duped if you go to another election knowing that the same actors are going to do the same thing. So now with your eloquence, and of course, we know that Peter Obi is the best human being that Africa has produced, right? He's not a panacea. That's right. He's not the solution to everything, but he's better than Obama, for example. He's better than Nelson Mandela, and I've said it. Not because he's an Igbo man. This is a man who's humble. If I was given a couple of minutes, what I wanted to clear up, there are some things that are holding some people from all of us saying, okay, we got one good one here. Let's nurture it. Let's help him. I was going to ask you yes or no questions. As a lawyer, there are rumors about Peter Obi opening some accounts, depositing state funds here and there. I don't think it amounts to a hell of beans, because even looked in the scope, in that aperture of those critics, right? Even if he did those things, he's still far better than the rest of them. Like you said before, that your best, quote unquote, your worst is still better than the rest. So now, if Rudolph will give me a minute, I want to ask him yes or no questions on that. So those will be cleared up for those who really mean well, right? Maybe they say, okay, look, why should he deposit money here and there? I wanted to know, does Peter have any criminal records? Does he have clear up? Before I then ask my main question. Now, Rudolph, it will be unfair, right? If it be unfair, we have a man of this caliber here, and me, by the way, I'm nothing to sneeze at either, right? But I'm here to ask him a question. It's going to make for fascinating television for him to answer it. Don't be in a hurry right now. You let John Abba go on, and he had nothing to say. Let me just ask the question, then he'll end it for us, and okay, my wait would have been watered. Okay. So what I'm saying, with your facility, your persuasiveness, right, your diction, and everything that we all know. So with all that, I asked you a question about our right to self-determination as a Biafran, right? If you could make miracle happen, fine. But if they turned off that IREV, what the hell they call that machine they used in that election, right? If they turned it off with impunity, nothing happened. No, we have the right, God-given right, not UN even. We have that right from UN, but we have God-given right to succeed and actually defeat this country, this Nigeria. We tried it before. It didn't work because some actors, some allies who have not opened their eyes, they're too stupid to come and apologize and admit it, right? The Yorubas, they even South, right? They were wrong. All right, they should all fight with us to go after them. So my question to you is that without being afraid, right? Work, I conclude with this. The element of work is force times time. That's W equal to F times S. There has to be a displacement. There has to be force. If we do not displace these people, Muslims in the north, how are we supposed to go the same circle that we've gone for 64 years? Now, I like you. I like what your party is doing. I like your confidence. But don't tell me to go through this again only to end up what they normally do, which is what they're gonna do.
All right.
How do you resolve that?
Thank you, please.
And thank you for being here. You guys, you do what you have to do. If they don't respect you, then we're gonna have to bring democracy down there by force to take it back. That's my pledge to you. Thank you.
All right.
Sir.
I talked about virus and bacteria, and knocking them out is the best solution to treat an organism. Whoever tells you that Igbo people are free from the virus and bacteria of what is happening in Nigeria is telling you a lie. Now, when Peter Obi came in the first time to become governor, his election was rigged. Who rigged the election? Because somebody came out openly to say, I want to confess I was the one who rigged the election. It wasn't a Yoruba man, it wasn't a Northerner. Good. They went to courts. The people that gave him judgment in all the courts he went to, they were not Igbo men. So you see, you have to analyze the problem. The problem we have in Nigeria is not outside Yoruba, it's the elite class of all tribes and all religion. When you get to Israel, the analogy you made, there are more Christians in Palestine than there are in Israel. You have Arab Israelis who are Israelis. The problem is that you have an organization that is engrossed in their theological belief that they own the Palestinian land and that the Jews do not have the right to exist. These are two different things. If you have an election in Palestinian land, majority of the people will say they don't agree with that philosophy. But when people use the force of arm and take over power, they become the alter ego of the organization. So, please, I have told you, if you are somebody, the kind of administration you should be looking for is the one that should suit your nature and your nurture. We are traders, we are travelers. Do you know that what the white Jews are fighting for till today, till tomorrow, is land? If we, as traders and travelers, have Nigeria, we will not have any need to fight for land. Even if you are the greatest inventor, you will need space, you will need land. If Nigeria is ailing, the Igbo man will not be the first to suffer it, because we have the street and we eat off it. We have the technology and we eat off it. What I'm saying is that for the sake of the black man, for the sake of the African man, the Igbo man is needed in Nigeria. I maintain it and I'm saying it. The best gift God has given to Nigeria is the Igbo man. And the best land God has given to the Igbo man is Nigeria. So both of them are symbiotic. I have analyzed these things and I can tell you that if I can extricate Igbo people completely from the Malays of Nigeria, then it will start making sense that if we go back to our own as country, such virus or bacteria would all come to us. It is not true. We are also part of the problem of Nigeria. And being honest,
I disagree with you, but I don't have a way to do that. I would like to have a debate with you.
I have told you, using Peter Obi, using when he contested to be a governor, his election was rigged. And somebody came out openly to take responsibility for the rigging. And that person is an Igbo man.
Who is it?
Oh, you don't know?
No, don't let him answer. Who is it? Who did it?
No.
Who said that he rigged it?
Yes. If you don't know, then that means I now understand why you are thinking that all the problems that Igbo people are facing in Nigeria are imposed on them by non-Igbo. So I'll give it as an assignment to you to figure it out. So that's by the way. Now, what I am saying is that what we and every Nigerian should be fighting for is a land free of corruption, a land of equity. Okay, now, if I am telling you the gospel truth, if the person leading us now had been a northerner, everybody from the South will be saying it's because South has not been given a chance to govern. I am telling you, people thought that when the South, is given a chance to govern Nigeria, it will be El Dorado. In this Fourth Republic, the South has governed more than the North. Obasanjo governed for 8 years. Goodluck Jonathan governed for almost 6 years. So calculate. Tinubu is governing now. Yaradua governed for 2 years plus. Then Buhari governed for 8 years. Calculate. A man from South has.
Could I ask you a question on that point you're just making right now? Because that's what I mean.
Let me land. Good. So what I'm trying to tell you is that there are people in Igbo land that if they come out to contest for the presidency, I will vote against them. Good. If you go back to your Biafra, I am telling you that that in itself is not a guarantee you would have the country of your dream. I do not support, I have said it before, shrinking myself when I can get what I want in a larger space, because I have analyzed it, and the problem of Ndi Igbo in Nigeria is not because they are Igbo. In other words, nobody is maltreating you now because you are Igbo. Why am I saying that?
I disagree with you on that too. So when do I get a chance? I have to have a chance to.
No. Let me finish. What I'm saying. I have given you an example. I made a success out of Nollywood. I am still Igbo. If it is only the Igbos that patronized me, I wouldn't be a success. In the last African Cup of Nations Cup that we went to compete on, there might be up to 12 Igbos in that lineup. So what you are saying, that is marginalization in a democracy, is lack of unity amongst you. And I, being a member of the 2023 campaign team, the first problem we had was the elites of Igbo land. They were even telling Igbo that if you vote for Obi, it will be a waste, that they will waste their vote. Igbo elites, right from his own governor. So seeing all these things, how would you convince me that a majority tribe is not doing well politically in Nigeria, and you want to point accusing figure on others? No. We have what it takes, if we have unity amongst ourselves, to achieve whatever political thing we need in Nigeria. When you talk about spread, it is only Igbo people as a tribe that can have the spread to influence election in every state in this country. So if you are not united, sorry, you cannot blame other people. That lack of unity will follow you back to whatever smaller country you want to build and still ruin it. So me,
all right, please allow me in here a little bit.
Hold on, sir. I do not have extra time because I need to run.
That's what I'm saying. Be conservative. Give me a little.
No. Answered. No.
Let me respond to what you just said, because
no. It's not.
Rudolph, stop meeting me now.
Yes. What I am saying as a way to conclude is that my own opinion is that we are better off in a united Nigeria based on equity, justice, and fairness. If Nigeria is going to have any problem, it will not be and should not be Ndi Igbo that should be in the forefront of saying to your tents. So, but as far as I'm concerned, I prefer a united Nigeria based on equity, fairness, and justice.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo. You're wonderful. You did very well. You stayed more than an hour extra or two even. But thank you so much. We appreciate you. And hopefully in no long distant time, you'll come back and help us understand what's going on in the country. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we do feedback on what we had to do. So,
yeah, I have to say I respect the last statement he made. It was excellent, I must say. Excellent.
All right. Thank you. We take a break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. My system froze.
You want us to bring them back?
No, play the music. Play the music. Let's take a break.
All right then. Let's get that on. All right.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo, akwa nwa ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko, abọmma watara ndasari, ịbịa wunye n'ịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo, mma ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo, abọmma ilochila, biko rapụ zoro ọ na-abazi ya. Mazi welcome up. Odogu no kwere zinenka. Onyo mani gadele mo. Mazi ni mazi kame. Ibu go with melody. Where's your phone? Odogu na chala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga ni pesigo no. Ma olaga ni pesigo. Amama wilo chilo. Bigora fuzo. Anabazi. Say. Onyama zoro de, abama zoro de sari. Ibya muya no kwana mo ofube naru ulaga no ni biazugo nazaboy. Ulaga no ni biazugo, abama wilo chilo biko rapu zoro anabazi. Odogu kenenu mikechofo, ama kwa mnika gogogia, waligwe kwelo ikechobo bele bege. Hey, you want? chukwu negaji esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị agbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị ya zoro 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 joy na bugwu Hausa Sokoto ujembe enwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa na-ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son. Ask your daughter. How to? Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Thank you, everybody, and welcome back. I'm sure that you all have a lot to say about
that your advert video. One would think you are trying to get your ex-girlfriend back.
Jesus Christ. I don't know where I'm
May tell her so many subscribe. It's been long. You can join the conversation too.
All right. Thank you. Let's get your feedback. I want to hear first from Concert. And let me just say that before you start, Concert. So P2B is coming this month, I believe. I will let you guys know once it's announced. I concluded, not announced. But I just want to make sure that on that day we will do better, because this idea of saying one question, people will ask 2 questions, 3, and it won't work that day. And maybe we will just pick the people that we are going to call up based on how they will perform in terms of abiding by the rules, not arguing with guests the way we sometimes do it. It's not every guest that you can bring here. I mean, you have to think about this. Think about this as a professional setting, and we have to do better, really. So I just want to say it now before we continue our comments, but we have to, there has to be rules for guests, because I give them my word and I say, this is what we're going to do. And then we come on air and we are live because we don't have a way of controlling people. And, people think they can take it in a different direction. We can't. Otherwise, people will not listen to me when I tell them anything. All right, Pansat, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. And Rudolph, congratulations. You brought a very good, patriotic Nigeria who's accomplished, who's fair, who's enlightened. All of us will like Rudolph Okonkwo and your guest as well. So now what I'm going to say to you, though, is that it's futile if even if you brought people to be here, it has to come here ready to enlighten us, give and take, right?
Where do you see give and take with the audience? Where in TV world do you see where the audience will do give and take with the guest? You are brought in to ask a question or a comment.
I understand, but it's not really like that. What I'm saying to you is that it's not everybody that belongs on a panel, right? If you're short on time, then you're gonna have to cut the panel down. We can't have anybody coming here to just lecture us, even those who agree with. For example, like Rudolph Okonkwo, I agree with him. Maybe I keep saying Rudolph Okonkwo, Mr. Okonkwo, Barrister Okonkwo, right? Kenneth Okonkwo. I agree with him 90-something%, but he's not inerrant. There's nobody like that. When Peter Obi comes here, as much as we love Peter Obi, he's not gonna be inerrant, right? They need to take back stuff from us and go back, right, and do the right thing. But let me not waste a lot of my time on this because it's something you already know. You got a show to do, so you and I have totally different interests here, right? I'm not here for you to have a good show or to make your guests comfortable. It depends on what we're doing. If he comes here and he gets everything right, but he takes away our right for self-determination, then that's not going to work because with the kind of animals he's dealing with, animals is, I don't mean it in that sense. I'm talking about the nature of people he's dealing with, right? They're not going to do the right thing unless they do know that we have that right and that we're going to exercise it, right? They have to do the right thing. It has to be fair there. You cannot turn off that beavers with impunity.
That's the issue. The issue is that we give you chance to ask a guest a question.
Right.
What question you want to? Well, I've never said to anybody, don't ask any question.
No, but if in the course of that answer, and I remember a lot of us, hold on, Rudolph, I keep telling you that you would disagree on it. There is no hierarchy created here. Even you as a guest, you do not have the right to determine what is true or false. You don't. You could manipulate your buttons there, remove me or bring me in or give me time, but Mr. Okonkwo or even P2B has the right to determine what is true or false. We got a country that is in the total mess, 100%. Inflation is over 30%, and that's what they admit. It might be hyperinflation by now. People are getting, you get 450-something people kidnapped. What did he say about that? Nobody asked him about that, right? He's not a government. But I'm saying to you, though, and a lot of Lagos Igbos, okay, or in his case, a Northern Igbo, I don't know, right? People who grew up out there. And I grew up in the village, right? Let me learn. There's a difference between you and I. I'm not here to make friends. We are Igbos, and we're not gonna have genocide committed on us. And you Lagos Igbos, you wanna eat amala and get along with those people. I don't eat amala, right? I'm an Igbo man. I don't want a big country. If I'm marginalizing it, I'd rather have a small country where everybody's equal. Do you understand? So that's where we begin to have that disagreement. It's not written in gold that we have to be together. It's better if we're together. It's better if Africa is one country. But if you're going to ask a bunch of Islamic terrorists to turn off the beavers when you have such a good leader, the best and Africa has produced, right? This was a once in a lifetime thing, Rudolph, right? As you only see Sotaranoko, yes, yapata, ya totorea. A lot in near opata. Do you understand? You're a blind person, you're looking for snail, and then you accidentally your feet touches one. And you say, okay, no, I'm gonna leave it here. When I go and come back, I'll pick it up. Who's gonna show it to you when you come back? We'll have a chance. Now, here's where I begin to get upset. Okay, so we have an election. Who knows? They make their case. They pitch us. But after the election, now that you know that you elected a criminal cabal, and everything is gone haywire, there's no consequences. You're not upset about that. You're not ashamed of yourself, even if you sat on the fence like you did, Rudolph. How do you have a guy like me here, and you're not gonna let me get a word in here, and you're disrespectfully moving me to the background?
All right, thank you.
I really don't like that. Usually I don't get offended easily. I'm not irascible, but I'm not gonna be taking any more insults from any of you guys, including forefathers here. When I come here, I'm here for a limited time, and I'm out of here. I have to have some respect here.
Pansat, we've given you the best we can, which is give you the chance to ask a question. Okay. And
Okay,
that's what we give everybody else. If
I
you
appreciate you, Rudolph. I appreciate your guests. You are
if
way
you
above everybody else. But as I leave, I want fairness and respect for the panelists. I don't care who the guest is. When they come here, they're not going to dictate it. I'm here in the United States with $30 trillion economy, right? Kenneth is in Nigeria with, I don't know, what is it, $26 billion. Here's the cradle of
but that doesn't
democracy.
that doesn't abide by the rules and the guidelines we give on this platform. Because in America, I'm also in America. I'm sure New York is in America, okay? Yeah, that's true.
No, but Rudolph, the question I wanted to ask him, maybe I better leave, but maybe somebody needs to deal with it. I was gonna let him know that we do know now that Northern Muslims, right, especially the conservative ones, they believe that democracy is haram. God to them, and you know, but the problem is, whose God are we talking about? We're a secular country. They believe that God is sovereign. So how do you try to be one country with people who are not listening?
Ansat, hold on.
Yes,
You're
sir.
actually more effective if you go straight and ask a question. Instead of rambling around at the end, your guest is confused. The person you are trying to question is confused. You don't make any impact by doing that. And it assumes that they don't know. I think to some extent, I can tell you that Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo knows, I won't say I don't know how much you know, but he knows the background of Nigeria. You don't need to tell him what happened in the election. He was a lawyer that went there to defend you don't need to go into those details.
Okay, I'll take that under advisement. I would see, but please, when P2B comes, try to cut it down to like maybe
I won't even call you at this point.
Four people.
Hold on, I won't do that. I won't do that. That's not right. I'm not even going to
your show is not going to be anything unless you call me. Let me just tell you, you don't know that, right? If I'm not here, like there are platforms I don't go to now, they're gone, right? Yeah. If I'm not here, your show, you're gonna have people to be here, and nobody's gonna even care that you did.
Yeah, it's okay. Right. You know, even if it's only one person, I can talk to P2B without audience.
That's what you did here. You spoke to Mr. Okonkwo for a very long time, right?
Yeah.
And we got everything. You did a good job.
Last time I checked, Pastor was given an offer to come and be a guest on this platform, and he chickened out.
No, I didn't chicken out. I was humble enough to say I'm not big enough to be a guest.
The offer is still on the table. The offer is still on the table.
But when I come as a panelist, right, I want to be respected as a panelist.
When are you going to be here as a guest?
Thank you so much. Let's go to.
When are you going to be here as a guest?
And bye-bye to everybody.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pansa. Fathers.
Yeah, man. I must say the last statement he made, addressing Pansa's question was one of the best I've ever heard. Regarding the way the Southeasterners should approach Nigeria. Very, very compelling. And he actually used his own life as an example of his experience in Nigeria. And he actually went on to give Pansat an assignment to go and figure out. However, the question Ikolala asked him, I felt like the way he dealt with it was part of the narrative that I saw as a problem in Nigeria when I started observing the space, where they pretend as if we don't have enemies, we don't have people we define ourselves against. Like everybody loves us. Everybody loves us. Look at us. And it's like, I gave him an example where if you have a child and you see a snake, you don't exactly say, child, it's our responsibility to protect ourselves against a snake, but which I shouldn't define what the snake represents to you. You have to define what that snake represents to that child as a threat to the child. Otherwise, the child will not know any better. Tomorrow, that child will go and pick up the snake. The same thing goes with America. He used America as an example, which is also weird because America defines itself against other nations all the time, including Russia, including China, terrorists, and all kinds of different. That is how nations emerge. And I fear that sometimes there is this vestige. This is one of the issues because I heard him say that the elites in Nigeria are the problem. It's true, but he's part of the elite. And I think the truth is that we too are part of the problem, and we have to start acknowledging that there are areas that we are compromised, wittingly or unwittingly. We've been compromised. He used the Christian faith to define his reality to an extent, And I gave him the example of how the Israelites were sent back into the wilderness because they refused to be courageous to confront their enemies. And the idea that you say, okay, we are ultimately responsible for our fate in terms of the West, that is true. But it's also true, you have to highlight to your people that these people are nefarious. They are not just there to help you. They have their interests and they have their what they are supposed to do. And rightfully so. It's not like I'm saying that when you call them out, you are saying they are evil. They are doing what they are supposed to do for their people. But you have to let your people know that this action that they will take may not be in your interest. And one other area that I found as an issue was the way he described the current government, that they are out of ideas. To an extent, I don't know whether that is his own understanding of the situation or whether that is just a strange way of understanding stuff. Because personally, if I look at Tinubu, he doesn't come across to me as somebody that doesn't know the economy compared to Buhari. Tinubu knows the economy very well, to an extent. Maybe not very well, but to an extent. The idea that he came in and just did all this crazy stuff that didn't work very well compared to Buhari, it's not true. You have to acknowledge, because there's a little bit of a stunting of our knowledge of things. They don't make the leap to say, you know what, these people are not acting normal. Clearly, they are not acting normal. They know what they are doing. They are sabotaging our country. They are ensuring that things work today. Tomorrow it doesn't work well. Tomorrow it works. You heard them listening to IMF, World Bank, and every other people around this world, to the point whereby British Council is coming to tell Nigerians how to tap into their citizens overseas to care for Nigerians, while the president of Nigeria is saying he doesn't care whether Nigerians travel overseas. They all know these things, and my reluctance to, I guess my concern is that the way he treated it, like they are out of ideas, seems to be patronizing to us. Because I don't know whether he can see it. Maybe because when you're in Nigeria, you don't always see this thing. But I would like to think that he can see it, but he's just not making the leap to call it out for what it truly is. Because these people are betraying us, and they don't call it out for what it truly is. And in the end, our people are none the wiser. So I felt very bad that he didn't call out some of the nefarious actors. Sooner or later, our leaders have to start calling them out, saying we can't listen to these people. We have to do our own thing first. This is how nations are built. Otherwise, your citizens will just walk around not knowing people that are their enemies. You don't know it's like you have a family that's your enemy. You don't know. And tomorrow you go and eat in their house. What kind of parent does that to their children? You have to tell your children to be aware that when you go to this house, watch the way you drink their water, watch the way you eat their food, because you don't know what they're going to do to you. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ikola, if I come to you, that would be a chance to speak.
Please. I just want to add to, in fact, I waited to add to what Forefathers was about to say, because I don't always agree with him. But for some reasons, the clouds aligned to, or the planets aligned today. You see, like you have said, Dr. Damages, it's not a back and forth. So I ask these questions and I leave them to answer whatever they answer. It doesn't mean that I accept it. The way he said it was, he answered it in a very shabbish manner, but it wasn't my place to come back to him and say, look, what you're giving me is not right. Because let's be very honest, during that election, we saw Chimanda, writing to the president of America. We saw most of our youths hoping that the foreign nations were going to back them. But it is left for the people that they are backing, or these elites in the name of Labour Party, to make them understand. Just put it out there that these people you are going to are not going to support you. They are not behind you. Because you are seeing ignorance in the face and you are not saying anything about it. And you are believing, yes, he has a point that, in fact, there's an adage that if the wall doesn't have a crack, a lizard would never get into it. That is a fact. But you have to let your people know that there is a crack. So what he just said he answered it in a very shabbish manner. But I mean, like the rule of the places, it's not a back and forth thing. So when I ask these questions and they give answers, It's not that I accept it, but I mean, it's just you have to play by the rules. So, forefathers, I think our planets aligned. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you.
And have a good time, everyone.
Thank you. Master Prince, when I call you, you know it's your chance to weigh in on feedback. That's it.
Definitely, I accept that. But I wish Ikonola is still here. You know, one thing with people is this: when a guest is being invited, he is not in power. He's not the minister of defense. He's not the minister of what do you call it, foreign affairs, and all this kind of a thing. He is just a human being, just like every one of us. Okay? Is it that we are saying that anytime a guest is being invited, then that's a hot seat for the guest? Come on now, people. Let's be reasonable. And forefather, like you, when you want to ask a question, you don't have to read an episode in order to ask a question. You go straight to your question. That's it. We leave people that we're supposed to hold responsible, and people who come here to, share, kind of like share ideas with us or interact with us. We are, we're placing them on a hot seat as if it's a do or die. I will not be part of it, and I resent that. Please, thank you.
Right, thank you, Master Prince. John Abba, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. I think we are getting there. He's a brilliant guy. I have a other way I wanted to ask him questions before. I know him very well in those, but then when I heard him throughout the your conversation with him, I kind of like him. He have a broad perspective, and for coming from a bigger tent, to go against what I have spoken all this while, that what people are agitating for is a sectarian. It's not a regional government of people for the people. For instance, when you say that you want a Biafra, you want Dudua, or you want Ariwa, what you are saying is that you want the same people in power that make Nigerian decision to go separate way and go and oppress their people. But some of you have heard it from those of them like Kenneth. You have a broad understanding. Nigerian is a very good land, but oftentimes we are very gullible. We buy into a talking point of politicians and buy into the talking point that the politician influence the pastors and they go to the pulpit and preach it. And over the years, I don't think my 4 minutes or 5 minutes or even 1 hour on this platform can change the damage that they have done to us as a people that are so gullible that we think our differences is somehow a problem, or somehow that Hausa man is your problem or Igbo man is your problem. We are bigger than that as a humanity. World is looking for an ally. Even if you created that division, you will still build an ally to be successful. You still have to trade with the country, the next neighbor. And these are what is limiting us. And when it comes to this question of, he understands what forefather is asking him or Kolala. The only, from what I said and heard him, is that he said that how long can we continue to blame the West? But I don't think he dismissed or he doesn't have understanding that there is a foreign interference in our government. And he made it clear that those things are not supposed to be what we shift our blame. We can build our nation and become relevant, and those things can change. And you will never let your oppressor will not just let you go. It is left for you to build yourself to that level of resistance. And I think if we have a leader that is ready to die for Nigeria, is the only leader that can cut us out of this. And because oftentimes your life is at danger of the West, if you go to a certain level, they will use another powerful man in your country and to take you down. And those are the things that have been there. So I think you have understanding, and it's not dismissing it. It's just like you say, okay, how long can we go? So I think it's a very good meeting today. And my other brothers and sisters should know that we are all one, and together we can do better as a bigger nation, not to limit yourself to your own tribe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. Eagles Air.
Thank you, Ruto Okonkwo. God will continue to bless you, especially this kind of program you're organizing. Because the reason I'm saying this, in every time I'm this panel, I learn a lot, I grow a lot. At least Kenneth Okonkwo, who is a special guest here, trying to give us an enlightenment that we need to know. And some of us had the opportunity to do what? Asking some certain questions. But we are not made to put him on the hot seat. They are not Buhari. They are not advisor to Tinubu. Talk of being a minister of finance or minister of economy of Nigeria. But what we are trying to know that if there is any perspective that we are going to get a solution or come in alignment to make sure things work out, not to see him as the one that is going to give us the solution or what he said is going to be a solution to Nigerian problem tomorrow. Yeah, it's not possible. Rather, we are looking at a way to get the truth and be in alignment to make some changes, which I agree with him when he said that our destiny is in our hand to take it. That's the only thing I believe in him, is what he said. Our destiny, Nigeria, is in our hand for us to change it. For instance, here we are in India here. Do you know that a foreigner cannot come to India and invest in his own name? It's not possible. That is the law of India. You cannot come to India to invest in India or to buy a land or to buy a house with your own name. And the law make the Indian man first of all use the name of India person as the first name. Probably you that come with your cash supposed to be second or third. They don't give that kind of space because they put their citizens first before every other thing. The problem of Nigeria, our citizens are not putting first. Rather, we put our citizens as second. Then put foreigners first. That's the problem. That's where the Nigerian economy fell. That's why Kenneth Okonkwo trying to make us understand that we need to take our destiny in our own hands. And how do we take it in our own hand? It's you and I make the right decision, not the wrong decision. That's why he said that people that voted for Tinubu supposed to apologize to themselves before other people. Sometimes when we come to panel, we learn or we hear from the special guest and learn and know what are meant so that things will go on. Rudolph, you always cut me time. Other people said 10 minutes. But the ones in my own time, you remember there's a rule of law. No problem. The rule of law in some people, that's Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Eagles. Yesterday I gave you extra 7 minutes. You had nothing. You said thank you very much. So I was trying to, if you want, I can give you another 5 minutes. No. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry. You know, sometimes I want to run through everybody. There are people who are just get a chance to say anything to the guests. I want to hear them. Okay, KJ, Jonas.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. And I totally agree with you. When a guest is invited, it's not a schoolboy. It's not he has not come to mark your register so that whatever he says, you have to swallow it. You can hold your own opinion. That person is expressing his own opinion. It's not for you to try to, force the person to believe in what you believe. It doesn't happen anywhere, no matter what you call yourself, whether you are a super, panelist or whatever. And the person who has been invited wasn't invited because you invited them. There are people who go out to try to, get these people to come to this panel. It takes a lot of time to bring a guest to to any panel at all, because they are coming and putting all their credentials on the line. Not everybody wants to do that. So please, the more we understand that when people come, we should accord them a lot of respect, the better for us, and the more people that are willing to come here. Sometimes if I'm a guest and if Rudolph comes to invite me, I will go look at what I've done before. And if I don't like the approach of the people on the panel, I will not come. I'm not coming to sell. Are you going to give me money or promote me after the show? No. So if people come, let's make it very civil. Let's make it enjoyable, because it's supposed to be entertaining and at the same time educative. Okay, that's what I would say on that. And then, there's something he said. The Lala asked that question, and in fact, forefather also went on to say, look, there's something we say in theater. That is, how do you define a character? What people say about him, what others say, and what he himself says about himself and others. So, if we look at what Tinubu is been doing and what people have been saying about, does he look at somebody who understands what economics is all about? So far, by rating him by the policies of his government, it doesn't show as somebody who has a good understanding of what policy is all about and the economy is all about. And it doesn't matter whether you support him or not. The question is, we're looking at what he has put on ground. Does this show us that he understands what it is all about? Okay, if we go just suppose that with the statement made that is one who developed Lagos, and for 1 year now we have not had any needle shift towards the north. Rather, it's shifting towards south. Everything is going towards south. So that means that there's some things that are wrong with his policy and his, whatever he's doing. And if you look at his speaks so far, we don't see those people who are supposed to be, re-engineering the economy to bring it to the place where Nigerians will enjoy it. And that's for that. And I think I enjoyed every bit of what he said. There may be some areas I don't agree with him, which is the fact that he says that the Igbo man needs a bigger space. I don't agree with that. Much as I do not, outrightly say I agree that Nigeria should divide. Okay? But the reason why people are asking for nations of their own is because they're not able to make a meaningful life in the construction right now called Nigeria. And nobody is accepting for us to sit down and re-engineer the system so that everybody can benefit. It's become an impossible thing. So much so that some people who are now vice president can say reconstruction might foot. Okay, so if somebody who is in power can say that, if anything, you have to call for a national debate on how to restructure Nigeria to come to the place where it will serve everybody's purpose, and he says he is foot, and that person seems to be one of those benefiting from the way they set up this right now, then we know that we are in trouble. Because in the first place, you didn't ask me permission to create the 19 states which you created. And if you did create 19 states, why is it lopsided? Why is there more people in the north? Why is there more posts in the states in the north? Why is there more representatives and legislators in the north than you have in the south? So there is something wrong with the system. And until we come to that point and agree that if we are going to be one people, even though I've not seen, even America is not one in any case, okay? That's why they are still singing it every day and trying to make their nation better and better, even though it's almost near perfection. Yet they still tell you there's something that should be done to get it to the point where everybody is able to realize himself in the contraction called America. Now, for our own, they were not even close to being a nation yet, okay? And then we keep refusing to sit down and have a meaningful conversation. And whereas in the way these things are set up right now, many people are not able to realize themselves or their goals or their aspirations in the where it is. And when such people call for a national dialogue, we say no. Now, are the Igbos saying when they get their Biafra, or the Duduwa saying when they get their Duduwa, means that everything is going to be good? No. But when those people can now hold their people accountable without anybody saying because it's Yoruba, because it's Igbo, because it's that. All right. So before is that the bell for me?
Yeah,
Right.
that's for you. I want us to
okay,
finish up. Yeah.
Yeah. So what oh sorry, you've caught my train of thought.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, so now those again let me leave that alone. Those people who are saying that people are Nigerians should not be looking forward to the other nations. No, the government itself introduced it. When people went to Chatham House to go and give their what they're going to do, when they were scouting all around the nations of the earth, talking to governments and foreign, you people didn't see anything wrong with that. Okay, you didn't see anything wrong with that. So it is not the movement that has brought in this what we see now. It is the government of Nigeria. It is what we have established. You go to Chatham House to go and tell them what you will do, and based on your acceptance, you become a leader in Nigeria, and you do what exactly is foreigners want. And after a point, you say we're listening to the foreigner. No, we have always listened to them. We have always followed them. We have always keep one ear and one door open for their advice. And so even the people who are I give an example. Do we even look at what is happening and replicate it? No. I give an example. The government just appointed whose son, the Gamdola's son, to be in charge of rural electricity. Okay, but there is a man who we can see his example somewhere in Abia State. He's not been looked at. He's a proven record. They didn't look at his own company. They were appointed someone who have not known whatever the person can do as the person in charge of rural electrification in Nigeria. Do you think there's going to be a result after 4 years? There's not going to be any result. There's no need for us to talk about it. So I rest my case.
All right. Thank you, KJ. No, Olumide, hold on. Hold on. What are you saying? Unmute yourself. Let me hear. Unmute yourself.
Thank you.
No, Go ahead. What do you want to say?
So I just want to say quickly that what Ikolala came in on to say was very distasteful, and he already had an opportunity to ask a question of the guest, and then he came back to speak when you wanted people who had not spoken to the guest to speak. What he said was very distasteful, and I find him to be a mannerless human being. How can you come and say that the guest gave a shabby answer? That's an insult. The guy answered your question. What did you want him to say again? The guy said his own question about getting support from the West. What do you mean get support? The guy is saying that you Nigerians have to take responsibility for your faith and your action, and you are saying US and Britain should come and do what? To conduct your elections for you. And when the person that they supervise to win the election gets there, you think they won't control that person too? Are you? And this guy, this is
that is not what he says. Stop maligning somebody that didn't say anything like that.
This is a guy who makes statements and facts based on conspiracy. He doesn't bring facts to the table. I mean, he should be careful of his and with his fake American accent. I don't even know where he is. Is he in America or where? I'm coming for you now that Dr. Rudolph is here, because I know when I come for you, you take me backstage. That opportunity is not here for you now. I'm going to come for you with you come here telling me that all I come to repeat myself about elections. Meanwhile, all you come to here to repeat yourself is nothing but security and nonsense stuff that don't matter to the people. Yeah? And the guy was telling you, the guy answered your question, and you're saying he didn't answer your question. He said you Nigerian elites have to take responsibility. The ruling elites take responsibility for your own security. The way Senegal did, the way Mali did, the way Burkina Faso did, and took themselves off from the
you are saying things that
French.
are completely not what he said. Ekolala said, if there is a crack in the wall, you have to let your people know that there is a crack in the wall. You see how he's running away from the truth.
You won't be able to get backstage. You have no saving grace today. You know what? Ekolala, I'm done with Ekolala. I'm here for you now. Let me tell you forefathers. No. Your ideology is one of an ideology where you can support, you can take your ideology and all of your ideas. I don't know if
muting me?
I don't know if it's a PhD thesis. All this security stuff. I don't know if it's a PhD thesis or not. Take it to a political party. Take it to a candidate who can pass if you win a free and fair election, can implement your strategy. You understand? Otherwise, you're just going to keep blabbing about this security stuff, nonsense stuff that you talk about. And then it is a free and fair election. You don't expect this political elite, those who can change the fate of the people, are the political elites in power. They are the ones who hold power. They are the ones who can implement your ideas, your grandiose ideas. You understand? If they don't implement it, because they don't get elected in a free and fair election, they don't give a damn about what you think. They don't give a damn. We want people who will give a damn. If you want somebody who gives a damn about what you think, let's have a free and fair election. But you come on here supporting them, expecting them to do what you think when you never elected them in the first place.
All right, Olumide.
Okay, and the guy is telling you that you are failing to realize that.
Thank you, Olumide. I went to Olumide before Lekon because I know that Olumide, he started raising his hand.
Thank you, Rodo, for being my saving grace. He wasn't able to put me backstage.
Enough for people. So I went to him so that we can hear other people later on. All right, Lekon, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I'm happy to be here again. Forefather, respect. Everyone, I greet everybody here. I want you guys to know that for you to be on this program, you are conscious and you are committed to seeing a better well-being for your people.
Can you speak more into your mic? You sound distorted, please.
Okay. For you to be here, I want you to know that you are appreciated. It means that you're looking for better life for your people, maybe particularly not Nigerian, but your people. Is it better audio now?
Yes, it's better. Yeah.
Okay. So these are my few cents. If we look closely at what we have at hand, we are all looking at the problems. We are not asking questions. Why do we have these problems? And everybody is just raising the same problems we all know. But why do we have this problem? As a child, we have been discouraged to believe in ourselves. So how do you expect me to then grow up and suddenly start to believe in the nation? When you beat me up as a child for speaking my language, when you tell me as a child that no, English language is the best, now I'm grown and I want to japa, and you are telling me that why am I japping? You've been training me from a child that everything about me is not worthy. So I've been looking forward to when I will use everything you've put in my head. And now I'm grown, I want to japa. Economic problem that we're looking at. Have you seen the traces of us not believing ourselves? These two solutions I will give to you. They are spending about 3 trillion or whatever on, what's it called? Fuel subsidy. Imagine the $3 billion given to Dangote as part of investment on his refinery, given to the people they are calling illegal refiners that they are sending soldiers to, regulate their activities and supply them with crude, give them a kind of SME account, that $3 billion, register them, monitor what they do. Imagine the supply that Nigeria will be getting from the people in that region now in terms of crude oil. In terms of PMS and AGO. But why are we not doing that? We don't believe in ourselves. Imagine innocent motto. Let's say Nigeria say all government vehicles shall be innocent vehicle. Any government money will always buy innocent vehicle. If they have opened assembling plants, one in each region, imagine how many people will get job. Imagine if Innocent is producing the tie rod of the car from Kogi, Ajaokuta, and they're producing the tire from wherever the rubber is and all of that. Imagine how many people will have job. But why are we not doing that? We don't believe in ourselves. And this is what it goes back to. Nigeria as a large is wasteful if we can do better as a region. Go and look at the short time they have as a region. Look at the results they recorded in 14 years of regionalization. Look at the growth that each region recorded. Now, look at it from 1966 that we lost that opportunity till now. Highlight the growth we've recorded. All we've recorded is fight, fight, fight. When people don't have control over themselves, they will never develop patriotism because there is no ownership. When you have a president that said Nigeria unity is non-negotiable, when you have a vice president that said reconstruction or restructuring my foot, you have taken ownership away from the people and you turn around, you are asking them for patriotism. That's not how it works. If things will work, the minimum is Canada that we are all running to. We have French speaking, we have English speaking. Why are they not forcing everybody to speak one language because they want to be big? The UK that many of us are today, UK has, Wales has representation in World Cup. England has its own. Scotland has its own. That's how you keep your identity. When people are protecting their identity, that's when they become patriotic. They have something they can fight for that no, you can't destroy my land, you can't destroy my language. But taking this ownership away from people and asking them for patriotism is not going to work. So for me, I believe that going back to regionalization, at least by minimum, going back to regionalization, then you can define your boundaries and define how you relate with other people. And for the people that comes up with argument of say, oh, the same set of people that are destroying Nigeria are from each region and they will just return back to the region and destroy it. I will tell you, the reason why they don't care about Nigeria is it has become national cake. Everybody go there and cut your own. But when you return to your region, now they have an identity they want to protect. Now they can say, I'm a Yoruba man. I want to clean up Yoruba land. I want to give Yoruba people education. Igbo can be giving their own people trade knowledge or whatever. Hausa can be doing something different. So people that are coming up with the argument of, oh, when they return back to their region, they're going to do the same thing they do in Nigeria. It's sensible, but in the real fact, when people have things to protect, their behaviors will change. Until we start to build a better society where we allow people to be who they are, be proud of their own identity, we are going nowhere. If we are going to do a marriage now in Nigeria, we're going to do 2 or 3. Why are we doing white wedding? Are we Americans? Why are we doing white weddings? If so, in submission, we need to first go back to being who we are. Then by the time we start defending who we are as we believe in it, we will be able to actually stand up for growth and betterment. I don't have anything in common as Nigeria. If you ask me, show me something natural that makes you a Nigerian. Nigeria does not have language, you don't have culture, Nigeria don't have tradition, Nigeria don't have food. But if you ask me, show me something that makes you a Yoruba man. Yoruba has language, Yoruba has culture, Yoruba has tradition, Yoruba has food. So if you ask me, which one would you be patriotic to? I would be patriotic to a Yoruba that have these identities, these things that make me who I am, than a Nigerian that I cannot point to something. And can somebody tell me, for God's sake, what is the meaning of Nigeria? If you go by dictionary, Niger means black, right? Area means the concentration of people, where blacks are concentrated. What is the derogatory word they use for nigger? Negro. Negro area, concentration of blacks. So why do I wake up in the morning and be proud of answering somebody, a slut, an harlot, calling me Negro, Negro area, and I wake up and say I'm proud to be somebody from Negro area. So we need to really define who we are, believe in ourselves, and that will transform into the society. The leaders we have are not from Britain, they are not from Cotonou or Cameroon. They are all from the same society, and they are the symptoms that is telling us that the society itself is sick. And until we try to rebuild our society, rebuild the confidence and self-value in ourselves, I'm sorry, I don't think we're going anywhere. So,
all right. Lekon, thank you so much for that input. Let's go to Righteous Man.
Yeah, good evening from here. It's been a very, quite a little long time. Quite unfortunate that I don't have good friends from this platform who would care to find out what is happening to you that is always here every Saturday and Sunday. But well, that's such, it's part of life. Rudolph, I'm accusing you. You are a very partial individual. I will accuse you to your face, and I know you won't beat me. Even if you have the stamina to beat me, you will not beat me. Maybe I'm older than you or we are the same age. You are the owner of this platform. When your panelists are missing, you don't even show care. Maybe because we're in Nigeria and we don't watch anything, we're not spending dollars. You know, the way you handle the guy that is from India, you know, he protested. And I have told you before, people are watching you. You are one of the elites in Nigeria today. And your platform favors some group of people. And you can't deny it. Sometimes you try to be logical, but we're all adults. And
Righteous Man, it's not that we were not asking of you. We know you were busy chasing Gary. We don't want to disturb you so that you don't miss your life.
I support righteous man. I support righteous man.
We
Rudolph
always
is one of our
remember
problem.
you
He's
in
an
our
elite.
prayers, though.
He's one of our problem. Let's hold him accountable.
Okay. Okay. So back to the issue. I think the last speaker, Leko, spoke my mind. The truth is this: we continue to X-ray. None of us, let me sound a bit religious today. The Bible said the truth you know and you do not do it will never set you free. It is the truth you know and you do. Be ye the hearers of the word and the doers of the word, not only the hearers alone. We know that the way Nigeria is composition today, is structured today, Nigeria can never work in the next 200 years. The way it is today, we can play with words, we can try to show we are more Nigerian than others, we can show sympathy, probably because we have the privilege of being in the Western world, and then every month or every two weeks, you dish out $50 and $100 or 50 pounds back here, and you think you are solving a problem. You're not solving any problem. Nigeria is dying. The country called Nigeria is dying, and nothing is done about it. Nobody is showing interest to solve the problem of Nigeria. And if the political elite and business elite, the bourgeoisie in Nigeria, discover that you have this willingness to get Nigeria working, they can never allow a free and fair election to get you elected. You see, I'm just laughing. You know why I'm laughing? I am here in Nigeria. I'm here in Lagos. I meet people on daily basis. I interact with Nigerians on ground. I see their suffering more than you do. What you reflect on is either phone calls that your family members or friends put across to you, or what you read on newspaper. But I'm here. Kenneth Okonkwo is here. I never least expected him to say what he said. He's a politician. If anybody is expecting Kenneth Okonkwo to come here to say he supports Biafra, that person should be dreaming. This is Nigerian politician. He has a dream, a vision. It may not be true. He said he wanted to come out 2 times, but the ground was not conducive enough for him. He retreated. Maybe 2027 is coming out. And do you want him to say that he supports Biafra when he wants to be a governor, or when he wants to be a senator, or a member of the rep? He can't say that. But the question I was asking, and I was begging for somebody to ask him, he said he wants a Nigeria where there is equity, where there is unity, where there is togetherness. In the absence of those things he mentioned, what should be the next line of action? If I was given the opportunity, I was begging Rudolph to bring me in. I just want to ask him, sir, in the absence of this thing you said that you want in a Nigeria that works, if these things fail to work, what will be the next line of action? Because the best among the candidates in 2023 was Peter Obi. There is no gainsaying is repeating it. Look at how the election was handled. How do you think we're going to have a Nigeria that works in a country where people hate truth? When you say the truth, they say you are a propagandist. When you say the truth, they give you name. How can it work? A bag of rice is 95,000 naira today. That if you go to at Lagos today, unless those people who have already stocked what we call frozen chicken and turkey in their refrigerators, if you go to any market in Lagos today and see turkey or frozen chicken, call me a thief. I went through 3 markets today looking for frozen chickens to buy for my family. I couldn't find any. A little fish Titus fish that we normally buy 350 naira. I bought one today, 2,700 naira, a little fish. Is that a country that is working and people are not thinking that something is wrong? Forefather is saying that he thinks Tinubu knows what to do. Who told you? Why will you be in Britain and be defending Tinubu? You think he knows what to do. He doesn't know what he's doing. He has run out of ideas. APC has destroyed Nigeria. APC has brought hardship. Look at the number of children abducted from Sokoto today. Have you heard of it? We are talking of the one of Kaduna. Another abduction took place today. Is that a nation that we are waiting to see a good election in 2027? Rudolph, since you are a journalist, I think any man that comes here as a politician should be on hot seat. The panelists should not pity anybody. Once you are a politician in Nigeria and you have opportunity of coming here, you are on a hot seat because they are the one that is running the policy that is governing this country, bringing untold hardship to us. There is no job, no electricity. The light I'm using in my house now is electricity that generated by buying a liter of fuel close to 700 naira. And you are telling me that a Nigerian politician comes to this place, I should spare him? I am not going to spare him. If you don't want me to ask a big question that day, if I come here, take me off. But I'm going to ask him question because he's the one that, if he's elected the president, he will manage my destiny, the destiny of my children, and my grandchildren that are already born. And they're telling me he shouldn't be on hot seat. Nigerians have right to ask him question. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, righteous man, thank you so much. Let me repeat again that this is a TV production, even though it may not look that way. We're producing a show. There are a lot of things behind everything you see on TV. This is not a classroom. This is not a debating society. Also, I've never stopped anybody from asking any question. What we are saying is just follow the guidelines. If you want to ask a person here, are you a thief? That's okay. Nobody's saying that you shouldn't ask any question. I've never stopped you. But don't start preaching and don't start interrogating and think that we give you 10 minutes to go back and forth. Are you a thief? Okay, you are not a thief. Are you going to steal tomorrow? That's not what we're saying. It's a privilege to have these people come, whoever they are. There's a reason, I said this before, there's a reason why Channels TV is not opening up their platform for anybody to come and question their people, the people they invite. You know, there are many aspects of this. There are some legal issues involved. So there are so many things. People think it's just because we are in our homes and we can just go and click on a link and talk to these people and say anything we want, and then it's just that simple. No, there are other implications. So I have never stopped anybody from asking any question, no matter what the question is. But make it one. Think of the best. Think about other people. That's the one that bugs me a lot. We have 10 minutes left, and you are called. You take 10 minutes. So what about the other people? These are your friends.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, I understand that.
No. It's my turn. Be quiet. No.
What? I'm just trying to make it short.
No.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. Since you want to talk.
It's my turn. Yes. First of all, thank you very much, righteous man. You just hit the nail on the head. You come here, you are on hot seat. Because we here, some of us know better, and those who come here, they know better. And when you're here, you have a podium, you are on the hot seat. There's no kissing of ass. He's not the one in politics. He's a political opposition. They have a job to be doing right now that the country is fucked up. If not, you cannot only be saying Tinubu is not doing his job. They themselves too are not doing their job. Some of his comments, while he's a great man, like I said, he speaks well. You were wrong, righteous father, that he didn't answer that your question. He did. He told you point blank, the situation is helpless. The situation is hopeless. It's up to the people. Then why are you asking the people to participate when you know the situation is hopeless and the situation is helpless? That means you're gaslighting the people. Labour Party, if you're a Labour Party member, they are gaslighting you. You better wake up. They know the problem. He just said it. No solution. These are his words. I wrote it down. He said, we are expecting a miracle. When Nigeria is like that, something miraculous will happen. Those were his words. And that the danger of waiting for a miraculous thing to happen is that if the revolt to what is happening currently is not organized, if it's not planned, what we are going to get is going to be chaos. It's going to be worse than Somalia. It's going to be worse than Haiti. It's going to be worse than any of these troubled countries, Sudan. If we don't plan, those of us, intellectuals, intelligent people, if those in politics know the situation is hopeless and they redirect you back to God, God will come down and solve it. Then they are gaslighting you. You all better wake up and stop all this gaslighting and fully fooling that you're all fooling yourself. Those were his own words. That's the position of your so-called Labour Party. That's the position of what you're going to go try in 2027. The situation is hopeless. And I was trying with my question to push him to alternative things we could be doing. We could be doing that would not lead to chaos and violence. That is, be more organized, be more planned. Help us fund the media, fund Rudolph, fund Nigerians, fund Mayegun, so that our people will be enlightened. Nobody wants to invest in that because they got the likes of forefather here who likes to point finger at the white man rather than point finger at these people who don't know what they're doing. We should put them on the hot seat. They should be on the hot seat. The country is dying. There's nothing there that works. I mean, we know the problem. I don't like to regurgitate it. The key is, what is the solution? That was a good question from Righteous Man if he had a chance to ask him. And he answered it. He answered it. The situation is hopeless. The situation is helpless. Then our job as people who are enlightened is to provide help for the helpless, is to provide hope for the hopeless. What are we doing now to do that? Nothing. All these politicians. Obi is on the hot seat, and so is Kenneth Okonkwo, because they have a platform. They got 6 million votes. They have a platform. I don't. Rudolph has one, but his platform, I don't know if it's even up to 1 million. Niger Watch has, it's not up to 1 million. We're talking about a 200 million population. We need people on the side.
How
at
about
least
0.2? How about 0.2 on my platform? How about 0.2 million on my platform before December? How about 0.2 million on my platform before December? So,
okay, good. How many turning? You know, how many are hearing the messages of hope? How many are listening?
1.3.
You understand? Hearing comes, they say faith comes by hearing. Hearing comes by speaking words. None of this is happening, and these people keep gaslighting us. Go and contest again. Let's ruin. You know the system is not working. That's why another point I want to make. Let me stop on there. Second point I want to make is that these people are not on the same level as they have as you and I or the followers. They are not. Why did I say that? A typical Nigerian rich person think that is insulated, like Ovie always say. They don't live in that country, not just physically. They don't live in that country mentally. Yes, NEPA took his light. He was adjusting to electricity. But mentally, he is not thinking like a typical Nigerian who has to go and buy Gary. He's not thinking like a typical Nigerian who doesn't have rice in front of him. So there's no connection between him. And these are the best we have. Kenneth Okonkwo is one of the best we have. But it's mentally, it's not on the same level as a Nigerian who is looking for Gary to eat as I'm speaking now. These are the things you guys, intellectuals, should understand. He told you, we will wait on a miracle unless something happens. We should be doing. I don't want to talk. Others should talk. I'm tired. I think you guys are missing the point between the lines. You're not getting it.
All right, Lava, thank you so much. Ike, it is well with my soul. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Uncle Ike is born again. Congratulations.
I'm coming.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Happy New Year to everybody who is in this platform. I believe that I want to stand on the same foundation of Mr. Righteous. I think Mr. Rudolph and one other person in this platform, I sent them an email when they had my phone. It was in December. And up till now, I never had anything from any of them to find out what actually happened when they had my phone. You know? And none of you have seen me in this platform this year. And I've never seen anybody who asked, where is Mr. Ike Alamefle? What has happened to him for all this month that I have not seen a platform? You know? But that is what it is, you know?
Rudolph is an elite.
We cannot build a common friendship. We cannot build a common friendship, but we want to build a nation. We can't build a brotherhood, but we want to build a town. I don't see how it works. But it's all good. The joy is that everybody is okay. I'm happy to see everybody on the platform, you know. But it's very, very unfortunate that even though we know we live in different parts of the world, but this platform has become a place of a rallying point for all of us to get used to know each other, to feel for each other, to smell for each other, to carry the pains and the tears and the joy of every one of us. We carry it together. When it is good, we rejoice together. When it is painful, we'll be able to share the pain together so that the pain will be more or less for every one of us. But like I've always said, it is what it is, you know. So, but I'm grateful to God that I can see everybody today in this platform. And it hasn't been easy for me not to be on the platform, but this is what it is. But I just want to say that, righteous man, I share your pain, but also I want you to take your time. Don't allow emotions to take over you. I want you to take your time. If you can replay the interview of Kenneth Okonkwo with Dr. Damages and the question that were posed to him, I think you'll be able to find that both of you are speaking the same thing, but it depending on the message or the way you are passing your message and the way he's passing his message. But I think that both of you are saying the same thing. Even my brother Alaba is still saying the same thing. But it's always the same way, the way we want to say the same thing. You know, let us be honest ourselves here. Kenneth Okonkwo was a successful man before he ventured into politics. You don't take that away from anybody. He worked hard for his whatever he had. It's not because of politics that he's successful. He said it here. It's not politics. It is Nollywood. He has worked hard for his wealth. So don't attach that to politics. It has nothing to do with politics. He worked hard like every one of us is working hard to make a living. Wherever you are working hard. So if tomorrow you become a politician, I am not going to antagonize you because tomorrow you become a politician and you have a political post, then I'll forget that you've been working hard all your life trying to make a living. So when you say that he is in Nigeria with righteous man, but he doesn't feel like the way a common man feels, I don't think, Mr. Laba, with all due respect, I don't think I expect that from you. Because you were watching him, his light went off. The light goes off in Nigeria he has no name, whether big or rich or poor. There is no electricity, there is no water, there is no gasoline, there is no gas, there is no petrol. It's everybody. So let's remove what somebody has worked for. And before he gets to somewhere, you know, let us not diminish the suffering or the hard work somebody has put into his own personal life. You know, so let us not diminish that. I don't want people to diminish that. And I wouldn't want anybody to diminish my own because I've worked hard all my life.
Ike, it's not
So
being
none of us
diminished.
none of us here
It's not being diminished.
all of us
The
are not
issue is,
politicians.
Ike, it's
There are
not
so
being
many.
diminished. The issue is the situation is the same, and they keep asking us to do the same thing over. Only insane people does the same thing over and over again. With like
I'm coming.
righteous man asks, you know, what would they be doing different? We all know the problem. Let's stop beating around the bush. That's what fella calls parabolation. We go just the beat around a bit and see the same place.
I don't think that. I don't think. Listen,
it's
I
got
don't
nothing
think that
to
is
do with
beating.
his achievement. It's to refocus.
I don't think that he's beating about the bush, my brother. He is not in power. He is an opposition. You go back to the interview. He put down the genesis of the opposition in Nigerian political scene with Rudolph when he was interviewing him one-to-one. I listened to it. I was coming from the church. I was listening from when I left the church, but in church house. He gave reasons why the opposition is what it is in Nigeria. Kenneth Okonkwo is not a member of this government that is in power. So if you need anything from the government, you go to APC and their government. But as opposition, what he is trying to tell you is you have to be constructive in your criticism. Not only do you have to criticize, but also you have to provide solutions. But the problem is that the people that are providing solutions, are they listening to you? Because it is easy for me to say, KJ, listen, I want you to do this and this. It's left for KJ to do what I said. At the end of the day, the decision remains with KJ, not with me. But I'm giving him what I think, right? So the decision for KJ to do that is left for him to do. So I think this is what it is all about. So please, let us not think as well, like somebody said, when we brought somebody here, it's like he's not the minister, he's not in the he doesn't have any political position in this government. But as opposition, he is trying to tell you what they are trying to do. The only way they can do it, and they're doing it the best that they can do. But he's also telling you that they can do better also. He is not denying the fact of the anger and frustration that people like us are showing. He recognized that, he accepted that, but also he gave you an idea, the environment that they are operating also, right? So the pain in Nigeria is not peculiar to one person. It's everybody, right? Whatever I am doing to help people in Nigeria, I'm not going to come to this platform to say it. Kenneth Okonkwo is an individual person. There are things he's doing to people he is not going to come here and tell you. Maybe he's reaching out to the people in his village, in his kindred, the people that are closer, the people that are very close to his village, the people that he sees every day. You don't know what he's doing to those people. He cannot come in this big Nigeria, 200 and something million people, and begin to advertise what he's doing, right? So individually, we are playing a part. All of us don't have the opportunity to have a platform, but he has a platform and he's following somebody. You should also look at Mr. Peter Obi, what he says every day in Nigeria. Peter Obi is acting like the president of Nigeria today. So exactly the government in power we know that have failed, but what can the oppositions do? That's the point, that's the question. They don't have the army, they don't have the police, they don't have the judiciary. The government controls everything, but it has not stopped them from doing the little that they can. So please, I want us to, whenever we are trying to say certain things, understand before Rudolph Okonkwo have this platform, he was somebody before. He was doing something before, and before he get into something. All of us are looking for privilege and opportunity to be in a better life, but we have to work hard for it. The pain, the anger in us as Nigerians is that most people that are really not never worked for anything. They stole everything that they have. That's the pain. I am not angry that somebody is a minister. I am not angry that somebody is the president of Nigeria. But the question is, did you work to it? Did you work? Did you work to merit where you are? That's the problem. If I work hard to merit to the place that I find myself today, I don't think that anybody should say something that is not good against that thing, because I believe that I work for it, right? So listen, I want to encourage us. Whenever somebody comes, like Rudolph just said now, he never stopped anybody when I'm constant with platform. He have never stopped anybody not to ask any question you want. But also, we should also remember that there are regulations and laws that are controlling all this platform and journalists and whatever. So there are many things you have to choose. We don't just throw bombs and throw anything you want because, like he said, I'm in my house today is Sunday. I'm in my sitting room. But my internet is giving me a problem. I'm moving everywhere. I'm now using my phone to get where I can have a very good internet. But there are rules and regulations that is controlling his platform. There are certain things he wouldn't want to do. And so let us remember that those people who take the opportunity to come to this platform, put them in hot seat, put them in water seat, put them in cold seat, it doesn't matter. But whatever you want to ask them, remember that there are ethics, there are rules and regulations that is following on every platform. So you should also respect people that are find themselves to come here that we can share and they can tell us what they think about Nigeria, right? Because all of us, at the end of the day, we are pursuing the same goal for a better Nigeria for everybody, right? Anything we are doing here is for everybody to have a better country. That you can go home tomorrow and say, I am proud to be a Nigerian, or wherever you are, the people, your family or your friends in Nigeria, that they are having a better life. Look at what the righteous man just told you right now about the bag of rice, about chicken. It's not only him that is feeling it. Even Mr. Kenneth Okonkwo, who come here, he's still going to buy that chicken at that bag of rice at $92,000 or $96,000 naira. But the difference is maybe you said that he have the money to buy as many bags as he has. That's what we think. I cannot be thinking because I am not in his financial pocket.
All right, Ike. I'm not the one that did it. It froze. But thank you so much.
He might not have come with financial, backup. But he's not regretting his popularity because that position and that popularity he has gained has led him to get connections and contacts in so many fields that he has, engaged himself. So everything should not be all about money. Somebody you are looking at thinking is that money, but if that person tells you his or her problem, you will discover that you and that person are equally in the same field. Most of us who are living in this developed world today, if you are in Nigeria, the same money you think you have now, if you are in Nigeria, you will be saying the same thing righteous man is saying, because it's not enough. So please, I am going to end by letting us to know, please, be your brother's keeper. When you don't see people that you used to see every day, let me not say every day, every week, try to find out why. My pain, my anger is that I told Rudolph the day that I sent him a message, I told him that my phone was hacked. And I sent one other person in this platform up to today. None of them have never received any message or any kind. Say, hey, brother, hey, how far has he gone? But I just came in today and everybody said everybody's happy to see I. But what of all this month? If I have died all this month, none of you would even know. And at the end of the day, we are fighting to have a better Nigeria. Why we can't even love ourselves, even though we are not sitting face to face, we are not close to each other. But this platform has made us a family. They have made us friends and family. So why can't we really be there for your brother or your sister when you don't see somebody? You can say, hey, even though you don't have my contact, you don't have my contact, you can ask one of them. I've not seen Brother Ike for a very long time, or I've not seen Brother Alaba for a very long time, or Mr. Righteous, I've not seen him for a very long time. I mean, what is bad in asking about somebody that you see almost every week?
Sorry, can I request, Rudolph, that Brother Ike, you post your phone number on the private chat so we can all have it.
No, let me answer first before the okay. There's no good way to describe this without sounding bad in a way. So I don't remember. You said you sent an email to me. Unfortunately, I don't remember reading. I don't read most emails. I'm sorry. It doesn't look very good, but there's just so much I can. I thought that we communicate through the phone. You talk to me outside this. And for the panelists, everybody here, I gave out my phone number. I did something recently. I started checking how many people have appeared on this as panelists. They were up to 60-something people. And I tried to gather everybody's number. so that I could, maybe send messages to everybody. But I always...
It was on WhatsApp it was on the WhatsApp I sent you that message, because when it happened on that 25th of December, and the company that I am using their network, this place, they are closed, and there was no way I could reach the company to block that number. But I was advised by the ICT of the manager where I work to remove my SIM card and re-download my phone to factory, download. So I kept my SIM card away until after about 4 or 5 days when the company opened. So they have to block the number, and they gave me a new number, right? So,
all right. Sorry.
But I think that you have my Gmail. I know I sent you the first time we get in contact was through Gmail. So that was my thinking. Because why I sent you that, why were you the first person that I sent that message? Because I believe probably somebody maybe would ask of me in the platform. You can be able to tell them, hey, maybe I've had a little problem, but soon it's going to resolve that. So didn't send it that I'm angry to you, but I just want you to understand that this your platform and your position is a very powerful position. You are working with people. Your common how are you means a lot to a lot of people who are on your platform. Or you wake up in the morning and say, hey, Mr. Ike, how are you doing today? It means a lot to a lot of people who are here. So I'm not angry. I recognize all of us are in this part of the world. Sometimes we walk our way that we don't even remember to eat sometimes. But, I'm just saying it that we should try as much as possible to, be your brother's keeper. Let's keep this contact. It's not about killing ourselves here. At the end of the day, we can be useful for each other in so many ways and in so many forms. That's my point, right?
Thank you. I agree with you.
And then speaking to Dr. Damage's point too.
Can I have my turn, please?
I think you go off your point. I think we should be fair on the guests when they come. When Damages is saying ask your question, there will always be reactions. Even sometimes I'm tempted to want to follow up, but let's be respectful. I'm also guilty in the sense. Let's be respectful. Ask our questions. After the guest is gone, look at us. We are all reacting now to some of his answers, and with some we agree, some we don't agree. I'm sure he's even listening at the back and watching and hearing somebody say, "Oh, that answer was shabby." Was this? I'm sure he won't be happy with that, and some of the kind of feedback we're giving. So when he says one question, let's be respectful. You understand? And he can give his answer, his own opinion. You don't have to agree. You understand? He himself was kind of lost when he said, like they needed help. Is a call
Can we
for
also
help.
learn how to use our time to complain?
That no matter what you do, at the end of the
Olumide,
day,
you just interjected and you won't stop.
INEC declares the result. INEC declares at the end of the day, no matter what you do, they need help too. Who's going to help them make INEC do the right thing?
All right, Olumide, thank you. So let me finish
Can we
up.
learn how to use our time to complain? That's also the respect that we are asking for. Respect each other. Use your time to complain.
Okay, Ovia, hold on. Let me just finish up. So, Ike, sorry about that. And then, righteous man, I can't promise. I'm really sorry. I can't promise that. You have my number and I have your number and we talk outside this platform. And for most people here, I talk to them outside this platform. And I always think that if there's anything they want to let me know, they will let me know. And sometimes the messages are, if I see a name that I'm familiar with, I make sure that I respond. But sometimes something can depending on the day, so it's not anything personal. I care about everybody here, and even the people that are not here. But I can't promise you that if I don't see anybody for 2 months, we'll start. People can travel. And I do notice that people are not there. But there's no commitment. I can't make people come, and it sounds bad, but it's the way it is. It's just life. We're doing this. It's very difficult. I don't know if you guys know. It's really very difficult, and the kind of things we juggle. But I always think that if Ike needs me, Ike can reach me. And I've reached Ike in different situations, and we talk about something different from this platform. And the same thing with Righteous Man and everybody here. So I think that line is open, but and I believe that, you know, I just so, but I appreciate you guys. It's nothing personal. Okay, I can count more than 40 people who have not seen here in a year. I'm not going to be. I mean, I think that any day they want to come, they will come. I don't know what's going on. I hope everything is good, but you know, it's difficult. I wish I can promise you that any day I will do it, but it's difficult, you know. But that's
No
honest.
problem. Rudolph, listen, I'm not signing up, but I want to switch over to my laptop, to my house internet. So because I'm using my phone, the battery is down. I want to charge it, so I'm going to switch over. So I'm not signing up.
Okay.
If I can't come back into the studio, I'll be listening, because my provider since 3 weeks, I don't know what's wrong with my internet. It's not strong. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Ovie, you're next. Oh, I skipped Tone. Hold on.
Tone don't talk now.
Tone, did you speak?
I said it can't be Ovie. That's what I said. I said it cannot be obvious.
Oh, okay. So
Tone,
go ahead.
okay. Talking about skipping, I've been skipped, and Dr. Rudolph, with all due respect, you know, I try to be respectful. The only people that I just turn my other side on, it's all these Agbado people that come here and spew lies. Now, I don't think, I'm just addressing everybody respectfully, and forefathers do it, Ovi does it. When you get your mic, please, if they say it's one question, please go straight to your question. That spending 10-15 minutes for preamble, and you're not penalized. Today, I even hardly finished my first question and all that. I was even put muted and all that, and I was just placed and banked at the background and all that, which I don't have a problem. I mean, you are managing everybody and all that, but I think, again, if you look at if people that have stayed too long, the order they came in and all that, I don't kick any force and all that. I try to manage myself even before people tells me to shut up. I mean, forefathers can even attest to the fact, even when he moderates and all that, I try to manage my. So let's just be mindful about other people. I know sometimes we are so carried about with preamble, but with today, that was what ate up our time. Not that we did not have enough time. A lot of people just went off on and on and on and on, and that was what just ate up all our time. Now, in saying that, going forward, what Ferreira was saying, I think people are just kind of misunderstanding him. What he's simply saying is that this thing must be beyond political party. It should be a movement, and that was what I was saying. I too, I was a bit disappointed with Mr. Okonkwo, although he tried to be as professional as possible and fair. I addressed that of Abure. The case of Abure is worrying. It's worrying to a lot of people that are opinions. I mean, he just swept on at the carpet saying, "Yeah, it's not that it's being set up and all that." But we have not seen the transparency and all that. People are people are worried about the integrity. See, we're talking about we're criticizing Tinubu, his sons, and what they are doing in APC and all that. We should get our our house in order. If the national party chairman is not in order, I mean, we have no right calling other people like Bado or that Tinubu is a thief and all that. We should get our acts in order, you know, before we move forward. So I, for one, but Dr. Rudolph, you know what I'm talking. I'm not trying to advocate anything illegal, but I personally I don't have any faith in democracy, in changing anything. Something forceful will need to happen. You know what I'm talking. Something until something forceful happens, all these people are pushed away, and somebody will enact something better, and then we can start organically again and start building. Although we're saying that we don't want any military rule, but the truth is, at the end of the day, this is the only thing that will work at this point in time that we find ourselves, because Tinubu is not letting go. 2027 is going to be the same story. Again, I would mirror Ferreira about what he said and all that. You can't tell us to, yeah, everything is fine. Then you take us through the emotions. Or do you know how much emotional stress that we all suffered? We thought, okay, Mahmoud, that Mahmoud scammed us, Tinubu and his talks scammed us. Then the judiciary hit the nail on the head. So the judiciary are still the same. They've not changed. They're being controlled and being and on payroll of Tinubu. The Chief Justice of the country is being bankrolled by Tinubu. Is being controlled by Tinubu. And we're talking about 2027. We're having a laugh. We're having a laugh. This thing is going to continue, but in a way, I will say let the hunger continue. Whether it will reset some people's heads, some bigots' heads, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tone. Let me echo what you just said, which is important. A preamble, the idea of laying the background to your question. I think that's what takes most of the time. I want us to always assume, and I think it's true, most of the guests we have here are smart enough, they understand the issues. So you can ask your question as much straight and don't give a lot of background. They are not like people who do not know the issues. All right, Ovie, go ahead.
Thank you. We are still on our guest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I got what I wanted from him, and I think I got more. I wanted to know where he's at with Nnamdi Kanu. Obviously, it's not with him. And I wanted to actually, see sampling around what Wale Soyinka says about the obedient that it's an anarchy organization. So I tried to get that away from him, but from a different angle. And I got the answer that I wanted from him. But I think I noticed one thing though. I think because we are so much in love with our problems, that's why we talk about them every day. That even when solution is right before our own very eye, we don't recognize it. Just one thing I appreciate Okonkwo for is that he said that the problem is not about tribes, not religion, but it's a class thing. That's new. I've been saying that it's a class. Now, what class does he belong to? I classify people like him as those people who they are the emerging elite, those who want to belong to the class. Yes, he said something. It's not looking for popularity. He's already made it in industry. That's a fact. But guess what? It doesn't have power. In order for you to solidify all those your achievements, when I mean solidify, if people are not going to forget you or your words are not going to be gone 5 years after you are out of this place, the best way to avoid that is to seek for power. That's pretty much what all these success people from every walks of life are coming into politics. That's what they're seeking for, nothing else. How do they make sure they solidify their power? That's what Tinubu is all about. That's what Obi is all about from the one of his politics. He has nothing to. So if you are trying to get any other question that will satisfy from this kind of people, that lie. The emerging elite are the most dangerous one. They will go with everything, all the established rule before they go. They will garnish it on their way there just to get in. So the idea that you are expecting you to believe that Biafra is a good thing, or it's not going to come from him. It's like he's good at what he's doing. He's somebody who has a soft power, what I call the persuasive power. His profession speaks a lot about him. So hence, when you see him, they tell you have to give it to him, and he decides to go and study law to understand all the rules before he can get it. And once you get in, you can. So there are some questions you will ask him. You will not get anything straight away from answer from him. So you need to recognize where this person belongs in this hierarchy of class and what is ahead of him. Then you know how to take. Then you can analyze whatever that comes out of that person. So it's somebody he's dying to. I mean, it's clearly said he's a star of every standard. You cannot take that away from him. He's very successful, but you can ask nothing when it comes to power. There's nothing. Dangote is the richest black man in the world. Where Akpabio will fit enter? Dangote no fits. That's power. They no fit. Now only money get. I go ask Elon Musk. They always scream. So when they expect some country for those kind of people, they are very dangerous. They will do everything they can to get them, especially people like who is very exposed. You know everybody, you know everywhere, but it lacks that power. It's very important. Even Maslow got it wrong that the top of the hierarchy is self-acclamation. Yes, after that, then what next? Go on, ask
Ovie, you said that Maslow got it wrong?
Yes, I won't say got it wrong. It excluded the power aspect because the top of the chain is self-acclamation. Then what after then?
You know,
when you get to
before you say something like this, you have to write a book.
Yes.
You don't just say it and throw it out there.
I have to write a book.
Write a book. You don't say it just like that. Someone spends lifetime coming to that conclusion. They teach it in school, and Ovie came out.
No, I am not. No, sorry, that's why I corrected myself. I said he excluded that. Let me not say he got it wrong. I get your point now.
Self-actualization is also you looking to be somebody in the society to contribute to. So it's part of it. He didn't exclude it.
I agree with you, Wale. I put it that way because the guy, all the politicians that will come here, I'm already successful, I already make money, I'm not coming here to steal another. Obi will tell you that I'm not desperate to be president. I just was in Nigeria work. Phrases like that, they are telling you that they've already established, they've got to their hierarchy of needs. That's what they are telling us, right? But what else do you want again? Go and sit down and just watch you and enjoy your success. But no. So they are very dangerous, right? Now the class of that same class, Rudolph below. That's why you understand where I'm going with it. But Rudolph is neutral now because he's still young. Give him 10 years from now. When he wants his opinion to another way again to identify these people who are desperate for their opinion to matter in their society or whatever constituency they belong. Those people also are very dangerous. They will play to the gallery just to go where they want.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let's go to Mr. Shaw. I seen the visit to. I'll come to you, Mr. Shaw. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Good evening to all the panelists, the chat gang, and to the viewers. And happy Mother's Day to those in the UK. It's Mother's Day in England. I'm not sure if you've discussed it already. I only saw the last 5 or 6 questions with Dr. Okonkwo. I've been celebrating Mother's Day with the mother of the house, so I joined quite late. But happy Mother's Day. Just came on to say a few things. I heard what Uncle Ike said, and his disappointment at the fact that people didn't check on him, and the Righteous Man as well, my favorite panelist from Nigeria. Like Rudolph said, it's hard to keep track of who's been here, who's not been here. It's not that people will notice, but just for Rudolph alone to take the burden might be a bit much. I think all of us are guilty of it. We should check on each other. I agree completely. So having said that, there are a few faces I've not seen in a while, and I just want to mention a few names. And, I know the chat section would help me in checking on some people right away. So let's just go through a few names. I haven't seen Ify in a while, or probably because I've been away for a while myself. Maybe they've been here and I've missed them, but, someone like Ify. Mama Icho is well documented. She's explained to Rudolph that she's taking a break. But we'll still check, Mama Icho, if you're listening, Ify. There's Body as well. There's TA, Mr. Loverman. I haven't seen him in a while. There is Chim, who I only found out, I think it was last week, I found out that he actually said he wasn't going to come back. I missed that completely. I think it was off the back of the Super Eagles game and the back and forth. And Dan actually apologized on air last week to say, he's sorry if he was the one that rubbed him the wrong way. So Chim, if you're watching, we miss you. Of course, we'd like to have you back. You can't, because of one small argument, say you won't come back. You want to fix Nigeria, and we argued over Super Eagles and you won't come back. You have to come back with Chim, So, and, someone like African Queen, she was here way back before the election. She was a regular, so there are a few names I might forget. And that's the rabbit hole you don't want to go down. Once you mention a few names, then some people will be like, see, they mentioned this name, they didn't mention my name. But if I've missed your name and you're regular and, we haven't seen you in a while, we'd love to have you back. But like I also encouraged last week, if you need a break, please take a break. As sad as it sounds, you are not the solution to Nigeria's problem. So you not being here won't break Nigeria. So take all the time in the world that you need. Some people actually do need a break from this. We are tougher than one another. Some people can take it every day. People go and Mayegun every single day.
Sure, I challenge you. Name them.
People listen to Nigeria Watch every day. They run a daily show. I couldn't. I listen to them from time to time, but I can't take Nigeria's matter every single day like that. That intensity is too much for me. So that's why I come here more often, because it's a weekly show. So for those who feel like they need a break, please take a break. Your mental health is very, very, very important. If you lose it and you're gone, Nigeria will continue. They won't even know that you were once in Nigeria, and the Nigeria won't know. You won't stop for a second. So please, anyone who needs a break, please take a break. Having said that, now let me quickly, hey baby. So let me go quickly to the issue of the hot seat. I've had a few people come on to say, politicians are on the hot seat. We have to ask them questions. And I totally agree. But let me borrow what Ngoseka would say. Two things can be right at the same time. I don't think Rudolph is saying spare them. I don't think he's saying don't ask them the tough questions. Ask them the toughest questions with respect, of course. Ask them the toughest questions. Don't be unnecessarily hostile towards them, because what would happen is you would chase them away, and they will go to a friendly place where they'll be mollycoddled. No, they won't even ask them any question at all. So ask them the toughest questions. Now, they're politicians. It's in their nature to try and be slimy and not answer you. That's why they are politicians. Water is wet. You can have a slight pushback, but this segment we're having, we have it so that we can come and deliberate and say, you know what he told me, I totally disagree. And he knows that I know that he was not telling the truth. We can have that at the end of it. So we don't necessarily have to have imagine if we allowed Pansat to say everything he wanted to say because it's hot seat. The rest of you won't get a word in. So while we're asking for that, let's have a robust debate with them, you can't have a robust debate, because it would mean nobody else will get to ask a question. And let me break the news to you. Your question and the answer is going to give you is not going to solve the problem of Nigeria on its own. Let's all agree. None of us as an individual is that important. Collectively, yes. But if you think my question, if I don't ask it, Nigeria will break tomorrow, go and touch grass. It's not that deep. So ask your question. Let them lie to you. Come back and let people know that what he said to me, I don't believe. And like someone rightly said, Mr. Okonkwo is probably watching. Or he would watch this later to see what they said about him after. So let's not get to that point where we're just unnecessarily hostile and we chase them away completely, except we don't care if they come or not. But I would rather have them come. And I'm not saying, wear kid glove with them. Ask them. I want to ask them tough questions. Most times, people ask the questions I want to ask. So I don't bother just for the sake of asking to ask. That's why I stay away from a lot of these questions, because I know that there's nothing I want to find out that this panelist won't ask. I trust the people who come here to ask those questions. So when they bring guests, you often see that I'm not here asking them questions. Dele Farotimo was the last one I spoke to, and I said, thank you for all you do. And I was off. Do you understand? So please, let's be circumspect when we deal with the guest. It's a tough job getting them to agree. That's why you won't see APC people. They won't come here. We have a reputation. They know what we think of them. They would never come. I mean, one man comes to this place and look at the whole place just goes up in flame. One man. Who is he in the grand scheme of things? Who is he? So imagine a strong APC big shot comes in. The way we would attack and go for him, it won't solve any problem. It would just mean the rest of them will not come. So let them come. Let us ask them the question. Nigerians are not stupid. They would watch it and they can see that this guy is lying to the panelist. That's all I've got to say. I would stay in the background. If there's anything else I need to say, I'll come back. Otherwise, lovely to be with you guys. Have a wonderful show.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. You helped me to explain some of these things better. Hold on. Let me hear from Lubisi first. Lubisi.
Yes, thank you, Rudolph. Good evening, gentlemen. It has been a very eventful session so far. Everybody wants to jump on the tough questions and all that. Well, our guest has done his best. I'm satisfied with all the answers he gave. And he said he doesn't have all answers to everything. But we all agreed on one problem, that Nigeria is not working and we need to fix it. The only area I would have asked him about is about the constitution of the country. That the constitution as we have it today, does it think is a working document? Looking at all the problems it has, all the contradictions in it, and the way the judiciary that is supposed to interpret the constitution do their double standards sometimes, with the election tribunal and the Supreme Court ruling being a typical example where they let go of what the constitution says in some areas, like if somebody forges his result, or if somebody presents a forged document to INEC, and the court just ignored it. But I know, like a lawyer, probably he will say they have taken their decisions, and like they say in law, even if the judge is drunk and gives a wrong decision, you have to accept it. The only option you have is to appeal it to a higher court, and if it's justices of the higher court that give that kind of ruling, you can't do anything. So going forward, I will want to come back to what Alaba has been saying, and which some of us, I think, Olumide share that opinion too. We can't have true democracy or a working country with the kind of constitution we run and with the kind of electoral system we have presently. Is it the present INEC that have conducted further elections after this one? We saw how they did the elections in 3 states recently. Are they the same INEC that we're expecting to do the same? These men in power will double down on what they have been able to do so far. They now control the judiciary, and of course, INEC has been in their pocket. So if all this are said, the only thing we should start doing now is to how we can galvanize ourselves as Nigerians to put pressure on them to do further electoral reform if we're talking about election. But beyond election, Nigeria has a more fundamental problem of this non-workable constitution where the federal government is so powerful, where we say we are practicing federalism, but many of us who are here in the US or elsewhere, where true federalism is practiced, we know that this is not the way we do it back home, is not the right way. Where every month, governors send their commissioners to Abuja to get their share of the federal allocation, where some states cannot take some decisions to manage their state without referring or getting permission from the federal government. We are, in a sense, practicing a dictatorship or a unitary system where the center runs everything. So, and that is why INEC will have the influence to do what they do. So the system is not working. If you're talking about the election, when how to galvanize people, get people together to support a particular candidate who we all know is good, like P2B. But what if the system being controlled by this vested interest and these people who are running Nigeria down over the years decides to crumble it like they did in the last one? So the issue is still there. We can't be scratching the surface and leaving the main issue, which is our very existence. I'll still repeat what I used to say. All ethnic nationalities that make up Nigeria must come to the table and decide, do we want to remain as one country? Under what terms? Under what condition? How? And this time to be level. No minority, no majority. We are all equal. That is how we should do it. If we don't do that, we'll keep having the same problem where some people feel they are bigger than the others, where some people want to dominate, where some people feel that they are born to rule. And those who resist them, they will go after them. And then when some people who feel that, oh, the only way is to join them, then they become collaborators with them. Either they are from the south or from the north. So Nigeria is not working. In everything I see going on in that country, I see these ethnic tendencies, religious tendencies, and they cash in on the largely illiterate population we have. They've now made it worse by using hunger and starvation as a problem in such a way that people don't even think about, okay, let's come together and think out a way of resisting these people positively. But everybody's struggling every day. How will I eat? How will I feed my children? So even if you call people to galvanize, it will take a very serious effort to get people together before you begin to talk of their ethnic divide. All these people who are even saying that they are hungry, when the time for election comes again, they will still use the same tool they use in wiping them down to use them. It's a big problem we have in that country. So, but we must come down and sit down together and discuss Nigeria, because it's not working. It can work. Nigeria can be one of the greatest countries on earth. We have resources. We have human and material resources. Here, people are making waves all across the world. Even young people, when they from Nigeria, when they send them to school competitions abroad, maybe mathematical competition, they excel over there, even with the little effort their teachers are putting in. So, what if we keep allowing mediocrity to run the country, because we don't want to break down the system by coming together and sitting down, it will continue the same way. So I don't see, if next election comes, if we get to that time, these people, they will double down on what they are doing. The present National Assembly can't even give us a new electoral law that will give a level playing field. They won't. They will put in measures in such a way that they are at one point the judges will see a loophole to say, oh, this INEC can do whatever they want. Before 2023, we thought it is all said that we are going to have electoral. The election will be electoral. They will use electoral devices. I mean, that IRF or whatever will work. It will be raised as INEC promised us when they did some state elections earlier. But lo and behold, they now went there and they saw some loopholes and they used it. So it's a problem. We have a set of people who want the system to crumble, who want to keep running the system the way it is because it benefits them. Now they are now pushing their children gradually, both from the judiciary, from the legislature, from the executive, at the expense of the general public. And some people will keep supporting those kind of people. And they don't look at, in the next 8 years now, some of us will add 8 years to our age. All those youths supporting them, some of them may be in their 20s, 30s, they will get to probably late 30s or into 40s. And their life will not be better because of the system we run. So I'm happy that Kenneth came here and threw more light on some things that happened during the election and what Nigeria should do. I know he has more to say. Maybe Rudolph, as time goes on, you can invite him in future and then we'll have some more talk with him. Then I don't want to say anything about our panelists. You are in charge. You know how to show us, put it succinctly, the way we should do. Everybody should be limited to one question. If you can, when you usually give us a prior notice of who is coming, like even sometimes 3 days, 4 days, everybody should write down who they want, the questions they want to ask. And since you are limited to one question, take the one that is your priority and go straight to the point. You can greet the person. If you want to praise him for less than a minute, you can do so, or you want to do a little chat with him. Then use the next 2 minutes and ask your question. So that more people will have time to ask their own questions too. I think that is the way we should go. Let me stop so far. Thank you.
All right, I will listen to Oti and then hand it over to fathers. Oti.
Good evening, everyone. Right. Unfortunately, I wasn't available to listen to Kenneth Okonkwo, but I've been listening to their reactions. Look, the only thing really I want to say is this: not necessarily related to the interview and the discussion of his responses, but rather, okay, the guy that came yesterday, the investigative journalist.
Usayo.
Okay. And also, I'm sure forefathers would have, some of us at least, listened to the interview, or rather the speech given by Professor Mogalo. I didn't listen to the speech, but the interview he gave, he granted a rise. The reason why I'm bringing this up is this, because we come here. I just hope that we learn something as well. In other words, we make improvement, and we're learning. It's no use coming and talking and not listening, not learning things. We always learn and grow in our understanding of issues. That's my hope, and that's my aspiration. And if we're not doing that, we're not doing ourselves any good service. So, and I may really direct my question to forefathers, because he's the one that is the more argumentative, fellow. And nothing wrong with that, but it's part of it. No, but I'm interested in people learning things, taking things aboard, okay, and not talking all the time, but also learning. That's important. So from first, let me ask you: did you listen to either the speech given by Professor Magalo or the interview he granted at Rice?
No, I didn't get the interview, but I saw some of the speech.
Oh, okay. So, and how about of course, you were here yesterday listening to the journalist. So the question he addressed, this question was asked to him about perhaps, like the solution to the Nigerian problem, the way he identifies it and the solutions or a solution he prefers. I wonder, do you have any view on that? Any comment? Did you learn anything from that? Did it not make any impression on you?
He's saying that we should get $30 billion IMF stabilization program. He's saying that we should get $30 billion IMF stabilization program, from what I can see on the headline.
That's referring to okay. Let me put this question to you this way. Now, for example, referring to the interview he granted, in terms of the Nigerian, because you really can't solve any problem or any if you don't have a proper diagnosis. You have to understand what the problems are before you can begin to look for solutions. So the problem of Nigeria, because that's what we're discussing, is so now the thing about the structure, okay, that is not just that's not the only problem, but the basic structure of Nigeria, the way the system is set up. I think he put his finger on that. I'm talking about Moralo now. So you didn't get rid of that from his speech, since you said you didn't listen to the interview. I listened to the interview, so I can only really speak to the interview, the way, because the question was put to him, and then his analysis and the solutions he profiled. So did you get that?
Yeah, I got some of it from. If I'm going by the headline and some of the some part of his speech, he is very articulate and he does make some distinct points, but I'm not very clear.
Okay, right. Okay, let me go to yesterday's discussion. The journalist, he was asked this question, and he kept on, focused on leadership, right? Do you have any? Does that make any impression on you in terms of your understanding of problems and Nigerian problem and how we can go about solving it?
See,
the reason why I'm asking these questions is because, look, if we cannot understand where we are, the problems we are facing, it's no use. We can just sit down.
There's no use asking me a question when I start talking, you interrupt me. If we keep doing that, then
okay, sorry. I'll give you a chance. I'll give you time to respond to my question.
No, what I actually think we should do is that let me round up, and then you guys can take it down, take it up if you want to. But I wanted to say that today is Mother's Day for some people in Nigeria. I don't understand why Nigeria cannot find one day and celebrate it on one day. You see, these are small things. I don't know why it's difficult for why they are doing it different days. Even America, UK, they have one day, but in Nigeria, it's still something that is too difficult for them to figure out. But anyway,
the same reason that is making you not to speak your English, because you can't create anything for yourself. You have to copy what other people are doing. There is nothing original about you as Nigerian.
Say it again. No, sorry. Let him say it again. The what?
I said the same reason that makes you throw away your languages to adopt another person's language. There is nothing unique, or there is nothing you can create by yourself. You just have to copy from other people.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I was saying that, that's something that we can also think about. There's a video I saw that was interesting. One woman was reading 10 commandments, I think, of how to be a good mom. Let me play that just as an aside, and then I'll play one other video, and then I'll.
Number one, that thou shalt not have another man. Number two, thou shalt get up early in the morning and say, Daddy, good morning. How was your night? With a kiss. Come and let's pray. Daddy, good morning. With a kiss, come and let's pray. Number three, thou shalt manage any food money given to her by her husband. Thou shalt not call the daughter Mary, okay, Papa Chop. Number five, thou shalt serve the husband for 3 times a day. Number six, thou shalt observe the husband when going out and say, Daddy, you are looking good with a kiss. Have a nice day. Number seven, thou shalt not compare the husband with another man. Thou shalt not insult the husband in public. People should know how stupid you are. Number nine, thou shalt honor the mother-in-law and father-in-law. Number 10, thou shalt not wear kola when going to bed.
All right, I found that funny, and I thought about feminists all across Africa if they were listening to that woman, and the distance between where our people are probably in this rural area, and then people who are in places like Abuja and Lagos, and then of course our people who are abroad. But anyway, I just wanted to play that in recognition of Mother's Day that is going on in Nigeria. But we're talking about things about power. What is the nature of this struggle, and what's the importance of this struggle? And there was this video I saw where Labio and the governor of River State, and I think an event, I don't know what event was, they were speaking and they were talking about this struggle. Let's listen to them.
This one has to do with our political class. What is all this struggle all about? You want to kill, you want to bury. What is it all about? What is the struggle all about? I will answer you. The struggle, we are not talking politics. In 2006, I wanted to be a deputy governor. So the then deputy governor invited me and told me that this office has no money. There is nothing in it. I don't know why you still insist on moving me from here and taking over. So a woman who went with me said, Your Excellency, then don't wait for impeachment. Just resign since there is nothing in it. And he stood up and he started punching the woman. And I told him, Your Excellency, don't punch her. She's telling the truth. There is nothing in the office. That's why I want it, because you are too big for it. So, Your Excellency, Governor Fubara, if there is nothing in the struggle, don't struggle.
I know that we will like this, but
I like her, man. I like when Eddie talk to themselves, you know. See, they don't give a fuck about us. He said, if you don't like the struggle, man, resign. Tell you Fubara, resign. It's in the power, no sweet. That's their problem now, you see. But we find our own. There's nothing in it, but there's something in it.
I mean, the occasion is not the right. I mean, they shouldn't be having this kind of spat in a solemn occasion.
Exactly.
Exactly.
They could have their disagreements, you know, and either at political level or philosophical, but it's not, you know, somebody's burial.
Yes, they were so disrespectful.
It's the wrong place.
That's very disrespectful.
It's,
That was disrespectful on
so,
their own part.
It shows you how petty these people can be, really, you know.
They don't send us.
All right. Forefathers, are you with us? Are you away?
I'm here. You see, I seem to be the favorite, most interrupted person ever.
Father, sorry, I heard you are sick. I tell you, maybe eat that breakfast where Agbado people serve when they want election on the February 23rd. You say no. You are waiting, and now you chop up. You are feeling it now.
All right.
Don't chop up, please.
So, thank you, everybody, for joining me. I have to take my leave, and next week we are going to have other guests that will be interesting on.
You just interrupted me again. It's unbelievable. Some of the things we do, we don't notice it. Every time I want to say something, 3 people want to say something else. It's unbelievable. When I start acting strident, people say I'm acting strident. If I say quiet, nobody cares that people keep interrupting me and doing exactly what they accuse me of doing.
I call forefathers to say something. Forefathers.
They won't leave the platform for you. Why you they cry? They want to leave the platform.
Oh, stop it. That's not the point.
The next 10 hours.
Point is that people are talking. That's a totally different session.
All right. Forefathers, say what you want to say so that I can.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make was that I've heard of some of the statements that people have stated here. I can't address every single one of them, but what I heard from Fubala was something different from what everybody else had, which is, again, he's basically saying all this struggle, we struggle because he's in the burial of somebody. What are we fighting for? Does it have meaning? He was asking that question seriously, and Akpabio, the fool, comes on and says what he says. I think we're just speaking different languages, and sooner or later there will be reckoning for all these people that just think everything's a joke. It's okay.
Sometimes they need to understand how the elites communicate. They don't talk to you; they talk to themselves.
But I heard him. I heard him differently from what you are hearing.
But he's not talking to you. For the past we hear,
elites are human beings too. You can even consider us an elite somehow.
Ovie, you have this.
They are talking to themselves.
You have this respect. Ovie, you have this respect for these people you call elite. Some of them are not smart. What did Akpabio say now that is smart?
No, hold on. Who said he's smart?
Okay.
No, hold on. Let's talk about respect. I have respect for them. Yes, they are winning. Let's face it. And they're winning. They are winning. They are getting their share of the cake. We ain't getting nothing. So yes, I respect them for that.
Well, they may be winning for now. You know, and you see, look, life is
now. We live in now. Me and you are here now. We live in now. I don't live in tomorrow. I live in now. I'm here now. I'm feeling the brunt.
Well, but there's tomorrow. I hope you know that.
Well, the best tomorrow is
OT, they will keep winning unless there's a change of action. Or none of you are taking action. They will keep winning.
No, of course, I get you. We can enact that change, and as I come here, is as I said, I don't really enjoy talking. You know, that's the reason. So sometimes we have to have clarity about the problems we have, and then we can maybe focus on the solutions instead of just having people just repeating themselves.
He asked me a question, why do I respect the elite? And I'm telling you why, but you don't decide. Should I tell him your own reason? I can only tell him my reason. I'm not telling your reason. And I'm telling that my own reason for respecting them is because they are winning. You can disagree with that, but you cannot challenge it. That's my reason. What is your reason?
Okay. You can't say because somebody is winning you respect them if what they are doing is not this productive or helping in any way or for the greater good. You can't say, oh, I respect them because they are winning. You should be trying to dislodge them, not saying I respect them because they are winning.
Yes, I agree with you, forefathers. I agree with you.
Hold on, you need to recognize what you want to destroy. You need to study what you want to destroy. Don't go there blindly.
You guys know
what are you talking about?
No, that's a different point.
Ovie. They are winning. Where are they not winning in the world? You make it look like it's something wonderful they are doing, something extraordinary. What country in the world are the elite are not winning?
Success is
Exactly.
you getting what you want. These men are getting what they want, whatever it is. I don't have to agree with them. I
I'm
have
not
to recognize
disagreeing
that.
with you. I'm just saying that they are winning is nothing special because all over the world they are winning. Even in Haiti, where there is no country, the elite are still winning.
True.
Yeah,
Exactly. So
that's what I wanted
that
to
is
say. That's what I wanted to say.
I respect them.
No,
Okay.
sorry,
But I
so
have to recognize them.
Ovie, do you have
Yes.
any sense of, I mean, what you might
No,
call?
hold on. Don't go back to your query of anybody. Let me hear from you.
No, let him ask the question. I'm
No,
I'm not
I know
taking
you
any
enjoy
offense.
it. I know you enjoy it, but let's hear from KJ and
Yeah,
see.
what I wanted to say concerning that video, I watched it and I followed the argument he was putting forward. I don't think any of us here sitting here want to think that Fabio is a very intelligent man. Is anybody thinking that way? And so his answers didn't make any difference for
I
me.
actually do. I do. He's
Okay,
intelligent.
I don't think so. But on lashing on to what you've said, I will agree because he was a deputy governor. That's 8 years. He has become governor, and that 8 years, 16 years, he's now in the Senate, and he may be there for another 8 years, or that is 24 years out of his life, which has continuously to enjoy government largesse and living in the fool's paradise. The truth of the matter is they are making progress for themselves
And destroying lives.
as it is
That's
all
a
around
different
the world.
conversation.
Hold
That's
on,
a
Yes,
sir.
different
Hold
destroying
on,
conversation.
lives.
hold on,
Want to beat
Mr.
them.
Hold
It's
on.
important.
As it is all around the world, all of them gang together. The elites, even the United States, it's not spared. They go for their interests and they keep their interests to themselves. Now it is for us to organize ourselves and know that these people are not doing anything for us. That's the truth. The only people who have come close to that understanding is the people of Abia State, who insisted that they wanted Alex Oti, and Providence or God, if you want to put it in the way I will put it, decided to help Alex Oti by bringing a force called Labour Party, and that force, roller coastered him into where he is, and he has made good so far of that promise. So if we all wake up as people of Nigeria, okay, like I said here, it's only in Nigeria that the Nigerian government calls their people the masses. Let us do something for the masses. They are not citizens, they are masses, wretched of the earth. Okay? So it's only in Nigeria, and that shows you how much regard they have for you and I. All right. Is it that we can't do what they're doing? We can do what they're doing, but some of us here believe in higher power, the God that we serve, that sometimes we'll give account of what we have done. That's the only reason why we refuse to do it again. It's not because we cannot do that. It's not because we don't have people who can bring us into those same offices to do this nonsense they're doing. But we just want to appeal because some of us are choosing on the other side not to go this way and to keep speaking until the truth is done. It's everywhere in the world. All of the elites gang together to make sure. In fact, one of the quickest examples I can draw to is I used to think that the Republicans are totally different from the Democrats, but I come to realize that all our politics, according to Ovie, okay, they tell you, they make it look as if, they're going to take care of this issue very soon, very quickly. Everything is running towards the end. And at the end, when it gets to the point where they will have to cross the T's and dot the I's, everybody just slows down all of a sudden. And then the thing just fizzles out. And then you don't hear about it again until when next there's an election. Then those topics, spring up again. And they start shouting all around and making it look as if, which is what is going on in Nigeria, And one of the things I wanted to point out.
I just think
Hold
you
on,
are
sir.
getting it wrong. You keep saying elites
Hold
are
on,
in
sir.
charge.
Hold on, sir. One of the other things that oh God, you have tried to. One of the things I want to, also touch is okay, go ahead, sir. I can't seem to put my.
Sorry, let me just ask something
You
about
all
the.
elites.
Hold
That's
on,
the
hold on,
problem. You
Ferrari,
keep
Ferrari,
saying
hold on,
elite,
please.
elite.
Ferrari, hold on. I wanted to ask something about the kind of way people should ask questions to guests. I agree that maybe setups for questions may be taking too long. I think that's something people can judge for themselves. If we all agree on that, then we'll just go ahead and ask questions. But I actually think that sometimes people should be allowed to challenge some of their answers because, like, we have questions time in the UK now, where people ask questions, and sometimes if the politician give a very an answer, then the audience member will challenge their answer, and it's an art. It's not like for everybody. Like, not everybody should be doing that, But now and again, people should be allowed to challenge the question, the answer that they give. Otherwise, it will just be one stale situation whereby people come, ask soft questions. Then the politician might just bring a speech and read it and go away, and then we will not get anywhere. I really think that we need to push them sometimes.
No, I think I disagree with you on that, because first off, we have to recognize the platform. Two, who the guest is. Do you want the guest back? This is not an interrogative platform, right? And again, in a situation like, hold on now, in an institution like this, intelligence tells you that if you ask a question, right, for you to have a question, you have a pre-mindset or you have a curiosity. There is no way, it is not 100% certain that that question will be responded the way you want it. That's not how life works.
Of course not.
It is exactly. It is your intelligence demands that when somebody gives you an answer that you don't accept, you don't have to respond.
But no, it's not. See, I said it's not for everybody.
Let me finish. The most important thing that you got what you want. Just like when I asked him about Kanu, he didn't tell me no or yes. He just said, "Oh, I will only play myself." Instantly, I got what I want.
But you see what you are doing here. What you are doing here is that a guest can come in, you ask a question, they just answer, "Oh, I went to buy ice cream." It's okay.
No. But forefather, what to hear? What to hear is hold on, even you also got jump into the issue. You don't want to jump.
There is a balance somewhere. There has to be a balance somewhere.
You cannot make my point for me, right?
But you jump into other people's stuff too now. You jump in also to other people's comments.
Go ahead.
Okay, now for me to talk, I gotta say what I gotta say.
If you know my point, make my point. Let me see how you want to make my point for me.
Anyway, I gotta say what I said. You all keep talking about listen.
Let me finish my point.
Okay.
I mean,
the
problem with that. That's the problem, right?
Sometimes I like to remove myself and see how it will look like without a moderator. And the reason why we have moderator is so that we will make sense. But you guys don't want the moderator to do the job. Everybody wants to talk, and then it wouldn't make any sense for people watching at home. So once again, I'm interested in this topic just to hear it before I go. Forefather has this proposition about the way to do this. Ovies, finish your thoughts. Let me hear. Unmute yourself, Ovies. Okay.
First, we have to ask: do we want the candidate? Do we want the guest to be back? Right? But at the same thing, if I ask you 1 + 1, you tell me, say, 1 + 1 is equals to 3 - 2 and this. I don't have to argue with you. I don't even know where you are going. So, and again, that for the purpose of respect for others, somebody might, just like Pastor, they always try to make the point that I'm only here for some time. I can say I want to be here for 1 hour. Respect that, because by the time you talk more than necessarily, you don't eat the other person time just because you disagree with what the answer that you receive. Of course, you will disagree. The person is not going to give you exactly what you want, especially if it's a political figure. It is now for you to, before you ask that question, you should be able to actually say, okay, this is where this man is going. Just like when I asked him about Nnamdi, he said, oh, I will act myself. Do I need to start saying, oh, you're an actor, you can't act yourself? I could do that, but for what sense does it make when I already get what I want indirectly? So going back and forth, it's not that it's not good, but look at the flip side. The guy might not want to come back just because you want to prove to him that he's lying in front of everybody.
No. It's not about lying. It's about the viewers having better insight into issues. It's not necessarily about calling him a liar.
Sorry, hold on. Let Ovie finish so that Ovie will not speak.
To respect the audience, your question is one perspective. His response is another perspective. It's not left for the audience to go with 2 perspectives and marry them and take whatever I want.
It's not 2 perspectives. One is a question, the other is an answer.
You are interrogating the guest. You are forcing him to. You are not forcing the guest to go with one perspective, which is yours, because you want him to.
No, that is not what is happening. Because if let's say I ask you a question and you decide to go and answer something else, the audience deserve to get the answer that you ask. So you can just politely highlight the question that you answered. You asked. I mean, so that the audience get the.
If you ask me a question, I answer. That's.
But
if you ask me,
anybody can just come here and do whatever they like.
The sense that you can't force somebody on this kind of a forum to accept your own answer or opinion
answer the question
about an issue. We come here
No,
every
no, it's
Saturday,
about
Sunday.
answering the question,
Some
not
people they
about.
change their opinion about an
Naija,
issue over
if you
time.
ask me question,
You don't get them to change the same
Naija,
day you are making your
let's
point.
make
You don't force it down people's throats.
No, it's about answering questions. It's not about
All right,
forcing people.
all right. Hold on, hold on, hold on,
So
everybody.
you want them to say the kind of answer you want to hear.
No, answer the question. See, if I ask a question about politics and you go and answer a question about going to a picnic, that is not an answer. And the viewers deserve an answer. This is why interviewers ask follow-up questions.
Let me respond to you. I study I know how to speak grammar or English. I study communication. That is an answer.
Yeah,
It is
that's
an
enough.
answer. If you ask a political,
that's enough. So what we're going to do, the point is this, okay? Forefathers, there's a difference between being called in to ask to a guest and being the person interviewing the person. So if there's a call-in program on radio, and I call in, and I do that all the time in New York here, I call in to ask a question. I'm not going to think that I'm interviewing that person. I'm going to ask a question, listen to his answer, even if I don't like his answer, even if I don't think he answered my question. I go. And also, you have to trust the audience, people who are listening. If you ask me about orange and I'm talking about apple, they know I don't want to answer that question. You made the point. You don't have to just force the person to agree that they are avoiding answering.
No, but what you are doing there,
thank you, Dr. Damage.
Ovie, your head is going to drop off if you keep nodding like that. See, at that rate, see, I don't know what you think you are doing. Whether it's going to make it any more correct. See, the point I'm making is that if the viewers have been in a situation whereby people are asking politicians questions and they are not answering it, and the person just moves on to the next thing. But maybe that person has an answer for you just because the person wasn't nudged to actually answer the question, then you miss that insight. And I've seen cases like where I'm so frustrated that they didn't ask the question.
No, forefathers, your ideas are the kind of ideas you want to package and take it to political
I
parties
want to
and
understand,
send it to ballot.
but I don't know what you guys are out there for to listen to people. You don't want to understand anything.
It's not about you or the audience, it's about the guests. That you know.
Actually, it's about the audience.
No,
what are you talking about? It's about the guests. It's about the audience.
It's not about the audience. It is not about the audience. It's about the guests.
You see, your problem is that you are a big manism kind of character where it's always about the big guy. No, it's about the people.
The people choose to go to that platform because of that guest.
Yes, they want to hear the guests actually answer questions.
Forefathers, you're not going to ram your security ideas right down.
No, you have to ask questions.
You don't go up.
All right, let's everybody.
That is so weird. Then what is the point of having presidential debate if you don't want to ask questions? There's no insight into anything then.
All right, let's hear from KJ.
You are not a presidential debate. You are just allowed to ask one question. You are allowed to ask one question. It's not a presidential debate.
All right, let's hear from KJ, please.
Okay, I have faithfully put up my hand and waited for my time. Please let nobody interrupt me. All right. Yes, I totally agree with what Rudolph and Ovia have said so far. You see, when he answered the question, I would have jumped in. When he answered the question of I will act myself on the case of Nnamdi Kanu. As an actor, my first degree is on theater arts. So as an actor, I know that already that was wrong. We're not asking you to play Kenneth Okonkwo. We're asking you, how will you portray the character of Nnamdi Kanu when you are given that role to play? It's not about you now. But you can clearly see that he didn't want to touch that question. So
no,
he said,
he answered it.
I will play myself. That ends it. We all understand. Anybody listening to him would know that he doesn't want to answer it. We don't have to bash him into agreeing to do anything extra. Okay? Remember, when you invite your guests, you also want to hold them in high esteem, both before yourself and the audience that is listening to them, so that the audience can listen and be able to respect whatever views they are following. If you are the one who asks the question, decide to mess them up, the people who are listening to you will go find something else to do with their time, because it means that the person does not have any knowledge that they want to expand them from. So when we come, know that anybody who comes to this platform has the ability to defend whatever view he puts forward. Nobody is going to come here who cannot hold his view, whether you like it, whether you accept it or not. So sometimes when we ask these questions, let's not make it look as if we are trying to, it's a teacher and student way. You want to mark me? Hey, okay, what you have said is correct. 100. No, no, no. This one you failed. There's no correct answer. That's how you feel. That's your worldview. That's how you see that that topic. We shouldn't be. If you have a contrary, by the question you ask, the guest himself is going home to go and look at what you have asked, and that can help him, correct or upgrade or make an adjustment, whatever he's saying, whatever he has said in this interview, or even try to remodel himself. But when we try to make the person look as if what you are presenting doesn't make sense. I mean, look, as an Igbo person, I disagree with him thinking that the Igbos don't need a smaller space. I don't agree with that. Israel, how big is Israel? How many people have won the Nobel prizes in the world, in science, and how many are not Jews that have won it? How many are the Jews? So it's not about space. How big is another land that is giving the world so much? So what I'm saying, how big is Ukraine that is giving us a grain free of charge to feed the hungry people in Nigeria? So what I'm simply saying is that we should know that when somebody comes in, let's give him that opportunity. If you want to be a guest, you can tell, I want to be a guest. Did you have any space? Then we can equally ask you the question. You have all the time to explain your ideas and beliefs and worldview, and we all accept it. At this point, because we're introducing you as a guest. But if an audience is given an opportunity to present, to ask questions, you're not going to take over the program and begin to interrogate the person. It's not your guest. It's just a guest of the program. You are just given the opportunity to do that. Please, let's get this incorrect.
But even in Western media, people are allowed to ask follow-up questions, even when on radio, any platform, even on TV. The idea that this thing that we do is going to kill us, where somebody just says one thing, like the way they answered Ikolala, I didn't like that, because he just completely sideswiped the question, and most people would think that is so good an answer. When you don't highlight the flaw in the answer, they'll go away with it.
Is that you only want to think that your idea is the best.
No.
Idea. It's not.
Yes. Okay, if I think my idea is the best, the job to try to flesh it out.
That's always trying to remove yourself and make yourself to be one who knows.
Are you looking at Nigeria?
Sunaja,
let
me ask you a question.
No,
it wasn't even me that asked the question.
Okay, hold on. I see Kolola. I want to hear from him. Hold on, Obie. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, Nicole, before you speak. The reason also I want to put this out so that it's important because we're preparing to have some I don't want to say bigger guests, but guests that, for whatever they've accomplished in life, whatever position they hold, you have to respect the position, even if you don't respect the person. So if Tinubu comes here, I'm not going to say, hey, did you forge your certificates, as a reporter who is interviewing him. You have to be respectful of whoever the person is, even if you don't respect them, the position. There are other ways to put the questions out. And also, this is something important I want to put out here. If people ask a question that you're not satisfied with the answer, it's enough for you to sacrifice your own question and do a follow-up question that will clear what you think was not cleared. So, for instance, when Ovie asked about Nnamdi Kanu, if I were interested, I felt that the answer he gave was not good enough, and I think I'll find another way to fashion the question to get another answer I want. That's the way to do it. But it's not that we are going to stop what we're doing and allow you to have one-on-one exchange with him so that you'll be happy, satisfied. Because one question, if I say one follow-up question, it won't be enough. Then you need 3, you need 4, you need 5. Like answered, we need 10 minutes. That's how it will end, because you are talking to someone who is smart, who wants to say what he wants to say.
Hold up, I can tell you why that did not happen, though. Because the stars are lying.
There's a reason we did not jump in. There is a one for a reason.
All right. Hold on. Let me hear it, Kolola. Go ahead.
All right. You've actually just mentioned what I wanted to say, because it's 2 ways. We can either donate our questions to you, whereby when you ask them, we listen to the answers given. Then at the end of the show, when people are brought in, then they could give the rebuttal to say, we are not happy with what you have given. Because I was very happy. I will still say it again. The answer he gave to my question, because if you look at the American election, they always tell their people, the Russians are colluding in this election. They're not telling you to go fight the Russians. They are making you aware. There was no awareness brought by the opposition to let them know that a foreign body is colluding in this election. So I was quite happy when Forefathers brought. His answer to me wasn't favorable. I wouldn't, if I was on a one-to-one room with him, I would tell him to the face, you're giving me a wrong answer. But this platform is not for it. So I took it and went away. Luckily for me, Forefathers came and gave a rebuttal to it, which, yes, was satisfactory as far as I'm not concerned. And the third thing as well is this. At the end of the show, which is what you're doing, I've been listening to you all. At the end of the show, it is also a room for us to say, look, if the audience are there, that answer that was given was absolutely wrong. Because like someone has said here, these people have their own interests. They are humans. Whether he's a politician, whether he's a barrister, whether he's a film actor, he has a goal in life. And he's not going to come and give you an answer that will jeopardize his dreams. You know? So it's whether you agree with it or not, then we can come here and still discuss it. Whoever wants to say no to it is fine. Whoever wants to agree with it is fine. That is why it is a democracy, and that is why it is a discussion. So that is what I have to take my take on it.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
So much.
Small thing here by Rudolph on the importance of who is more important, the guests or the viewers. One thing you need to ask yourself is, whom did you invite? Did you invite the viewers or did you invite the guests? Yes, your wish is viewers to come in their millions, but that's just a wish. That's just hope. But you invited these guests. You went through all hurdles. I'm just saying, because that's how you get the audience to come. The least you can do is to respect him enough to come back. Right? So the audience are not as important as guests on that day, especially this particular show. And the Forefather said in Europe, you are allowed. The word here is allowed. On this platform, you are not allowed. The word here is not. So there are rules to everything. We understand. We want to, as I said, the man a politician. I don't expect it, just like what the Corolla said. I don't expect to come and tell me the truth. We're not going to take it to the next level. The man won't be long. You see me, he can't tell you the truth. So it's not left for you to actually figure it out that what this man is saying. I understand why he's saying this.
Okay.
On a good day, if you meet a one-on-one inside room, if we all these questions that we're asking, you will not get the same answer. I will tell you exactly what you want to hear because by you and him. But it's in a public space. So that too also has to be put into consideration. But the most important is the guest is very, very important. It's the VVIP.
You have the whole world upside down, but it's all good for you. Now you can keep on thinking like that.
The world is run by rules.
Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. You just finish what you are saying, please.
You jump into.
Can I just? No. You've had your time. The point is that the reason why he's inviting the guests is for the viewers and to sensitize people. There's a purpose for this. It's not for him to. If it was just for him to sit with the guests and talk, then the purpose is defeated. What is the purpose then? The purpose is to share information and enlighten the people and deepen their understanding of their situation. And if questions are asked and those questions are not answered, sometimes, like I said, it's an art. It's not a strict rule. You can ask follow-up questions to get deeper answers, because the psyche, the reason why I think that is very important, because the psyche of Nigerians, I find it very limited already. It's stunted. And it's because of this type of statements. You don't see, that's why you don't have a Malema in Nigeria. That's why you don't have Lumumba in Nigeria, because they have this attitude of pretending as if the Westerners are our friends.
I disagree with you.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let me finish my point. He don't know. They don't know what he said. Let him finish.
Okay, good. Let me do it to myself. So the point I'm making is that that's why we don't create those type of people, because we have this mentality that we have to talk smart, act as if we don't have people that are challenges to us. Instead of us to call things as they are, we pretend as if it's going to jeopardize my career, it's going to jeopardize my visa to US, it's going to jeopardize this. It's about the people, it's about our survival, it's about the next generation. It's not only about you. there has to be purpose to our life. And that question that Fubara is asking is deeper than that. That's why people don't understand. When he's saying those things, he's saying, what is this for? Because he's in the presence of where they are burying somebody and the family. He said, what is all this for? We don't ask ourselves, what is the purpose to our lives? The previous guest that came here yesterday actually said the same thing. He said, sometimes we just do things and we don't really consider what the purpose of life is. That sometimes we fear so much as if we are not going to die. You have to have a purpose in this life. And when you ask people questions, you want the audience to get deeper understanding. It's about enlightenment. It's not just about bigging up the guest and the guest comes here and talk down to us. Otherwise, he might as well bring a speech and read to us and we all go home. It's an art.
Okay. No. We have to end it sometime. I have to go. At least that's the most important thing. I want to thank.
Okay, Rodolph, you can go. Let us continue.
Yeah, you can continue. Okay, let me just remind you that even if we make, this is my concern, even if we say one follow-up question, the people who are willing, who are in the mode of maybe, and I do that sometimes, nail the person or bring them down, get to the point where they will not need more than one. They will need more than 10. 2 will not be enough. 3 will not be enough. 4 will not be enough. And then it's no longer defeats the purpose. It's no longer what you are doing. And nobody does that. I don't think there's anywhere on TV where you bring in members of the audience in an interview session and say to them, because there are things we discussed before. I've been talking to Kenneth Okonkwo for more than 6 months to come on this show. There are several conversations you have with a guest before you even bring them here. And then you now put them out with somebody who you didn't vet. And I always say that we don't vet anybody. Anybody can come and ask you any question. There's a lot of things at stake. You can't expose a guest to that kind of conversation.
Dr. Rudolph, there is one other thing you could do.
No.
Let me just. Can you just stop? You can't stop me from talking. You can't. I didn't stop you from talking. You don't do that. I didn't stop you from talking. I didn't stop you from talking. Don't stop me.
I will give you the chance.
See, one thing you can do is sometimes when they ask question and the guests answer this question, then you can ask the person that asked the question, are you satisfied with the answer? What do you think? That is one of the
what do you expect?
Way of dealing with it. No. Some of them will say they are satisfied. No, I've seen it happen. The reason why I'm saying that, while you are saying those things, I thought about cases where they do that in audiences, where they will ask, what do you think? Like a politician now in town hall meetings. When an audience member asks a question, then the host will say, what do you think about the answer the politician has given you? You see what I mean? The audience member will be able to shed light on what they think about the answer.
You serious right now?
Yes.
Hold on. What about other programs you have?
What is wrong with this guy? He's real.
Excuse me. What about
I hear all of you.
Rudolph, hold on. What about other programs where you have gone to? You as the audience, you ask your question and the moderator overrules it. Have you seen that before? The moderator says, "Oh no, that question is not allowed." Have you seen it?
Yeah, of course. Yes, the question is out of this thing.
Look, every program has its own rules. Let's just take the rule for this one. Let's just hold it that way. Simple. All this is not making any sense. Because anybody can overrule it. You can ask a question and say, no, I don't accept that question. Overruled. And that's it.
See, you guys say you want a country that should change and you don't want to go deeper into understanding things. You guys scare me sometimes.
All right. Your moral code is fucked up to Nigeria. Your moral code is fucked. How will you are talking about where
you see how they go. You see how they go. They start doing personal attacks. It's okay. Go ahead.
No, that you said it now. You said the way the way we view life is upside down. I just repeated it.
Your own.
Exactly. So I just responded to you that now you see how upside down. Why?
You said the people are this thing. Okay, fair point. Go ahead.
Go ahead. So I'm not responding. One thing you should understand at times, you also need to actually categorize the guests who come here. Who the hell, excuse my language, is Okonkwo? He's an ordinary citizen like you and me. He owes you nothing. Nothing. He is not public official. You did
actually
not
does
anything. It's a free citizen.
I don't know what's wrong with you, man.
Hold on. You are talking about educating the audience. I told you, if you ask somebody 1 + 1, he say now 10. The audience knows that this person failed out. So that is education. What is not right? It has no start a hand with you alone.
People agree with him.
Follow the way you view life. That is why there are rules. That is the simple reason of rules.
because me
Of
and you
course,
they see things differently.
I said,
hold
it's
on.
an
See,
art.
you are interrupting me. You see, I'm talking
Go
about
ahead.
your educating audience. How do you
Go
educate
ahead
audience
now.
when they interrupt me?
Go ahead.
So for the fact that me and you they see life differently, that's why there are rules to keep all of us in synergy. The rules here says that you have to ask one question and just no follow up. You are bringing where it's been done. Town hall meeting. This is not a town hall meeting. You live in English, the English that they speak. Rules and regulation. Follow it. Ask one question and leave it.
I am proposing that if you have a situation where you just ask questions, so especially soft questions, some people are even saying don't even ask tough questions. You just ask soft questions, then they read out their own answer.
Tunanja, you are speaking English. If you have a situation, the situation there is the word. The situation here states that ask one question and go.
But I am
You are
proposing
speaking English,
something
they
else.
contradict
Did you
yourself.
listen to what I just said? I said I was proposing something else because I feel like there is a poll there coming on where people are being censored from being able to
You are
challenge
proposing something, but
decisions.
you are telling others we have our own way of life screwed up. But you are
No, you
that's
are
the way.
thinking that
You see, you are a
the
leader. You are
interviewer.
proposing something. Because I'm not getting it, you have to force it. That's your own way of leadership.
No. You said the interviewer is more important than the people, and
It
that's what I
is.
think you
In this
have
situation,
you have your priorities
Then beg
upside
and
down.
come here. In this situation, the interviewer is more important. I'm
The
sorry.
interviewer
He
is
did
not
not beg
more
to come
important than the
here.
people. One individual is never more important than the people.
No, you have to put this in context. We are speaking English here. Put this in context.
What context?
Here, at this point, he is more important because he was invited. He was begged to be here. He doesn't have to be here.
All right.
He's still not more important than the people.
You on the other side, we hope for you to be here. We are not begging you to be here. We are not begging the audience
He's
to be
still
there.
not more important than the people.
All right.
No, that's not what I said.
Can I quickly
You have to contextualize everything.
That's what you said. You said in this context, it's more important than the people. I still say it's still not more important than the people.
The most important thing is this. You know, the biggest enemy that we have on TV. We are lucky this is online. On TV, the biggest enemy you have is time. There's no TV that will give you 3 hours to do all these things we do. Especially when they call you to ask a question and there are 7 people lined up behind. Have you gone to events where there are 10 people lined up and the event is 30 minutes, they have 15 minutes for questions, and you want to stand there and have back and forth with it? They will take the mic from you. It's not because they don't care, they don't like you. They also know that it doesn't matter. Whatever confrontation you have with that person will not be the end of this discussion. I go to conferences where they discuss issues like, why did Okonkwo have to die in things fall apart? You think you can resolve it in that hall? No, it will be discussed for the next 100 years. And they are not going to sit down there and wait for you to finish that conversation with the presenter because that's the end of the argument. No, the same thing with politics and life. If you bring Tinubu here, there's no way you can finish everything and get him to give you the answers you want and solve the problem of Nigeria. No. But we have to care about time, care about other people. We don't have ranking of panelists or people who watch. And I don't want to say, oh, because maybe this person will do this or do. People can ask tough questions depending on the guest. Hard questions, soft questions, it's okay. Your job is, if you don't believe, agree with what other people questions they're asking, when you get to your time, find your own question and throw it at the person. And that's it.
And they just ignore it and you walk away.
Please let me quickly say this. I beg of you
go ahead.
I wanted to say to give that idea of time, whereby that will take a lot of your time as well, whereby you say, okay, how many people asks a question? How much time do I have? How much time do I delegate? Such that if that person goes to read an epistle and his time ends, you ring your bell, he's gone, because you see that sort of attitude of reading a whole thing and the time goes. And secondly, another thing we are missing is, I don't think the thing is there's a fine line between the panelists and the audience. Look, we that ask the questions are also audiences, because when you bring some persons, we come in not only to ask a question, but to listen and maybe things we don't know, So, and that then leads me to my third view. What is the goal? Is the goal to bring in people, or the goal to make the show entertaining? Because if the goal is to bring in people, then if you don't have the audience, I mean, then the show is just headed for a natural death. But if you make the show entertaining by putting in logical steps, which is not easy, is not easy. In fact, that is why I came back in when I had you saying what is the way forward for this show. So if you look for logical ideas whereby the show can be interesting, the audience would come. And the audience would only come when they know that that show is going to be informative and they love fireworks. Whether you like it or not, they love fireworks. So you have to think of that, because this is what I said to KJ sometime. Look, it's not a place where you come to correct others. No, if you're that learned, go and write a book. If you're not smart, go and do something else. Let people come and cherish you. But it's a place whereby if you think someone is not stating the facts, you put the facts out there. Whether they take it or not is their problem. Whether they try to hit their heads on the ground, that's their problem. But you stated the facts.
All right.
So that's my 3 submissions, please.
All right, Oti, final word before I go.
Well, I think from what the last speaker, I think really it's a matter of balance. This is we can have rules, but no rules are without exceptions. So it depends on really people being sensitive and alive, but the audience and the interviewee. I think it's the kind of it's a give and take. So whoever is the person asking the question should also know when you get the answer, you have to ask yourself whether it is good enough, and it doesn't have to be the answer you expect or what you think is the correct answer. It's politics, and there's hardly one correct answer. So I think that's
Rodolph, I just want to react to what is being said in the way I want to react to, particularly because when pot calls kettle black, when people make statements in the fashion that pot also calls kettle black, it's very, very disingenuous. For somebody to say that the speaker was shabby, that's insulting and disgusting, distasteful. You go write a book yourself too, if you feel that that was insulting too, and go write a book. If you don't agree with his answer, his opinion, you should go write a book. You don't come here and tell people what to do or tell the owner of the show how he runs the show, and then they talk nonsense and bocom nonsense, BS.
All right.
I've been here over a couple of months or a week, and I have my own opinion of you too. Your answers are shallow. They lack depth, and then you come here. Your answers are based more on fiction than facts. Conspiracies made up.
All right. Thank you.
And then you come here to insult somebody for what?
Thank you, Olumide. For now,
Have a good evening. I understand now why they call you a tout. I must go.
We are conquered people.
No, sorry. Let me just put out there. Sometimes people come and they present this all-knowing, and I've said it many times on this panel. Nobody has monopoly of knowledge. You may think you know so much, but there's somebody out there who knows even much more than you know. Where you stop knowing is where the person started knowing. So your own knowledge, as vast as it may be, there's some certain little things you may not know. So I always say when I come to public gathering, I don't present myself as all-knowing, And I'll quickly take one example. In this same platform, we said here that Abia State has a leeway to the ocean. They said no. People fought here overnight that there's no way Abia can be linked to the sea. But today, Alex Oti is building a what? To the sea. we have not seen people on this panel come and say, "Oh, we were wrong," and that
you started again. No, you started again. Now you want us to bring the map out again? Don't start this debate again. Don't start again.
Rudolph, you don't go today. Rudolph, you will not leave today.
There was no way connecting to the ocean. Okay, we're having a seaport in Aba.
Yeah, but the seaport is going through other territories. Jeez, man.
There was no way that the river was connected.
No. There was a way. I just told you that it has to go through other territories.
That you don't have monopoly of knowledge. Nobody has it.
No, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
All right. Let me just say thank you, everybody. Let me just say a final thing. As of now, this is our priority. This is how I see this show. When we bring in a guest, you are free to ask a question, any question. And I tell the guests before they come, people will come in. I don't know who is going to come in today, and they will ask you questions. And I say to the guests, you are free to answer. You are free not to answer. It's up to you. The same thing to anybody who is participating. You are free to ask a question. But what I think is not helpful for many reasons is to allow one person or two people to dominate. And I value everybody at the same time. And we can't get everybody to answer all the questions. He wanted to say only 90 minutes. Only 90 minutes. So we cannot allow one person to stay and ask follow-up until they are satisfied. That means that a lot of people who couldn't even get into the studio will not get an opportunity to even ask a question. That's not fair. I think we should try to fight and come back another day, because it's not going to end today. And that's why I said that Aisha Yusufu is coming, P2B is coming. You can reserve some questions for them. Kenneth is not even one of the Labour Party's officials. No. So there will be opportunities to have this conversation. It's not going to end in one interview. So I think people should understand that. I hope that Pansat is listening, because sometimes he makes it personal that there is anybody trying to stop him, And when I'm talking to people, I want to believe that they know. And every guest we have here, they are here as a guest for a reason. So I reduce the number of backstory that you tell them. They have more stories to tell than we do. They are in the field. They see these things happening. So we don't have to remind them of 1969, this happened in 1950 something. They know this, So that will help us get things going, get more people involved. I don't care the question you ask, but at least be respectful, don't be rude, Think about it. I don't think physically when you see these people, you can, fine, go to events. You may not be able to get close to some of these people. They may not be anybody, but you can't. I've gone to when we see them in America, for instance, or in Britain, you can talk to them. But when you go out there in Nigeria, you can't get close to them. P2B called me and said, "Come and see me in Oka," and I was in the same event with him. Come and see me. I couldn't see him. They wouldn't let me until he personally crossed over to where the audience are and took me and said, "Okay, I brought you here to tell you that we can do this." And but this is what I'm talking about. It's not as easy as people think it is. It's not that they have ego. Sometimes it's security. There's so many things involved in this that we have to, please, for the sake of everybody, and we can reform this, we can change this as we go along. But for now, let's make it something that is democratic, give people a chance to ask a question, whatever the question is, and then take the answer, and we can discuss it after the show. All right, on that note, thank you guys for being here. Those who are watching at home, I really appreciate you. Next week, we are going to have another interesting guest. I don't have a name for now, but I'm talking to several people. On April 21st, we have Aisha Yusufu coming. That's the only one I have a date. I have several people who have agreed to come, but we haven't narrowed down the date. It's very difficult sometimes. These are busy people. To get 3 hours from them, they're very busy. Being an actor, being a lawyer, being a media personality, they have requests for interviews from different TV stations. They don't have to. Anyway.
Pote would be, I really would like to, she was due to come in some weeks ago, so I don't know if she will be coming back.
Who?
Pote.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that Jekuta still stuff that she's
yeah.
supervising.
I'm talking to her. She's one of those people I'm talking to, and I will let you know. So
yeah.
When are you going to have Ubi on?
Who? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. The day we don't have anybody, we will call you. All right. See you guys. All the best.
and Fofana, take up that challenge. When are you going to have Ubi on? Fofana,
you can come anytime now. Now. He said it now. Whenever nobody's on, you're free to. We can do Saturday interviews after the shows and everything. You see what Olumide is doing. It's not only in the show now. You shouldn't question what the speaker said. You can't even do questioning or say anything that represents anything like saying, without, like, how do I put it? You have to basically say, I agree with the guy before people like Olumide will be okay. Because just because Ikolala came in later on and said the answer was quite shabby, he is upset about that. Ikolala behaved the way Ovie is recommending. He asked the question, it wasn't answered, and the way it was answered was completely dismissive, and he went. Then he came back and said, I didn't like the way he answered it. And I've seen many interviews like that where people of the audience ask questions, and the host will be like, what do you think of the answer? The audience member will say, I don't agree with the answer, or this answer is so and so, but they will go. And I think there's room for that to happen. Like, this idea that they say something, we say, okay, fine, thank you, bye, Your Excellency, we'll go the other way.
No, Tunanja, I like what you said. There's room, right? But that room have to be created by the host. It's not that there's no room for all these things. So maybe as time goes on, the guy will create a room, but he is just actually acting on the times that we are in. Right? Look, the man I think if we leave even OT with our guest one-on-one, 5 hours will not be enough. Even you. We all have more to actually get from these people. But if that is your aim on this kind of a platform, brother, you will be frustrated from these people, because even them coming, they've already have a premeditated mind on how to answer any kind of question that will come their way. So I don't push back, because I know and I understand, I know what they are doing. Just as Rudolph put it, these people are not
for me.
they know
it's not
what's up.
about the 100 questions to ask them. It's about the answer that they gave. Somebody saying, okay, that answer is limited, because he gave one-dimensional answer by saying that, for an example, that we shouldn't be blaming foreigners for our problems. That is true. Well, you can still.
So let me ask you, why do you think he said that?
Some foreigners are a threat.
Let me ask you, why do you think he said that? Why do you think he said that?
Why do I think he said that? It's because of the same mentality that we have. We don't want to call out things that are a threat to us. We are afraid.
Yes, because he wants to get into the system. And that is the
we are afraid.
But
what system? They've been getting into the system and they've been failing.
You can be so fixated on your worldview that you really can't see anything else. But that's not what I'm saying. Okay.
Because it has to be that way. That's the only way to change things.
No, you see, that's not the only way.
You have to change things. You think this way you are going is going to do it? History has suggested that it will never do it.
But not the only way.
That is even an aside.
There's some truth that it cannot be the only way, but there has to be within that approach.
That's an aside from me. What I really want to say, that somebody, a panelist or somebody says that an answer is shabby. I don't think it's not really. I mean, it's not offensive. It's not an insolence. It's not
exactly. But somebody came here to even question that.
It's quite a factual. I mean, if quote unquote assessment, and if I give an answer or I do a piece of work and it says shabby. I mean, why should I really take offense at that?
And shabby is quite polite. In America, they will call him a gatekeeper.
Such a negative. It means they've not done very well. I mean, not good enough.
Because they would speak English. As everyone would they speak English.
No, but it's English language. So we communicate in English language. Sometimes also, our skills or proficiency can also, affect the way we do this business. So I mean, shabby. If somebody calls something an answer shabby, it's not such a big thing. So for us, look, the thing is this is
look, all this thing about security, I understand that. You know, if you are referring to, he's saying that our problem is not foreigners. It can be correct. It depends on the way.
Correct. That statement is correct.
Yes, it depends on the way you're looking at the question or the problem. You know, and on the other hand, it can also be an incorrect an analysis, assessment of our situation. It depends on the perspective. You know,
if he acknowledged the other dimension that Ikolala was highlighting, which was the fact that there are nefarious actors out there. Like I gave an example. If you have a child and you see a snake, your job is to let that child know that snake is dangerous, never to pick that snake up. It's just simple logic. But what you see with our leaders is that, hold on now, what you see with, that's why I went back to that question, because I see that in Nigeria all the time. What you see with our leaders is that they pretend as if that snake doesn't exist, and they tell their followers, don't mind.
Sorry,
and that's the answer he gave us.
Hold on. But the fact that maybe these are our leaders, they don't talk about it all the time, does not mean that they don't recognize it. You know,
but people don't know. You have to tell the child. That's why you use the child. You have to tell the child to know.
Let's for once. See it from this angle, right? Who is there? Just hold on, KJ. Who is there? Okonkwo, right?
Let's get the question. The answer he gave. The answer he gave that we should not always keep blaming foreigners for our problem. And I want to ask you, forefather, those foreigners, were they there when Malaysia developed itself? Were they there when India developed itself? When Singapore developed? Were they there when all the other nations picked up?
We are there.
See, KJ no verse.
I'm coming, sir. That means that within the way that you keep saying these people are our enemies. They're not our enemies, because in the midst of your enemy, you grow. If we decide to choose the same idea that those nations also choose and decide to go inwards and deal more with our people, we'll eventually come up with the same result. People like Pakistan, people like Singapore, and people like India, who now dominate the IT world, have come up with. So it's not a question of the colonial master or the
Tunanja. He said something. He was addressing me. I need to address. See, if I don't address that, you're just going to add more on top. Then it's going to be hard for me to remember all of them. He just said something right now. What he said was that because Malaysia and the other people were able to succeed. How do you think they succeeded? They defined themselves against other people. India was very, they were sanctioning India once. India puts editing high tariffs on import of goods. They don't allow nonsense to come into their country. They were not that friendly to the West. The same thing for China. They define themselves against other people. But what our leaders do, that's why I felt I needed to intervene on behalf of Okilala, is that he didn't even acknowledge the fact that we have to defend ourselves from other people's interests.
But that's the
I just want to say with regards to the shabby definition, I just want to say the record. Let me read the Cambridge.
Tunanja, look at this. Look at this from this angle. You need to actually understand the person you are talking to, right? This man is an entertainer. Who are his customers? Not me and you. With the level you get to, there is probability that those people that you are accusing that are causing this insecurity are part of his patronage. But most importantly, this man is trying to get into the system. And you think you're not expecting it in the public. He should be castigating those people that you think that himself know are the problem. We should be castigating them. How can he get in if he do that?
Okay.
So what is the problem of getting to the system?
Exactly, that's a good question. For himself, he reach for himself, not for you.
And that is why you have to call them out.
No.
So he's not here to help us.
Sorry, excuse me, Ovie.
Yes.
Ovie, listen. Look, this question and answering it objectively, okay? This question about because a follow up to what KJ was saying. For us, you see, I always say you have to get the basics right, okay? Now because this maybe the India you talked about defending themselves against the West or Malaysia, whichever, right? So it's a given. Nobody is so foolish. I mean, not to understand that as a nation,
even individuals have, well, not enemies, but perhaps rivals or competitors. This is a matter of, is a fact of life. Okay,
Yes.
look. So when you're talking about these, these other nations, developing countries that have done far better than Nigeria, now what you are missing, what you never want to address is the Nigeria, the internal problem in Nigeria as an entity, as a system, as a country in search of itself. We're not there yet. These people, India or Malaysia, they are far better, they've gone far ahead. So, in other words, we haven't got the basics. Are you with me? That is so.
We haven't got the basics
hold
because
on.
people are stunting our
No.
development.
Listen, we are struggling, dealing with basic, fundamental problems, right? And if we can't solve it, and then talking about all this kind of projecting yourself,
Why do you think you have not? Well, why do you think you have not solved those basic problems?
Why? The
why
is listen. The why is a different question. Is it
because of this issue?
No. Listen,
we are raising.
It's a different question you're asking than the one we're discussing. In other words, we are not measured up. We're not able to do what India is doing or Malaysia is doing, because I'm saying we have a basic, more basic fundamental problem we have to deal with first. Okay. Look, we're not a country, we're not a nation. That's what we have to deal with first. You don't want
we are a nation. We are a nation. What is missing is our people opening their eyes to that fact.
Look, excuse me, by name, okay? But this has to go much deeper than a name, okay? So this feeling of belonging, right? We are different nations, and that's why people unless you don't listen to people that are much more knowledgeable about these things. The other time,
sorry. One Nigeria, hold on. One Nigeria didn't kick you out. No, I'm just answering somebody. One Nigeria didn't kick you out. I don't know how you went out. I didn't kick you out.
Okay, so
sorry.
So look, the other time, Shoyinka was talking about reconfiguration of Nigeria. Okay, I referred to what's his name, Professor Morgan. The other time was talking about the structure of Nigeria. I mean, this unitary federation, which is really paradoxical, and then of course this chap that came yesterday talking about the problem of leadership. So these things are, the condition sine qua non, the basic, the president. If you don't get them right, everything you're talking about defining yourself against other, you're wasting your time. You haven't started. You can't count two without counting one.
That is what other people did. You can say,
can I have a say? You have been having your say for a while.
Okay.
Look, first of all, we are not being truthful with ourselves. You understand? Earlier, you were all talking about who the elites were, elites in this country. I have put it mathematically to you guys that Nigerian elites are the problem. You understand? And they are hypocrites. They are complicit in the problem. And until we address that and stop playing around, we can't blame others. Yes, there are others that are out there, international community, that want to manipulate us, but the primary responsible lie with us. Now, the elites are divided, and that's why we have this problem. They are the ignorant elite, the greedy elite, those who just want to make money and then destroy the country. And then they're the what would I call us? Those of us who are we're not participatory in the political process, whereas the side benchers, you understand, we are the elite also, but we are also part of the problem because there could be more we could be doing that we are not doing. So Okonkwo, the Kenneth that came here today, was a part of the elite, but from his entire interview, I was able to figure him out. Yes, he's a great man. He's achieved great things. He's on the right political party, but he's on the side of the elite that sees the problem, but because their own political objective would not let them diagnose the problem accurately and thereby take the right action to fix the problem. Don't buy into all these ideas that these problems are not solvable. They're not. They're lies. There's no problem on earth that's not solvable. But you need resources and you need capable hands and brains to solve a problem. So the Nigerian problem, do we have the resources to solve it? No. Do we have capable hands who are interested in solving it? No. Because the elites that are currently in Nigeria, it doesn't seem anything wrong with the status quo except the fact that it's not them driving it. So they fight each other to make sure that they're the ones driving it rather than tear down that system that's producing the abnormality that we see today as a country. We've been seeing this abnormality for years, guys. For 40 years, 50 years, it's there. No, not as pronounced as it is today, but it's there. You understand? So, but everybody close their eyes to it and say it's not there because as it exists, it still benefits them. It puts them at an advantage. There's this term you all don't understand. There's this term called privilege. Let me land. You all been talking for a while.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. Wait, finish.
Yeah, there's this term privilege. As long as they are privileged, they believe that the system is okay. It's not a system that needs to be torn down. And therefore, they're not putting resources into tearing it down, but resources into playing along. And I have one thing jotted there that as long as you continue to partake, you are contributing to the decay. That is the fact about where we are today. It's not about the international community, the British, the French, all these people as forefathers. Yes, forefather is right. In future, they might walk us over and just take us and make us new slaves. But we are already slaves now. But because some people are in the elitist class, and we are in the elitist class also, don't get me wrong. And that's why we wage, how much do we put in? We're not going to risk our neck. You know, how much do we put in this fight? We're not going to reach the little middle class income we are making now into this fight. But the fact still remains that from that interview we had with him today, I was able to diagnose him. The key thing is that if you're an elite, OT, let me tell you, OT or forefather or KJ, if you know that the situation is helpless, if you know that the situation is hopeless, and it is only a miraculous force that can save us, why do you keep partaking in it? I mean, if I can't get a straight answer from him from that, I mean, that just tells me what I need to do.
Ferreira, let me ask you a question. Now, so, look, you see, politics, okay? This is the art of the possible, okay? I wonder, listening to you, do you expect people to self-sacrifice? See, again, it's something real politics we're talking about, okay?
Phrase the question. Do I expect people to sacrifice?
Self-sacrifice. In other words, to kind of almost to the point of martyrdom.
To a point of suicide. No.
Martyrdom.
No,
is that what you expect?
No, I don't. But I do expect them to play it safe and invest in the right tools to effect change. None of our political elites are doing that now. They are investing in the same status quo. You guys, you're not getting my point.
The thing
I'm not expecting them to be suicidal.
The thing is this. First of all, is where they are. Okay, they occupy a position. They are a politician. Okay, and you and I, we're not
the level of the problem. They shouldn't be where they are.
No, excuse me.
Based on what they know. Based on what they know.
Oh, hold on. You see, I'm looking at it different, okay? We may be kind of, envisioning a common goal, okay?
Yeah.
Right, in Nigeria that works. But now, somehow, I think you're putting too much, concentrating too much on, maybe this elite, the people that kind of bring the Messiah or the group of people. No, we have to think about this much more collaboratively, okay?
Yeah, because those are the only catalysts that can effect a change. I don't see any other.
Look, you see,
I don't see the masses. I don't see the 90% of the others effecting a change. They are too numb.
No, sorry.
The other 90%, the other 90%, they can effect a change. They are followers, and this exists in all countries.
Oh, that is true. That is true. You know, but that is true. But again, is it not, for example, all these people, these individuals, okay, the elite, and which, okay, you've also described. I mean,
let me go back into history, recent history. Oti, I don't mean to cut you off. Let me go back into recent history. When Goodluck was president, you know, Goodluck made one statement that corruption is not stealing, or stealing is not corruption. I don't know which one comes first. You see, the other elites that wanted to hijack power from him, they hinge on to that, and they use that, they galvanize themselves. You see, they did rallies, protests, made noise, sponsor media, and that's where the complexity of Showore comes in also. So media use it to propagandize the followership. Do you understand? To get them to get power. But when they now got power, they now did worse than what the likes of GED did. You understand? So now that they are the ones in charge, the people who are activists were the main activists against Jonathan are the ones in power now. Those are the showing cars, Falanos and all the rest. You understand? So those are the movers of society. You might not agree with me, but yes, they moved and they effected a change, but we got a dubious change. Now that we've seen the danger again, who are the new movers?
Let me see. Okay, now I understand. But see what I'm saying. The mistake I see in your strategy or your
analysis
is this.
Yeah.
You. I don't know. Do you want people to be saints? I mean, the elite, or those that are going to make the change. You want them to be to have no self-interest. To have. I mean, you want them.
No. Because they should have interest, but it favors them.
No. Excuse me.
For the country to be run right. You also the way it's going.
Hold on. You also talk
if
about
they
them.
Don't know that, then something is wrong with their faculty.
No. Excuse me. When I listen to you now, you talk about they have to like be prepared. You know, be committed to bring down the system. They don't have to. Okay, and that's why I asked you. Do you want them to?
Yeah, but it's a delusion to think that they can change the system within the system with the current rules of engagement. That's a delusion. Don't you agree?
Okay. Now, you see, the way I look at it, okay, and I think my view on this has not changed from the beginning, from the time the election took place and what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, I believed and that the whole system has to collapse. Okay.
How is it going to help?
That is the question. That is the how. And I don't have to. We don't have to look up to those that participated. I mean, at least the politicians, okay, to be instrumental to that. And
then who do we look up to? You need financiers.
No, excuse me. Looking up to people. I mean, come on. That's what I'm saying. Why do you keep on?
I see your point.
We have here. We're here, right? It's a sample. We didn't play a kind of, at least we don't have any kind of, no, it's our country, okay? But it's not as if we had any kind of direct stake, you know, maybe spending our money and risking our lives to be in the field, okay? None of us. So the question becomes, where do we belong and what can we do? And that is really where organizing civil society, that's where that, and you can't discount the possibility what an organized society, civil society, can do. And if the one thing we can do with dedicated, clear-sighted, effort is really this mobilization. Okay, now because civil society organizations.
We should do that. I agree with you. We should do that. But you're not going anywhere without those financial backers.
No, excuse me. Excuse me. That is the ingredient that is missing. Okay, I don't know how much you need. Maybe this for the project managers to, how much you need to organize people and mobilize people and do all that.
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, you need individuals. You need individuals that are, that are, if like leaders, that are, if like campaigners, that are
activists. So in various, at various levels of society.
Yes.
Okay. So, but then insist looking up to people that are kind of the politicians.
Tell me my fault. What am I looking up to? Because I need to understand you clearly.
Sorry to bust.
Tell me my fault.
Can we hear from Ed? Ed is new.
No, you look up to you kind of.
Can we allow Ed? Ed is new.
No, don't worry. I'm enjoying the conversation. I actually
you got to tell me. Okay, I'm saying
hold on.
Maybe I should break it down.
Let me put it this way. I can even kind of concretize it. Obi is gonna lead the protest or whatever. What must he be Obi? I mean, he was a presidential candidate.
You see, you just subjectifies it. You messed it all up.
Listen to me. Hold on, listen to me. Nothing wrong with that, but I'm saying, because we have been here. I'm listening, and I said my view has been consistent. I believe the system, the way it is not. The system in Nigeria, okay? In other words, the idea of having another election, to me, well, miracle if you believe in miracle, right? I won't blame anybody for believing in miracle. Miracle do
but
happen.
Miracle is not going to get us to the promised land.
Listen,
forget your religious belief.
Listen.
So if you believe in miracle, you're not useful to us. We need somebody who believes in concrete action, not someone who believes in miracle.
Oti, are you trying to get him to a point whereby he says, okay, let's give up on Nigeria?
No. Okay,
what is your point?
Excuse me. What I'm saying.
What's your point? Yeah.
The point I'm making is, okay, look, I've been talking about, what we can do as individuals.
Yeah, but I keep repeating to you, our position, our movement is limited because we don't have a stage. We're not financially buoyant. We don't control the economy. We don't control nothing.
No, I don't agree with that. You see, because
exactly.
Excuse me, that's the difference. You see, the difference between us is, you think we will have to look up, we have to have people.
And I'm not saying Obi should lead, but Obi should be behind the scene.
It could
it's
be
not every time you lead. The likes of Atiku could be behind the scene because it benefits them in the long run.
Excuse me. You see, the difference.
Because I don't get your point, Oti. Make it quickly so I know where I'm going getting wrong.
Listen. My point is this, okay? I'm saying, and it didn't start today. It's not this night. You have been of the opinion, the view that the Obi, because he had 6 million votes. Okay, he should be at the forefront of leading. I don't know how to
take the word forefront out. Take the word forefront out. But his current. Let me diversify. His current line of action is not going to change anything. Can we agree on that? Can me and you agree on that?
Okay. Hold on. Listen.
So he needs another line of action.
Let me answer the. Listen, but I'm telling you. You see, I'm coming from the angle that it's not about to be. It shouldn't be about him.
Oh, it shouldn't be about to be. Yeah,
yes,
but you're the one putting him in. You're the one putting him in.
Sorry, what do I mean?
No, you're the one putting Obi in. Because if we make it about Obi, it should be back to the question of should Obi lead, should Obi not lead. It should be every concern. Remember, I said this a while back. I don't mean to cut you off, Oti. I said it a while back when people were waiting to hear what Obi would say. I said this issue is not about Obi. It's about you as a Nigerian. You that were born in that geographical space as a Nigerian. Whether you are educated or illiterate, it's what are you going to do? And until each one of us address that question and we have a coalition of those with like minds, those who say, yes, we can't continue like this. We're not going anywhere. We're just parabolating.
Ferreira,
what is Obi saying now? Is he saying we can continue like this?
Can I ask a question? Maybe we'll have a headache. Oti, can I ask a question? Maybe that will lead us a little bit forward. So my own opinion is that the coalition that Obi pulled together, the obedient movement, wasn't any different from what you've put forward now. So what is going to be different about what the obedient did?
Are you asking me or Oti?
No, I'm asking you, Ferreira.
Okay.
So what is going to be different about the coalition, and where is it going to lead us?
You're saying, I'll repeat the question, that the coalition, I'll repeat the question. Okay?
I'm saying that the coalition you are asking for now, for me, my own opinion is that it isn't any different from what the obedient movement.
Oh, it's a big difference. No.
In what way difference. And where is it going to lead us? Where will it lead us?
It's an alternative route to a peaceful way to getting somewhere without going the violent route. We got to give that route a shot. Number one, it's going to be a non-violent one. Where is it going to lead us? Is to lead us to the promised land. The way it's going to be different is that, imagine if someone like Obi or Atiku says political parties are trash. No more participation in politics. We want to have a renewal of purpose, movement. Just see, and you have a daily number whereby they are recruiting people. Just imagine what impact that would be. Saying that, look, the way we are doing our politics right now, all these honorable this, honorable that, election this, INEC that, is bullshit. Let's put a stop to that. Let's have a renewal, or let's come to a table of discussion. So there's a difference between that and let's keep going that part. We will change it in 27.
That kind of rhymes is one of Oti's idea that says that the system must come down.
Let's place another scenario. Okay, what if? We had a serious labor movement. Okay, labor leadership or the labor.
You have a what?
Labor movement. Labor leadership. Okay, that are kind of right. They really. They're organized and serious about it. They know what they want. Okay, in other words, if every people that matter come to the realization that the regime, there's no faith, there's no hope. The constitutional order has collapsed, which is the reality. The constitutional order, there's no, that is the reality, right?
So you're saying, I just want to paraphrase you so I know I'm getting you.
I'm saying it's a different scenario.
You're saying that if we have an obedient movement that have no party fracas and has a strong ideology, is that what you're saying?
I didn't say obedient movement. Labor movement. Okay?
No, you didn't say okay. You say labor movement. Yes. Okay.
Which is just an aspect of civil society. And then maybe the student.
I agree with you. But I'm coming. Let me throw your question back at you. Do we have that? Yes or no? Do we have that? No. Do we have a labor movement that has a conscience?
Excuse me.
I'm rephrasing your word. Do we have a labor movement that has a conscience? The answer is no.
What if? Assume it. Is it okay?
What if? Okay, let's work on your what if. Okay. Then we can listen, Oti. Then we can say we can keep going this route. We can change the system within this route. But we don't. We have to work with what we know.
Excuse me. Don't say we don't. Okay, look, maybe tonight we don't have it tonight, but nothing says we cannot have it tomorrow.
That's a fallacy. If you don't have it tonight, you don't have it.
Excuse me.
You don't. When are you going to have it? You think the labor movement is suddenly just going to have a rebirth and you suddenly are going to have them with a conscience? Are you serious? Oh, the Nigerian police is just going to have a rebirth and they're just going to stop collecting bribe. Are you serious?
You are the one now that is giving up. You're not the one now that is despairing, that is despondent.
No, you're the one gaslighting. You're gaslighting. That's gaslighting. Listen, whatever you don't have now, you don't have, and that's why we are in this state.
And so what are you gonna?
I did one course. Let me tell you, I did one course in administration. They tell me once that.
The next question then is now, based on what Kenneth Okonkwo came in here tonight, from the answers that he has given us, APC or the obedient movement, in my own opinion, is out of this equation that you have put forward.
Who is out of the equation? What?
The obedient movement or the APC?
All the parties are the same. They are the different side of the same coin.
They seem to be out of it right now.
PDP, Labour Party, right now, they are side of the same coin. They're the same. Don't fool yourself. My teeth is better than yours. That's what we have now.
Yeah,
unless
but
you're not diagnosing this problem properly.
My next question is, have you then reached out to anybody you think would have an influence on this kind of movement?
Okay, now let's see. When the court case in Chicago came up with his verdict, Atiku made a statement. I didn't know if he was serious or he was just being. Atiku came out with his speech and said, all of us now needs to get together and address this Nigerian problem. I don't know whether he was just trying to be, oh my God, you need to see the obedience group. They went wild. They were like, oh, we'll never work with Atiku. We'll never do this. He's a thief. He's a block.
No, sorry.
I was thinking,
Ferreira,
not right.
Ferreira,
By that time, we were waiting for Obi's speech.
Ferreira, you see, you don't believe in miracle, okay? And you don't believe in the possibility. I mean, I said politics is an art of the possible. You don't believe in even
miracles don't happen in politics.
Hold on now.
Does.
Excuse me, I didn't ask you a question, please. Look, you don't believe in, I mean, things, possibilities, okay? I mean, that things can change. I mean, that the day is.
How?
You're saying how? So if nothing can change, so then what are we talking about then?
Well, that's why it doesn't change. I'm 55 years old, for God's sake. They've been saying prayer for Nigeria in this place since I was 17. What are you talking about?
Hold on. You guys seem to be having a secular argument. See,
no, I'm not having a secular argument. He doesn't believe in miracle. He doesn't believe something can change. So what are we talking about?
How is he going to change? You tell me.
No, his own approach is I think what Ferrari's approach is that we have to start organizing.
But am I discrediting the merit in organizing now?
No, you're saying we should keep hoping that something will change, and you're not giving me what will change.
Listen. Maybe you're not listening. First of all, I said I was trying to paint a scenario. I mentioned one civil society organization, labor movement, and then you said no, forget them.
They're dead. Based on my own data, I don't know what data you're looking at.
Excuse me. So you've discounted them. They're useless. They're pointless. There's no hope. So what do you do then? So how do you mobilize and where you get the people?
Exactly. You're asking the right question.
Excuse me.
Now you're asking the right question. You mobilize through effective media, which we don't have.
Listen. Hold on. Listen. Can you calm down? Listen first. So are you saying that these labor members, that they're Nigerians, they are feeling the pain? So are you saying these 7 individuals can be mobilized? Of course they can.
So you think the pain and the the shortage of rice and gari will mobilize them?
Excuse me, they are there. Now we have student body, right? Okay, also filling the pitch. And then of course we have like professional bodies, Nigerian Bar Association. You have the
have they ever existed, Oti? They are the worst organization ever. Nigerian Medical Association, Nigerian Bar Association, Nigerian Union of Journalists, Nigeria, name it. Which of them have ever stood up to stand up professionally for their profession or for their country?
I know. But the possibility is there. The potential is there. For this conscientization, for this mobilization we're talking about. If you discount them and rule them out, so where are you going to import?
Right now, you got to rule them out. They're not going to do that mobilization for you.
Excuse me.
You got to start from another angle. Then it will touch them. When the message touch them, then they will start. It will catalyze them to action.
Look, whatever happens, I think it's a mistake for you to kind of discount, and rule people out, discount them.
No, I'm not discounting anybody. I'm just saying if I want to go to war, I look at how many troops I have, how many ammunitions I have, and how many people are on my side before I venture.
Okay, Mr. Ferreira.
Based on what we have now.
Mr. Ferreira.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I actually came here because of you. I wanted to ask a private question. If you can look at the private chat. If you can look at the private chat, because it's a very private question.
Oh yeah. That's my cousin. That's my brother, first cousin.
Oh, wow.
He went to Ife. You know him?
I don't really know him. I was just going through social media and I saw a recommendation.
Yeah, he's a pastor. He went to Ife.
He looks just like you.
That's Jide. Yeah. Yeah, that we're family.
Yeah, have a great one. That's
Boventura. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, Mr. Ferreira. I want to ask you a question. It's a personal one, but on this thing.
Can we now butt in? Can we now come in?
Oh yeah, guys coming. Yeah.
All right. If you guys don't mind, maybe we should move the discussion forward because it seems to be going nowhere. Like you see what OT is trying to say, which the way I understand it is the only and then somebody asked this question: why don't the labor movement go into begin to mobilize? Why don't Peter Obi change his original mandate and become a mobilizer, do the Mansa work? It is a different thing when you call me to be a politician. I've come to contest, and then I have to go into another mandate of now begin to want to mobilize Nigeria into believing in the local politics or a newer brand of politics. It's not that easy. And I say it's not that easy because just like what the obedient people were saying, it's not the first time that Atiku has called for unity. Remember, PDP, the reason why we're where we are today was because PDP even refused to follow their own guideline, which was that they should rotate the presidency. Many times, what was the reason for that? What was because they failed before now to take over power. And so they decided to write a constitution that will help them to keep, the best of their people in place so that at each time, new people will be introduced into the system. When it came to the time of the Southeast, they decided to change it. It's not the first time, it's not the second time, it's not the third time. So what are we saying here? I'm simply saying that even starting a new movement will eventually end up being the same way it has ended up. People like Arabambi didn't come up from nowhere. They were part of the labor movement. Money brought them to where they are. They became the distraction for a LP right from the time at the middle of the river. So those distractions, those people who will continuously to sell out will always be there. And one of the things I want to say, sometimes we say people should come together. There's no nation that's totally in unity with each other. There's no nation that everybody is doing exactly what the people have set out to do. None. Okay, because even the US, be it as it may, there are people in the US who live in Russia, do business with Russia and all that. There are people who, not only in Russia, other countries that the US do not totally agree with. So all I'm saying that there's not going to be any time that you come to Nigeria and the 230 million people all accept one thing. That means that God is not perfect in His creation. And because He didn't make all of us to think in this one direction, like the same color, like the same food, that's why there's diversity, even the things of God. Some are made for vessels of honor, some are made for vessels for, in different ranges, okay, from gold, silver, bronze, and all that. That's how the nation is created. So I don't think if we're serious, as a serious people, we'll be waiting for somebody to come and mobilize us to know that we're suffering. Because those who are going to buy a carton of Indomie now for almost almost 20,000 naira, this is their money they are spending. They know it's coming out of their pocket. It's not coming out of mine. So if it hurts them, if it pinches them, if they feel, then they will all mobilize for a change one time. If not, if we are comfortable with being pushed and we continue to adjust, then let us go ahead and keep adjusting.
So you're saying we're comfortable, we should just keep adjusting. That's your comment right now, that we don't need a mobilizer. Mobilization would not work. It hasn't
Again, don't
worked.
get me wrong. The mobilization we're looking for Nigeria right now is not going to be one led by Shaore. It's not going to be the one led by Obi. It's going to be the one that
who's going to lead it, or who's going to mobilize?
If you allow me to speak, I will speak.
Yeah.
It's not going to, the mobilization we're talking about is not going to come with writing of placards. It's not going to be anybody announcing it. People will get annoyed, and it will be a people's movement. People will move at one time, and the change will come.
That's what I'm afraid of. I think that might be chaotic if you don't plan it and you let it just happen by nature. That would be uncontrolled. That would be an uncontrolled reaction. And that would be very violent, very disastrous.
You see the word you use, uncontrolled reaction. Once a reaction is controlled by somebody, that person who is controlling it has the ability to change the system to suit itself.
To manipulate it.
Simple.
But if it's uncontrolled, I still think the bad people will still be in charge because they're the ones who have the resources, the money, and the influence. So they would just camouflage themselves, be sheep in wolf clothing, lead the whatever, and then continue whatever they are continuing. But if those who are sincerely concerned do a proper planning, which is possible if they just get involved, It's possible if they just get involved. You understand? Then it will be controlled. Then the bad people you're trying to get rid of will not be the one in charge when that uncontrolled reaction happens. It's going to happen. It's not going to be a miracle. It's not going to be what you all think. It's going to be very violent. It's going to be very chaotic. And when the dust settles, it's still going to be the same bad people that are going to be in charge because they are the ones with the advantage and the resources.
Not true. Not true. They may not stay to see to the end of it.
They may not stay to see the end of it. How? They have the advantage. They have the resources. You're not getting it. Let's John Abba has a say and Ike, our forefather.
I think our issue has been the same. I think we all understand what is a Nigerian issue, and we all have the heart. Only thing is that we all have different approach, and there's nothing wrong in that. But that will not lead us to get anything done, because without a unity of purpose, I don't even think 2027 that somebody will come and win an election. I don't think we are a very people that plan for a very long time. I think we are in haste to do things, and that is not going to help us because these people have the resources more than you do. They have gathered the weight of the nation, and you cannot undermine a country where they have used poverty and to anchor or to tame the people over the years. If anything break up in Nigeria right now, which sometimes, if care is not taken, before precaution is not, it will happen. And then after that, they will hijack it and spin it because they have the resources. So I think what Ferrari is saying is that we can mobilize and have a leader that we have invested in over the years, and he can stand for us. But if you allow things to go out of hand, and let's say people are pressed between the rock and the hard place, and they react because of that, who will be the leader? If we just say let it happen naturally, even if it happens naturally as a result of hunger right now or anything, who will be the leader? And definitely it's not going to be Obi. And even because people see Obi because it's orator, he can talk. He have an antecedent in Anambra. He's a good man. Obi is a good man. He mean well for all Nigeria, but he do not have the stamina. He do not have the backbone. He do not. Nigeria, if you are not ready to die for it, to say that, especially since 1999 when we say, okay, let's have democracy. There have never been a time till this last election of 2023 that the third party rose so quickly to challenge these two-party system that have been in power over the years. But to me, you can judge it from your own perspective. Everybody is entitled to their own view. But he do not, when the opportunity comes, his people are very passionate. But the politicians and the religious that have been the one responsible for how power play and how the society goes, they just can put any message there, and once somebody can eloquently pick it and spin it to their own favor, go to church and current telling people we are this, we are that, spray that cancer of differences without anything. Politicians will sit down and know that the people are not together, and the elite, they are all together anytime, any day. And from this, the death of the Harvard, may so rest in peace, you can see all of them come there in one voice. No Fulani voice is different. No Hausa, no Igbo voice is different. No Yoruba voice is different. They're all together. Only people that are not together are the poor people. And once we continue to make this noise and dividing ourselves with in this ethnic or tribal or religious, then we're not going to have a leader. And I think they are making a mistake, especially those that say, "Oh, Nigerians are dying, but we are not suffering. We are eating asu." They are making a big mistake, because that will continue to spin the lies, because it's not only Igbo that voted for Obi, it's not only Yoruba that voted for Tinubu, neither only Hausa that voted for Atiku. All Nigerians passionately they said that we want to change. But now that opportunity comes to unite, some set of the country, so no, we are eating asu and drinking beer. Now you they suffer, because whenever we come out to say something, they kill us. That's a lie. Because other people, other minority that they do not stand out, there are no more Nigerians and they do not vote for me. And that is what is going to hurt if we do not come to these people that are empowered, what they sit down to look at and who they want to be in power, even if you want to be liberal, which we have not gotten there, they will look at it and spin the thing and will favor them tomorrow. And will tell their people. The Hausa man, a common Hausa man will go and tell the Hausa people, say, you remember the last time I said, okay, let's agitate, and this tribe say no. This is the picture. Listen to it yourself. This group of people, look at what the elite say. And the elite say, oh, when they were killing us, the Hausa people do not say anything. Now the Western end will come. Oh, when they were killing us, the Yoruba do not say anything. So if we remain that small thing that you think is nothing, the people that are the people that just naive in politics that think so, we are not suffering, and that is a whole. Oh, we are being marginalized. And that's one thing that I keep saying on this platform. People will come, so no, don't say. I'm glad to hear it from a man like Okonkwo. I was having a different way to approach him before, but after watching him, I just solved him my own thing. I wanted to ask him a different thing before, apart from the politics, but I just let it be, because that word alone, it takes a brave Igbo man to look at the other Igbo people say we are not marginalized. Because I keep telling you guys on this platform that is not the Nigeria we all live. Is it not Nigeria? Or some of you just move from West and fly to America. Or some of you just live East and fly to America. And you never go to the North. And you never see your Igbo people prospering there, or you don't see Yoruba people. They're not marginalized. It's a talking point created by the elite. And whenever they go to Abuja, they will never talk about it again. Whenever any of them go to Abuja, to any Igbo man that even say we are marginalized, he want to speak to the control narrative talking point of the people that they're taking advantage of.
Abba, I just want to add to your point. Talking about the elite, hold on, okay, I just want to add to Abba's point. You know that when they did that opening of Dangote, you saw how all the elite gathered. Then when Wigwe died also, you saw how they gathered. Yes. So the question is, maybe because they are all together, that's why none of them wants to lead the mobilization. But what they are all failing to realize is that it's in their own interest that country change. That's the only way they can hold on to their wealth or whatever it is they have. Because when that chaos happens, it's game over.
Yeah, but you should also understand. I'm sorry, forefathers. I'm sorry. One thing I want you to understand, in the table of a royal table, they do not stay for themselves alone. They already pave a way for their children. There is the ordinary people that rises with a man with a mindset. Don't think the people that are so comfortable.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's a fallacy for them to think they can hold on to it for the next two generations. It's a fallacy.
The masses are not together to come after them. And nobody.
Yeah, but something bad would happen down the line.
Yeah, but that is when it happens. Like go back to your point. When it happens, they are the ones that have the resources, even when they are outside.
That's true. They have the resources to handle
people against themselves to fight themselves and settle the case.
Yeah, can I just add something? Let me just add. Hold on now. Let me just add something. Jeez.
And absolutely.
KJ, can't you hear me? Am I speaking to myself? I don't know. Please hold on now.
It doesn't mean that when you talk,
Let me just say something. You are the one that interrupted me. I wanted to say something when Ferrari spoke. See, why do we do these things? I let you speak before. As a matter of fact, I even got thrown out. But you see, when I hear John Abba talk, and I hear some of the statement that the doctor made today about the Southeast, and I hear Masca, I hear some people talk, it gives me hope that that country may have a chance, because you have to have people like that. And I hope they all realize how important you all are, because I tell you this, people like that, they are important, and they should realize how important they are to the nation. They should not go back to sleep and pretend as if nothing happens, and that's pretend as if they are not, what they think doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. Otherwise, the crazies, I wouldn't call them the crazy, the people that have opinions that are not going to lead us anywhere will win the day. I've never seen a case that has been so compelling in the way it was made, the way Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo made that case today for the Southeast to be part of Nigeria. He made a very compelling case. I even used the story of his own life, and that's what he tells you, what has happened somewhere in the Southeast in the last decade or so. There has been a narrative out there to make it look like everybody just wants to break up. Why there are some people that are very passionate. If you can hear the statement he made, he was very passionate about it, and he had a very strong view on it. And you can see why that view has merit. Why would you cut yourself down to a smaller size when you have a chance? I believe what he's saying is true. I've seen it happen in Nigeria. Because if you go and create a southeastern state, what is going to happen is that most of the access you have to the other countries will reduce. The access you have to Ghana today is not the same access you have to Nigeria. So all that will reduce. And hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying now.
A question. I'm just wondering how did the discussion about Nigeria, how did it now become Southeast?
No. It's because of the statement he made. I was aligning the point that there are some people that are giving me hope. Because that's why even when he made that statement, I said that statement was excellent, because I've never had anybody put it that way before. He made a very compelling case, because he was a success in Nigeria. He was one of the major successes in Nigeria in terms of Nollywood films.
And he was from the Southeast. He could be making that argument because he's privileged.
I agree with you. No, he said it himself. He said the elite, which is technically is part of that elite class.
But what he should be focused on, if he really wants a true Nigeria, he should be focused on how we destroy this old Nigeria and bring in a new Nigeria.
The contraption.
Let me add this, Ferrari.
That person is just spinning you. They're just spinning you.
Ferrari, let me just add this. You see, Ferrari, the first time I met Ferrari online, he was busy hating, calling me all kinds of things. But he too gives me hope, because some of this he says, he is actually forward-leaning, trying to see how he can solve a problem in a way that doesn't lead to unnecessary loss of life. And that is important. People have to listen to when people like that are talking, because in the end, if you wish for anarchy, that analysis he gave is correct. When you are surrounded by wolves, that is not the time to start fighting. They will take you all to pieces, because there are many people around us that want to take advantage of us. If we start fighting each other, or there's anarchy in the country, you can be rest assured the outcome of that anarchy is not going to be in our favor, because the people that have bigger guns will win the day. As a matter of fact, they will even secure their position stronger than they have now. So one of the ways to change it, if other than outright war with a foreign power, is to change the minds of the people. Because I see that the only example I have of that in the world is Ethiopia, where they went and built that Renaissance dam. And you see, the thing about people is that when they do something together and that stuff is threatened, suddenly they realize that they are people and they will unite. And that is what the Ethiopians did, and when the Egyptians threatened that dam and all that stuff. So that is the ingredient. You have to define yourself against something else. The way the Yorubas became a Yoruba group was because of slavery, because they were being taken away in groups like that, because they were taken in groups. So they started seeing the difference between them and others. So that's when they fully defined themselves as Yoruba. Even if I think it was the Arabs that started using the name first. So when things occur, you have to define yourself against other people to actually gain your full identity, to know your differences between this is me and these other people. And what I see within our leadership in Nigeria is that they don't give that to us. If anything, they do everything to reduce that. And when they reduce that, it makes us what we are right now, where our people feel inferior. Everywhere we go, we think that everybody's our friend, when they are not our friends, because they don't want to call it out. And they use this kind of statement like, we keep blaming other people. Or the one of our lawyers said to me when I asked him about don't you think you should support removing the European headgear from the judges and lawyers? He said it's just a uniform. It's just a uniform. You can't remove a uniform. It's like, what kind of thinking is that? What kind of mentality does that?
That's Kolo mentality.
Yeah, no, it's a very, very dangerous mentality that grounded us today. Can you imagine in 21st century? In 21st century, people think like that.
He was like, you can't say the soldiers should not wear their uniform because people wear that kind of uniform. That's his thinking. It's like, but that is not the same thing.
Oh, you don't even wear it. No.
This is not it's not such a serious matter, quite frankly.
It's serious. It goes to the mindset. It goes to our mindset.
The people that are presiding over you, that are making judgment over you, that are going to make a judge and look at your Igbo people.
Hold on. Yes, I understand mindset and mentality, but of course, if you are to seriously criticize our lawyers and our judges, I mean, maybe the jurisprudence, the law we make in Nigeria, so it's not about what they wear. Look, it's symbolic. It's not as important as the substance of the law, okay? And the way so it's just really the emphasis you put on it.
I disagree with you. It has to do with having value in yourself. When you're wearing the white man's hair, how are you going to value yourself as a black man? When you're wearing the white man's hair, how are you going to value yourself as a black man? That's part of our problem.
Occasionally. I wouldn't say I'm a good Catholic. I'm not.
Okay, but you take Holy Communion.
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. What is it, that Holy Communion in your hand? What did it refer to?
It's the body of Christ.
The communion.
Yes, Holy Communion, yes.
Okay. Is it the real body of Christ?
Well,
it says a symbol. Well, you are talking about, you see, those things go more than what you are saying.
Excuse me, it is. We accept it on, by faith.
By faith, okay. By faith, the mentality of
I don't have to
intellectualize it. Slavery
is faith. So,
so if you don't look at it seriously, in the 21st century, when the UK themselves and the colonizers are not using it anymore, and our people are still using it as a sign of honor.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter so much.
It does matter. Why do you keep saying that? Your children will grow up.
Value yourself. It matters. Why would you be wearing white people's hair?
So are you? For what? Guys, hold on. Listen. Look at it this way. To
show that they are your masters or you are a slave.
Listen. No, excuse me. Listen. Now, let's put it in perspective. So the three of you here that feel so strongly about these things. So are you telling me your views are much more important, much more enlightened than all the lawyers and judges in Nigeria?
Listen, Oti, let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Yes. You know how we got to where we are today? Because in the 70s, all our educated people, all they do is to read London newspaper. They won't read Nigerian newspaper. Look at where that has got us. All we do is soccer. We don't even have our own soccer game. We are focused on watching the white man's soccer game. We lose ourselves. Each day we don't speak our language. Each day we don't dress our clothes. We're losing ourselves. And we can't recover from that. You don't understand the implication of symbol. You think the Holy Communion is just symbol?
Nigerian, welcome.
Let me talk. You people are just flogging.
I really want to listen to KJ. KJ, I want to listen to you.
Don't let them take everything. You know, Oti will argue against everybody.
It's okay. Now let's move on. Now we are just be here for 7 hours, just debating. Even Okonkwo is already sleeping. Eh? We are still here.
But the point Okonkwo made, I don't know whether you heard it today.
I watched it from the beginning. That is the most learned man in Nigeria now.
You made a very passionate
after this, I will be the second man in Nigeria, no any other person. The rest are counterfeits.
Yeah, and what else do you think about what you've been hearing so far? Why our people seem to subscribe to wearing European headgear and copying, and also not defining Nigerians as against other people in the world. It's almost a unique thing. I've never seen that before, where a nation doesn't necessarily define itself against other people. Like if you come to the UK now, they define themselves against even Europe. They left European Union. They define themselves against Europe. They define themselves against Russia. They define themselves against everything. Because that is how you create. That's how you harmonize your nation.
I want to ask you, wait. You always complain that our elite, mostly Nigeria, even the women, the last time they put a wig, that they always want to behave like the European. And you always want to do every example in no ramification with the Europe, with the Igbo. So can't we, the Nigeria, find our own way? That's why the problem we have in Nigeria, we are blaming white man. This democracy, I don't know how all of us would think, how would that work in Nigeria? We have been practicing it. It cannot work. This Igbo mentality cannot work in Africa. We have to define our own way.
On the democracy one, I think I will keep saying this so people understand. I personally don't subscribe to dictatorship. I believe we can go to a more advanced democracy.
We are not talking about dictatorship here. We are talking about our own way.
No, I'm just responding to some people that often talk about dictatorship. I believe in a more advanced form of democracy that actually takes the power from the center and give it to the people to decide. There's a few countries in this world that have done. I think only one country, Switzerland, practices something close. But what I have in mind is something even more advanced that takes the power from the center, from even your councillors to the people. The people decide what happens in the country, and that can happen. There's nothing stopping it from happening.
Okay, you're not suggesting we should go back to the one they rep.
No, we've never seen this before. What I'm describing is
what they are proposing that we should go back to the parliamentary system. Are you subscribing to that?
It's even more advanced than the parliamentary system. That's the people can be able to pass laws. The people can decide on issues that are going on in the country.
But we must elect. We have to elect somebody now.
Oh yeah, you elect them. You elect them, but they don't have a lot of power. The people decide what's going to happen on almost any major stuff.
You can't help yourself. You see, the problem you're fond of ignoring. You talk about people of Nigeria, nation. We're not there yet. Okay.
Stop doing that. People were fainting because of a match.
Look,
we are not there yet. We are not a country.
You don't wish problems out.
When are we going to be there? When are we going to be there? 63 years we are not there. When are we going to be there?
Oti will be saying that for the next 25 years.
No, when are we going to be there?
You don't wish problems away, right? And then so because that is the crucial problem, right? Because when you talk about who are these people of Nigeria, who are they? Where are they? Okay, when some people will tell you, "We don't go back to your region. We don't want to see you this part of this. We're not gonna." Come on, is that how a nation?
But that is what Okonkwo is telling us today now. That nobody want to learn from it. That these things are just between us. They just throw it to us, we the masses, the elites. They didn't know that.
It's not about the elite or the masses, but
no, because we are trying to bring what happened in the election. When somebody says don't vote in Lagos, that is not. Those are the political statements. That is everywhere. It happened in Imo. It happened in Enugu. It happened in all over part of the country, my brother. So those are elections. It's election coming. You are anywhere they say that thing again. When election is coming, it's divide and rule and win. That is how that is how Nigerian election is.
And about dividing and rule, I think we as human beings, we don't seem to realize how easy we are to divide. Let me give you an example how easily we are to divide. Just by changing one pronoun in a paragraph and somebody reads it, it can change the decision they go and make next. That is how easy we are to divide. And I think our people need to be educated on these things, because if you're educated, you guard yourself more against division.
Are you aware of the various conferences, constitutional conferences that took place before we had the 1960, before we got to that 1960 and 1963. So you think all those things were for nothing? I mean,
The people that were having these conferences, having this discussion, they didn't know where they were doing. They were stupid.
Well, I know that they never mentioned them. I don't know where how we got
So,
there.
Oh,
and
that's the
hold on,
47,
hold on, excuse me.
49 man
Let
panel.
me ask you the next question. So, and you think that what we are running now, the instrument, the system, the constitution we're running with now, it somehow is what Nigerians, had a considered view of. Nigerians accepted, Nigerians, to be governed by the population of Nigeria. This is what they signed up to. Is that your view? No, seriously, because you can sweep problems under the carpet. I think it will go away. It doesn't happen that way. There's an imbalance, okay? And the people that are in the know,
an imbalance in what?
Wait, Godfather. You see, the constitution is talking about 1979 constitution. That was after Muritala died. Muritala died. The constitution started during Muritala when they want to hand over back. That was in 1979. Wait, it started by Muritala. They did not die during the period. Obasanjo, Gogbo is there. He's still two of the name that is there. It's 49 man panel, not the constitution. That is the same constitution that they amended. They had 20 amendments to it. That is the same 1999 constitution. That 1979. That the one they used to when they want to do transition to democracy during Shagari. Shagari only last for 1 term, and the military take over again. Before we now come to 1999. So what are you now talking there? It was for the problem I don't understand in Nigeria. They just think everybody, the whole 426 ethnic group, we just come, or 220 million, we just come and be writing constitution. It's representative that everybody we have.
That's not.
And guess what? Breaking news. After you write that constitution, hold on. Hold on. 15 seconds. Let me just say something for 15 seconds now. After they write that constitution, can you let me finish now? 15 seconds. After they write that constitution, breaking news, there will be a chunk of people that will still disagree with it. You like it or not? They will always disagree with it.
So this is it like when you always say this. So is that an argument against? Looking again at our basic. Is that really an argument? That
the argument is that.
No, excuse me. Is that really?
Father, I have a question for you.
That people
right now, we have impunity of our political leaders. How do you suggest they hold them accountable?
I don't understand you.
I think.
How do you suggest they hold them accountable?
I think to hold them accountable is to make it unpalatable for them.
Something concrete, something solid.
Yes, it's to make it unpalatable for them to be betraying us. One is to sensitize the people to be aware for when they are betraying their people. Like I noticed that when Tinubu got into office, one of the first things they did was to get medical equipment into Aso Rock so that it doesn't have to travel overseas too much for medical care, because they realize people are not happy about it. When the environment they're swimming in changes, that will affect them. Also, in terms of practicality, you have to start forming alliances on the ground with people on the ground, because they have their own people on the ground. You have to be on the ground. And for me, I believe that one of the best ways to do that is to form alliances with some of the most powerful forces on the ground, which is the security forces. They are some of the most powerful forces. You have to reach out to them, have alliances with them, a kind of collaboration, whatever you want to call it. Be close to them. And when you do that, they are the ones that are going to be telling you when the other people are trying to betray you. You saw what the journalist said yesterday. Just one last point. The journalist said people reached out to him to protect him. He didn't know them. They protected him.
Yes. Can I also reach out to you now to tell you some things that you have missed out?
Of course.
Okay.
Tell us that
Can I say something? I leave you people with this argument. I'm not interested in this long argument where two people are arguing for more than 2 hours, all in the name of conversations. I don't know what conversation is. It's no more a conversation. It's between Oti and Ferrari and forefathers. KJ, I gave my contact to Dr. Damages for you. Okay. So good night, everybody.
So you just came here to just admonish us for having conversation and just good night. where is the elder wisdom now? Eh? You're not going to share anything with us?
I want to lay some things out for you. You see, because sometimes when we talk about this, being able to have a force of change, we forget the instrumentality of coercion. Coercion is in the hands of government. It's not in the hands of the Nigerian people. The Nigerian people cannot collaborate with the military or the police. That is called sabotage, and it's treasonable offense for anybody who does that. Now, the setting up of the Nigerian police force is still called Nigerian Police Force till tomorrow, was built to favor and safeguard the colonial masters. So the police force is built not to protect Nigerians, but to protect those in power. And has continuously to be so till tomorrow. The army, the air force, the navy, all are acting in support of the power that be, which is the government. You will never get an officer who will tell you that he will come and collaborate with you, a civilian, to come against a government that is in power. If you go back, you will find out that even the police that we all think should be our friends are those who help to perpetuate these people in power. There was a video that was trended last week of a man who is one of the chief smugglers in Nigeria. Who, when that journalist dived into the story, we found out that he has connection with even the IG of police and every other person that's supposed to be in authority in Nigeria, including the man who is now sitting in Aso Rock. So the question be, if you as a custom officer go and arrest that kind of person, who do you think is going to come and help you? Who do you think will save you? The same thing happens to the Nigerian people. In few occasions, you have people who give you information. I'll give you one example. I was in a situation one time, and a policeman told me, Oga, we cannot help you in this case, but we can direct you to where you can go and get help. But in this station, the whole of this division, we cannot help you because we don't want to lose our job. These are many things that happen in Nigeria. So when you talk about these things, you talk about them as if these things are, in El Dorado. It's not in the country you're looking at.
Okay,
Okay,
good.
it's
Can I
not
respond
there.
to
And then
that?
John Haba, you keep saying this thing. Let's not forget that it's not only the Igbos that are complaining of the lopsidedness in Nigerian government or the Nigerian constitution or the practice of federalism in Nigeria. It is not a true practice of federalism that we are practicing. So we are saying, if the constitution says it is a unitary system of government and we're now practicing federalism, can we now make it more federalism, true federalism, so that everybody will have control of their resources and give, this is what we're saying. And if it is Nigerian that wrote the constitution, if we say, if some part of Nigeria, majority, even if not even majority, one major
You're
tribe,
making too many points. How is one supposed to respond to all this?
but you have been speaking, I'm not even telling you anything.
No, it will be good we go
No,
to and fro.
Father, you like to do that. You have been speaking since.
Yeah,
Like
because
everybody.
I need to be able to address the point you made. If you are making too many points, it's hard for somebody to track back.
So if a major tribe says we are not satisfied with the arrangement, you do not shut them down. Okay? If they say they want a constitution to be revisited, you do not shut them down. You can't get any good favorable cooperation from that. In America, till tomorrow, California still say they want to go their own. Till tomorrow, DC is still demanding for a statehood. Okay? The military have not packed themselves and then mounted the parade to shoot down everybody there. The military have not gone to take over California because they are saying, oh, we want to separate. So why do we get this thing that when somebody asks that he wants to be by himself, it becomes that the person has declared war against himself? I have a very strange video that was sent to me by somebody from the East. Okay, the army shooting into civilians and telling them that we're just starting, we'll never begin. Where else is done in this world?
Well, please,
Sorry.
Father, because
No, when
talk to
you
me.
come
Now
and
he's gone on so long that other
and I'm
people want to
concluding
talk.
this. When John Abba, when you come and say this thing, in view of the fact that we also know that even your tribe, have suffered a lot of this in the hands of the T people, I begin to wonder, Because don't you think that there's a reason and a need for
KJ,
you
this
to
thing that you
sit
do
down and bring
is
these
not right. This thing that you do, what KJ do, so hold on, let me say this. What KJ does is he injects so many false narratives.
That is why I hate to be this platform
hold on.
because
No,
you
because
have
you don't want somebody to challenge
dominated
you.
the issue so much. So since they have been talking, but when somebody begin to talk, you just find a reason to say that is
Papa,
not
don't
right.
worry. Let me just, since you mentioned, let
Why?
me talk to
Why?
you.
No, so somebody should be able to respond because you
Yeah,
inject
let
so
me
many
talk.
things into
Let
the
me
ether
mention my
that
name.
people
Let
are not
me
able to
address
respond
it.
to.
You see, for KJ, my brother, I'm not against you and I'm not for you. And I don't think you're against me or for me. We are all fighting the same enemy. And the common enemy, we are always leave them behind and come and argue on ourselves. When I make that statement, I mention the North, I mention the West. The only reason why you say this, you buy to that narrative of tribal issue that you think I'm particularly about Igbo. The Ariwas will call for when it's not in their favor. The Ariwas will come for separation. And if you have that God to direct me, you think you want to take on me because you want to speak to your based on this platform that spread that narrative. Why don't you have that God to talk to Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo when he came here to ask him when he said that he's not in support of it?
Okay, can
So
I just answer that?
Wait. Because and I have said it to you guys on this platform before he came, and you also know that I've been on that issue. Our country, we are the one dividing ourselves. And you say resources. You talk about resources, and that that pastor that somehow is a hero. You have to be delusional. You don't understand Bible to think that man that they showed yesterday make any sense. It's a tribal bigotry. He doesn't even understand Bible. He just gathered the people to speak to the same court of the same tribe to worship with him. What is going on in Nigeria now? Igbo people will influence Igbo and speak to Igbo to them and get a church. Yoruba will do the same thing and get a church. They are not speaking to the value of Christianity itself. And for that, they are not even standing on the common principle of Jesus that laid down the Bible principle on the New Testament that we all have to say we are Christian. But we all, once it suits our purpose, then it is what we propagate and prepare. And if we continue in this platform of dividing ourselves on religious bigotry and tribal bigotry, and I say that even if we go the different paths, we still have neighbors. We still have a boundary. We are still the same people. So the notion that you say I'm saying that Igbo cannot go. I didn't say that. They have. Even if I say did I have the power over that? Your people that you elected from your zone, from your own constituency, when they go to Abuja, did they speak it? Who mention one politician in Abuja from the east that talk about separation?
Abaribe.
Yeah?
Abaribe.
Yeah, it's talk about separation. They should go
Yes,
different
many
ways.
times I stood on that. He even
Yeah,
wear
okay.
the t-shirt between one dot nation. What
Okay.
are you saying? You
One
know
out
my people
of
better than me.
Okay, so let's say he said that. Have you finished, Jonathan?
You see,
go ahead, man. Go
Don't
ahead.
get
I'll
me
come
wrong.
back.
Let me tell you
KJ
something.
is
The
double
reason I'm
barrel.
coming, the reason why
KJ, now I
I
need to
asked
respond to
anyway,
you,
so like I said earlier,
KJ.
he's a guest. I'm not a guest.
KJ, come on. I need to respond to you since you made so many points.
No,
Jonathan has
you
responded to
always
some.
do this. You always do this.
You will
You
not let
always
me
do this.
respond because you want to get away with stuff. See, it's just fair play. When you make a point, people are able to respond, isn't it? It's just fair play. When you say the Nigerian security forces or the police are designed for colonizers, there is some truth there. I see the way they behave, but that is the whole point of connecting to them, working with them. Because if you are there on the day of tribulation for them, they will be there on the day of tribulation for you. This is a quid pro quo. You have to start establishing links with these people. For the life of me, I don't even understand why anybody will kick against that, because in the end, that gives you advantage. You are basically aligning yourself with the powers that those people are going to use against you. You're aligning yourself with them. But if they come after you, see, another example of this in history is like the Bolshevik revolution when it was happening. By the time Lenin got to Russia, the people, the military, all of them have already dethroned the people in office because he already had links with all of them. This is how you if you want power, you have to go towards power. You can't walk away from power and say you're going to get power somehow. That's not how it works. So who else? Okay, go ahead and respond if you want.
Well, let me say this again. This topic, I didn't introduce it. I'm only responding to what you and Jonaba partly said. And Jonaba, I'm not, if you look at me very well, I'm not a tribalist. Okay? I have nothing to gain. But when lives are being lost every day because we're trying to maintain a contraction called Nigeria, when people's lives no longer matter, just 2 days ago, 300 students, children, youth, teachers were adopted in 2 states. Nigeria is still going on. Do you think it is something that will work continuously to losing people every day, every now and then?
Because then you speak to Nigerian space at large. Then you speak to Nigerian space at large. But when you regionalize it from your own perspective, it doesn't even.
The reason why I'm responding to you is you made a statement that what Okonkwo said, you agree with. Okonkwo is just an individual.
I'm not agreeing with it. No. You are giving him credit for that. I said this is what I have said continually, and you can. Yes,
this is what you have said continually, which is now buttressed, which you are happy with.
Yes.
I am not happy with it. The reason why I didn't respond to it is because he is a guest, and he's entitled to his own opinion. Just as I am.
And you should respect me that I also have I'm entitled to my own.
No. But you and I are here in this panel. So we can actually think.
Regardless, you should respect my own opinion. When you do your own, I don't condemn.
Hold on now.
When you agitate for your people, I do not say, hey, KJ, why are you agitating for Igbos? I never say that. When you use your religious bigotry to talk about religious and talk down on Palestinians, I never say anything. You are entitled to your own, and you see it from your own perspective.
You see, one of the problems that we are quick to calling, big names against people, religious bigotry, because my idea does not suit your narrative, it becomes religious bigotry. Okay, but if it suited you, I'll not be religious. I will not be bigot. So you see, that's the thing that is exactly how Nigeria operates. Okay, the little man is given a title so that to put him in the we call it journalism. The issue of man by dog. When dog bite man is not a problem, but when man bite dog, it becomes news. That's what they're doing here. Okay, and you've been doing it all the while, especially for father. Okay, you pick up the issue when once an Igbo man touches it, becomes he is a bigot, he is tribalist, he is this, is that. But you forget that you are the one who raised those issues. But when you people come and defend your own tribe, it is not tribalism. It is okay. It is good. But once it's an Igbo man, it's a crime.
I never defend my tribe.
Nobody called you tribalist today. Nobody called you tribalist
today. KJ, stop all these things. Stop all these things, please. Stop all these things, please.
Who is talking?
It's Nigerian, the no nonsense guy. If Nigerian is telling you, don't stop talking.
I mean, you and I.
KJ, can we focus on how to hold your leaders accountable and all this talk and how to make Nigeria better?
Since when Ferrari, since you have been going back and forth, you didn't say that. You didn't remember to say that. But when some others bring an idea you don't like,
okay, let's respect the order that came down to share their own opinion. Let's respect the others.
Anyway,
thank you.
So sorry, guys. Share time. Share time. I want to talk. Should I come?
Okay, let's try to time it then. Okay, from we have to jump KJ somehow. KJ has just spoken, so let's put him where this guy is. Okay, 3 minutes from right to left. 3 minutes. Nigerian, please go ahead.
From Lokopina and Augustine, two of them have not spoken.
Okay, were they here before you? I thought you were here before them. Oh, you want them to speak first? Okay. Okay.
No, you placed the way you placed it. From left to right. So
I was here before.
Let's talk before his battery runs out.
Okay, Steph, please go ahead.
Yeah, before my battery run down, we know they get light again.
Are you in Nigeria?
I'm in Nigerian.
Okay.
You're a fake guy.
Okay.
Where you go sit down for Abia State, me like reach your body, you go to see
Like, our governor don't give us light, sir.
Oh my God, Abia State now is the 24-hour power supply state.
Not
Please
be
go ahead.
not be every year. Now just be local government.
Every Igbo man is from Abia State now.
I tell you.
Forefather.
All you revise from Lagos now. There is red line. I mean, this thing. Nigeria.
I don't know. I think that I watched your guest that came in today, and he spoke very well. He's very knowledgeable. Most of the things he talked about isn't really new. And the only point I really want to make is that it's not like what he said about his perspective on Nigeria and unity and the place of the Southeast in Nigeria is not really something that is new. So many people have that belief. But where there is a departure is that majority of the people that are clamoring for a different thing now is doing it because that is ideal situation. The picture he's painting is an ideal situation. That is ideal situation. So many people are not seeing it as something that is possible. So many people have stopped believing in it. So that's the difference. It's not as if what he said is like something new that nobody knows. I've said it so many times that I prefer Nigeria that works for everybody. But if it will not work, and some people are bent on making it not to work, if going our separate ways will make each region to develop and be better, it's better than everybody away and gawa gamba. What I'm saying is, if we cannot agree to move together with fairness, equity, and justice, like he said, does it make sense for us to be stuck together without progress? That's the question. That's the $1 million question. And he's not talking about that one. The picture he's painting is good. Everybody have once, at one point or the other, held that view and believed it, and think that it's going to materialize in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. How old is Nigeria today? And all the things he said, all the beautiful things that he said, what is the possibility that is even going to happen in the next 20 years? It's not there. From what we can see today. And by the way, because it's really unfair when people don't really want to tell themselves the truth. How do we even get to this point where we are today? Nigeria have how many states today? 36 states. We started with how many states? We started with 3 regions. And later, another region was added. Was that region decreed by anybody? No. There was a referendum. Do you understand? So how come nobody talked about how were those extra states created? Who was consulted?
By what measure?
What's the criteria? It's decision of one person or 2 people or 3 people. And we have moved on as if that was normal. So there are so many issues, but, some people don't really want to talk about it.
Forefathers, are you listening?
So, are you saying that we should go with the one that the British gave us?
Oh, come on.
Are you the one that gave yourself what you have now? That's the question.
They are Nigerians.
Because, no, listen. The ones that you say British gave you, they didn't just give you. Like somebody asked you, do you know how many constitutional conferences? They were discussions.
Sure.
It was 3 regions that was negotiated to form. 3 regions were negotiated to form Nigeria.
So if the British was in charge of
I'm coming, forefathers. Listen first.
Or you would rather be against the one
you want me to talk?
Only Nigerians rule.
You want me to talk?
Okay,
you let me talk.
Forefather, let him talk.
You want me to talk? You let me talk.
Go ahead.
3 regions. did extensive consultation, negotiated their leaders, and agreed to form what we call Nigeria today. And they became the confederating units. And when there was need to add another one to it, did somebody, one person just decree it by decree? One was added. So many things was put into consideration. That the question is, when we decided to add from 12 to 20 something and later to 36, you know, you are not, you are younger than me. I know that you are still old enough to know how those states were created and who created them. And the kind of consultation that was done. Was it based on that those states can actually take care of themselves? Or what was the motive behind creating those states? So many things have happened in this country, and we don't really want to talk about it. Who decided it should be 36? Why was it decided? What was the criteria?
You want the states to be uncreated.
You're not addressing the issue I'm talking about.
That's not the question. That's not the point.
If 3 minutes is over,
what is the point now? Because I don't know what the point is.
The point is, look, you talk about nation, you talk about people, Nigerian people.
3 minutes
okay, let's go to the next person. Yeah, 3 minutes has
because
passed.
We don't want to be staying.
The point is making decision for people without their consent. That's the point.
Nigerians are the ones that made the decision. Let's stop it. Nigerians are the ones that made the decision.
Let me tell you. If there was no ulterior motive and there was like a consultation the way it's supposed to be, because this is a constitutional issue. In each of the occasions when those states were created, was there like a constitutional conference, because it's a constitutional matter? Was it discussed how those states are going to be funded?
Forefather, please.
Yeah, they had a constitutional conference.
No. Listen. Listen to understand my point. If you have open mind, you really want to understand the point I'm trying to make. What I'm trying to explain to you is that when it was 3, there was an arrangement on how those 3 are being funded, how they're going to be self-sustaining. When we move from 3 to 12, was that criteria the reason why we moved from 3 to 12? Because if it was the same criteria, some of the regions that you gave up to maybe added 3 to may decide, no, we don't want to be 3, we want to remain that 1.
Why do you love that 3 configuration so much that the vicious?
Oh my God!
Forefathers, you missed the point. You see, forefathers, listen.
I've given up on you, forefathers. You just want to twist this argument the way it will serve you, serve your interest.
No, forefathers.
Hold on. It wasn't you, Oti. It wasn't your turn. It's a very simple question I asked. If you are making the point about,
I want to go to bed now.
You're diverting the argument, forefather. Don't divert the argument.
Can we just let me talk, please? If you are making a statement that it has to do with the fact that the people didn't make a choice themselves, you can make that point too. But it's Nigerians that made the choice to do what they did. If you are making the point that
some Nigerians are more superior than others. So they can make decisions for
that's
them.
how it is done. That's how you frame it. That is how all constitutions are written. Hold on now, let me speak now. Ferrari, let me speak. That's how all constitutions are written. If you are making the point that we didn't make a decision, then stop going back into the past and how they created.
Forefathers, do you know? Okay, let me explain.
In the past.
Since you are too young to understand what I'm talking about. Do you know the politics behind the creation of Delta State, for instance? Why was that Delta created in particular? Who was
Mariam was the wife of
God bless you, John Abba. Just like so many other local governments, so many other states. God bless you. Since you are too young to understand what I'm talking about.
Mr. Steph.
Wow.
I have to stop you there.
So you diminish other people's states for their existence.
Mr. Steph, please do me a favor. It's not yet time, right? If you are making your point, please, the idea of bringing age into it that somebody is too young or you try and desist from that.
These are historical facts.
No. It doesn't matter.
And he should know it. That he's claiming that he did not know what I'm talking about. Just because he wants to sound politically correct.
No. I get your
they
point.
want to talk about Festac. That's
when
an
I'm talking
issue.
about stuff like, would you say like maybe age, I might be too younger than you, but we are talking on points and making whatever. But saying that I'm too small, like I'm a small boy, too young.
I didn't say small.
No. What my point is,
I didn't say small.
It was someone belittling to say.
No. You are the one interpreting it that way. What I'm saying is, there are events. Listen, my friend. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't interpret what I said for me when I'm still here in this platform. Take for instance that I want to talk about the historical facts of Q in Nigeria. If somebody is younger to understand how it happened firsthand, and I'm coming, and I say maybe because you are younger, you are still too young to understand how it happened. It's not derogatory. And for goodness sake, I'm not even talking to you. If one father speaks to offense with it, I can apologize to him. But don't buy it. Don't buy it. No, don't buy it. No, don't twist it. No, you can't twist my words.
Let's allow.
If one father is not happy with what I said, I can apologize to him. I'm not a proud person. I didn't mean it to be derogatory.
Yeah, I know.
Like you were saying it's too young.
No, you are the one that's buying it over. I'm making it to turn it into something else.
All of them have the same game, so make una no dey waste our time. All of you, you and this, your game is the same. So
you just want to. What I'm saying, you just want it to be lost in the unnecessary argument. Take for instance my own local government. My local government was created just to compensate one traditional rule in my area.
Steph,
you don't think I don't know what I'm talking about?
Sorry.
Are you against that traditional ruler?
That's not the point. That is not the point.
That's your brother.
That's not the point, forefather. You
are trying to represent every group in Nigeria. And I don't know why we do this thing. I don't see. Hold on.
Forefather, sorry. On this point, you were supposed to do something to resolve this issue. What Steph said.
Let
me just direct this. What Steph said, the way Steph addressed you didn't sound derogatory, but Local P felt that way. So you would have just stepped in to say, "Oh, I didn't see it the way you saw it," and that would have just canceled the.
I think Local P will make a different point. It wasn't like going after him. He was making a different point that we shouldn't use age to decide what point is valid or not.
He was particular.
Most of them,
we should. I have it against you.
This is not.
Yeah, they are refused now. They are refusing now because they see me that I'm weak today. They are deciding to just fight.
No, not one.
Steph was so calm yesterday. Today he came to fight.
We are the same year. I didn't try to say period. Which one be like twisting word? Because
what?
It wasn't the first time you use the word.
Sorry.
That's okay. No, you're too young. Just make your point. No worry.
No, there is no statement. There is no universal statement. It was contextual. He said you are not too old, or you're not too young to have no.
You were too young. No, maybe you were too young.
No, that was not what he said. He didn't say you were too young to.
Maybe you were too young.
Forefather, please tell the next person to make a comment.
Loco, it's your turn to make your statement.
It's your turn, and you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Let's keep moving.
Okay,
Augustine, the star.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I came into this platform because of what we are turning our evening sessions to. This is not our foundation. Our foundation is to be progressive. But for the couple of weeks now, we just come in to shout on top of our voices to make argument. Argument will never resolve anything. And in argument, you continue to memorize your superior argument, and at the end, you won't get any knowledge. If we are advancing in progressive thinking, it will help us. Just like when you talked about the lawyers wearing wigs. This is the argument I raised yesterday. If you remember when we were talking yesterday, I said originality of purpose. When that argument came up, the question would have been, why would our lawyers still wear wig? If there is any answer to that question, we go on for it. If there is no answer to it, it will be because the white people are doing it. Now, that doesn't solve our problem. But when we raise it, we only shouted on top of it and we moved on. So if we can really, in this session, where we have enough time and we have minds that look alike, we become progressive. If we have an issue, we address that issue and go on, and not shouting on top of our voices, and argument will not help us in this platform. So to what Ken said today, I mean, when you listen to these guys, there's one thing you always tell yourself. When people say, don't be tribal, it means two things. There is nothing you will do to me that I will not be an Igbo man. I am an Igbo man. And there is no time I will have a privilege. It's not a right, a privilege. The first point of contact, when it is my own, we go to my people. But when it is a federal stuff, it should be equitably distributed. The problem we have in Nigeria is the difference between what is my own and what is our own. If we can be able to say, these are our own, these are my own, it will go a long way. Today, if people from South Side start revolting against Nigeria, people will call them names. Look at how the oil have become a national cake. But we'll be hearing that gold, we'll be hearing that other natural resources coming from other regions have remained in those regions. And nobody is addressing that issue. Nobody is calling it out. During the election, the campaign in Lagos is that Lagos is the richest state. Lagos is richer than everybody. The governor of Lagos State has been providing everything for Lagos State. But one thing I know is that almost all the national asset resides in Lagos, and they pay tax. And this tax is money. And Lagos State gets this tax. And you are not taking it that you are getting more. You are taking it that you have more. It becomes your right. Now, Tinubu have become the president. He is moving everything back to Lagos, not Niger State, not Abia State. And he's talking about Abuja is crowded. He's not thinking that Abia State is empty. He's not thinking that Niger State is empty. He's moving it to Lagos. Why is he moving it to Lagos? His own. So the way we begin to do things in this country, and because we try to block certain things, there are so many things that in nation building, everything comes to the table, and you must open up for conversation. What was not obtainable yesterday should be obtainable today. But when you feel that when it has to do with other people, nobody will discuss about it. And the way we move on in Nigeria is quite alarming. It is only in Nigeria that what happened last year during election will happen and people will move on. In most other countries of the world, people will not move on. People will sit down and have conversation till the end of it. But we've moved on. Look at what happened in the last election in Kogi State, in Imo State, in Biafra State, but Kogi and Imo State, people have moved on. Imo State, 27/27, Hope Uzodinma won, and we've moved on. Nothing is happening. The way we move on in Nigeria is why we're not moving anywhere. But when an issue happens, just like you have a flat tire, you say, oh, let me continue with it. You go nowhere. But if you sit down, stop 5 minutes, you change your tire, you'll be able to go to where you're going. So the way we move on in things have made us not to get to somewhere.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, we've already moved on from 477.
We've moved on already, exactly.
Yeah, we've already moved on for that. Why Israel is still ripping Gaza to pieces. And should you make this session, you know, exclude people that didn't support P2B in this session? You know, some people didn't support P2B. We could.
Yeah, troublemaker for fathers. You're troublemaker.
They know themselves now. They know themselves.
Apart from KJ and Loco P, who else are you talking about?
No, if what happened last year was about supporting P2B and not supporting P2B, I am sorry if you see it from that point. I am sincerely sorry.
No, he's just joking.
I was just joking.
No, when I said I'm sorry, I'm not even referring, I'm saying it generally. For Christ's sake, if INEC did what they came to the national television, what they went to international body, what they wrote in black and white, if they did what they said they would have done and follow the procedure, I will not have any reason to complain.
No, I get what you are saying, but it's just that I enjoy being on the other side of.
It's my turn now.
I enjoy being on the other side of.
No, it's not your turn,
to jest him, to joust him
I'm
about
after
not
Augustine
supporting
now.
P2B.
No, it's not your turn.
No, it's only
Except for Father.
it's only KJ and Doti that did not support
Let's
P2B.
allow KJ to talk. He can't overtalk this time.
Why are
It's
you
3
excluding
minutes.
forefather?
You know, I just found out that I'm probably in the wrong group because I forgot that this is the night.
Me and John Abba, we are number one supporters for P2B.
He doesn't support P2B, enemy of progress. And let's keep going.
Well,
Go ahead.
I appreciate the contribution of Steve this evening. I think that tells it all. All we are saying, nobody. You see, the reason why you have a substitute or you have an alternative view, when the real view is not realizable. Nigeria has been practiced for over 65 years now, and we have not been able to get it correct. It's only in Nigeria that people live in IDP camps. Nigerians in Nigeria living in IDP camps, and that does not trouble anybody. Someone called me today and said the carton of Indomie now is getting to over 20,000 naira, and that does not trouble anybody. So, if that be the case, and things will continue to escalate, like I said earlier, about 2-3 schools were striked in the north where they kidnapped so many people. Not the night now, they came in the morning when the school were in the assembly ground and kidnapped both children and the teachers. Now, that happened and still no mention of it. The country is still going on. Nobody cares. And you want us to continue to say we are moving forward? I don't know how that moving forward is going to be realized.
And we still as a country?
Now, look at every other person, every other nation that have come to be anything. Why is it that we are afraid to sit down and have a conversation? If you don't have difficult conversations, how then do you move forward? How then do you correct the things that people are complaining about? It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be done by playing the ostrich, hiding our head in the sand, and the rest of us are outside. And nobody is going to come from outside. Nobody is going to come from outside to correct Nigeria. Nobody. In fact, the name itself, I mean, sometimes when you think about everything about Nigeria, you begin to wonder where, because, hey, how many of us will allow our girlfriends to name our children? How many of us? You have a newborn, you go and get name from your girlfriend to come and give your son or your daughter. Nobody does that. And if you have come to realize, look, right now in the world, the nations that broke out from ECOWAS the other day are some of the fastest growing economy in the world. Okay? They're some of the fastest growing. The nations are changing overnight. Okay? And what are we doing with all the resources we have? I agree quite all right, like Kenneth Okonkwo, that had been my argument before, that this is the only big collection of black people. Just 1 minute and I'll go away. The big collection of black people in the world, and yet we're not able to get it. If we're not able to get it as a collective, we want to get it as a smaller unit. It's not possible. Won't we still be black people? I rest my case.
Thank you. So let's go to the top.
It's my turn, no?
Okay, yeah, please go ahead, Oga Ike. 3 minutes.
3 minutes alone. Hey, my brother John Abba, God bless you. How are you? Long time. Listen, if you listen to what Kenneth Okonkwo said, I think I have to agree with him, because he said, like my brother Ferrari has been calling for a long time, since last year, about a new movement, a new pressure group, and stuff like that. It's good. But there is something he said today that I was digesting. He said, if you want to organize something, if you want to organize that pressure group in Nigeria as it is right now, it's not going to work. What is going to work in Nigeria right now is that he said it might not be something we organize, but it might be spontaneous. What it is, this hunger and frustration and anger that is boiling in Nigeria can boil over to something. But if you are looking to organize something, you know, if you want to organize anything that, okay, let this be what we want to be, the same people that you are trying to organize this in, they will infiltrate that thing that you want to do. But it is something that is what is happening in Nigeria right now, that somebody is buying a bag of rice 92,000 naira, for example, and that people cannot, righteous man said, the fish he used to buy 320, he bought it 2,700. You see, the situation in Nigeria now is something that is going to bring that spontaneous reaction from Nigerians themselves. Because look at last week or last 2 weeks, there was a strike called by Nigerian Labour Congress. TUC escaped, didn't agree with them because they infiltrated TUC. They didn't join the strike. This is the power that these people have in Nigeria, right? So I think that what is going on in Nigeria right now is not particular to any one set of people. There is hunger in Nigeria that, listen, there are situations. I mean, if you are watching videos, you see a man going into the market in Balogu crying when he wants to go and buy food. You know, he doesn't have money to buy food for the family. There are so many people that are collapsing in the street of Nigeria because of hunger. So, what else how else can we actually react to make these people see the anger and the frustration that we are going through, right? So, if you want to see, if we want to organize ourselves, there is something that Mr. Peter Obi has always said, and that's why people are saying, Peter Obi, come to the platform. Yes, he might come. But what is it that he has not said from day one till today? Whatever he said from the day he joined this movement, he still the same thing he's saying. There is nothing new that he's going to tell you. He has never hidden anything that he thinks about Nigeria. So if you are trying to build a movement right now, the same people are going to infiltrate this movement. So, but why don't we continue with the movement that we have now? Reform it. Give me 5 seconds. 5 seconds if you can. If you don't want, I'll stop.
Okay, 5 seconds.
When Tony brought about why don't Peter Obi go and form a political party, KJ, you were here. You saw the answer he gave the young man. The same thing you want to run away from Labour Party, when you go to form a political party, the same people is going to come there to infiltrate the same party. So what are you going to do? That Peter Obi has never held any convention in Labour Party. It's just 9 months in Labour Party. So whatever that is going on now, let's see what will happen after their convention. Then you can begin to make judgment if this man have the willpower to really control Labour Party or not. One thing before I leave, remember, Aburi, the present chairman now, he has control of the executive of that party. So it's not somebody you are going to push away anyhow. You have to be able to go on the ground work on the day of convention to be able to remove the whole of that entire executive. Peter Obi know that everybody must go. But he's not going to come out and tell you that, yes, Aburi, you must go tomorrow. No, he wants to follow the process. Get to the convention. Convention is this year, maybe in the next 2-3 months. Labour Party is going to have their national convention where they're going to elect a new officer. All these people already know that nobody wants them over. They know that all of them know that they're not coming back. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the point I take from you is the convention in Labour Party that is coming up, and I think that's where P2B really need to completely take over the party, because when I checked the vote count that Labour had in 2019 was 5,000 something. In 2023, 6 point something million. Peter Obi should own that party, literally own it in his back pocket. So let's see what happens at the convention. Janaba, please go ahead.
Anyway, gentlemen, I'm going now. Thank
You
everyone.
want to go? You want to leave us?
Wish you
What
a
are we
nice
going to
week.
do without you, OT? Now that you're about to depart from us, what are we
No,
going to
I've
do?
listened to Ike. I was waiting to have heard him. So all the best.
Oh,
And,
you want to say something before you leave?
I think it's not by too much talk. I think I've made my point. Look, if I'm gonna say something, it's gonna be to you forefathers. I wish and hope and pray.
Now you can go. Don't talk to forefather.
No. See, I have to address him
I'm
as
just kidding.
a younger brother. I don't know what he aims to do or to achieve, but let him pay attention, listen, get the basics. I mean, there are things that are basic. If you don't get the basics, everything else is just a waste of time. Everything. Like what Steve was talking tonight, and then you're asking these your questions. People wonder, is that a joke? You don't get certain things, some basic things. Seriously. I don't know how much
if somebody doesn't get basic things, that is why the least you expect from that person is to ask. And that's what I'm doing.
No, but the question is not in good faith. That's the thing. You're not asking,
what you just did there?
No, you're not asking to learn. It's just
I'm asking to learn.
Argue,
to get where he's coming from.
Idly, just I don't know. What does it profit anybody? That's the thing.
See, I'm actually trying to learn.
No. And you talk, people shake their heads. Come on. You see, when elders like KJ here and I and myself, we shake our heads. Something is wrong. That's
See, I think I've had people talk about constitution going back, and sometimes they don't understand that they come across as if that what we had previously was better. But when you mention that, okay, it was the British and this thing forefather that wrote those this thing, then they get jittery and say, okay, that's not the point. The point is not the one we have now is not us that wrote it, but this time it's even Nigerians that wrote it. The one you are loving before was written partly by the British. This time, at least, it's Nigerians, for better or for worse.
It's not about who. Look, you see, getting the point, the process. Okay, so it's not about who wrote it. And an individual can just write a constitution for a nation or a group of individuals, self-appointed. You don't get that point. It doesn't matter whether they're Nigerians or not. And that's what I'm talking about, getting the point. And I get the process. How did it come about? These are the things, getting the point.
Oti, just to help you, when you discover forefathers' own opinion, forefathers' opinion of getting Nigeria right is to have one strong man that has good intention that will suppress everybody and do things right.
Yeah, a Hitler or some.
Yes, that is.
That is not my original. I said my original one is to have an advanced democracy to do those things. But if you get a strong man, so be it. For me, my biggest fear is
So, like, do you know why I said that? Your position about the South Korean guy. Because when you talk about advanced democracy, you must begin with the initial democracy. So why our democracy is the problem with our democracy is that it's not growing. If what we had in 2015 can be compared to what we had in 2023, people wouldn't have been complaining. So we do one step forward, 20 steps backward.
Augustine, I think the biggest difference between me and many people, and that's what they misunderstand about me. They start from the idea that democracy or standard of living, where I start from is survival.
Yeah,
that is the difference. That's why I don't care whether it's a dictator or a democrat.
Yeah, so get the point. This is
we need to change our fate. We need to change our fate strategically. If you don't change your fate, hold on. Now, let me make my point. Now, it's not going to take 15 seconds. Now, don't shut me up. Now, come on. 15 seconds. See, we need to change our position strategically so that we can have the space to argue about democracy, dictatorship, and all the rest. If you don't do that, our fate is not in our hands. That's my problem.
Okay, can I tell you a mistake?
Yes.
A grave mistake.
Yes.
You're talking about survivor. Survival of whom? Are you talking about Nigerians, the Igbo people, Yoruba people, or country?
The entire race itself.
No. Excuse me. We have to know what is more important. Survival of what? Nigeria, and then
the entire race, the entire
or the individuals in Nigeria.
The individuals themselves.
Also, see, if personally, if you understand forefather, I have understood his position, and that's why some of his argument, what you would say, is it tenable in Nigeria? He believes that you cannot, with the way we are going, get to where we're supposed to. He needs somebody to come in and say, scatter this rubbish. I am now going to build something. Then when the person builds something that is something classy, then this person will now harness, and people will sit down and you have conversation. This
that is how most nations have built. Most great nations, this is how they are built.
It's not real, fanciful, grandiose.
But it's not. The evidence is against you.
What he's saying, he has reference. He can mention nations that have come up that way. So
from Washington.
So, like, the way I look at it is, what is this? What he's saying now, is it obtainable in Nigeria? Look at the past 3 weeks.
One has to look at our peculiar situation.
So this is where conversation comes in. And when that conversation comes in, he weighs in with his own opinion on that kind of conversation. Because why do I say this? 3 weeks ago, the rumor of military coup, and you see the response to government. We're now hearing that some people are now being arrested. And that goes to what Eichmann was saying, infiltration into everything. The man at the helm of affair, the government, the local government, the governor appointing 4,000 SAs. Why is he appointing them? They will be at the bar parlor. They will be everywhere getting information to disrupt.
Yeah.
So with all these things, what do you think? Looking at it, do you think this is a kind of a functioning democracy system, country?
No, it's not. It's not functioning. It's completely. It's terrible.
It should actually collapse. A regime.
So when you're talking about infiltration, will you be surprised if some people here are actually people infiltrating?
Of course,
it's obvious that you know that they are.
So the whole system, cannot survive.
This is why my focus is strengthening the nation first, because there's no.
No. Listen, people come before
Stop
nation.
interrupting me. You just finish your own.
I gotta go to bed.
That's why I like what he's very good at interrupting people. I want to say something. Then he wants to run away now. What kind of running away?
I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually,
it's almost 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's not going to be very long. We have to round up.
I know once you mention work, we will excuse you. Why will you go to work tomorrow? Take your day off.
Can I just make my point? I want to follow it and run off also because I'm not a night.
All these Chiwore supporters.
You guys should take day off tomorrow. Tomorrow is public holidays.
I mean, let me make my point. I want to go.
You guys should take off.
Yeah, my brother, Donaba, I'm sure that you know we're not here.
KJ, have you gone to see Chiwore? Have you gone to see Chiwore? It's in the US now. New Jersey.
Okay, so my point here is that
oh my God,
the building of a nation, if the people don't get a buy-in, no matter how much the strong man is, even at the end, what the idea you have canvassed so far that does not work for the Igbo people. If any Igbo man is here, you can ask. Igbo lands and Igbo villages and communities are not ruled by strong men. Nobody can come to my heart and tell me that you have decided this is what's going to happen and that is what it will happen, how it will happen. It doesn't happen that way. Okay, the decisions that rule Igbo land is collective. It comes from different age groups until it gets to the elders forum, where eventually everybody in the community is gathered and those decisions are taken. So if you come and bring the strong man, this thing, it doesn't happen. Oju Zokalu is not the strongest person taking decision in his community where he is, even though he may be a representative of his people. So this is the peculiar situations and processes that are in Nigeria that should be taken into cognizance when things are being organized. And I think
KJ, my original point, my belief
I'll just conclude and I'll go, please.
I don't see, because
I don't
before
want
you
to forget
start
what I'm
painting me
saying.
that
If we are concluding to go, don't conclude.
yeah,
Then
exactly.
Let's conclude. Now,
we don't want you
yeah,
to
he's
go.
concluding to go.
The mere fact that Nigerians
my original
for
point,
many years, now,
sure, let
have
me
been
finish.
saying that we need to help ourselves. We need to sit down
20
and
different points.
rethink our positions and our constitution and all the arrangements hitherto have been done after the war. It gives anybody who wants to want to make progress and understanding to come and sit down and say, okay, let us discuss this in once and for all. The mere fact that we keep postponing, we keep saying, there's no need. No, it must be this way. And we keep going on that way for more than 60 years. And there's no progress making that have been made after that. Every factory that we grew up knowing is now all destroyed. The Peugeot factory in Kaduna, destroyed. The ones in Lagos and all that, destroyed. The companies that we grew to meet, when we were at primary school, they bought us shoes called Bata, it's gone. Leventis is gone. Every one of those major industries that we grew up to meet, they're all gone. And you still say we should continue in this trajectory, that tomorrow it will be better? My brother, I don't see that. And that is why some people say, if we cannot continue to make progress, let us find how we can do that otherwise. I don't think it's a wrong call. And I agree, like I said, with Kenneth Okonkwo has proven again as a master artist that he is. Was able to, articulate his ideas and put it forward. Whether you agree with it or not, that's the idea. And I don't, like I said to him, I don't agree with some of what he said, but I appreciate his contributions in the Nigerian film industry, in the Nigerian, the court and all that. Every other thing he has done, I appreciate it. And as an Igbo man, I appreciate him the more because he's also brought some light into his community. So that is where I stand with, today's this thing, But I can't agree with everything everybody says. I also have my own views and world view, and I keep to that. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah.
Mr. KJ, before you go,
let me repeat it before people
Mr.
start saying that.
Mr. KJ, before you go,
Loco, let me just say this before he
let me say
this. I want to respond to him now. He is addressing my point. He was addressing me. Why do people always give him this after he attacks me? Then he just walks away.
No, Loco was begging him. Loco was begging him to stay to hear you.
Yeah, exactly. So, and Loco wants to do the talking himself. No. What is it? See, my point is that my own proposal for Nigeria, if we wanted to a kind of government, is a more advanced democracy, not even this type of democracy or any of the democracy you have in the West. American democracy is even barely a democracy with all the electoral college gibberish that goes on there. So, but for me, because I'm coming from the point of view of survival, it doesn't matter who. Because if you look at the world, most of the nations that are doing very well today is of different systems, and they all emerge stronger than us. So if you start picking and choosing what will make you survive, you are going to miss the train. We don't have that luxury. Survival is not a luxury. Survival is an essential ingredient in life. If you can survive, after you survive, you can worry about whether you choose whatever you want to choose. Then that's why.
Those people killing people in the north of
you don't think we are in danger. That's your problem. You don't think we are in danger.
Let me just add something.
Kidnappers and murderers. Survival. That's the question.
So I think it's my turn.
The question I wanted to ask you, I was like,
oh yeah, Janaban is your turn. So go.
The war.
Try to be quick, Loco, so as you come back and speak.
After the war, this and that, you're thinking about war issue. My question I wanted to ask you is, after the war, how many governors have succeeded in governing Abia State? At least not plenty. But regardless of that same excuse, maybe after the war, one decided to say, okay, let me do something and bring light to at least some reasonable degree of places in Abia State. Now people are reducing him. So why should you refer something like war? It's gone. Right? I don't think we should dwell in the past. We should just look, this is happening now. What do we have?
You misunderstood. Sorry. Just before you weigh in, say, Loco, these things we do with government, this is we do with governors issue. We should try to learn to do better. See, when Ojus Okalu became the governor of Abia State, The first 2 years, he was celebrated in the whole world. Okada people
because it was the first.
Let me
Because it was the
Okada
first
people
democratic.
rode naked from Aba to Umaya to celebrate it. At the
Because
end,
it
what
was the
happened?
first.
So let us not be quick to put these people that they've done everything. Give them time. Even Oti, I am just being quiet. Listen to them. Follow them for a while before you begin to praise them.
Okay, now my question to you is this, right? Like I said, people say, if I ask you who is the best president in Nigeria today, you will tell me Yaradua. But rather was not given time to perform. But yes, people still give him the accolade that he's the best, right? So if you have a good takeoff, probably you have a good landing. You understand? So far so good. The takeoff is there.
No, you can
say.
But look,
Yaradua concluded. He concluded by
look.
death.
Look, he's doing well.
Yes, he didn't conclude.
Excuse me. It does not. I mean, negative the argument about the constitutional, the structural issues. Okay,
Yes.
It does not belie it. I mean, what is? Are you with me? So perhaps he could do a lot better. Are you with me? So if the conditions, the structure, is what it should be. So I don't see that's not an argument that governors failed and the one is doing well now does not mean that the problems we're talking about do not exist.
No, because my only where I had issue was when he made mention of war.
Yes. The reason you see, look, after the war, the SY constitutional basis of Nigeria changed. I mean, that's what is going wrong.
Fine. Is it not on that change base that somebody like Oti still came and do what's going on?
That's what I'm telling you, that he's doing that is not an argument against the question. I mean, that problem is even
an argument. Is an argument for the question. If
it's
an argument for the question, not against the
OT
question.
or no OT, the problem we're talking about is there.
If there have been Mr. Otis, right, lots of Otis since 1999 till now, right? Lots of Otis from 1999 till now. Do you think you have the same position you're having?
No. Okay, listen. Okay, let me
that is Augustine, like the life. You can't have it's not possible.
Look,
because the generation of the nation that is making you to have this mentality right now that you're having.
Look. The question about
why did he hear her? Why did he hear her left? Why did they ask him out of Imo State?
Why did they what?
Why did they remove Ihedioha from being the governor of Imo State?
It has nothing to do with this war thing. He just bad politicians, evil politicians, criminal politicians.
Let's allow Jonaba to say something.
How about, for example,
if there have been lots of OTs right since 1999 till now, do you think you would have had the same?
OT, hold on now. Let's respect other people's time. Jonaba is his turn. I think the point Loco is making, I support him because
no, but it's wrong. I'm trying to correct it. He's making a wrong point.
And then OT emerged in the same system. See, OT emerged in the same system.
Even when the system is even
more remember,
the system is even worse than
Hold on.
Let me put this to you.
OT, hold on now. OT, hold on. P2B existed, did very well, and that's still has problem.
That is a wrong argument because P2B could have done a lot better.
Let's not get complacent. That's my point. Please allow Jonaba to speak. Because we're getting complacent. I feel like we easily get complacent about things.
No, it's not complacent. Listen, logo. You see, you've said OT. Okay, now for some distance, the power that took 20 years, perhaps it could have taken 5 years. I mean, perhaps in Abia we could have a lot more things now.
I mean, taking 2 years.
OT, if you must talk, you must wait till Janaba will finish before you go. So you don't just talk and leave.
Why don't you think Mr. OT can still follow suit that the others have not done it? Why should my son?
Does it make you blind to the problem?
Okay, enough now. Let's allow Jonaba to say something. Yeah. Jonaba, please go ahead.
In my final submission tonight, we do not have a democracy problem. We have leadership problem. We don't have a leader. If a leader step into Nigeria today that have the heart and clear vision for Nigeria will change in 2 years. The whole world will.
Oh, they call it
So all of these things they are talking,
yeah, this and that.
and we cannot have this sabotage that are even looking at me right now here, that have a different kind of mentality to run us down, argue here and there. We are going nowhere. The only reason we are having in Nigeria is true lack of leadership. A true leader he unite the nation. He will come with an agenda, and even if the constitution will be changed for him for another 16 years, it will be done. And if we don't have that, all this here blaming this place is a regional issue, is lack of true leader that can take us and make us a nation that we all strive. If we see that today, trust me, you yourself, everybody will line up to give him. After 4 years, they will beg for they will make him another 4 years and another 16 years. But we don't have a leader for now. But if we have that true leader, forget all what we are talking here.
Let me ask you a question, John, on the point you're making, right? The point you're making, yeah, but it's
keep that question in within 30 seconds, please. Otherwise, don't ask.
So, John, I want you to treat this matter seriously and clearly so we can understand, because you make a salient point, right? True leadership. But if we have a conundrum of chicken and the egg, which one comes first? Nigerians went out and voted this time. Let's not make it abstract. Let's use 2022, 2023 election, right? The INEC educated everybody. We in diaspora, we gingered people to go and register to vote. A lot of resources were there. A lot of people went home to have Nigerians pick the leader they want this time. And the candidates came in all forms. But if they look,
you take more than 30 seconds. You shouldn't be eating people's time. It's not nice.
But you've been here talking nonsense the whole night and disturbing everybody.
Your turn will come to talk
I was almost done with my question, and you want to mute me? Is that a joke?
You said okay to 30
it's not a joke.
Seconds. I'm sorry.
I'm almost done. Please relax.
I don't have time. I don't have time for this. Please.
No, we're not playing here. So stop.
We have to respect each other's time. And this is the conversation.
Start off by demonstrating that.
And we just came not respecting people's time.
No, I'm asking him a question.
Please, Janaba, go ahead.
Janaba, so what I was saying is that
if you keep doing that, you're going to end up backstage. Don't do
if
that.
the people pick the leader,
please, Janaba, carry on.
Please, I beg you, forefather. Please, I beg you. Please bring him back. Please, I beg you. Let me finish his question. I know how he prolonged it. Just bring him back, please. Then
he can't just take all the.
Don't worry. Even if I don't answer,
Ferrari is there.
Just asking somebody question, and the person is not complaining.
But how long is he going to? No, because there's time now.
Don't use me as an excuse, Don't use me as an excuse for your.
No. If you want, that's fine.
Bring him back, please.
There is time. There is time allocation.
Okay, no other guest is complaining.
Yeah, even if there are no other guests, but he has to follow the rules.
Finish your question, but
it doesn't matter. You have to follow the
give him my time. Give him my time.
Now you are talking.
I give two of them my time too.
Thank you, fellas. I really
appreciate I give John Alba my time to answer the question.
Okay, so John Alba was saying that if we have this conundrum of the chicken and the egg, which one comes first? Are we going to pick a good leader when we're already good, or are we going to pick a leader, then the leader will make us good? Do you understand? We went out and we voted, but they won't count the votes. So that's what I want you to tackle that issue very well, because you can't blame Nigerians. We have good leaders. We want to have a good leadership, right? And we picked a good leader, but we don't have a good leader, right? So how do you discuss that? Because I agree with you.
Yeah, I thank you, and I'm going to answer you. Then I will be out, not because I don't want to listen to my fellow panelists. To be honest with you, I respect your view about Peter Obi. But to me, Peter Obi is of more the same. And oftentimes you compare him to Mandela. That is an insult to my own understanding of the sacrifice of a man that went to jail for 27 years of his life. And oftentimes you come here even today, you say, I don't even want to go to Obama own, of course, but I don't even want to go there. But as far as the sacrifice of humanity and the price Mandela paid, not just for South Africa, but to lift up the head of black man. When Mandela died, there is no, in this generation, no barrier that dignitary have attained to testify to his legacy and way of life. So please, I can't change you. I know you repeat it over and over, but then I don't want you, because it will affect anybody you endorse if you keep that language. Now we are trying to be global and we are trying to respect those, our legacy, like you now. If you pay a price and somebody, now you're even upset about thinking that Diva has been switched off, and that upsets you. And now if that upsets you, how do you demonize or disrespect a person of Mandela, or compare that Peter Obi is better than him? Now, what I can tell you right now, Peter Obi is not in power. I don't know whether he could have done better or couldn't have done better. It all depends. But he have not come to that level of comparing and treating that he's better than Mandela. Please. Coming to the leader of Nigeria, I'm not blaming Nigerian people. I said we have not have a leader that want to take us to where we are going. And if we have that true leader, we will not have our differences, because his vision for the country will be so clear, and the message and the action he will take, it will unite us, because all we are looking is a prosperous Nigeria, a place where everyone can walk and live to their own God-given potential, a place where your security is safe. A Nigerian is proud to be a Nigerian. And I also respect those who are agitating, but that is not my own line. So I do not believe that Obi is that leader that I'm even talking about. What I respect his own is like sacrifice has made for Anambra, and I think he's a good man, but he does not have what it takes. This is even if he come and in 2027 and turn it around, fine. But I don't see that in him now.
Janaba, are you answering the question, or you're being a foundation?
I already answered his question because he believes in Obi.
Okay, please let me forefathers, let me respond to him just a little bit. I don't think you are responsive on that. Hold on.
To him.
Now,
okay, they've given him your time. Okay, use the remaining 3 minutes to finish it up.
Okay, thank you. Now, John, you see, consistency will be a good friend here, right? If you're not deviating, right? If you are somebody who's come on this platform and you say, hey, Nnamdi Kanu is the best Nigerian we've had this year because he's suffering similar to what Mandela went through, then we're going to understand your line of reasoning, what you call a virtue, right? But you, Nnamdi Kanu, is probably the worst Nigerian. So you're talking to somebody like me. I'm an intelligent person. You are inconsistent. If sacrifice, which is a great virtue, that Nelson Mandela, who nobody from your not just your state, your region, you don't quote him. You don't quote Martin Luther King. But for convenience sake, because we produce a good leader who's been a governor, and you hear all the time talking nonsense about Peter Obi, right? Anybody who says anything positive about it, a leader who's not corrupt, we're menaced with corrupt leaders. He hasn't done anything to you. He's a humble guy. He's a humble person. And instead of answering the question, which you teed up perfectly for our discussion here to be meaningful, you teed it up really. Hey, we need good leadership. There's nothing wrong with our country for having a good leader. Then I'm asking you the mechanism. I just used Obi as an example, a contemporary example, everyone understands. It could be anybody. If you switch off that, if you have elites, Muslims, who don't believe in democracy, and they do everything to thwart anything that's going to bring the people to pick a leader. Because let's call it spade a spade. That's what it is. It's not rocket science. What is it? They made a deal with British people that they don't believe that the people should pick a leader. It's haram. If you don't know, you wearing this moniker, John, but you're a Muslim and you know you're a Muslim. I heard what you said earlier today. You know you're a Muslim. You say you're not only that you're a pastor, right? So by their fruits we should know them. So my point I'm making to you is that if you find Nelson Mandela to be the greatest African or human being, which I could even listen to, right? Then you should like Nnamdi Kanu because they're both people who are fighting for their people against injustice. So you cannot have your cake and eat it. You cannot say Nelson Mandela is great and Nnamdi Kanu should be killed.
Did I say that? I'm using my time now from what Steph gave to me. Now, did you think that Nnamdi Kanu, right, is as you compare him with Mandela? Is that your question?
Yes.
If he spent that year and if his campaign was for all Nigerians and not for a certain people, it would be that. But I respect his agitation for his people. He have the right to agitate for his people. To me, that during his agitation and all, he says some certain things that at least if a leader is upset, sometimes we all get upset and we say things. And if he takes some of those things back by saying that take a gun from other police, and I think it's that chaotic, it's not organized enough to say that.
Have you seen what Mandela said during the time?
Yeah, that's what I'm coming.
Hold on.
All right, all the time is at an end.
Okay.
All the time has expired.
Oh, so I stop right here, and I thank you, Pansat. I'm looking to be in California. I would like to come and drink some beer with you. I'm a Muslim brother, and we will pray together.
All right, come on down.
Yeah. What I saw here is Nigeria in a microcosm. They volunteer time for somebody that specializes in talking about tribal divisions for him to go ahead, and yet they say they want the opposite. And this is the problem with populations that generally don't know what they want. No, I have to call them out for what they did, because what they did was they don't realize.
You're a big mess, forefather. You just don't know.
Look at you want to go there.
Only your own head. That's your theory. Makes sense.
Let me go there.
Forefathers, I was just trying to cover your nakedness, because what you did was uncivilized.
It was uncivilized, eh?
Yeah,
because
you just kick him out.
Because
he was uncivilized.
So you call me uncivilized when he wasn't following rules.
I didn't call you. I said what you did. I devoted my time just to make up for what you did. It's a sacrifice. Why did you see it as a sacrifice?
Okay.
Augustine
Now,
and
what you just said just now is that you just said what I did was uncivilized when he wasn't following rules.
No. He was having a conversation with John Abba, and John Abba was not complaining. And every other person was not complaining.
But there are rules still.
It's now you want to enforce rule.
That is it. When you interject, there is no rule.
Oh my God. The time has always been there. You've had this clock ring several times. Oga Ike was here. He rang. You saw him. He said, "Oh, give me 5 seconds more." Then he spoke. Then he went. That is how it works.
So why are you not giving my sacrifice? Why are you giving my sacrifice a coloration?
Please, Father, give me my time. I need my time.
It tells you something about us.
Are you using your time?
When
are you using your time, or you're just talking?
Let me use my own time.
Now you're talking too much.
Father, that's not fair. Why would you judge my action?
Please, Steph, let him use his time.
I wasn't even thinking of what you said now.
Yes, you are not thinking of it, but some other people probably thought about it, like a Ferrari and all the other people that had time to give. Because when they did it, they were not thinking that, okay, he was breaking the rules. You could have said, okay, I try to understand and all that stuff. But he shares a lot of divisive views.
Are you on Ferrari's head? Are you in Ferrari's head to know what he was thinking?
Don't mind
to be fair to Steph.
Meanwhile, I'm in total opposite of everything he's saying.
Okay, to be fair to Steph, he did say that he gave it to John Abba too. So Augustine is in a very good mood these days. That is very, very clever. Now I don't know, man. your game these days, man. What's going on with Augustine now?
When I grow up, I would like to be like you.
So let me use my time.
I'm not even using my time. You guys I do have time too, you know. My 3 minutes does count.
Okay, I'm gonna give forefathers my next time. I'll give you to forefathers.
You see now this balance. I have no grudges held anymore. See, my point is that my own position is that if you want your nation to move forward, the kind of views that John Abba has should be encouraged. The kind of views Loco has should be encouraged. The kind of views I think Augustine has should be encouraged. The kind of views AY has should be encouraged. People, and the kind of views Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo has should be encouraged.
I
Although
disagree with you. If we want to have a great country, impunity should be discouraged and justice should be encouraged. Anything else, you're not going anywhere.
All these people I mentioned are against impunity. So what are you disagreeing with? You know, we have to be reasonable with each other. All these people are against impunity. All these people want Nigeria to work. All these people believe that you have to do something about it to change, including Ferrari. I must say, Ferrari also believes that you have to do some things on the ground. We have to start realizing that sooner or later we have to start engaging. Like the way I engage with Nigeria right now, with the little things I have, I'm engaging. I'm engaging in a positive way.
Sorry, I want you to address something because you're raising a very important issue. Like what John Alban says about P.O.B., I take exception to when he makes that comment. It is obvious that John Alban he has a serious bias with Igbos. But someone no, he does. He just
disagree. He just doesn't agree with the idea that P.O.B. is different.
I'm a psychologist. So when you read people's countenance, when it comes to certain issues, you can't but doubt it. I'm not doubting the point, but there's no way, even Tinubu will not condemn P.O.B. the way John Alban condemns P.O.B.
Okay, maybe because people have condemned him a lot because he didn't toe the line. The idea behind it, for me anyway, his other views are good. And he doesn't appreciate the way people. I don't hold the view he has on P.O.B., but yet I still see that he has this nationalistic view. He doesn't see tribe the way most people do, and that is the most important ingredient you need. You always have difference of opinion, no matter if we look at the 8 of us here. You will find out that all of us have different opinions, but we all want Nigeria to work, and I think that is what we have to look instead of using because he doesn't like P.O.B. Then he's not.
Could we chime in?
He hates the Southeast. He doesn't hate the Southeast.
Can I chime in too? I'm waiting for my turn.
Forefathers, let me.
Have I used my 3 minutes?
Let me school you on something. The mistake that you people make on this.
Yeah. You see, he tried to call me a small boy again.
No.
Loco. You see, now I don't vex now. I don't vex.
The mistake. The mistake that you guys make on this platform. You watch when there is a struggle like the type we're having in Nigeria. One thing that you guys always forget is that both the people that you say that they are talking too much tribe and the people that you say that they are more nationalistic, if Nigeria is working the way it's supposed to be working from independence to today, would there be need for those things? The answer is no. All these things that is like ethnic agitation, looked at, okay, this one is more tribalistic. All those guys they are just expressing frustration. They are just, all of them have a part to play. They are just playing their own part. At the end of the day, everything is going to work together. I don't really understand when somebody is saying, okay, Nigeria is not working, I want to be on my own. It's still a form of agitation. The people that say, okay, no, Nigeria is not working, let us organize more. It's still the same agitation. At the end of the day, they're going to meet each other somewhere. They will be busy trying to kill the people that say Nigeria is not working. I want to be on my own, as if they're the reason why Nigeria is not working. Are they the reason why Nigeria is not working?
I think you have a point there. I think where, for me, I depart is when some of them start advocating violence. That's
exactly.
Okay, so let me speak on that.
Okay, let me ask a question.
I do that.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask this question so that all the panelists will be able to respond.
Wait, before you depart, let me deal with the topic.
Hold on, it's just a short question, 15 seconds question. How do we, as a people with different opinions, come together to accomplish something? How do we do that?
Could I help? Could I go first on this? Look, forefathers, you're wasting everybody's time, right? We've talked about that ad nauseum. Everybody who's been on this platform have proffered reasons why we should be together and how we can be together. And we know what it is, right? So why do that? Are we just here to throw out topics? But
what I want to talk asking about, the question about how do we work together when we
how do we work together? You know how we work together. Everybody said it. Your guest today said it. Ferrari said it. Everybody who's spoken, you have to have a fair society. We can copy others who are cohesive, right? I mean, the United States.
You misunderstand my question. I'm talking about how do we organize to stop what is going on in Nigeria right now.
You figure it out, okay? You figure it out and you tell me. I don't have the energy to do your homework for you. Don't be lazy. Listen, look, please, hold on, please. You said people who advocate for violence. I'm one of those. I do, right? I've come on this platform and I said I'm not going to go to a gunfight with a knife. Okay, if you're coming out there killing 400 and something people in a day, the United Nations doesn't care. The United States doesn't care. Ambassadors there, the government of Nigeria is actually the one doing it. Yeah, we have to defend ourselves, but we have to do more than that. Now, somebody said something about impunity, and you blabbed off. Oh, look, I'm not supporting impunity. What is it? What to you? What's impunity? Could you give me? You could give me other synonyms for impunity. Just tell me what's impunity.
I think impunity is law breaking and doing whatever you like just because you have the power. Basically, that's what I think impunity is.
Well, partially, but impunity in that sense is that you do it and you get away with it. There's no punishment for doing it. Do you understand? If you're dealing with any human being, even be your wife, you're in a relationship, and one of those two can do something and they know they can do it with impunity, right? What do you think is going to happen? You have to have some respect, no matter what relationship you have. If you're married, if you're forming a nation and you're together, you have to have some respect. If somebody knows that, hey, look, they're nothing, we can rig this election, we could shut up these beavers, even if the result and the Arab shows that a certain state. I mean, we had a guest here who says that we won Benue, we won River State. Even if you go there now, it shows that we won. Now you tell me, if that is the case, what the hell are we doing? They can do anything with impunity. Somebody said here, we're so forgetful. I forgot who said that. Something that just happened, 400 people got kidnapped, we forget, we'll go on. Election was stolen, we'll forget and we'll go on. No, we don't forget and go on, because there are some of us who are saying, no, wait. Like I did with somebody I respect, Mr. Okonkwo, Barrister Kenneth that was here today. I was here. It pains me to disagree with him because an eloquent guy, he's fair, right? But he doesn't know everything. He's here talking about being together no matter what. Want to be bigger. He wants to sell his movie. My question I was going to ask him, didn't people in Ghana buy your record or your movie? Of course, people in Ghana bought his movie. Are we the same country as Ghana? No. The market doesn't have those same constraints as the nation. If you make a good movie, it will be bought in South Africa, it will be bought in, say, Kaduna is a country of its own. People in Kaduna who enjoy your movie, they're going to buy it. So what I'm saying is that when we're here, stop asking those kind of silly questions that you keep asking. How do we get together? How do we be a country? Everybody's answered that question ad nauseum.
I'm not asking that question. You keep going back. I'm saying, how do we, as people that have different opinions individually here and within the country, come together and deal with this impunity? Because most of us have different opinion on different things. Like John Abba now doesn't exactly share the same opinion with some people on Peter Obi, but he shares the same opinion on various other things.
Okay, let me conclude. I'm gone. I'm gonna say this on the. I was gonna talk about the John Abba stuff, okay? Because it's a bastion for clannish, tribalist, ethnic jingoists, right here. Anybody who's seen John Abba talk, for example, picking on Peter Obi and the way he talks about Peter Obi on Nnamdi Kanu, or any Southeasterner, an Igbo person, right? How do you condone such things? Is it rocket science to know that he's a tribalist?
But he doesn't talk against this guy, Kenneth Okonkwo, or not every Igbo person he talks against, does he?
Yeah, but
even Okonkwo says the same thing.
But that's not the standard, right? It's not the standard, and I would yield back the floor to you. But I'm saying to you that you better understand something, forefathers, as you host this show. As we make the appeal for us to be together and make the country better, it doesn't end there. If you don't do it, there'll be consequences for it. You understand? I'm telling you right now.
For everyone.
Not only that, we're gonna force you to respect all our rights, including our right to succeed from that country. right?
I
So
think,
you could come
Pastor,
here
you are selling yourself
and you
short.
could use the host seat to disrespect me and move me to the back with impunity, quote unquote, right? But I'm telling you that whether those of us who come here peacefully, like Augustine and others, I saw you naming off people who you like their ways, and you reluctantly putting Ferrari there because now who's gonna omit Ferrari in any list that is
I
positive?
could omit him.
The great Nigeria. You cannot.
A month ago, I would
You cannot.
definitely omit him.
So what I'm saying to
That
you
was
though,
crazy.
you come from a small tiny tribe, right? So you could take it. We don't have to take it. We the Igbos, okay?
You start with your tribe talk again.
Look, I'm almost done here. Be serious. I'm not here to play around with you. You come from a small clan and you come up here on a bully pulpit to be disrespecting the Igbos. No matter what they do to you, you could take it because what the hell are you gonna do? But in our case, we're gonna stop it, right? We have the numbers.
You mean like you stop the white man?
Whether you like it or not, we're not begging you. We're saying
like you
do
stop
the right thing.
Europeans,
But if you don't do the right thing, then we're gonna make you do the right thing. So goodbye. Thank you. I may stop coming here.
Is that how you
the way I
stop
see
the
it,
European?
I may stop coming here because we cannot be like goons.
This is the first time they've not kicked you out that you stopped coming somewhere, but it's all right.
We're fine. I don't give a damn. Kick me out.
Anyway, I want to say that you see, when you censor discussions, particularly the issue of the Nigerian issues of impunity, justice, when you censor that, you're not doing Nigeria any favor. These issues have to come to the forefront.
He didn't even know the meaning of impunity. He doesn't know what it means.
The issues of whether we are going to be together or not has to come up. The issue of who rules us and how we rule ourselves has to come up. The issue of people deciding our destiny for us has to. These are issues of human
and coming back to blame us.
Yeah. You see, these issues have to be discussed.
I don't understand why, but they are not censoring anybody. Let's not gaslight ourselves here. Nobody's censoring anybody.
Are the ones who are pushing Nigeria towards
so I said they are not censoring anybody.
Yes. Who is
now? Wait, let me give you an example. You are a leader. You're using how many millions to rebuild the vice president's quarters, and you have people went and took food from your storage. They are criminals. When there is hunger in the land and you don't care about them, but you are committing that you must finish that building before the 1-year anniversary. What other censoring is that?
Okay, that is a totally different thing I was thinking about. I thought you were talking about just discussions we are having here. That one, of course, that's a move thing now. That's a move now. You're supposed to worry about the country first than buildings.
Forefather, can I say something before I sign off? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, please.
What?
Go ahead, please. You can speak. I think it's frozen. Your camera is frozen.
They've censored him.
Just when he wants to speak, and it just went off. I think why I mentioned those people is because we need to encourage these other people to come to the fore. They are the ones that are going to guide the nation properly. They tend to be less tribalistic. You don't want tribalistic people in office. You really don't want them. They cause too much problem.
There's a discussion I want you to hold on this platform.
I think Oga Ike. I think Oga Ike, your audio is going in and out. It's not steady. It's not steady.
Yeah, I know. My internet provider for 1 month. I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't know what's wrong.
It's fine now. It's fine now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. What I want to close by letting us to know that no matter whatever we all say there, we are. Whether anybody like it or not, it will be today represent that movement that Nigerians are looking for, Africans are looking for. I'm not saying that everybody is going to like or love Peter Obi, but I want to tell you, if you are honest to yourself, P2B is a nightmare to political class and the elite in Nigeria today. They cannot do anything. If that man tells you what he go through every day, you will sorry for his life. But he have never stopped saying and doing what he wants to do. So for all this talk, for all this movement, for all this way Nigeria, for all this, we already have a platform. We already have somebody that is standing tall. So what am I saying? Let us put all this energy. If you want to reform the obedient movement, like look what Kenneth Okonkwo told you here. It's an organic movement. There is no leader in obedient. It is out of necessity that obedient movement came. Right? So if you want to make it to have a leader, it's not going to work. Because Nigerians themselves decided to do this for themselves. It wasn't Obi didn't tell them about Obi movement. Obi did not initiate any Obi movement.
Oh, your audio is gone. To be fair, every movement that succeeded, always needed a head, though.
What am I appealing to all Nigerians is if you believe in what P2B stand for, let us give him the avoidance of that. Let Labour Party do their national convention. Let's see where the political party stand. And let's see the kind of executive that they are going to usher in. Then we can take it from there. There is no amount of argument and all these things we are saying. Who is going to come out what this man is already doing in Nigeria? He is not the president of Nigeria, but whenever he speaks, the government will want to copy and say another thing. So we have a figure already. But what am I trying to say to Nigerians? Let's see what happens. All this thing that is going on in Labour Party, we all know. We don't know which one is true. We don't know which is not true. But we know that there are allegations. We know there are accusations. But let us see. That man is a smooth operator. He didn't fold his hand. You know what is going on in Labour Party? Let's give him the avoidance of doubt. Let there be a convention where new officers will be elected in the party.
I want to leave, guys, but I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm going to leave on one note. Political party is not going to save Nigeria. As a movement that will conscientize the minds of the people for a change. All party thing you keep talking about is not going to go anywhere because the ruiners are not going to allow you guys to win. I gotta go. Whether you
but you see, that is what the obedient movement is doing.
They're not going to let you win.
But that's what the obedient movement they are talking about is doing.
That's not what they are doing. They are playing according to the rules of the bad people. They would not win. You can't play on their rules. You have to reset the rules first to engage them. I gotta go, guys.
Okay, guys. Yeah, you make points. I'm gonna sign off too and listen.
Good. Thank you.
Fathers, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for joining
us. My brother, Loco.
Yeah.
One love.
I take my leave as well. Good night.
Yeah, OT, thank you for joining us. Ike, thank you for joining us. So I'll have only 2 people left, and it's all good. You see, now all the chat people are stuck with me.
What's happening?
Everybody has stepped out. It's not a bad thing because it's already 9 hours Sunday.
I tell you, so sometimes we also do like a day where 12 midnight UK time, everybody just shut down.
Yeah. People need to go to work now and stuff like that. Oh no, one Nigerian wants to come in. You know, I do like when sometimes when it gets a bit relaxed too. It's not a bad thing when people.
So when people ask for link sometimes, right? Is it that they don't know where the link is? It's always in chat session now.
Sometimes the history of their chat is
you can also get it on Facebook. Dr. Damidi's Facebook page.
Not everybody knows that. Not everybody knows to go to
the Facebook page. Dr. Damidi's, you see it there. It's there. So they would ask for link. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think from what I saw with the interview, most of the stuff he said was okay, but I still feel like many of our elites in Nigeria, they do this thing where they pretend as if they don't know the world is out there, and I think it's quite poisonous to our people, because you have to tell our people where their problems lie. Like the example I gave, if a child with a child and there is a snake there, and the child hasn't seen a snake before, the first thing you're going to do is tell the child that snake is poisonous. Is it not the common sense thing to do?
Okay.
But nobody, our leaders don't tell us that some of all these foreigners, they have their own interests that that may not coincide with us. These people colonized us. They didn't come and throw flour.
Which
They enslaved some of our people.
no, is if the leaders is it's all about nation building, then they can say. But if they are not about nation building, that they want to get these words for themselves and go and live comfortable life abroad, then they're not going to tell you this. Nobody's going to tell you this. They
Could
won't.
that be what who was that Ovie was saying that the doctor Kenneth was doing, where he was just trying to ensure he doesn't get locked out of some opportunities. That's why he doesn't want to say those things. But if we carry on like that, not saying things that make some people in certain quarters happy, how are we supposed to?
But truth be told, it's not really bad, because if you come to think of it, right, those people who are expecting you to say things that they want to hear that will make them happy, which proof do they have that their opinion is 100% correct? You get my point? So this other person that might not say the way you want it, he might has his own, methodology of doing things that will work, better, or maybe at least achieve the same thing. But because it doesn't, the way his methodology or his style of playing the politics doesn't suit the way you want it to be, your own narrative, you would think, no, it's all about, no, it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. It's wrong.
Okay.
So the guy now financially, the guy now is more into politics than being an actor right now. So since it's now inside the game, there are some things is expected to talk about, and there are ways he's expected to put some narrative out there. It's not necessarily that is supporting them, but that thing that you want him to do, to say, man, no, this government is a rubbish government, we'll do everything to bring them down. You do that. No, he will never speak in that term anymore, because he's now in that level. So he will not be thinking more of, okay, now the mind is different. I've seen this, I've been there. I think there are tricky ways to, like, you can get there, or else you might want to go there harshly and maybe this and that, and you might end up like, oh, this government, you're thinking that they are so powerful, they can take you out easily, and the country that you're fighting for will not do anything about it. So now I should be diplomatic in the way I now handle things right now.
Yeah, but by doing that, you are considering that your people will never be free. Because what I feel, I'm not even talking about the government per se. I'm saying, like, when Ikolala asked the question that he asked, and he was like, stop blaming other people, it doesn't seem right. That's why I gave that example of a child. When there is a snake around, you let the child know there is a snake somewhere. It doesn't, and when you do that, what do you think is happening? You are taking responsibility. You are not putting it up to the snake. You are taking responsibility to warn the child not to beware of the snake. But whenever you say these things, you hear some people twist it and say you are blaming the snake. You see what I mean? But it's not blaming the snake. You have to alert your own people to a danger somewhere. And when some people ask that question and you shut them down and just say that you are blaming other people for our problems, in a way, it's like gatekeeping in America, what they call gatekeeping. You are trying to stunt the people's awareness of their problems. And since one of the reasons why I went back to that point, in the Nigerian space, you see that a lot. They never tell themselves the truth. They never tell the people the truth. They pretend as if everything is okay. This is why you go in our people, when they are around the Igbo people, they are like, oh, shaking, like inferior people. Some of them still call them colonial masters.
Are the people ready for the truth?
Of course, they are ready for the truth. People are always ready for the truth if you tell them the truth. But clearly, our leaders are not.
They are
Our
not.
leaders are not ready for the truth.
For others, the people are not ready for the truth.
Why would the people not be ready? All people are ready for this if the leaders catch up.
Nobody. You know why? Hold on. I'll tell you this, right? The way the system is right now, right? It favors. There are most people are now used to it. Okay, I'll tell you this example. Okay, there was one video. I think this was like maybe December or January. I don't know. A video I saw in Nigeria anyway. A tanker full of petrol. Had a ghastly what's it called? Sorry, fatal collision with I think a passenger bus or whatever. And the people in the bus, many of them died. Few of them, body shattered, parts shattered, severe on the ground, but not dead yet. Right? Asking to be helped, looking for whatever. The people who were not involved in that accident, maybe like local neighbor community or passer whatever, instead of them to be stopping vehicles, looking for people how to take those people on the ground, on the main road to hospital, what did they do? They went back to the nearby place and get, or the neighbor houses, and get container to go and be scooping fuel, jumping across the people who are on the ground, quarter to go, just looking for somebody to take him to the hospital. Everybody ignored them on the ground and went ahead, ran past them and went to be scooping fuel from a capsized truck that was involved in the accident, which would definitely, even at the end of it, lead to all of them losing their own life by the time the tanker got burst into fire or flames. You understand? So I'm telling you, all I'm trying to say is like, this is how the people are right now. That nobody cares for anybody anymore. They don't care about themselves anymore.
I think in nations there are two classes that are often responsible for leadership generally. The middle class and the upper class. They generally, because the middle class tends to, if there is a revolution or anything like that, they are the ones that tend to replace the upper class. Sometimes they do, so a few of them do emerge from the working class. So the working class or the lower classes are not necessarily relevant in terms of national direction. If the middle class change, the top has to change and the bottom will change. So because if the middle class changes, they will go after the elites. And if the elites refuse to change, they will go after them and remove them, displace them, and the others will follow them. So this is why at the core of our problem, people like the doctor that came into the people like us, we are responsible for shaping opinion and changing the narrative on the ground. The poor people don't have the vehicle to do that. They're just trying to survive. That's why they jump over each other for petrol.
Yeah. Like you say, yeah. Okay, good point you made. Like, because they are low, so most of them they are ignorant. But like they said, ignorance is not an excuse. You understand? When it comes to nation building, everybody except those who are not yet adults, because as far as you are a Nigerian and you are of voting age, you have a responsibility to think. Because like I said, in the days of the 60s and 70s, whatever, the people who were ruling, they were in their 20s. People who were ruling, they were in their 20s. You understand? So there was a time like that. You understand?
There was a time like that. The psyche has been corrupted.
And that time like that, right? Who were those people classified as the middle class? They were classified as the leaders at that young age. So at that leaders, who was now the middle class? What age will not be the middle class? And who will not be the younger class? You understand? So the thing is, in as much as now, from the narrative you just painted out, now it might seem yes, correct, but generally it's not, because we have younger people who are leaders at young ages, tender age, younger age, 20s, 30s. They don't need to be 40 before. It just in our African setting, we see people quarter to go, and we see their leaders leading the country. While in other senior climes, 40 years, 30-something years, doing the same thing, even better.
I think what you are saying there comes from when the psyche of the working class hasn't been corrupted. Like in India now, in the context of India, you can see that there was poverty there, but they didn't degenerate to this level of behavior, because they were at a transition. Most of the last 40 years for India, they were transitioning up. 40, 50 years, they were transitioning up. So the character of the middle class and the upper class had already changed. Hence, it goes down. If our middle class now starts changing, and it will start changing the upper class, and it will start changing the underclasses too, and you find that their behavior will start reflecting the values of those middle classes. See, the way this thing works is that, you know, the underclasses, they are, for want of a better word, they are more like animals than even human beings, because all they do is respond to difficulties. They don't have money for food, energy. Every time they are responding to one problem or the other, they are dealing with problems, and they are even with all that, they barely get any reward. So the ability to think freely as a human being is limited. So they can't so the culture that they live in is all they can just follow then. And it's very crazy to from what you described just now, that there was an accident, people were burning and, you know, distressed on the ground, facing you know, at the edge of death, and people ignore them and go for petrol instead. And that goes to show how dehumanized these people have become. And the middle class and the upper class, they have the responsibility to fix some of all these things. Is they are failing, because remember, the reason why they are middle classes and the reason why they are upper classes, because those underclasses worked. They worked, delivered for them, and they are enjoying all those things, but they are not delivering quality back to them. They are not delivering. It's like you have a company where your staff is delivering quality work to you, but you are not rewarding the staff with increased salary and good standard of living and good work ethos. You are not doing that, and it leads to this imbalance that we see in Nigeria. At least that's my take on it anyway. Niger man, thank you for coming in. And so, what do you think about what we are going to talk? Yeah, all the nonsense we'll be talking about.
No nonsense. Some people are trying you are looking for a good Nigeria, but in the way that nobody understands. For almost 1 year, I mean 1 year plus after the election. What I want,
thank you.
Well, what I want to say, because I wanted to come from this Oga that left, Oga Hike, you know, and because the only thing we can do that may I believe, because in Nigeria today we are complaining of the elite, the ruling class, the politician. So if we say it's not going to work through politics, political party, sorry, the people that are elected, they are coming through political party. Nigeria doesn't, as the law of Nigeria today, there is no independent candidates. One, and the only way for you to help aspire office, you have to go through a political party. So I don't know another way else that people want, either to go and fight war or to go and carry gun, or we have to go through the ballots. We can't believe that because we didn't get it once, Obi come just within 10 months. I don't know why people are not understanding the Obi side. Just in 10 months, somebody was able to gather 6 million votes allocated to him by INEC. So worried that they are saying so worried for 2027, so worried. So worried in 2019, you only have 35,000 votes. In this past election, I have about 5,000 plus. So what are you comparing with someone who just come for 10 months? He run with Atiku, Obi run with Atiku in 2019. They have 12 million plus votes. Only in this one, they have a 6 million votes. So don't you see that they still get the follower from 2019 to 2023? So what are we talking? If you now work, you now work for good 4 years to the next election, don't you think something more significant will come out? I don't understand Nigeria. Everybody just want to get it once. It is impossible.
You are right there. I think that is what you said. People forget that Buhari ran 3 times.
Buhari ran 3 times, the 4th time before he gets it. People have been running since 1993. He's the one that stepped down for Abiola in 1990. That is 30-something years. They have not won. So he's still running. I don't know why Nigeria. We don't believe people be telling you the sweet beaver. So, okay, the switch off RF since 1 year. What is our plan? Ask anybody. No plan. Just run. 2027 will come. They will run another election. They will still win. We will still complain.
So, but what does that tell you, though?
During Awolowo. Okay.
No, sorry. I wanted to ask you. You know, I think. Sorry, I know you were looking to make a bigger point. Is regarding P2B's. Depending on how you look at it, in terms of that 6.something million, that's success, because he's never run by himself. With just one, the first time, he's already got 6.something million votes officially
in 10 months.
So yeah, what does that tell you? Why Shore has barely made broken the 6-figure numbers, or this is Nnamdi Kanu hasn't run for election at all. What or Ganify me didn't even 170,000 is all Ganify me got. What does that tell you? How did P2B pull it off like that?
Because during, let me tell you one thing. When 2015, Nigerians were yelling for change, because the APC that was able to make, it was about 5 political parties that came together that form APC. That was able to sell propaganda to Nigeria that when they come, Jonathan is bad and insecurity become worse, that they're going to make dollar one to one. They have to, they said, and then PDP have been in power for 16 years. So they were able to give a message. I don't want to say maybe they was able to brainwash. I don't want to put it that way. They were able to give a message that people want to hear. And they was able to put propaganda. Look at the protest they did, Occupy Nigeria. There was firing PDP. And Nigeria, because APC was the first political party, PDP was the first political party, Nigeria have tired of them because too much corruption in all states, everything. So people really want APC to have a change.
Yeah, but
so,
P2B, then what made P2B?
I just want to break it down.
Okay.
I want to break it down. So when APC come, all what they promised, it was not like from fry pan to fire. Let me just put it like that. So people now want a change again. Then people are coming, and they now begin to sell message that people want to hear. It was not like look at the past election from 1999. Come, you only see them do the election. They go to the street, go and be frying akara, put pure water in the air. These politicians start selling pure water in the street. Go to school, start eating with the school children sitting in the class. But this election was nothing like that. You have to talk on what your performance, what you have to do. You understand? Speak to the issue. So P2B was able to have that opportunity first to speak to people, and that message people buy it. You understand?
But do you think because my suspicion though is that it's because P2B has experience, and I think if you look at Ganify, he had a lot of how do I put it? People knew him as he's not corruptible. He's not a corrupt person. He's he's fighting for the people all the time. But yeah, nobody voted for him as much. Showore has been fighting for the people. He's not corrupt from what people know. And yet, look at how many people voted for him. It's almost as if for people to vote for you in politics, you have to have some experience in politics itself. You have to have held office before they can vote for you for presidential office or something like that. At least that's my thinking anyway, based on how people just went for P2B, while Showore has been there crying for how many decades now.
Showore was not. No, the problem of it is that Showore doesn't have anything to sell. Only what he will sell. A Sarah reporter. Finish. I was a SUG student. Yeah. So that is not what people need. Yeah, that is, we're not preaching the message. It has been, I said, from production to consumption to production. Yeah. He give everybody in all campaign, every state you go. He said, if you find anything, those politicians will say that if you find anything in me, bring the facts. I will step down from this race. You understand? So that is what, because Nigeria, we already know that all politicians are corrupt. They have embezzled our money. They have killed the country. So somebody now come, go and verify. Yeah. Go to Anambra, see what I did. You show all his record. You go and Google it. You find it. Whatever he say, 80% is true. You get it. You understand? So people, at the beginning of it, that Nigeria was one. Nigeria, right from Buhari, everybody, all our mind was that the next president is supposed to come from the southeast. Yeah. He had been the mind of majority of Nigeria before during Buhari time. You understand that the next president will be, and Obida came out from there and with a good record. Yeah. So now everybody was able to buy it. But the elite that are corrupt, because Obida cannot use his own money to be, that's why he ran away from PDP. Because you know that his money is only money bag. And he cannot use his own money, hard-earned money, to be fighting like people who have corrupt, who have stolen the state's resources. You understand? That's why you have to come to Labour Party, smaller party.
But you know, in a way, the Southeasterners in PDP, they failed their people. Because like you said, everybody was on the agreement that the next president should come from the Southeast. Everybody felt like it should be their turn. But somewhere along the line, they lost track and they ended up with Atiku again. It's like, how did that happen? Some people say it's the Wike that caused it.
Wike caused his own, but Wike was fighting for you. But that doesn't mean that if the Southeast, one thing, you assuming one thing I always said, if the Southeast wanted to be a president, they have the number one. All these one people are just saying they are marginalizing, they are this way, they write it in one place. So I've asked many people, both politicians, please, can you show me that place they write it, or who is the name of those people who write it? What is our propaganda they said to them, they want to say? These are people is all over Nigeria, the 36 states. They have power if they want to take the president. It's an election. You know,
they are the most traveled, and that's the point the Kenneth made. They are the most traveled. They are in all states. They can influence election in all states.
Election. So people have to understand, election is number. It's not sentiments. It's not. That's what I tell you. They say the majority will have the way, the minority will have their say. Only their say. You understand? It's number. So assuming like Afghan now, if Afghan have been ruling the 5 states, if for example Afghan ruling the 5 states, they was able to build Afghan to be maybe the 5 governor of the East now is Afghan. Every north, southwest will be trying to negotiate with them because they know they have that 5 states already.
Yeah.
You understand? People want to negotiate with them.
Yeah.
That is how Tinubu was able to get Buhari. Because he now saw that Buhari he go 3 times, he have 12 million votes from the north. Buhari didn't win anything from the south, all the 3 times. And Tinubu was already controlling the 6 states in southwest. You understand? You have to build alliance with him. So okay, now we can make it here. So let's drop it. Yeah. I have this. As far as you already, Buhari, you already having north already. You have number now. You just need only spread. That is what you need. You understand? So that is it. But what Obi have done now, he have tried now. So I think if you go again, only what I wanted to do, that only where we have mouth. That Labour Party, they have to sanitize that party. Maybe this their national convention that is coming, So I'm having good, credible leaders. You understand? Because the baggage there is too much. That's why I didn't blame Obi about anything, because it was just few months, about 2 months. So the primary before it comes in, so there's no mechanism that he will use that because to test everybody's head or conscience, you are corrupt or you are bad or what is here. It's only what he will just read. It will just the constitution. That's also only what we follow. He even know anybody there. So now he's going to know more people. So they have to they are going for national convention, I think, very soon. So they'll pick more new leader and try to build the party.
I think after that national convention, then we'll see. That will determine a lot. It will determine a lot. Because with that national convention, if he puts Peter Obi in a powerful position in Labour Party,
if he didn't remove Aburi, if he didn't remove Aburi for father, if he will be contest in 2027, we will lose woefully, because they will APC will use that one against them.
Yes, that's if I believe, if he's consistent. Let's say they convict Abure. I'm a little bit concerned that we are already condemning him when court has not condemned him yet.
No, what we are saying, nobody's condemning him. He has to step down. That's what we are saying. Because he cannot go and run with that baggage he have now. This propaganda now, all this allegation now. Because if APC use that one against him, during the election, they may start all this allegation, they may start arresting him that time, taking it to court that time. They will just destabilize the party.
If I was him, even I would step aside. If I was
that
him,
is what everybody is saying. He should have stepped aside.
I don't know why all this
don't forget about Nigeria. Nobody will step aside. That is the problem of Nigeria. No, if you are, even though you go there, beat him, kick him out there, they will still go to court and interpret it and come back. So that is Nigeria's system.
They see politics as their life too. Like
But
they have
they
to.
don't have any.
It's a
They don't
lifeline
have
for
any
them.
other business. They don't have any other thing. That's
Yeah.
why they say millionaire without enterprises. Enterprise. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, people will be saying, okay, look at one thing. Now, let me tell you one thing. Father. People will be saying, majority, they will say, okay, the Fulani Caliphate, they don't want Igbo man to rule Nigeria. You understand? So I will ask you, look at what type of lie is this? Wike supported Kabuwa with money when the market born. He went there supported with 500 million that time.
Yeah.
He was supporting them, supporting the Northerner because he was having an ambition to run. But during the primary, Kabuwa stepped down in the 9 minutes for Atiku. That's how Wike lost that primary. You understand? Yeah. And go with his follower. But Wike come back. He never turned it to tribal something. The river people never turned it to the Northern against Ikwere or Port Harcourt people. You understand?
But Wike did argue that these things have to come to the south.
From the east. Assuming they did that to Obi, they should have turned it to tribal issue that the Northern planned against it.
Yeah, but Wike did go on to argue that the vote has to come to the south. It became a little bit sectional, not a bit regional.
No, that one was when if you want to come to the south, if you really want to come to the south, why don't you support the southeast? Huh?
Yeah.
So I think that's why we're just fighting for your stomach infrastructure. Let's forget that Wike. After you have lose, you fight for vice president, you didn't get it, they take Okowa. When they pick Okowa, then when the agitation starts now. Well, not to decide, but not to decide. I was just looking at it. See the people you go and pick together. So let's forget that one. You just want to use that one.
If I didn't know better, I would have thought Atiku is working for Tinubu because that guy, Atiku did everything he can to sabotage PDP. He literally, like, if he allowed the election to go, maybe Wike would have won and gone on to win the election itself, or P2B would have won and gone on to win the election itself because people were fed up with this Ibuare. But I think we got there. Then he managed to win it, then divided the party too. And he didn't do anything to heal the party. It's like, you can't even make it up. The guy really, really damaged the PDP and ensured that Tinubu is the one that is in office right now. But
till tomorrow, can they able to suspend what is the name? Wike. They can't suspend Wike. Let me tell you one thing. You have to understand Nigerian politics first. Wike, their national, their secretariat, national secretariat in Abuja, that place is paid for by Wike for 5 years.
Imagine.
You understand? So let them suspend Wike. Wike was the one.
Suspend him?
After
if he wants to take it back, they pay him the money.
After 2015, Wike was only the person that was sponsoring PDP till 2023. Nobody, even all those governors, they are not bringing money. They are not. They are not spending. How did they call it? They are not supporting the party. You understand? So how are you going to? How would they add that guts to go and suspend Wike? That's why he's telling them, let them try it. Let them try it and suspend it. Let them try it. Because first of all, we just collect that secretariat from there, which is under constitution. You must have that place with address, secretariat, before you can have form a political party. Automatically, if you collect that place, the political party will just die now.
So, do you agree that Nigeria needs a southeastern president politically?
Yes, now in everywhere, everybody know that is the next president that's supposed to come now. That is not a. But we cannot say because of
southeastern people are hearing this. Most Nigerians believe this, and this is the thing. Most Nigerians actually believe that the president should have come from the southeast, or soon, or the next one should have been from the southeast. But now he's going to go back to the north because the southerner has ruled now. But most southeasterners, not most, some of them anyway, believe that Nigeria doesn't want them to be president. Is the parties themselves that are causing it. It's not Nigerians. Nigerians want a southeastern to be president, and it was supposed to be their time in PDP. It was Atiku that just torpedoed everything. If there been
that is where they get it wrong. That's only where me I blame Obi. I don't know why people will say Obi will not fight Atiku. Not be money to money. Not be money what fighter. If Obi can able to buy you have to buy delegate. If you bring money out, all those money they went to spend in APC Labour Party so that become almost but not only waste, but to get vote. If you have spent that money in PDP, with sentiment that is Igbo tongue. Tinubu said it's Yoruba no come. If Toby was even using that one, Nigeria will hear it more than all those production and production. It's Igbo tongue. For the 24 years, Igbo have not ruled. It's Igbo tongue.
So
What
to
did
be
they
fair,
think? People have
if
come
he
with
had
that
done that,
sentiment.
see what they should have done is within the PDP party. That's where the
Yes,
problem
now
should
you
have
should have
happened.
fighting with them. You cannot fight the election. You cannot go. You want to challenge the election with somebody like Atiku, Tinubu. You want to carry Bible. It will not work.
But I gather that it's wicked that torpedoed it in PDP. That even Atiku was in support of.
How can we? Okay, wicked threat. Wicked is Obi a baby that wicked will just carry cane and be beating you. Wicked get mad. You said will get mad. If you not get mad, you go employ.
Yeah, but it has
soldier
money
will get
though.
mad.
It has money, not just money. It pays people off and P2B can't compete with money. So
That's
he
the
used it
problem. That
to
is always what
sabotage
I.
it.
You can't compete with money. That is why you should have cried out to his people now. Should have cried out to
Yeah.
his people, but they support him later now. After they see the momentum.
Yeah. Southeastern governors should have stood strong and said, no, this time it's our turn. No, this party, you have to give it to us. Otherwise, we are not going to cooperate with this party anymore. They should have made the case for that. Yes.
If three, for example, three states in Southeast, stay with Obi. Say, okay, we will sponsor you. No matter how much they need, we have more. We have three states. We will use our states to sponsor you, but Igbo must collect it from Atiku.
Yeah.
It should have get away. Atiku is only one man business. You have three governors that have resources and fire the PDP. It will buy them more than Atiku now. Not be money. When you collect the ticket, is over. You know, sir.
I think Wiki and Atiku just sabotage the party. Niger is a scam. It looks like we have a few Nigers here. How are you? Thank you for coming back. So what do you think about what you've heard so far?
Yeah, thank you. So I hope Niger man is not gone.
He's there.
All right. Yeah, I just hop on right here because of what he just said. You know, I've been listening since even when Kenneth Okonkwo, was here. Yeah, I've been watching, I've been listening, but most of the times, I mean, if what what is going on, has been, settled by the questions of the panelists and all that, you don't have to, bother yourself that much. So he said Southeasterners believe that Nigeria or Fulanese don't want them to be president of Nigeria. He said he don't believe that. To be honest with you, my brother, and everyone who is listening, right? I like to be honest. I don't like to paint words. It doesn't matter who is listening or who I'm talking to. I'll tell you how it is, right? Nigeria and the Northerners don't want an Igbo man to be the president of Nigeria. The only people that want an Igbo man to be the president of Nigeria are people from the South. Most especially my Bini brothers, Edo State people, right? They really want a change. Everybody wants a change anyway, but people from Edo State, which I know, I'm not categorically sure if Niger man is from Edo State, but I believe he's from Edo State. They want Obi to be the president of Nigeria. Me, I want Obi to be the president of Nigeria, but the truth of the matter is, he should go back and listen to what Ahmadu Bello said to a British journalist. Okay? So I believe when he listened to that, he will understand if Nigeria really wants an Igbo man to be the president of Nigeria. Okay? So it doesn't matter how they paint it, how they try to rig my role, how they try to, make it seem.
Excuse me, Oga, Nigerian. Wait, please. Hello?
I'm listening. You said I should
please,
wait.
if you want to say something, you have to come with empirical facts. If you are talking about 1956, 1956, when Ahmadu Bello was interviewed by which the British was still in Nigeria then, that they said that when they bring Igbo man, they want to bring. That was electional period. Go and listen to what Azikiwe said then. Go and listen, go and search it then. Don't let me tell you. Go and listen to what Azikiwe said then. That was regional government. It was not Nigeria. It was not president. He was talking about his own region. He wanted Northerner to be in power. It was regional government. It was not federalism then. Okay, please, people should start living. Okay, for now, I'm from Edo State. I want to make a law. I said this law is for a Dolite. It's not for any other, it's for a Dolite. You are not telling me, like Anabra want to make a law, he said this law is for Anabarian. You will not say why Soludo say it or why Doma say it. People should be, what you said that was during election.
Nigerian man, just for out of curiosity, what did Azikiwe say?
No, let him go and listen to it because they're not going to be pushing propaganda and dilute it by themselves. It's during election. What he said
I would like to have an idea what Azikiwe said, though.
Forefathers, this is just a simple thing. I listened to him, you know. I just waited for him to speak, right? You know. Now, he himself telling me to listen to what Azikiwe said and what Ahmadu Bello said. He did not listen to Ahmadu Bello. I listened to him. Ahmadu Bello was.
If I didn't listen to Ahmadu Bello, why did I know what he said? Why did I tell you the date?
Hold on. Ahmadu Bello, please, don't interrupt me, sir. Okay, just listen. I will wait and listen to you, please. Ahmadu Bello was not talking about the North. He was talking about Nigeria. Okay, when he said instead of him to hire a Southerner, especially an Igbo man, right? He rather get an expatriate. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to tell you, whatever Azikiwe said and whatever Ahmadu Bello said, I want to ask you one categorical question. Since then, has any Igbo man been a president of Nigeria?
Should I answer you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, when Ahmadu Bello talked, that was 1956. In 1960, the first president of Nigeria was Azikiwe from 1960 to 1966 for 6 years. After Azikiwe, Aguiyi take over for 6 months. Two presidents.
Problem in
Nigeria. There have been Nigeria. There have been 2 Igbo man as a head of state president in Nigeria.
No.
So what else?
I'm talking about democratically elected president.
Yes, Azikiwe was democratically elected president.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on. Now, Zik was not a president. Okay.
What was he?
Hold on. These are the things people don't understand. Okay.
What was he now, guy?
Hold on. In the United Kingdom today, is King Charles the president of UK? I'm asking you, is King Charles?
You are talking about king. We are talking about president.
I'm asking you the same question. Yeah, we are saying the same.
You say president. Is King Charles a president?
Hold on now. Exactly. Now, thank you. Okay. Who is managing, who is controlling the affairs of the United Kingdom? Is the Prime Minister, right? Who was managing the affairs of Nigeria then? It was the Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa. Okay? So you got to get your facts right. Don't think people are...
You don't even know anything what you are saying. I don't live in by propaganda. You don't even know what you are saying. What type of government do we have in 1960?
I asked you a question, brother.
No, what type of government do we have in 1960?
I said, listen, I asked you a question. Who was managing the affairs of the country in 1960?
I'm asking you now, what type of government do we have in 1960?
You don't have to. You don't have.
We had a parliamentary system.
And what? We have two type of government. We have almost like France, half parliamentary, half like presidential. Azikiwe was ceremonial president.
Ceremonial president.
He was a ceremonial president. Prime Minister was Tafawa Balewa.
Who has
exactly as the way is in France?
Who has more powers?
One must have power more than one. Can 2 people have the same power?
Okay. Now I'm asking you again, my brother. I'm asking you again. Has any Igbo man has any power in the presidential affairs of the country or the hem of affairs of the country? Since
Agui already had it.
No, wait. Now let me answer. I don't know the fact because all these are propaganda. I have all the fact.
Apart from military, I'm talking about democratic elected.
Since how many years are we in democracy now?
It should be like four times right now.
24 years. We are in 24 years of democracy now.
Yeah.
Since after Shagari, when this man, the next man supposed to be Igbo man, then when they take over military, it cancel. So they come back. It's 24 years of democracy now. Obasanjo have ruled 8 years. Abi, out of that 24 years, Jonathan ruled 6 years. That is 14 years. the Northern already rule 10 years out of 24 years. So who is Malani who?
Okay, you see what you're talking about, right? After that Ashagari time, right? Obasanjo came in 1999.
No, not after Shagari, after the military took over in 1999 to 1998.
I don't want to talk about the military. I mean, we are talking about democracy right here, okay? We're not talking about the military.
Yeah, in the last 24 years.
Yeah, don't worry about the years. You know, I'm gonna skip it. After Shagari, you know, it was Obasanjo, right?
No, it was Buhari.
It was Obasanjo, who's from the West, right? After Buhari, it was after Obasanjo, it was Goodluck Jonathan, who is from
democracy era, First Republic.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was talking about. So after Obasanjo, after Shagari, Obasanjo, after Obasanjo, it was Yaradua who passed on. You know, my favorite president. I don't care about where he came from. I voted for him then, right? After him, he passed on. Then Goodluck took over, who is from the South. After Goodluck Jonathan, right? They kicked him out. He went back to the North. After that, he went back again to the South, to the Southwest. Now, when it was the turn of the Southeast, it was Emiloko. You know what I'm saying? I know you, my brother, you want P2B. I want P2B too, you know. It's not because he's from Southeast.
No, you are not making your point. That place you said the northern and righty that people want to know, that's what I want to hear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. That's the game. That's where I'm coming from. That's the game. Believe me, brother. Mark it somewhere. Hold on. Mark it somewhere. 2027, 2027, sorry. P2B will never win. After that, P2B will never win. It's never. I don't want you to feel bad or anybody feel bad. This is what we know.
That is your opinion. You don't know anything. You are just living propaganda.
Okay. I will still come back here again after 2027 and still tell you what I told you today.
Yeah, wait. Let me say, you don't even know Nigerian politics. It's 8 years to start, 8 years to not. Even those who be go now, even those who be win 2027, he can rule only 4 years. Cannot rule 8 years.
He's not even winning.
I'm telling you.
It's
in the south now. Waiting. I don't know where I don't understand Nigerian politics. Now just they live by propaganda. They go.
I understand you.
It's 8 years to the north, 8 years to the south.
Yeah, it's south.
Tinubu is there for 8 years. Don't expect Peter Obi will win this one. The north, not go can't lose the whole 8 years.
My brother, what I'm telling you is this: there is an alliance going on between the southwest and the north. So if you think maybe we need a political alliance with other tribe and all that for a southeasterner to win, my brother, it's not gonna happen. Never. It never.
So tell me now, which alliance the East have made that they rejected them?
No, don't ask me which alliance they have made, because I don't believe in any alliance in Nigeria.
But that means you don't understand Nigeria, you don't understand the constitution, you don't understand anything.
I understand.
You're not living with propaganda.
I understand it better than you.
You don't know anything. You don't even know how to win election. You don't even know what the spread. You are just thinking it's one region.
Listen, brother,
that will win the election.
My brother.
My God, these people say,
hold on.
I don't know where they see at all.
When you use that word, these people serve, is derogatory. You don't say
this. It's not derogatory because that's your belief.
You don't say these people.
You don't believe that Southeast can win without. You don't need to win any other states.
Did Obi not win?
Nigerian man, when you say these people, it looks like you are generalizing. So
no, he said no. That's what he said.
Yeah,
no, that's what I'm saying. Not the Indian.
You want to address people like him. Not when you say these people, you are referring to the entire South.
No. Okay. Sorry, I understand what I said. No, this guy wanted to say sorry. This guy wanted to say sorry for that one. No, I don't know that way I make it. Sorry. No, I wanted to say this guy. Sorry.
Yeah, you're welcome, my brother. So what I'm saying is this: did Obi not win 2023 election? He won.
How? Do you have the results?
What about what's going on in Nigeria?
Do you have the results?
Everybody know that Obi won the election.
Not everybody know. Do you have the results? Nobody can say whoever win that election till tomorrow. Nobody can say it.
Nobody can say what?
Nobody know win that election till tomorrow. Nobody.
So who is ruling?
It was rigged. Election was rigged.
Thank you. So you don't have to say, you don't have to
was
say,
rigged.
no,
Nobody
you don't
see
have to
election.
say
Nobody see the
knows.
result.
No, you don't have to say nobody know. See, this
I don't know because I only control about 12 polling units.
You know,
so we have
there's
to
a question.
177,
There's a
76,000.
question. Hold on, brother. There's a question Flagship asked this journalist. That guy, I don't remember his name right now. On Saturday, yesterday, you know, he said, why is it that journalists, you see categorically what happened right before your eyes and you come on TV to say alleged? You know what I'm saying? So this is exactly what you are trying to say, that nobody really know who won the election. It's wrong, my brother.
Nigeria is a scam, man. I think one of the things I think some Southeasterners hold this opinion that Nigeria doesn't want them to be present. I think that is it's a serious mistake. Even if I understand why they are saying that, it's a serious mistake because you disempower yourself by saying that. These things, when you want to take over a country, you have to be leaning forward. You can't just say, oh, they don't want me to be president, so I just sit here complaining about it. Because it's very clear Southeasterners can win elections. Look at what P2B just did within how many months. It's very clear that if you cannot see that, you know, what's his name? Buhari ran election for three straight times, lost. But at least he was an ex-president. That at the time they were in office, they did perform. And yet he lost three straight times, and he's from the north. And remember, Nigeria has not had a democratic, a Hausa president. We have Fulani presidents. We have all kinds of different other, but they've not had a Hausa president in this country. And sometimes we forget that there are other people that haven't produced presidents in Nigeria too. So to become a kind of how do I put it, like nihilistic and say, or a kind of a defeatist, I mean, saying, oh, Southeasterners cannot be president. I don't believe that. They actually, if you think about it, they should stand a better chance of being president than even a Southwesterner. Because if you look at the demographics of most states in Nigeria, they have a lot of Southeasterners.
Okay.
They have a lot of Southeasterners.
Forefathers, I want to come in right here, okay? You talked about Hausa people never produce a president in Nigeria. To be honest with you, Hausa people, they have been emasculated. That's the truth. I don't know why people don't want to say all this truth. You know, people see things happening, but they don't want to say it out. Hausa people, the real Hausa people, they have been emasculated.
Or maybe they don't just care as much because they have Dangote. They are contented themselves. I don't know.
No. Hausa people, I'm telling you, okay? I'm not trying to paint my
Forefather.
or sugarcoat. Hausa people, they have been emasculated.
Forefather. Gowon was from the very small minority group. Tafawa Balewa was from Bauchi, from a very small minority group. He was the president. Jonathan Goodluck.
How are you going to talk about Gowon?
Was a very small, 7 local government at the end of local government and win election.
Elected president?
These people, I don't understand this.
Nigerian man, I think they want you to switch on your camera. Tony is not
man,
very happy.
Was Gowon an democratically elected?
At the corner on lights. At the corner on lights.
How are you gonna bring Gowon right here? Don't bring Gowon. We are not talking about
because Gowon is a minority too.
No. Was he a democratically elected president? Agu Ironsi is an Igbo man, you know.
See, my point, the point I'm making
we are talking about.
But if you look at Nigeria, I'm just trying to get you, I want to share with you that Nigeria is a lot more complex than most people like to think. Nigeria has given power to so many minority groups. It's crazy. I think maybe Nigeria even has more minority groups in office than not. That is crazy. When I started looking at the numbers, I was quite surprised. So that should tell you something, that when we describe Nigeria, we often describe it simplistically by the 3 major tribes, but it doesn't correlate really. Most of the real leaders are not from the 3 major tribes. It's only the Yoruba that consistently produce these presidents in Nigeria. And even them, you can count them with your hand. So, but how many this in Hausa presidents? Those are major groups. One of the major groups that Nigeria had only Abu Salam Abubakar, and he ran for 1 year. He was in office, a military regime for 1 year. How many Southeasterners have been in office? This is one, only one, and he ran for about. He was there for about 6 months or so. But minorities, Jonathan from a minority was in the country for 6 years. Go on, almost 8 years or so. What's his name? Babangida Nupe,
What was
almost
9
8
years?
years too. Oh, 9 years. He said that 9 years. Nupe, Babangida, 8 years. It's really astounding that when you look at Nigeria from that point of view, you start realizing that Nigeria is a bit of a strange country, the way they behave, because you would think the majority groups are the ones that they elect all the time, but that is not, or even the ones that plan the
Can I
coup,
just ask
they
you?
are not
Can I
often the
ask
ones
you?
that emerge.
Can I ask you kindly to ask the person that was speaking? He's been speaking for a while. Why are you giving people different rules at different times? You should switch on the camera. He knows the deal. Switch on your camera. Except you've gone off.
Okay, Charles, where is Babangida from? Because I thought he was Nupe. Where is he from?
No,
Maybe
Nupe
I'm
is a
mistaken.
tribe now. I think he's from Niger State.
Yeah, what part of Niger? What tribe
I
is
don't
he
know.
from in Niger?
I don't know about his
I
tribe.
thought it was Nupe. I thought it was Nupe. So I don't think it's Fulani.
No, he's Fulani. No, he's
Oh, it's
Fulani.
Fulani Nupe. Okay, and Fulani is minority too. Fulani is a minority group. It's not a major group, and
It's been Fulani anyway. It's been Fulani all the time.
yeah, Fulanis have run the country more. From if you are saying from one single group, you can. I'm not even sure, but I think they have run the country more, either them or the Yorubas.
No,
I'm not so sure.
it's not all. It's not all. I'm sure. I'm telling you, it's the Fulani. I can count them for you, right?
Count them, please.
Okay, Shagari is a Fulani man.
Fulani, yes.
Yes. Babangida, a Fulani man. What is his name? Abacha, a Fulani man. Right?
Abacha is a Kanuri man. What's the man with you?
It's a
Abacha da Kanuri, Abacha da Kanuri, not the Abacha, not the
just giving
Fulani.
everybody. Let me check Babangida even. I'm getting worried about that one now.
Okay, my bad.
But that Babangida, I don't really know.
That guy says scam, man.
My bad.
Yeah, I like that. That's really good.
My bad. Buhari.
Babangida is Nupe. Nupe. Ewa said it. Nupe. Babangida is Nupe, not Fulani.
Okay, Nupe man. Oh, okay, that's good.
Abacha is not. He said Abacha is not Fulani too.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
Abacha is Kanuri. Yeah, Abacha is Kanuri. I know that one.
I remember when Babangida was the head of state, right? If you trace his lineage and where he came from, he's not from Nigeria. But that is by the way anyway. Then what's his name? Buhari. He's a Fulani man.
Who is not Nigerian? Excuse me, who is not Nigerian? What?
Huh?
Who is not Nigerian?
No, I said when you trace where Babangida came from,
Are you Nigerian? If you trace your great grandfather, are they from Nigeria? What? No, stop.
That guy looks like he's from Congo.
I don't like you people. Some of these you Igbo people
right.
and all that. You just propagate. You just put out wrong things out there.
No, so you're right. You're right. Nobody's a Nigerian. You're very, very correct, right? You are right. For you to say, was my forefathers Nigerians? You're very correct. We all came from somewhere. I understand that point. You understand? You're right.
Yeah, but you see, the picture we are painting here is a country that is more complicated than we like to believe. That a nation that has produced so many minority leaders, that is abnormal, actually. I don't think most nations do this. Most nations, generally, people from the majority group, like the UK now, people from the majority group tend to rule. In America, the same thing. But Nigeria seems to be producing repeatedly people from minority groups. How it is happening, I don't even understand. It's almost as if because all the big groups are jostling for power so much, then they will just say, okay, let's settle for the minority person then. Maybe that's what is going on here. Because even an Ijaw man has ruled Nigeria. Jesus Christ, how did that even happen? Nigeria is a weird country.
He was just fortunate.
Yeah, but that's the point. Nigeria is more complicated than we like to think, and this is why I always say to my Southeastern brothers, they should not be looking at it like it's personal. Because if by that standard, outside people will be getting really, really cross. Because outside people are quite a bigger minority group. That's you want to call them majority or minority, but they are the largest group in Nigeria by quite a distance, and yet they've not produced a democratically elected leader. Even rarely did they even produce a military one. Only one has been a military leader, which is Abu Salam. But and yet, you know what people say? They say because most Northerners they identify themselves as Hausa, Fulani, or Fulani Hausa, or something like that. But it's not true, because when you go to the census, the ones that are Hausa identify themselves as Hausa. They don't include Fulani at all. They will say I am Hausa, and those people, their numbers are quite heavy. Even if there is a bias towards claiming Fulani, because when you claim Fulani in the north, it's associated with being upper class, being of a superior this thing. But yet, even in the census documents, most people, a major this in population in the north, claim themselves to be this in Hausa. So that should tell you something, that there's a major population out there in the north that have not run the country in the democratic system, and they don't seem to care. That is how weird it is. They don't even seem to care. But I can't explain it myself. Maybe people that are experts in northern, when Masca comes in some other time, or northern people come in, I think it's something that is worth exploring, because I've asked that question once, that what is going on in the north? Why is it that they don't produce Hausa presidents?
See, this is the core. This is one of the core cardinal points of the problems we have in Nigeria. This tribal thing, because I just ask people why every time, even within the East, when it comes to the East, it trickles down to: are you from Abia? Are you from Imo State? Are you from Anambra State? Okay, the other day we were at Niger Watch and all that. I never knew that the Edo people were so divided like that. We are saying that this person is from this person, this person
exactly. I was there
and
that
all
day.
that. So it's just ridiculous. I just find all this sort of thing ridiculous, and this sort of thing that is, as long as we're still looking at ourselves as coming from these, and let's just deal with the man, the character, the competence. If we start looking at that and all that, we will go a long way. But if we keep looking at ourselves at this person, now my turn, because he is an Ijebu man or he's a Lagos State man. Look at Lagos State. How many Lagosians, core Lagosians, have ruled Lagos? If we start taking a roll call, the present governor is not a Lagosian. Tinubu is not a Lagosian, even though he was adopted by a Lagosian, but he originally is not Lagosian. We know that. So this tribal thing, this tribal pool, it's one of the biggest problems. But the thing is that when you're a nationalist, they will call you Mugu. Zik has been insulted by people, even still being insulted by Igbo people today, that he was the one that sold out the Igbo people and all that. He would have taken advantage. If Zik was very, very, very selfish, as most politicians are today, Onitsha will be one of the best towns in Nigeria. You will have cited the university there, cited had the airport there and all that. But he had a nationalist outlook. Chukwuman Zogu, now that they call Igbo and all that, he struck because of the rascality of the damn politicians then. But the people that rewrote history out of mischief wrote it as being an Igbo coup and all that. No, they, even in the army, even till right now, there are some very, very senior officers that are of the Igbo extraction and all that. They are loyal, totally loyal to the cause of Nigeria. Like today, somebody wanted to rope in Kenneth Okonkwo into this Biafran thing. And the guy is a very smart guy. I respect him for that. The way he ropes, if you asked him how will he play Nnamdi Kanu, the way he took himself out of that. I mean, he believes in one Nigeria, doesn't believe. And I don't know why most IPOB people, they just assume, well, as long as you're speaking Igbo, you're from the Igbo extraction, they assume you're Biafran. I've warned them. Some of my friends that are into all this, I want to, please don't call me Biafran. I'm not a Biafran. Biafra is dead and all that. Yes, if it's Nnamdi Kanu, he struggled to end the marginalization of Igbos. Is it authentic? Yes. But when it comes to that carving out of going out of Nigeria, I still believe, because listen, if Biafra, if say for instance, by any any chance Biafra is giving independence, they'll be one of the trouble we see in Nigeria will just even be, it will be heaven compared to Nigeria, to Biafra, because they'll be killing themselves. There'll be power struggle. The same thing.
Yeah.
So it's not.
Yeah,
It's
that's quite true.
Yeah, it's
No.
all about. You
Sorry,
think so?
Mr. Tone. Sorry, Mr. Tone. Sorry, with all due respect, okay. You know, they said, you know, when you never try something, you don't have to say what it's gonna taste like.
Don't,
Okay?
let me just save you. Let me just save you on this thing. Biafra is not happening. Let's just get this right.
It's all right. It's all right. So,
I know you people. I know a lot of people don't like to hear it. Biafra is simply just not happening.
Exactly
Because
same
it's
thing.
a very
Some
dangerous
people don't want
experiment.
to hear that Biafra is
It
happening.
is a dangerous experiment.
It's
Even
same
the guy that
let me just add something to Nigeria's scam. You see, when you say it hasn't happened before, where do you think you were before they colonized you and enslaved you? It happened before. You were once free, and when Oyibo came, what did they use? They use one tribe to fight the other tribe. They use one tribe to fight until they come and they manage to get control over the entire area. This is the name of the game. The smaller, see, NATO just took on one more country. Other people are busy forming bigger units. You are saying, oh, let's go backward and break into smaller entities. When there's no guarantee, those smaller entities are not going to start the old fights that they used to have before.
No, forefathers.
What I saw,
Forefathers.
see, what I know I have seen so far, yeah, in my short life and all that. Igbos are one of the problems that we have in Nigeria, but we don't want to say the truth.
No.
Like
Wow,
excuse me,
that's a heavy claim.
No, Tone.
That's a heavy claim, Tone.
Igbos are one of the problems in Nigeria.
I'm not so sure that is accurate. Why would you say that though? What is your reasoning?
Can I say something?
No, sorry. I think Tone made a heavy claim here. What is your reasoning behind saying that?
My reasoning is because we carry on, the Igbo people carry on as if they are saints. When Uncle Pansat comes here, he just lumps every northerner as Fulani and all that. He starts talking about religion. That's a problem. That's a very dangerous statement to make.
Okay, so
what's the problem?
Okay, sorry, Mr. Tone. So
are we sure that they are no young northern? Okay, Pansat is not exactly young, but older northern men saying similar stuff about Igbo people in the north.
Yeah, we have extremists. I've heard you people talking about what's the name of this guy, Amadu Bello. Amadu Bello had very, very extreme views about Igbo people. But does that represent the whole northerners from that region?
So
no.
what Pansat said,
I have seen. See, listen, I have met.
Does that represent the whole Igbos?
Yes.
What Pansat says represent the whole Igbos.
We have to be consistent.
But what Pansat doesn't represent the whole North. What are you talking about, sir?
Yeah, but again, you can't come out on a public forum and be saying Muslims are a problem, Hausa Fulani are a problem. Once you don't know
Amadu Bello said this thing. Amadu Bello said more than one.
Amadu Bello is
what
not
are you talking about?
See.
Amadu Bello, I just said to you that Amadu Bello is an extremist.
On a
I just told
TV.
you now. Yeah, I just told you that he did say that. He was an extremist. I don't support that.
Yeah.
Okay, but now you are telling me and telling people listening that what Pansat is saying generalizes to all the Igbos, but what Amadu Bello said on a British national TV does not include all the house.
A non-Igbo person. See, listen.
Tone, you surprised me, my brother. I hold you at a very high esteem. How can you use Pansat to generalize Igbo people?
Not generalize. See, I didn't say.
You said Igbos are the problem of Nigeria, and you now give instance using Pansat. Who is Pansat?
See, everybody is involved in Nigeria being where it is right now.
That's a statement to say, but don't say that Igbos are more cause of the problem.
I didn't say more. I said Igbos are part of the problem. I repeat again.
We are not. Igbos are never part of the problem.
No, I think, Tone, what you said that I found a little bit.
You said they are.
That they are the worst problem of Nigeria or something like that.
You said they are the worst problem of Nigeria. That amazed me.
Maybe that's not what you meant, but that's actually what you said. That's why
we live everywhere.
to it again.
Yeah, I'm really surprised because I know Tone couldn't have made such statement. That was why I was like, let me really confirm from him. Is that what you said? If you said that Igbos are part of the problem, I agree with you 100%. Every tribe in Nigeria is part of the problem.
No,
There's no sacred cow.
Yeah.
See, see the way we carry on as if Igbos are saints in all these mess up.
The way who carry on.
Huh?
The way who carry on. That's where you're getting it wrong again.
I think on that point, I think what he's saying is that
don't use Pansat.
some
Said the way we carry on. When you go to any other tribe also behave as if they are not part of the problem.
Steph, what he's saying is that he says that some Southeasterners carry themselves as if they are all innocent.
You cannot come to a public forum and make such statement. If an Hausa man makes some certain statements, it will be disrespectful to me.
Ahmadu Bello made the statement on a British television.
I am not talking about with you, Nigeria is a scam. I told you, yes, I heard it. Everybody knows about that.
Whatever thing you've heard an Igbo person say, you can hear a similar thing from an Hausa person. You can hear a similar thing from a Yoruba person. And that's why I say all the tribes are accomplices. They are culprits.
This is the big problem of Nigeria, the biggest problem we have. Everybody will say Fulani is our problem. Everybody will go with it. They will say Yoruba is our problem.
Every tribe.
Wait, Steph, excuse me, Steph, wait, calm down. I am saying that Igbos are part of the problem that we have in Nigeria.
Of course they are.
Why are you being upset for?
Don't you see what you've caused now? Now you've gone
and been upset for.
No, they are part of the problem.
You see what you've caused now? Yeah? Why would you go and say something like that? They've all gone to work, for work, and now you drag them back.
No, the good thing is for him to take the later position. Igbos are part of the problem.
Yes, they are. So I agree 100%. They can't tell me that they are the major cause of the problem. How can you say they are the major cause of the problem?
The major part of, I didn't say you're qualifying it.
No, that was what you said earlier on. I couldn't have joined in here if I didn't hear it.
Oh my
God.
You
said major problem.
That's what you said. That's why I had to stop Nigeria.
That was why Forefather began to ask you. That's a very heavy statement. Forefather said, if you said Igbos are part of the problem, Forefather will not ask you will not say that it's a heavy statement for you to make.
Yeah. That's what you said.
AY is comfortable with the position. He has already claimed that Tone have corrected himself.
Yeah, okay. I think maybe that's what Tone meant to say. He wanted to say they are part of it.
That's what, but he has not said it.
No, if that's what you meant, I agree with you 100%. The point you made earlier on about Biafra, I also agree with you. The point you made earlier on about Biafra, I also agree with you 100%.
Okay, Igbos are part of the problem in Nigeria. Are you happy now?
Nobody.
It's not about me being happy. It's about what you believe. Okay, if that's what you believe, fine for you.
Mr. Tone, please. Okay. I never said
and not all Igbo and for all IPOB people, please never stop assuming that every Igbo person is an IPOB person.
Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That from your mind.
Yeah, that's a fact. But Tone, please. I'll never say that Fulani
is all South. They should add all South. That all South are part of Biafra. We are not part of Biafra, please.
No. What I'm saying is,
Nigerian we really need to talk because a lot of contradictions came in your statement.
I know. They don't. One person is sharing. One person share states. Be sharing my state for where we talk it, and you say you want to give a good a country that where everybody will access. Or then you stay in one place and be sharing state, be sharing my state. Let it come to Nigeria and stay in my state. How can somebody think like my own Oba will be a prime minister of my own? But that person must be delusional and be stupid and crazy. No, understand. You just stay in one place, be sharing somebody's territory, and you are saying somebody is taking over your own territory.
How do we get to this?
Nigerian, where are you talking from? Because
how do you get to this place now?
Where are you coming from?
You can ask Tone now. He started all this trouble.
Where I'm coming from?
He had to go and say something inflammatory.
I'm not calling. I'm on the show.
Or are you asking about where I reside?
No, you said Niger is a scam. I said Niger man. What background?
Oh, okay.
What background are you coming from? Because you just jumped into a conversation and you started saying something that is not.
No, I didn't jump it. I was inside before. I just pop out. I pop in again. I was there before. I was there with Nigeria is a scam and this is before to come in.
It
I was
seems
there
everybody has woken up with my statement.
Okay,
Yeah.
I want to
You just woke
respond
all of them
Tone.
up. All people that have retired for the Sunday, eh? You just woke all
Yeah,
of them
they've
up.
retired because of me. They all came in.
Even man of prestige is back.
No, I just came to help Tony clarify
So,
himself because I was
Tone,
as shocked as
No, Tony,
forefather. I was as shocked as forefather was.
Your friends came out because we know you couldn't have said that.
So I want to respond to Tone. Tone, please. I never said
But so that
Fulanis.
word you have to correct it. You cannot be using that word out of use that word out of anger, or I don't understand. But you can't be using that word for people. Even when I say something, I don't know the way I put it. When you told me, I have to correct myself.
Nigeria is part of the Igbos are part of the problem in Nigeria.
Everybody is part of the problem anyway, but it's okay, Tone.
Yes.
Every tribe. There's no tribe that is not part of Nigeria problem.
There's no
All
tribe
of them are
that
eating
is
and dining in our own.
Yeah, 100%.
But Tone,
there's no need
in politics, nobody begins with condemning his own. You condemn others will condemn you.
Which state is not sharing from the FAC allocation? So, tell me which state that is not taking FAC allocation every month. Tell me which state. All of them are part of the problem. Eating the money.
Listen, I believe in the Nigerian project. See, all these people that are saying that Nigerian project is expired, is this, is that, is that, is that. It's just absurd. When Nigeria was going well, who abused Lord Lugard? I was saying, why did they put us together? It's because things are not going well. Then we start blaming each other, pointing fingers. That is sleeping peacefully in his grave somewhere. I know that, I'm personally, the thing is, I'm not man of prestige. I'm not drunk. Oh, please come on the panel. Let's talk. I'm not drunk, and I don't take it kindly to that word. Please withdraw that word that I'm drunk. I don't drink alcohol. I know what I'm talking about, and I'll stand. So don't assume because I'm from Anambra.
If not only the thoughts, where would they live for Nigeria?
Tone, in your line of thought, I want to ask you a question. Tone, if you begin a company, five of your friends, you started a company, and the four said, "Hey man, I want to scatter this company." They don't bring account to the central post. Will you keep saying I am part of this project? At what point will you say it's okay for me to go with my own share of the company?
I seem to understand the parallel you're trying to draw, but I don't think it's an appropriate parallel to
Nigeria is not a homogeneous country, you know that. It was a country that people came together.
Yes.
So if you look at it from that point, and you had agreement in coming together, how faithful have all the people that came together to join to have that country, how faithful have they been in building that one Nigeria?
Yeah, but the fact that we are still together till now, apart from the civil war in '66, the fact that we are still all together right now tells you that we can do it.
The fact that you are together and nothing is being done in all the goals of the mission, the goal of the company, none is being achieved. None is going in the rightful direction, and you feel that it's still being together.
I think when you compare a nation to a company, it's actually different.
What is not going in Nigeria?
Please, Mr. Augustine,
companies are not forged.
Who came together to be a country?
Hold on, please. Now, Nigeria reminds this scam. Companies are not forged by blood, and you don't live generally by blood, and it's not the same thing at all. Most nations are forged, and they are not homogeneous when they were forged, and they go on to do great things. Even America is not homogeneous today, and they are doing great things. I think division, not being homogeneous, are elements of almost every society, and I don't think I think we need to see beyond that to say, okay, we can be divided, we can disagree on stuff, but we still need to be loyal to our own.
Sorry, I love your first statement. I want you to address from that first statement.
Which one? Okay, about blood. See, yes. the reason why I say that is because, like, if you're in the underworld now, you are part of some kind of the triads or the mafia. You don't exactly say, today I want to check out because business is not good. No, you end up dead. That is how it works, because there are certain things that when you look at the complicated nature of how they came together, people, the way their parents and their forefathers shed blood to forge that nation. One side says they want to go. It has to be done in a way that doesn't lead to bloodshed. Otherwise, what is going to happen is that they're going to resist.
Did Nigeria shed blood to come together?
Yeah, the Europeans shed a lot of blood.
Look at it.
They shed a lot of blood to forge us, isn't it?
Forefathers, please. Forefathers, can I ask Mr. Augustine a question, please?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Augustine. You said that we came together to become a country. Can you can you give us the names of people that came together to agree that we will be one country?
No, so the history is clear that
exactly.
It is obvious that Nigeria was
no, that's not true. That's not true. Nigeria has been brought together first before those men went for independence. Okay? Nigeria was brought together as a country, not even a country, as an enterprise. Okay, before
so not as a country. So we're talking about country. I know my statement.
Hold on. No, you said
my premise. Yeah, my premise.
No, Mr. Augustine, listen first, sir. Please listen. Give me audience, please. You said that we came together to become a country. That's where I'm coming from. But it's not true. We never came together to be a country. Somebody made us a country, and this man, Awolowo,
somebody made us come
went
together.
For independence.
But we had the option to separate in 1960.
I don't know where it's coming from.
We had the option to separate in 1960.
You didn't answer my question anyway. Forefathers, hold on. He did not answer my question. I said
there is no question. There is no question in what you're saying.
I'm asking a question. Listen, and you get my question.
What is your question? What is your question?
My question, thank you. My question is, who and who came together to say that we want to be Nigeria?
So you want names or you want the reality?
What do you mean by names and reality?
Okay, let me answer you the question.
Who give Nigeria the name?
Answer.
Or what are you saying? I don't understand the question.
The answer is that we are Nigeria now, all of us. That is the answer.
Exactly. And if you are looking at leaders, you can mention Tafawa Balewa, Azikiwe, Awo, all the people that signed into power. The first.
We are Nigeria now.
No, Mr. Steph, who called you Nigeria? Who called you a Nigerian?
Listen. At this point, there are certain questions that are not important, in my own opinion. I'm coming. In my own opinion,
that is not important.
I'm coming.
Why is that a problem?
I'm coming.
Somebody named you can choose to.
I'm coming.
I just tired.
The reason why I said in my own opinion is not important. That somebody, whether it's a woman that called us Nigeria, or after all, you're not even sure who gave you your own name, the name you're answering now. I'm coming. Listen. It's what you were told.
No, I know the name my mom gave me. I know the name my dad gave me. I know the name my aunt gave me.
The name your dad told you that he gave you, you didn't know. You were not there.
So my dad will lie to me, right?
I'm not saying he lied to you, but you may not know. You're not sure.
See, if you don't ask questions, you will never get answers.
Exactly. Okay? You ask questions. Now we have asked questions. They told us how they named us Nigeria, right? Is that the reason why we are what we are today? The answer is no.
Yes, that's why.
Because they called you Nigerian.
That's why. You are never meant to be together. You are never meant to be together.
Is it the name that made us? Is it the name that made us not to be together?
Nigeria, that's why you beat traffic.
Is it the name?
No.
Or what?
You see. Now you are trying to digress. Now you are trying to digress. It's not about the name.
Wait.
Whoever that brought
Nigerians is scam. Wait. You see, there's no point us yelling at each other. I'm
not yelling. No, maybe I'm trying to speak out. You know,
what I would ask
to hear me. I'm using my phone.
Nigeria is a scam. What I would ask is that read more. With all due respect, read more. I'm sure you were born in the 80s or middle 70s. Read more, and you understand the polity. somebody in this comment section that doesn't even know some numbheads that is calling everybody numbhead or saying Nigeria is a company. Nigerian the company that was set up by the British, that's the Royal Niger Company, was about commerce, to take some of our raw materials to England and to sell to the rest of Europe. So if you don't know, so don't come here, Kenny Samson or whatever you call your name, and start spreading propaganda and shouting Biafra, Biafra. If you want Biafra to happen, take your ass. Don't behave like that man in Finland. Take your ass, go back to Nigeria. And
no, don't talk like that. That's his opinion. That's his opinion.
No, wait, excuse me. Maybe you are the one. Maybe you are Kenny Samson. Maybe
I'm not typing.
Samson,
I'm not. I can't be using my phone and be typing. That's his opinion. Okay. You have your own opinion.
I think our forefather.
Let me clarify something.
Forefather has gone to bed and he said this fire and left us.
Here. I didn't say anything. It was Tone that started it.
So we come here and we spread all sort of half truths. You know, that was how Niger scam. You said authoritatively that Babangida is a Fulani.
No, I was corrected, and I said
for your information, Babangida's wife.
No, I said I took it back.
My mother
you don't have
was
to
the
repeat it.
secondary school. This
right?
is people I know personally.
I said I took it back. So I don't know how old you are. Okay, I was born in the 79. Okay, I don't know how old you are, but see,
well, I'm quite older than
somebody
you.
corrected
So
me,
you speak to
and
me
I
with
took
some
it back.
respect.
I'm
quite older than you. You speak to me with some respect.
Okay.
And I've worn the uniform of Nigerian army, so you speak to me with some respect. I know
Congratulations, Tone.
No, Mr. Tone, everybody has respect.
What I want to say to you, listen, what I want to say to you, don't because you listen, that is my problem, why I will never be IPOB. Propaganda upon propaganda.
No,
you're the people that put Nnamdi Kanu in the problem he is. Who sold him to the Nigerian government and set him up, and they caught him in Kenya? It was an Igbo man.
Who?
If you want to know,
tell us the name. Tell us the name. Who?
And you come here, you you don't know nothing.
What if you 500 million pounds on Nnamdi Kanu, the next month they're catching?
No, you know, Tone. Tell us who.
No, you go find out. You go and find out.
Go and read. There's a lot of information on YouTube.
See, I understand one thing about Nigerians, okay? Nigerians, they argue to argue and prove a point later. They don't even argue because they know, okay? See, the truth of the matter is you said your own opinion right here that you don't believe in Biafra. Biafra is dead. It's your opinion. And somebody in the comment section talked about Biafra and you are calling him names. Are you fair?
No, Nigerian scam.
I'm not calling him names. He called Nigeria. He said Nigeria was not a country. That Nigeria is Royal Niger Company. I told him, listen.
That's exactly what it is. I can send you the article.
It's okay now.
Nigerian
You don't know who I am.
You are
Nigerian scam.
I'm not an IPOB member. No, I'm not.
Listen.
I must not be an IPOB member.
Listen, guys. There have to be orderliness here. I command it. I command. I command you people to be orderly now.
Before I said it,
to be orderly now. Listen, anybody that is saying what you said, Tone said about IPOB and Biafra is not his opinion. It's the reality.
It's his opinion.
No, it's not his opinion. No, listen to me. Listen to me. Realizing Biafra as a territory is dead. You may not want to hear it.
No, it's not.
I'm coming. No, listen to me. Can you listen to me?
It doesn't matter if it is dead or
not. Can you listen to me?
It's his opinion.
Can you listen to me?
It's your opinion.
No, I am saying it again to you. It is dead.
It's your opinion.
But I know. Oh my God! Can I talk? You will talk later.
Okay.
But I understand that to some of my brothers, it is therapeutic. That idea. And the reason why the idea is more prominent now is because Nigeria is not working. So I get it. And that is the reason why I've never quarreled with anybody that is hoping that Biafra will come. I don't quarrel with them. So far you are lawful. So far you don't carry arms. So far you don't destroy people's things. If it gives you hope, in the kind of hopeless situation that we found ourselves in as a country. Good a thing. Maybe when we fix Nigeria, that will be another Biafra that have come for you. You understand? So, but if it is the idea of that, they're going to demarcate a certain part of the country and call it Biafra. And maybe Simon Ekpa or Nnamdi Kanu will come and become the prime minister. Those things are dead. Before Ojukwu died, Ojukwu told you guys that Biafra is dead.
Dead.
He said it himself. Can you be more Biafra than Ojukwu?
I wonder.
Ojukwu himself,
that is very interesting.
Ojukwu himself encouraged us to invest in Nigeria and be Nigeria. That no Igbo man should run away from any other Nigerian in any part of the country. He said it in his own words. He said the kind of Biafra that he wants people to agitate for now is Biafra of the mind. And what does it mean? To make sure Nigeria becomes a livable place for everybody.
Wow.
So let us not deceive ourselves. But like I said before, I get it. I understand why people are clamoring for it. And I don't blame them if it's therapeutic to some of them. If it is the only thing that can give them hope, that is okay, so far you don't destroy people's things.
Okay, Mr. Steph, please. What I'm saying is, okay, I'm not saying Biafra is what I believe or what I don't believe. My point is, when people speak out and say their opinion, don't call it whatever name, okay? Don't give it a correlation, okay? What I'm saying is,
they can disagree with you now. They can disagree with you.
Why can't you allow me to speak?
Nigerians, may I ask you one question?
Can I speak?
Okay. Maybe can add it to it.
You have been speaking.
Okay, speak.
Can I speak, please?
Maybe we just add it to it.
See,
One question add it to it.
Nigeria is calm, man. Nigeria is calm. Let him just ask you the question. So you finish speaking,
Okay.
then Ajonaba and the others can say something. Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Nigeria is calm, somebody that have 40 million.
Stop calling
your
me.
audio is 40, Nigeria man. Your audio is
Stop
shaking.
calling 40 million. Let's see if it will be clear.
Okay, let me continue. You know, that's the wrong question.
Ahead,
that's why he couldn't say something. So what I'm saying is, when people say something, okay, it is their opinion. Don't fault it. That's my point. I mustn't be an IPOB, you know, for me to say the truth. Okay? I said, Tone said Biafra is dead and buried. Mr. Steph said Biafra is dead and buried. That is your opinion. Somebody in the comment section said, hold on now. Somebody in the comment section said Biafra, you know, and Tone referred to that person. That's my point. I said, leave that person alone. That's his opinion. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, whether it is right or wrong. I'm not yelling anyway. I'm just, you know, trying to speak out so that you guys understand me or hear me, right? I mustn't be an IPOB member for me to say the truth and how things are.
You see what? You see from the earlier discussion we were having here, my observation is that Nigeria is a lot more complicated than a lot of people describe it simplistically, because we've generated so many minority leaders. It's crazy that we don't even look at it from that point of view. Every time we say in our tribe, all these major tribes, we keep complaining. Why is it that an Hausa man doesn't come out and say, "Yeah, I can hear you now"? The question I'm asking is that why is it that an Hausa man doesn't come out and say, "Why we've not produced a president," and stuff like that? But yet. So this thing, some people feel like if they don't produce a president in Nigeria, they are not part of Nigeria. I don't understand that. You can be part of Nigeria without being president of the country.
Nigeria is scam. Nigeria is scam.
Yeah.
How can you like the
audio is shaking again.
40 million population.
Turn your camera off. It might help the audio.
Population.
Turn your camera off. It might help your audio. So that after you ask the question, you can put your camera back on here.
Okay. Are you hearing me now? Is it clear now?
Yeah.
Okay. During the last election, Kanayo, that is the veteran actor, he said Igbo has 40 million population. When I went to Google it, exactly. So you are not telling me, and I Google Fulani is just 7 million, and you will be
be shouting, Fulani is your problem. 40 million, want to leave a country for 7 million. Does that make sense to you?
Who said Fulani?
You are 40 million, you want to leave a country for
Hold on.
7
Who
million.
said Fulani is his problem? I never said that. I bet you are not paying attention. You are not paying attention. I never said that.
I think, to be fair to Nigeria, is scamming. What he's saying is that,
you're talking about
Nigeria doesn't want to elect Eastern president.
That's all I said. I never said Fulani was my problem. I never said that.
You
That's
know,
how people take up propaganda and put it on someone. You
know, I want us to start being fair
I
to
never say you said it. I said, excuse me, program. I'm asking a question. How do it to you? Depends on what we are saying, because many people will say Fulani is the problem. Is the problem? Is their problem? Is their problem? Majority of the people will be always saying. I'm asking you now. If Igbo have 40 million population,
so you want him to be the spokesperson
Fulani population is.
Thank you. That's this is how people
reason.
This is how people reason. I never told you I'm an IPOB member. I never said Fulani was my problem, and you are putting up that question to me.
You see, Nigeria is a scam. I like this guy. He's a very, very clever guy. He has a way of putting words.
He picks his statements and he understands his statements.
Yeah.
I never said that. You know?
Yeah, but let's allow Jonaba to say something.
First, I think the way I came in again is that that has been clarified that Babangida is not a Fulani man, and I think the Nigerian scam have so much in his mind, but I don't know the way he's communicating it. The issue is that, like I said, we just lack true leader. In the north, there is no state apart from Kano that they can use their Hausa language to write. There is no state in the northern Nigeria that Hausa is the majority apart from Kano. No state in the whole north. If you go to Borno State, no Hausa man have ruled in Borno State. It's Kanuri.
Sorry to interject. Can you say the first thing you said before again? I just want to learn.
No state in the northern Nigeria that, apart from Kano State, that can say this is an Hausa state. If you go to Borno State, no Hausa man have been a governor in Borno State because they are not the majority there. The majority there is Kanuri. The follow on by Kanuri is Baburu Bra. And it's just like Benue issue. No other tribe have ever been a governor of Borno State. No Hausa, no Fulani. It's Kanuri. If you go to Bauchi, it's a Fulani man, the governor of Bauchi State. Erufai of Kaduna is a Fulani man. So the issue you guys mention, and that's why they combine in the unity language before the 2013, when the Kaba from the east, not even the Kaba, the elite are with them. It's just the talking point on the street and came up and say, oh, Hausa Fulani, and some of the elite for political reason started falling up and down. That's why they call them Hausa Fulani when they unite themselves in order to gain power and control power. So it's very, if you talk to the Igbo intellectual, they feel ashamed when we talk up and down because they know their problem is not from the north. Their problem is within themselves. That if they unite and get few order from any other tribe, they can easily become a president of Nigeria without any other tribe. But the root of power control, we can talk about it. But the issue of the population, this and that, is very shameful because that is not true. If you come to Benue State, it's Benue with concern outside, apart from the fact that they are coming for land grabbing and capturing. If you go to Jos, where you see Hausa, if you go to Niger, you talk about Nupe. If you go to Sokoto, then you see Fulani there and few Hausa. But there is no state in the whole North. Is it Taraba State? Is it Nasarawa State? So all of those things is a divide and control, and a Nigerian scam. I understand so many things in your heart, but the issue, the way you are putting it, that this is a Fulani, this thing, they are being united people before. They are even in Borno State. They know they see eye to eye. The Fulani and the Kanuri people know they see eye to eye. So some of those things, Adamawa State, there are few Fulani there too, but there's also full what is called their own Babrubra over there. That is the tribe, but the Fulani they are very rich there and very dominant there, but they are not a majority. So all of those things, and that's why they're united, and that is the whole thing. People, they are telling you guys that these are all talking point and controlling of mind. We are one people. All of those talking make no sense sometimes. We are one people. The elite united more than you and I, and they are the same Hausa, the same Igbo, the same Yoruba.
Let me just add something to what he said, because I think, I'm a little bit taken aback by what he just said about Hausas having only one state that they are actual majorities in that state, which is Kano. That is, the population is 15 million people. So they are present in other states, but they are not like overwhelming majority to rule. And that dynamics, most people in their head, they don't understand that dynamics in the North. That the North has a vast majority of minority groups too. In the North, because these 500 and something almost 500 and something ethnic groups you have in Nigeria, or 200 and something, I don't know the exact number. Many of them are from the North. And we forget that is the coloration of the North, and it's very interesting the way what you painted, and I really hope people really pay attention to it.
Sorry, I want to put in something here. When we discuss politics and discuss it partially, it overwhelms me. When we talk about Nigeria as a country, at what point did you begin to talk about the freedom of Nigeria? The influence, Kenneth made that mention today, the Western and the Northern, Southern influence cannot be taken away. And remember that the feudal system of the Fulanis has always been the goal the Western world have been using to trap Nigeria down. So when we talk about election and people sit somewhere in London and decide for you who will be your president, and you feel that when you go out counted, and we come back and begin to fight ourselves, thinking that it is what we voted that is being represented. That is not true.
So, but then let me ask you then, where is the Fulani that they are using to control Ghana, Togo, Guinea?
So because our people, Cameroon, our leaders who are gullible. So this is the point.
Exactly. All our leaders are the causing it. Not only one.
So when somebody says that Igbos are the problem, I am thinking that the person is coming from the point of the leaders from the south, leaders from the north, because our leaders are the people because of their lack of sincerity. When they go and soil themselves, and once they soil themselves, they become trapped. They will be trapped down by these people. Look at how much you've stolen. If you don't accept in our
let's not pretend like you guys don't see me.
I think what Janaba,
Steph, you've been talking, right? You
talking
see me
when
here.
you just came in and not even said anything since you came.
Okay, so I want to
the
talk
time start ticking for you when you come in.
I have come
you just
to
came
talk to
in.
you. So please hold your peace, right? It's without me on this platform, right? Because I've seen you when you used to come here a few months ago.
Steph gave you his time the last time.
I remember, but
what have I finished?
I'm not indebted to him.
Hasn't finished.
I'm not indebted to him in perpetuity.
I'm going to say he hasn't finished.
Like I
Let me, forefathers, please stop playing games now. Let me get my word in and I'll leave.
Forefather, turn by turn now. Turn by turn now.
Just, I'm gonna leave now. Just let me respond to what Janaba said.
Okay.
Janaba,
I don't want you to leave because I want to talk to you, Steph. Go
Janaba,
ahead
I
and talk.
really,
I want to talk to you about something.
Janaba, my God, do I have the floor now?
Yes, yeah, please.
Okay, Janaba, I really appreciate the insight that you gave, and I think we learn every day here. But the only other thing that I wanted to chip in is when we discuss this politics, and we tend to narrow it down to as if we understand the aspiration of maybe people that come from a particular place or something like that. When you say, just like some Igbo people will say, maybe their major goal is having an Igbo man to be president. And then I think that's what informed your concluding part of your statement, that the problem of Igbos are among themselves. I don't really think that my concern is for an Igbo man to be president. I think my major concern is our leadership recruitment process. If it's possible, assuming that this last outing that we had, the Tinubu came from the West. How is it not possible for us to get somebody that is fit for the job from the West instead of Tinubu?
The power structure of Nigerian politics and those that whether you want to call them Kaba, want to call them the elite that make that decision. This last election, they are very, very close to lose the grip over Nigeria. But because people, the youth, everybody, Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba, everybody was tired and they wanted to shift the direction. And Tinubu was able to penetrate the power that being. He lost it like from the general. He did not have the support of Obasanjo, Babangida, but eventually he went to the source of power. Now, when you come to a power, and that is one thing we all can say it, but let's face the reality that has happened over the years since we have Nigerian where we are today. The Fulani understand how to, their purpose has been power to control, and to relinquish power is not
Where else do
easy.
they have power? Where else do they have power? Fulani.
Wait now. They have been using
genetic,
power
where
to
else do
ring,
they have
whether
power?
you told it ringing of election. If you look at the one that was before, which people believe that was fair during Buhari and Jonathan, and this recent one is still the same, that in the realm of power they decided. So, and they decided based on fear. It's not reality. Then, and the few of them have stepped out to say, okay, we cannot have Nigerian being led by people that we are suffering, whether they are from our place, and keep us where we are. Obi spoke to that source, and those people were convinced. But there are some energy on the street during the election that some of them voted for Obi, but some turned off because of the passion. They're even going. One of them came to this platform and said that he joined a Tazi in Abuja. He's a Fulani guy, and he said on this platform, and he said that he's an educated man. He said, I think he was a medical doctor, and he says that when the guy said, "Who are you going to vote for?" and he said, "Oh, he's leaning towards Obi," and the person was so aggressive, "Are you just leaning? Or is not Obi the best choice?" And he said, so the point I'm making is that we are making a progress, a big progress. We are not there yet, but we
Okay,
will be
but
there.
that's true. Okay, could
Yeah,
you not take more
that
time? Let me
that
Steph, let me
ask somebody a
let me
question. Why
talk.
you people ambush somebody
Just
here?
keep you asked the last question. He answered you and it was a good answer. So
Pastor,
keep
you are
up,
being
Oh
a
my
bit
God!
aggressive.
Oh my God!
Pastor, you are being
if you have
aggressive. I don't know
I'm not
what's
being
the matter.
aggressive, right? Sometimes when we're not on the platform, we're listening, right?
But
Then
you're
on
raising your
oh,
voice.
now hold on. Okay, I call it down. Forefathers, please hold your peace here. I listen, I come in and I talk and I leave so others can talk. So when I'm here, recognize that I'm here. So let me begin. I wanna talk to Niger Man, Tone, and Steph. So let me start with Niger Man. First of all, could you tell me what state is Niger Man from? The reason is that I'm gonna post something on the private section so that we can share it with the audience to Niger forefathers. What state is Niger Man from? Niger Man, can you answer?
He's a Nigerian.
Where is he from?
He's allowed, if he wants to answer, he can answer. I don't know.
Okay, but if he doesn't answer, he should be forever precluded from talking about Igbos or Southeasterners. If you have the right to be anonymous, but you can't hide your tribe and you're talking about other people, so they cannot come back and say, you know what, here's what we'll get over you. But anyway, is that a doorman? Good. Okay, I'm gonna post something now. It should appear there momentarily.
Pansat.
Yeah, I posted. Please. Hold on.
Pansat.
Yeah. What?
Pansat, you should be don't talk about any other tribe in Nigeria again. Let today be the first and last.
Okay? One man, forefathers, could you mute him
Don't
now?
ever talk about any other tribe in Nigeria. Talk about only your tribe. If nobody can talk about your tribe, okay?
Aren't you gonna mute the guy?
Yeah, okay. Nigeria, hold on. But the point he's making is quite pertinent. If you are going to stop him from talking about other groups, then you
No. I said if you're not going to reveal your tribe,
who's going to put you for us?
I'm an Igbo man. I've revealed
who the
my
hell
tribe.
is you? Who are you? For you to mute me?
Could you mute him?
Who are you? That's why they block you in our platform. You want to come here and bully people? Are you okay?
So now I posted something for you on the private
If
section.
that is your own problem, if you like, you're a Togo man.
You show it. I want us to determine if
that is the problem. At the end of the day, an Igbo man is the problem of Nigeria. Look at how
you're fucking posting.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck her with your posting, man.
Who is posting that?
Because Fulani is not a problem. Edo is our problem, right? Edo, because I want all Igbos now to. I want to show.
What kind of statement is that?
You want to talk, you talk. What is my tribe going to do with what you want to talk? Say nobody should talk about your tribe. Are you talking about other people's tribe?
You know,
calling every people minority.
Right?
What's wrong with you?
Me. Now, when I turn around and go caustic, then you're gonna start using your moderation. Remove him if he doesn't want to be civil. I've posted something. It's a link. Click on it.
Who the hell is you? Do you know my age? What is wrong with this?
You know, if you're in front of me, I would have beat the hell out of you. You know, you won't talk to me like that, right? You know that. And you're not outside reach. So if you're here making Nigeria, because only people in Nigeria talk like that. Okay, so go ahead, forefathers, mute him and then show what I posted. That's the result of the INEC result, the fraudulent result from INEC, right? I want Igbos right now to understand that Edo is not what all that trouble that we're going through with them, right? They always disturbing us because they supported Peter Obi, right? Here's the result of the election. Please post it. Let's see what we got from Edo State. Let's make a decision. Are they worth all that headache? I don't think so. Right?
What are you
now,
talking about?
It's unfair. It's unfair to say.
Actually, what are you going on about?
Please, can you post what I posted on there? It's a tool.
Please, they gave us. They gave Peter Obi vote.
Yeah, thank you. But I'm saying that it's not
the next election. You want to win one polling unit.
I'm saying
we are about to crowd. We cannot win one polling unit in next election. Write it down.
I'm saying
we cannot come to a door in again because the one we do, we regretted it. We regretted it 100%. Obi cannot come to Edo State, back it down, mark today date down, and we want polling unit in Edo State. Again,
Nigeria, don't fall for people like Pansa. That's what he wants to do.
Whatever. Post the result of the election. It's a fraudulent
election. Wants to turn you tribal. That's what he wants to become.
Look,
he has just succeeded in becoming that.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? I'm saying to you now, Nigeria man, keep your Edo. We don't want you. Keep it. We don't. You're not want the trouble.
What do you say?
Let me land now.
When you say you don't want him, are you talking in whose capacity?
on my own. I'm not talking about P2B. I'm talking about me as a Biafran.
The
Right?
Nigerian does not represent all the
Let me make
people
my
now.
case, please. Here's what I'm saying. We don't need it because they're not worth the trouble. They've got one state, right? Edo State. Half of it is Muslim, right? Northern kind of people, right? Now, of course, you do have some that are our people. I don't know if it's South or whatever it is, right? Now, those people should not pay any mind to what I'm saying to Nigeria man, who sounds like a Yoruba guy anyway. I don't know where the hell it's from, but let's say it's Edo. I'm saying to you, keep it. Don't support anything Igbo support. Don't support Biafra. Get the hell out of here. You got 300,000 people. Abia alone has more votes. I have more people in my village than your state. So when you come here and you're exalting your monarch, we're not monarchists, we're Republican. We have nothing in common. Go ahead and worship your Oba or whatever, but don't insult our people, including our freedom fighters, like somebody like Nnamdi Kanu, or our elected leaders. Those are elected people who go abide by the Constitution. You and your monarch and all that, that's your thing. It's not mine. We don't have stuff like that. So when I was gone here and I was listening in, this Nigerian man is coming here, beating up on Steph, who doesn't have energy to sit up. I don't know if he's sick. Now, if you're sick, I'm sorry before what I'm about to say, right? But you're sitting there, milk toast, unassertive, spineless, while that boy is beating up on you. And then when it comes to Igbos, you start talking nonsense. You could sit there and talk all the nonsense you want, because what's going to happen to you? You're an Igbo man. You have license to talk anyhow you want. But sit there and have that Nigerian man, because
What point are you making?
6 months ago, you couldn't even come on this platform and talk because they were beating up on you. I'm the one who came here and cleaned it up, including this forefathers guy that I don't know where he's from, right? You see him turning the tribes against one another, but he will never tell you where he's from.
What point are you making?
And then on top of that, tone, right? You served in Nigerian army. You keep running your mouth like that. Let's say you're in this America. The first thing somebody will do is to slap the hell out of you because of what Nigerian soldiers are doing in Nigeria. Do you think you exalted because you're Nigerian army, right? You're not professional.
No, you
want to sell your people out. You have a Nigeria is a scam here. At least making sense. Who wants division if it's not forced on us? Nobody wants division. It's our country. Which is the difference between me and Nnamdi Kanu, by the way. Let me just tell you what it is. There's a difference between me and Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. It's our country. We got independence, right? It's our country. We're not gonna leave it for anybody. We're gonna deal with them. We're gonna remove these corporates who mostly are not Nigerians. It's our country. So talking about succeeding and for Biafra is the whole thing. If they want democracy, then we have democracy. We have a constitution, but if not, then we have to fight. Now, people like this Nigerian, who could take him over in a day and be in the mop-up operation, but he's here running his mouth.
Are you serious?
I'm very serious.
You really need to stop. I think you've had your say now.
Post what I posted.
You saw the Edo people that have one of
all you have to ask yourself.
Pasad, you too talk. If you get mine, Pasad, if you get mine, move me for Nigeria. Give me dates. Pasad, give me dates where I meet you for Nigeria. Not too much talk. I don't believe in too much talking.
Like I'm saying, if you want
don't
to
believe
show
in talking. I don't believe in talking.
Right? Leave it, Nigeria. Leave it, Nigeria. Let's not degenerate into that level.
Post the results right now of the fraudulent
And
election.
Pasad, enough.
No, post the results. So everybody can see why we have to suffer with the Edo people, right? I got my village is bigger than
the point?
people.
Because you have more population than
we don't have
Edo.
to make the nonsense for
What is the
either one of
point?
you guys, because you cannot do anything anyway. You're supposed to shut your mouth, no matter.
Proportionally, the Edo people gave P2B over 50% of the vote.
Sure.
Whether they are large or not, larger than Imo or not, they give P2B over 50% of their vote. And for you to be just maligning them, hold on. For you to be maligning them, sometimes I wonder whether you are an OB supporter even. And some of you may even lose P2B votes more than you gain P2B because of the way you talk.
I'm a Biafran. I'm not a P2B. I'm not looking for P2B.
No wonder you're not his supporter. So you want to destroy his. People like you, You just
Okay,
come
then look,
around saying stuff.
Forefather,
You're
suppose the
actually
result
So,
of the
damaging
election.
Forefather, you now know why we are quiet. Because, you know, SAT is not P2B's fan.
You see that? He's
Forefather,
just here
forefather,
causing
bring
problems so
the
that
forefather,
yeah.
forefather, bring the whole Southeast vote and bring Edo and Delta vote. The whole Southeast, what you be get, bring and come out. May you bring only what Delta and Edo give Obi. This Pansat, give me the moment for Nigeria. Forget this your talk.
Is that what
Show
you
the
do in
result. I don't
Say
have
no
to.
be for Nigeria. I go buy my ticket. No go be. Give me
Forefathers,
the date.
are you still in control of this?
The 5 million people still there
platform or
alive.
not?
That's not be
I'm
me.
in control. Hold on. Let me take care of this. Yeah, Nigerian is trying to contain himself. I think Pansa just came and started having a go at him. Augustine, please go ahead if you wanted to say something.
No, I think it was my turn to finish before Pansat cut me off.
Tone hasn't said anything. No,
I think I have a word. In as much as I understand Pansat's anger, you know, no, that doesn't mean that I am comfortable with it.
No, taking a
But,
long time to talk doesn't make you right? So
I've,
why are you taking so long? It's a 10-minute. I mean, say what you have to say. Why is it taking you so long to make a point?
as I take it easy. Yeah, I know you are better than this. Just take it easy. Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to say is that let us not make this our and dear thing. You understand? Because the way you're talking about, we don't need Edo votes. That's why I was asking. What do you mean by we don't need?
Biafrans.
Doesn't need a Edo vote. Did the Edo vote for Biafra before?
Now you tell me then.
No, why would you say if they didn't vote for, they are not voting for Biafra? So why say you don't need Biafra? Don't need Edo vote?
We don't need them to have our Biafra or anything. They're inconsequential as far as I'm concerned, right?
So
like
what has the Biafra got to do with the votes of the last election?
Can I answer that? It's a fair question. Let me answer it. Let me tell you something. You come on the platform, okay? You come on the platform and
try to make it quick. I'm not going to let you have one of your diatribes. I'm not going to let that happen. I assure you. So make it snappy, please.
Will you keep quiet over there, right? I could exit this platform if you want, but I don't need you.
You can exit. You can exit.
Yeah, that's what you want. But post the result of what I asked you to post. Post it so everybody could see it.
You know
I want people to see it.
Because I don't support the point you are making. It's irrelevant to the point.
Okay,
you are trying to damage. You are trying to create division between people that support P2B.
That's
what
a division.
Is that?
That's a division. You cannot be supporting.
You are not
Hold on.
P2B
You cannot be supporting P2B, and then when you come on a platform, instead of talking things that will advance the country,
you don't support P2B. Stop it. You don't.
Can you be quiet for a minute? And I'm gonna punish you for this. You know that. You're gonna step out of this place and come out again from
I'm
there.
going to come out. So what are you going to do?
Come out, then I'm gonna deal with you. I've done it many times. So what I'm saying to you is that we have an election, right? And P2B worked very hard to earn the votes of every part of Nigeria. Edo people, for the first time, now you have to know we have a history. For the first time, they did the right thing. They've always gotten it wrong, right? Because geographically where they're located, the constituency they have, half of them are Muslim, some of them are central, some of them are south, right? That's a lot of people is there too, by the way. So now, for the first time, you did the right thing. You voted for the best candidate. So do you get a cookie for that? I don't think so. You did the right thing. You voted for the good candidate. That does not give you license.
Okay, we are done. Okay.
Forefather.
That does not give you license to come on a platform.
We are done.
Okay.
Forefather, if you don't want to stop this man to start abusing my tribe, I will make it rough this platform now. I will make this platform rough now that we will not contain anybody. You have to shut it down.
Yeah, I don't really think. I
will make it rough now that everybody has to sign out.
See, Nigerian man, I've already said
Nigerian man, wait. I don't really think. Can I talk now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I don't really think it's fair. You know, the narrative that is being created around here. Let me just be specific by Pascal, because I'm trying to understand, that the connection is trying to make between Edo should not, or some people, they don't need some people's votes. Is he the one that needed their vote before? Peter Obi ran for election and people voted for him. The people that voted for him, maybe from Edo State, did they vote for Peter Obi because of Biafra? Or are they voting for Peter Obi because they believe Peter Obi can do the job? And that's what I thought. They voted for him because he can do the job. They don't vote for him because an Igbo man. If he's somebody like Ojus or Carlo that was contesting, if I'm in Nigeria, I wouldn't have voted for him.
I do apologize. You see what I'm talking about,
and that is wrong. You don't make such statements, and that brings to bear what the other guy said. Are you making such statements? I'm coming to, just give me one more minute. Are you making such statements to hurt Peter Obi, or you are making it to benefit him?
Exactly.
Are you saying such things because you believe that, okay, if Peter Obi got 6 million votes in the last election, that those 6 million votes was not made up of one vote from one man individually? And now you're saying, okay, you don't need some of the people that casted that vote for him. What is the rationale? I don't even understand where he's coming from.
That's his opinion. That's
illogical.
That is why I would never.
Can I take my turn?
And if you claim, if you are, I think that the rational thing to do, if you say you're supporting Peter Obi, and you're an Igbo person, you are supporting Peter Obi because Peter Obi is an Igbo person, you are not different from the problem that Nigeria have today.
Thank you. God bless.
As far as I'm concerned, if you're an Igbo person, and the only reason why you're supporting Peter Obi is because Peter Obi is an Igbo person, you are worse than the people that voted Tinubu because Tinubu is the Yoruba person.
Sorry.
That is my. I'm coming. Don't cut me. Don't cut me up.
Yeah,
that is number one.
I want you to
and number two, if you genuinely supported him because you believe he's the best candidate, don't say things he cannot say to voters. Don't do things he cannot do. I'm sure that Peter Obi cannot come here later this month and tell anybody from Nigeria, I don't need your vote again.
Okay, let me respond now.
I didn't
bring you back to respond. So someone that respond.
Please, Pastor, let me speak, please. So
he stopped.
Please go ahead.
Let me speak. Then you get. So, Steph, I am disappointed with you with your reaction because you had a constant tone when Stone made a statement, and exactly what you told Stone is what you've gone back to justify. For me, the question I wanted to ask Nigerman, has he not been with Ansat on a platform?
No, don't make statement like that. Say exactly what you said that I said. What Tone said that I justify. Say it.
No, when Tone said, no, he corrected that mistake, so I don't need to go to that statement.
No, he said that I justified something. Say what he said that I justified.
Get my point. Let me finish my narrative.
No, you said that I justified something.
You know, Steph, you're quite annoying.
You justified what you corrected.
You're nagging all the time.
That's what I said.
You don't have any
hold on,
right?
I was never on the same page with Tone on that issue. So why would you say that I justified it?
You ended up giving air to Pansat when he made the same statement. You were saying that we shouldn't give air to. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you got that point. So get what I'm saying. I'm saying when Tone said that, he was like, Pansat is not speaking for us.
Exactly.
Now, I'm not speaking for Peter Obi, and
yes,
I made it very clear. Hold on.
Are you speaking for the Igbos?
Pansat, hold on.
Let me make my point.
Hold on, Pansat. Hold on. Augustine, are you done?
No, I'm not done.
Augustine, sorry for I misunderstood what you said before.
Let's allow Augustine to finish, please.
Yeah, you're avoiding me.
Pansat, hold on now. You've said your piece. Let Augustine have his own go to, please.
Thank you, Pansat. Thank you.
When do I get to talk?
Why are you thanking Pansat? I'm the one fighting him to let you talk. You're thanking him. You're thanking me. What kind of wahala is this one? I'm here fighting for his time, and he's there thanking Pansat. Pansat wants to eat your time.
You're just jealous.
Pastor wants to eat your time for lunch and you're attacking him.
Yeah, so my address goes, Nigerian, please don't, when people get you worked up, you don't need to react immediately. And if you know, the first thing you do is to read people's psychology and follow them. If not, they'll just get you worked up and you say what you are not supposed to say. This is the point I want us to. In as much as we're here, if you're worked up over a situation, you better keep quiet or go out and come back again, because we know each other here, and we've been able, from some of us that have been here often, we've been able to know the psychology of some people here. And I understand every person. When you come from your point, I understand you. But sometimes we should also know that we address the whole world, and we address people. Somebody that have never heard us before will listen to what you've just said, and will begin to conclude with what you've just said without knowing where you're coming from. So that's when we are talk here. Let's not just limit this conversation that it's just between us. It goes farther than we imagine.
Okay, that's true. Let me.
Hold on. I need to address this an emergency statement here. What, boom boom Ray? What does that mean? Even forefathers? What is that supposed to mean? Am I not this thing grouped as Jonaba and all the rest? Why is it me even? See, I have to give it to Jonaba. When he came here, almost everything he said, it seemed a little bit prophetic. He said something about somebody that was leaning towards voting for P2B being discouraged because of a P2B supporter's behavior. And it's similar to what Pastor just went on to do. Like, they literally voted for P2B over 50%. I just come here and start rubbishing them. Because of what? He didn't do anything wrong. You know, the person that you should be having a go at, it was Tone, and he didn't even have a go at Tone. Tone was the one that said something very, very inflammatory, and I'm sure it's because of this type of behavior that he sees. That's why he was saying those things out of frustration. Because I noticed that Tone went on to say something about some Southeasterners act as if they are the only ones that have problems or something like that. You can see that's where it's coming from. That's why he made that statement that he made. And Pansad is a symbol of what that represents. He comes on every panel and just does this thing. See, Pansad, you are very charismatic and all the rest of it. But this thing that you do is actually quite poisonous. Because you stunt conversations, you divide people along tribal lines. And maybe sometimes religious line, but you don't do the religious one that much. So if you can tone this down, I would really appreciate that.
Okay, fine. I hear you. But now, I'm only going to be here maybe another 4-5 minutes. I have a date, and I intend to fulfill that date in a minute here. We have a guy here, Nigeria is a scam. It's a true, brave Biafran, right? Nigeria belongs to Biafra. We found independence. Our forefathers found Nigeria. It's like me. I have 2 cars or 3 cars, right? I'm driving one. Whatever I want to do with the other car, maybe I give it away, right? Maybe I keep it. Just because we're talking about Biafra doesn't mean that we don't know Nigeria belongs to us, which we're going to take it by force if we have to. Right? So what I'm saying to you is I don't come here to talk about clan. I'm a Pan-Africanist. All this clannishness, small minorities, especially. You hardly see Wazobia actually come on a platform fighting a Yoruba man, an Igbo man, or a Hausa man. It's usually this Edo people, right? It is little clans here and there, where we have more Igbos in their enclave than they even have indigenous, right? The clan is small. But what they do is they ignore the Hausas and Fulanis who are their problem. And all they want to do is to be abusing Igbos. And you have Steph and people like that want to make friends. Right? You want to, you like Tone, peer pressure. That's why teenage girls get pregnant. Right? Because they want to be like the other girls. Or teenagers smoke cigarettes or weed, Indian hemp. Because you want to belong. You want to, like Tone here. You want to be accepted here. Now, Tone has gone through the metamorphosis, right? He came in here first. He was cool.
Forefather.
I was happy that he was here. And then he was friends with forefathers. And then he became his own man. One day I was watching this thing here, and he told forefathers.
Please, will give me time to reply this man, Not that we just show me.
Okay, so when you have this Edo people, and they have always have this accent, especially the Edo people that have that accent that Niger man has, indistinguishable from the Yorubas, right? They are so jealous. They're not Wazobia. But one thing I want you to know,
Okay,
when it comes to
I asked that
Wazobia, right?
this
Let me
should
tell
be
you
toned
something.
down.
It's not voluntary, right? You're either a Wa, or you're a Zo, or you're a Bia. You hear what I'm saying? It's not up to you. So you have to pick one of those three. Unless you don't want one Nigeria. If you want one Nigeria, that's only Wazobia. You don't have Wazobia, Edo. There's nothing like that.
Okay,
So as
enough,
far as
enough of
Wazobia is concerned,
tribe.
Najaman, you
See,
are a Yoruba boy.
see, Pansa,
Right?
I think enough, please. I'm tired of this. This
I
is
know,
the
but let me land now.
see,
Can I
hold
land?
on, Pansa, stop it, stop it. I'm tired of this.
I'm gone. Bye.
We shouldn't be entertaining this type of discussions.
Go to
Actually,
hell.
when we are trying to help a country, this guy is just out here causing divisions all over the place. Because if somebody from other parts of the country watch some of the way he talks,
No,
they'll be like, what is the point of coming here?
Forefather.
Can I come in now?
Najaman, please, before you reply him, I want to ask you a
Forefather,
question.
it's my turn now, B.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
you
let
need
me
to put
ask
your
you a
camera
question.
on. You need to put your camera on. Please, Augustine, you wanted to ask a question or something?
Yeah, Najaman, I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Najaman, you don't just go that way you want to go. Address your issues, because the way you are going now,
Can I talk? I don't have my camera. I don't have my camera.
Yeah, I said just present your own issue. Don't go down with Pansat. I just plead with you.
No. It was talk. No. Nobody can insult my tribe and go away with it. Honestly, either forefather shut this thing down, because I'm going to destroy this platform. This platform is going to catch fire.
You see the kind of stuff.
What is the difference?
Hold on. Enough of this, please. Hold on. You see, this is kind of stuff we do, and look at just imagine some of the stuff people are encouraging. Sometimes these things can get out of control. They encourage Kapasa to carry on saying these things. I just because of entertainment, you create this type of poisonous, toxic environment where people see each other as one is better over the other. Nigeria is not necessarily like that. We just talked about how Nigeria has a lot of minority leaders. And Pastor comes here to say there's only Wazobia. This is kind of the senseless thinking. Nigeria is different from what they describe Nigeria as, and these people are false. They are actually false. They are not correct, and people encourage them. When you keep encouraging them, how is that helping? And look at how upset Niger man is now. You know how Benin people are with this thing. They are people. If you go and start insulting them, this is an ancient kingdom, and you just go and start insulting them publicly. What do you think he knew what he was doing? He knew exactly what he was doing. We shouldn't be encouraging this. As a matter of fact, we should have zero tolerance for this sort of stuff. If you did this type of stuff in the UK, where you use tribalism or all kinds of stuff to insult people, you will end up in court. They'll say it's hate speech or one other thing. They'll find something to put it.
I don't understand the point you're going to.
Okay, am I clear that there is something as hate speech? If you say something against another tribe in the UK right now, you could be dragged before a court, and if they convict you, you end up in prison.
So it's obvious. The first time you know pass out on the platform, you know the direction he's going, even before he starts speaking.
So I shouldn't
if you're letting him to speak, if you're letting him to speak and you want everybody to respond to him the way he has addressed the person, that means you're not going to moderate this platform. All what we do here, because you let him speak, you let him come in, you advise every other person, focus and move on. But if you want everybody to start responding to him, then you are not making it. There's no leadership.
You see this McEnely, you really, I really don't appreciate this because I'm not sitting here calling for tribal division. That is not my purpose. The father, as a matter of fact, if anything, you are the one doing it. I don't understand why he's blaming me that people are talking about tribal stuff. I was talking about how we choose a lot of minorities in office. That we don't recognize our countries, and yet look at the kind of statement he makes. And yet these same people that will be happy for Pastor to come here and lambast other groups. What kind of warped thinking is this? It's just tiring sometimes. It's really exhausting what some of the stuff we do. And people don't understand that. People feel passionately about other things, about their own groups too. And I think we should have a hate speech in Nigeria, because one of the issues with Nigeria is that we don't have a way of regulating the way people talk about each other. We use all kind of language to belittle each other, talk each other down, and you don't understand that you are showing bad karma. Those people that you are talking down at, tomorrow they will turn on you.
Father, you're dragging this issue. We all witness what happened. Let's move on. You have been you've known Pansat a longer time here than now.
Yeah,
it's
but
not just talking
I
about.
think we should be calling.
It's not just about. It's not just talking. It's not just talking about people tribe. He's also he takes a go at individuals too.
Now,
don't you see me here? Don't you see Tony?
I don't care about the individuals. It's the tribes that he goes after.
Who makes up tribes? It's not individual.
I'm going to make it my business to come at him the moment he does that.
Then do the right thing.
I see how I've been laughing about it. I don't even know how I started relaxing. I think maybe because everybody around me is relaxed about it.
So
I should never relax about things like that.
How did Tone learn to relax? So the issue is just that if you want to address it in your board.
Father, let me talk now. This man just talk here now. Leave and let him go.
Yeah, but you want to blow everything up now. You see, calm down. If you calm down, you can talk, but don't threaten all that stuff. Okay, calm down, please. I understand what
I want to reply, Pansat.
Okay, calmly. Okay, take it down a notch. I understand your anger, but try to keep it civil, please.
How will I keep it civil when it was abusing my own tribe? You didn't tell it to keep it civil.
Civil. You don't abuse other tribe because somebody descended that low.
So we go with it. Tomorrow we not start flying with it. That is when they start sharing my territory that it belongs to Biafra. And he come here and say
Pansat himself.
Allow Niger, make him talk. So say what you want to say, my brother.
No, but if he wants to go after the tribe, I'm not going to tolerate that too.
No, allow him. Let him say whatever he wants to say.
No, I'm not. See, I think we can't keep allowing people to be going after tribes.
Then don't allow it. Let's just move on. That's my own.
Okay, good.
For I think sometimes, why some people are blaming you, I don't blame them. Because if you see a takeoff and you know you're not prepared for the landing, don't take off. So Pansat, like Austin was saying, Pansat is like virus. His mouth is not good. I don't know how he sleeps. I think he should be in the backstage right now laughing that I've said something now, I've caused something now, people are here. I believe he's laughing right now. But it's like you don't read people. You don't read people.
But the damage is likes him. The damage brings him
on
all the time.
No, it's not about likes, you understand? Because sometimes it will now look as if, sometimes he's allowed you to come and talk and stay up just for rating and hit up the polity and the argument, and so that there will be clicks and likes and just move. Sometimes his talk might not really be heady for this platform, even if he can garner followers and views and all that. But it might not really be healthy based on what many people believe this platform represents. You understand? So you allow him to go first. That is a mistake on your part. Then also denying people from responding is also a mistake on your part. So if you know you want to allow Pansat, allow others. You understand? And if you can't tolerate others, don't tolerate Pansat.
So, but imagine the superiority or maturity that would have come if Pansat had existed. The next person would just go without giving him air. Imagine how it would have looked like. The more you give him air, the more he comes in here to do the same thing.
Exactly. You don't know Pansat. Yeah, but now if you don't know Pansat, you're not studying now. If you don't know Pansat, then don't study.
No, I see. People
don't allow, no matter how much pressure. Allow.
Local. People feel relaxed with Pansat sometimes. They laugh at it, think it's like it's fun and all that stuff. Which
but when if he's going, look, Pansat is not a bad person. I don't know. I can't say he's a bad person or whatever. But when it comes to making some statement that might lead, either knowingly or unknowingly, jokingly or try to be serious, you understand, that can stir up something that may not be healthy for this platform, cut him off. Don't allow him at all. Even if he's smiling, he's laughing in his face, that it sounds it's not serious, that it looks is joking. The repercussion, people might not take it as he is presenting it. So don't even allow him to even go that far. Because if you allow him, people just like you talking to, like you saw Nnamdi Kanu right now, this or that. If I saw Nnamdi Kanu now, Then okay, because no matter what people say, I will just be laughing at them. People will come, maybe most mechanic sympathizers will come and yeah, this and that. So you will not be right for you to blame them, because you first of all allowed me to go that extent, because ideally my going that extent will always stir up some issues. So if you allow me to go that extent, you understand, and there's a repercussion for me, people coming from my head, it's not their fault because you allowed me first.
Once you
Yeah,
leave the
but two wrongs do not make it right. If
Don't
let's say
allow one. No. See, look, bad begot bad. If you were allowed the first bad, now your fault. So you can't
yeah, no,
expect the
I'm
second
not
one to
saying
make
it's
it
not
right.
my fault. My job is to
Exactly.
stop the second one.
No,
You know,
stop the first one, because the first one
I
will do
see
the
this
damage.
first one is already bolted. I have
Don't
to
even
correct the
allow.
second one. You
Okay,
see
now let
what
me
this
ask you
guy is
now.
doing?
How many times? Okay, now let me ask you, how many times will you allow the first one to pass? Always pass, and be waging war against the second one. You start. It's like as if you don't know what you don't learn now. Like you don't know what you are doing. That you are not learning.
But
Don't allow the
are you
first one.
saying that I should not allow Pansat?
When it's going that by that bacteria, because it might be antivirus now, bacteria, antibiotics now I need for a month. When it's going to that corner, cut him off.
I should cut him off. That's what.
Forefather, and I no forefather. Let's see what forefather is doing. Forefather feels that every one of us here should stand up against him. But the problem we have is that because you and your crew have allowed him, all of us have learned how to stay with him and how to ignore him.
Exactly.
So that's the point.
No.
Maybe you have a point, but I think to be fair, I'm not expecting everybody to turn on him, but I don't think we should encourage him too, because sometimes I feel like some people are
you
encouraging
him
him to
now.
carry on.
See,
No,
now you get
try
knife.
to avoid him.
Now you get yam. Now you get knife. Now you get yam. So when it comes to encouragement, you are the first encourager first, because now you get knife. Now you get yam.
Local.
So,
See, this thing that you do, if I heard you, you move from that South
there's a
London,
truth. There's a
wherever
truth
you
is
are in
bitter.
London,
You will not.
you're going to go to the
You
other
go to
side of London.
you
See, this thing that you are doing, you know what Loco is doing? I should correct something before it happened.
Exactly. I don't understand. Why
How
is
am I
this
supposed
rocket
to be
science
able
not to
to do
understand?
that?
Okay, can we move on
Do
now?
I read minds? I don't read minds.
Let's move on.
Okay, so now, I think there was this. We should be rounding up. To be fair, this is Sunday now. If not because of Tone, all these people have gone to bed.
It's Tone.
That's now to be surprised though.
Tone.
So you said Dr. Dameji pays Tone to stir up controversy and bring more likes.
No.
Is that why
Tone is the
Is that
last
why
person
Tone brought everybody back to get more likes?
Nah, no, Tone is the last man to stir up that kind of stuff. He comes here, speaks his mind. Whenever he's frustrated, he just lashes out. So that's what he does. So I speak the truth. You came late because today is Sunday. We are rounding up. So I will allow you to just chime in on the conversation. I will allow Tone that started this late episode to close it out.
I pray that he will start again.
I've been listening in the background, and I think it is fair. I agree with that. What everybody says. Parasite is, and Steph, please forgive me because I'm going back to what you said we should move away from. I think Loco is right. Steph is right, and you're right. There's no way you can preemptively stop someone without looking like you're taking sides. But at the same time, we need some kind of decorum. And like Local P said, if we see anything that's going to stir up controversy and make people offended, we have to stop it. But at the same time, we need a balance. Not everybody is going to be like Tone. Not everybody is going to be like Local P. Pansat, as nutty, and this is with all due respect, as he comes across, still deserves his right to express himself. Believe it or not, there's a lot of people that share Pansat's view on how he thinks and how he talks. But at the same time, like you said, we have to still also be careful because a lot of people can be impressionable. Let me tell you, yesterday when you had us backstage, there was only Local P left, AY left, I think Steph went to sleep, and it was just me and Panzer. Bassett actually made some crazy accusations on me, and he said, "You and Local P are familiar that I said I hated Igbos." And I was like, "How?" Because he was trying to get to know if I understood Igbo or not. And I would not respond to certain things he was saying, and I just kept staring at him. And he said, "Well, if you don't respond, that means you support the Fulani jihadists and you this." And dude, I had to run away. I had to just say, "Listen, I'm not doing it." I said, "I'm not doing this with you. If they told you that," he said, "Yo, they were there. Local P can verify that this is this." I said, "Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm out of here." And I cut off the thing and I left. But I still think it is fair. You let him talk, but then maybe you just have to use your own discernment to know when he's going completely overboard. Like Logo P said, at some point he's gonna do that thing where he does, where he starts laughing sheepishly, but he starts saying very divisive things. Once you catch it, you got to knock it down. But still give the man his time to talk. We're all here with different views. Not everybody's gonna be like chill like Steph, and not everybody's gonna be chill like Stone. We still need to hear what people say, and that way we can all come together and decide how we're trying to move our homeland forward. That's all.
Chilled like Steph and Stone. I don't know about that too. Steph can be spicy when he wants to be spicy. So I think you made a point. You see, part of the reasons why maybe I even allow Pansat more time earlier on, just in this session, when I tried to shut Pansat down, people gave him more time. Everybody gave him more time on this panel. You see, it's not that straightforward. And local, that's why I say if I hate you for one side of London, you're going to hate all of the other side of London.
I know the person you're talking about. The person at the time, he can't learn. Say this guy, you don't give him time. Then the person was not cutting part at all. At the time, you got angry and take Pansat to backstage, like because he's too stubborn. Initially, it was like that. I know. I know the person you're talking about, but it will go to a time the person had got into like, it's too much. We don't have to continue like this. That Pansat, if you want to be arguing like this, tell me that you want to come as a guest, then I can give you the time to do all this, whatever you want to do. But to come as one of the panelists, no, I can't give you that time. And since then, Pansat started, humbling himself when that person is anchoring. But if it comes to this type of, buzz period, no, Pansat is like a virus. Virus.
Yeah, and it's not. It can lead to inflamed this and that should show you how passionate people feel when you really insult their people a lot. It's not nice. It's really not nice. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. And this is Sunday, and I hope you all have a great week, a productive week. Whatever we've learned from here, let's use it to inform our decisions and think of ways that we can better our people's fortunes, because that's partly why we are all here, isn't it? Because we all know that things are not where they are supposed to be. So I will try to keep it that simple. Loco, thank you for joining us, spending quality time with us. Nigeria is a scam. You sound sometimes, I don't know the way you think. I do enjoy it, actually. You do ask questions that throw people off. Nigeria is a scam. And Augustine, thank you for coming in. Augustine, you sound very, you look like you there's something about you this week. I don't know what it is. You seem to be coming up with, some jibes and, interesting. I don't know what it is, but nobody else can tell you what is going on. Steph, thank you for coming in. And Tone, thank you as always for coming in and starting all this trouble. If I hadn't contained this in what's his name, the Niger man, things could have gotten very ugly. I speak the truth. Thank you for coming in. Let me just acknowledge the people in the chat before I allow Tone to close us out. Since he started this session, he should close it out. Kenny Samson, thank you for coming in. Kenny Samson, Oriyomi Abdul, thank you for coming in. Fumi O, thank you for coming in, Fumi O. Man of Prestige, I see you there. Man of Prestige, I see you there. Hilary C. Chinedum, thank you for coming in. Hilary C. Chinedum. Who else is there? One man went to Mo is there. That's this in Toad's best friend. Biosa Destiny. Toad's best friend. Biosa Destiny. Thank you for coming in. I see you there, Biosa Destiny. Who else is there? Young One. I see you there, Young One. Okachaten. Thank you for coming, Okachaten. Boom Boom Ray. Yeah, you are the one I was saying, even forefathers. Oh my God. It's all right. I would take that. Okay. Tone, you're also in the chat. Thank you.
Forefathers, lastly, for those that do not know, I served in a department that works very closely with intelligence in the army. Niger is a scam. I want you to swear by God that you're not Kenny Sansom. I know you're Kenny Sansom. I just confirmed. I just saw something now. I just confirmed. So, but it's all good. But it's good that I see your face now. You came as Niger as a scam on here, but you are Kenny Sansom.
That's Kenny
Yeah,
Sansom, man.
yeah. I've got him. I got him. I got him already. So, but it's all good. It's all good. Bless you, my brother.
Oh my God, man.
Just like one day
please,
you
hold on,
unravel
hold on
this
one second.
two
No,
forefather.
that's not that be giving me trouble all this while.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Please. I am original traditional person. I don't have English name in my name ever. In my family, we don't have English name.
Yeah,
I
but
can never give
Kenny
myself an
Sansom,
English name. I don't believe in English people. I don't believe in
Can
as
I
much
tell
as
you
I
how?
live in America.
Can I tell you how can I tell you how I know?
Hold on, I don't care. Hold on. I don't care because you are not saying the truth. I'm not killing.
Okay.
I don't even type. I can't come in here and start typing.
Forefathers have seen it. He knows now. Forefathers
Listen,
already
it's
know.
okay.
I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know how you know, but
See,
if you
I
say
don't
it's
care
true, but he's
about
denying
what
it.
see. I don't care about what you think or what you feel. I'm just telling you. If I'm there, I will tell you. You can't do nothing, right? So what I'm saying is, it's not me. Okay, I don't have English name, and when I come here, I don't type. Why should I be typing when I'm here? Whatever I'm gonna type, I will say it right here.
It's all good. It's all good.
Thank you.
Good.
It would
So
have been nice
why?
to meet
I mean, I'm a
Sansom
realistic
anyway.
person. Okay.
Thank you. Oscar Blackstone, thank you for coming in and the donation.
I think it's true. You know why? Because the person is still typing. Why the Nigerian scam hand was still moving, and the person is still typing message, dropping message.
Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe it's not him.
Nigerian was still moving when you were talking just now, and the person still dropping message. That is
Okay, so it's a different person then. Okay.
Person.
Tone, you are just causing all kinds of trouble today. It's okay. You're going to close us out today.
Man of prestige is praising you.
Yeah. Thank you, man of prestige. I appreciate it.
It doesn't come off from him.
Wachiku, thank you for coming in. Thank you, Wachiku, for coming in. Toad is also there. Let me just call out the people that donated. George, Alexander Gomez, as always, One Nigeria. Kulata. Thank you for the donation, Alexander Gomez. Thank you for the donation, as always donating. Kulata is donating, though. Hey, Kulata is donating. Let's not forget, the guy is donating all the time. Kulata. Olumide is there with his Canadian dollars, and Alexander Gomez with the American dollars again. Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics was here. Thank you for the donation, Igbo Basics, American dollars. And one man went to Mo. Royal Pounds, the Royal Pounds. That's what the Royal Pounds. That's what you used to do. AGADs, EJDs. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the donation. And that is Euro. Alexander Gomez, thank you for the donation. Wow, there's a lot of donation today. Alexander Gomez again, and one man went to Mo. George Blue Shell, I see you there. One man, one Nigeria, I see you there too. One Nigeria, and Kulata again. Chibike Ichendo. Thank you for the donation. Kulata again. Kulata is really putting his money where his mouth is. So whenever he wants to say something, he puts money on top of it. Then Oscar Blackstone, thank you for the donation. And now for the closing tone, please close us out. And I appreciate your time here. Thank you. Tone, go ahead.
What do you want me to do?
Just say, because you have not had your say now. Say
He
what
said me you be reverend. Me say the closing. No, he said me say the closing prayer.
Yes, close us out.
Okay.
Make your final
Let's say the
submission.
grace. Everybody close your eyes. Let's say the Anyway, it's all good. It was all fun today. Thank everybody for agreeing and disagreeing and all that. But all in all, what brings us together and we stay this late and we don't even do anything on Saturdays and Sundays because we just want our country to be better. That's just the thing. Let's not just forget that. So it's not about whether you come from North or Abia or where. Let's just remember, listen, people are suffering in Nigeria. The suffering is just real, you know. So all these, whether it's Nnamdi Kanu or not, yeah, my belief is Nnamdi Kanu should be free because he's a free man. He has not done anything. The court has set him free. Let him go. Let Tinubu government just release him and let the man go as they have released Yele and all that. They should release Nnamdi Kanu as well. And I will urge everybody to go. There's something I'm going to share maybe next week. And if we can publish it, I know that go. It's on YouTube. And Sunday Igboho was talking about how they came to his house. Man, it wasn't the guy is traumatized. They really came for him very, very. I don't know how he managed to get out, but it wasn't nice at all, you know. So again, you guys have a great week ahead. And God bless.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice closeout.
Just go through these baby steps of pain. Baby step of
onye ọma zoro bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zugo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zugo akwa nwa ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya onye ọma zoro biko abọmma wazoro ndosari ịbịa onye nịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo mma ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo abọmma ilochilo biko rapụ zoro ọ na-agbazi ya Mazi welcome up Odogu no kwere zinenka Onyoma niga dele mo Mazi ni mazi Ibu go with melody Odogu na chala noka Ezi nwanne m nịga dele mo Olagado n'ibia zigo noe Mma olagado n'ibia zigo Amama mwilo chilo Bikora muzoro Anabazi Te Onyama zoro de Amama wazoro de Sorry Ibia muyano kwa namo Ofube naru Olaga no ne biazugo Nazaboy Mola Olagadoni Biazugo, Avamba Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Hanabazi. Odogo Canano Mikechofo, Amaquamnica Gogodia, Oligwe Quello. Get your mother back. Hey, you want? Ebu kampune kene, amago ndinso. Chukwe mekalumo, ike chukwu negaje. Esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị ọbamanwe iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị ya zoro 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 zoro
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Because you let him speak, you let him come in, you invite every other person